Chapter 1. The Boy Whose Bag Was Stolen. The new book has been uploaded. Please lend your support. A town is akin to a woman. Its architecture represents its visage, while its history, economy, and culture constitute its essence. Whether it pertains to a woman or a town, a pleasing appearance and a commendable figure are always coveted. In the absence of both, possessing either is still a fortunate circumstance. Those with striking beauty may leave the lights on, while those with enviable physiques may prefer the darkness. There's always a way to navigate such dilemmas. Yet, just as true beauty is a rarity, not every town is graced with an alluring facade or an impressive stature. The city of Ogu in the Tiando Empire exemplifies such a third-rate town, lacking in both aesthetic charm and notable presence. The architectural landscape is unremarkable. The most magnificent structure is merely the great Seoul Arena at the heart of the city, surrounded by humble, single-story houses. Tracing back 3 centuries, Ogu was nothing more than a barren wilderness, rendering its historical significance negligible. The absence of local specialties has led to a dearth of merchants passing through, leaving the economy rather lackluster. The brief history has failed to cultivate any substantial cultural narratives, with only a handful of reputable Seoul masters, the strongest among them being a Seoul sect leader, who is not even a native but rather an appointed lord from the imperial side. However, this does not imply that Ogu holds no value whatsoever. While the affluent and powerful dismiss this humble town, it attracts petty thieves like moths to a flame. In contrast to grand cities such as Tiando City, Xinglua City, or Wuhuan City, where celestial beings are accompanied by devoted protectors, and one can hardly find an ordinary individual without noble lineage or martial prowess who offers a different milieu. Those with any ambition have ventured forth. Those who remain are either lacking in aspiration or are the elderly, infirm, or disabled. Coupled with the loose and chaotic law enforcement, it becomes a veritable paradise for the indolent and uneducated. Xiao Gao is precisely such a rogue. He flits between various small towns, too timid to commit grand misdeeds, yet adept at petty theft. In his own words, working for a living is simply out of the question. Believes he is destined for a life of cunning and deceit to survive. Laborious work is exhausting, and one is subject to exploitation. This line of work, however, offers rapid returns with minimal effort and no need to endure the vexation of others. The only downside is its illegality should one be caught. The consequences may range from a mere scolding to a potential fatality if one were to provoke the wrong individual. Nevertheless, Xiao Gao remains unperturbed. He believes that as long as he is fed, his family need not worry. Life and death are inconsequential to him. He harbors no attachments. Most importantly, Xiao Gao is convinced that he is inherently suited for this profession. In this realm, every individual awakens their martial soul at the age of 6, which can be either a beast martial soul or a weapon martial soul. Those fortunate enough to possess innate soul power from birth may ascend to become soul masters, revered and respected, living lives free from want and capable of soaring through the skies akin to earthly deities. Xiao Gao was not so fortunate. His innate soul power was non-existent. To put it simply, he had none. The presence of innate soul power is a rare fortune, and Xiao Gao would not indulge in self-pity. Furthermore, innate soul power is not something everyone possesses, yet every individual has a martial spirit. At the tender age of 6, Xiao Gao awakened his martial spirit, a pair of boots. Although devoid of soul power, each summoning of his martial spirit allowed him to run with remarkable speed, earning him the affectionate nickname of Little Flying Hero. This ability granted him a comfortable existence in his chosen profession, in the world of thievery. Swiftness is paramount. Only those with agility and finesse can rise to prominence. Xiao Gao held a deep disdain for the brutish bandits who resorted to intimidation and violence, believing such crudeness did not align with his refined persona as a little flying hero. Xiao Gao believed that one should embrace their vocation wholeheartedly. If one chose to be a thief, then they must embody that role without resorting to the barbarism of banditry. However, today he might find himself straying from his principles at this moment. Xiao Gao was leisurely trailing behind a small child. The boy was quite adorable, resembling a porcelain doll, with delicate features and bright, expressive eyes. Upon first glance, Xiao Gao struggled to ascertain the child's gender. As in his experience, boys of that age were typically covered in dirt with runny noses, unlike the impeccably groomed child before him, who exuded an endearing charm. Nevertheless, these observations were of little consequence to Xiao Gao. His gaze was fixated on the leather pouch clutched in the boy's hand. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the boy depositing 3 silver soul coins into that very pouch. Those 3 silver soul coins could sustain Xiao Gao for 2 or 3 months of indulgence. Moreover, Judging by the pouch's bulging appearance, it likely contained even more soul coins. The allure of wealth is a powerful motivator, and under the temptation of such substantial gain, Xiao Gao felt that perhaps donning the guise of a bandit, if only briefly, was not entirely reprehensible. After all, the target was merely a child who appeared to be no older than 4 or 5. Even if Xiao Gao lacked physical strength, could he truly be outpaced by a mere toddler? All he needed to do was seize the opportunity, snatch the pouch from the boy's grasp, and then utilize his martial spirit's power to make a swift escape. By the time the boy realized what had transpired, Xiao Gao would already be far beyond the confines of Aogu City. Yet, Xiao Gao was not foolish. The boy before him was clearly not the product of an ordinary household. He was likely the young scion of a prominent family, for a child of his age would not possess such wealth without proper upbringing. Exercising prudence, Xiao Gao refrained from acting immediately. He followed the boy through several streets, observing him for a full quarter of an hour before finally resolving to take action. From his observations, it appeared that this young master had ventured out to play without the company of servants or adult guardians. Although the people around the boy were friendly, as long as there were no close protectors, Xiao Gao felt confident in his ability to evade them. After 15 minutes, Xiao Gao knew the moment had come to act. Delaying further would only risk the chance of the boy's family discovering him, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Taking a deep breath, it was the first time for Xiao Gao to engage in such an act as snatching a child. To claim he bore no psychological burden would be a lie in fact. There was a fleeting moment when he beheld the boy's radiant smile, and the thought of relinquishing his intention crossed his mind. However, the temptation was insurmountable. A defenseless child brandishing such a substantial sum of money before him was an opportunity bestowed by fate. If he were to let it slip away, he would surely face divine retribution. Fortune not seized is misfortune. With that thought, Xiao Gao spat disdainfully, determination igniting in his gaze. A soft luminescence began to emanate from his feet as he summoned his martial spirit, fixating intently on the leather pouch in the boy's grasp. The boy appeared quite elated, merrily swinging the pouch. It had a handle, which he grasped, playfully spinning it around without a hint of concern that the soul coins within might spill out. The quality of the pouch was exceptional, and the boy seemed utterly untroubled. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Gao launched himself forward, racing towards the boy like a gust of wind. Before anyone had a chance to react, Xiao Gao had seized the leather pouch. Instinctively, he tugged at it, feeling the satisfying weight of the coins within, and his heart soared with joy. Even if they were merely copper soul coins, it would still be worth the endeavor. Fortunately, Xiao Gao was not overwhelmed by the sudden surge of elation. Without a moment's pause, he made a beeline for the city gate. Once he passed through the gates, he would never return to the city of Aogu again. But in the next instant, he felt an immense force tugging back on the leather pouch's handle. His mind went blank as his feet continued to propel him forward. The opposing forces caused his body to collapse, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground. It was only when the sharp pain registered that Xiao Gao came to his senses, rubbing his aching head in bewilderment as he stared at the boy. Instinctively, he tugged at the leather pouch once more, yet the boy remained as immovable as a boulder. Xiao Gao was perplexed. How could such a small child possess such strength? If he were a 6-year-old, it might be understandable some prodigies awakened their martial spirits and manifest soul power at a tender age, achieving extraordinary feats. But this child appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, with no sign of an awakened martial spirit, let alone any soul power. This was sheer brute strength. The boy, equally bewildered, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden intrusion. He merely sensed someone tugging at his pouch and instinctively pulled back, resulting in the stranger sprawled on the ground. Their eyes met in an awkward standoff. After a few breaths, the boy seemed to comprehend the situation, a playful expression emerging on his face, while Xiao Gao wore a smile more akin to a grimace. There was no escape now in the brief moment that had transpired. Onlookers had already gathered around, and unless Xiao Gao could fly, he was doomed. He understood that today, his little escapade had come to an unfortunate end. Meanwhile, the boy turned his gaze toward Xiao Gao, his expression devoid of the innocence typical of a child unacquainted with the world's harsh realities. With a playful yet mocking demeanor, he inquired, "You're from out of town, aren't you?" Gulpy. Xiao Gao struggled to swallow, hastily nodding in affirmation. For reasons unknown, Xiao Gao had an unsettling premonition that this young boy was on the verge of committing an act of extreme cruelty. As it turned out, Xiao Gao's intuition was indeed correct. The boy extended his delicate little hand, seizing a handful of Xiao Gao's hair, and with a cheerful laugh proclaimed, "I knew it." In the next instant, the boy forcefully slammed Xiao Gao's head against the ground, resulting in a dull thud and a gruesome sight. Xiao Gao did not perish. The boy merely knocked out a row of his teeth. Having accomplished this, the boy nonchalantly turned and walked away, while the onlookers instinctively parted to grant him passage, leaving behind only a wretched little thief, who clutched his mouth in despair. Chapter 2. Yun Zheng. As the boy departed, he paid little heed to the thief who had attempted to pilfer his belongings. The fate that awaited the thief was of no concern to him. In summary, the thief's effort to steal his bag resulted in the boy shattering a row of the thief's teeth. The matter settled. An ordinary person devoid of any spiritual strength was simply not worthy of the boy's remembrance. To the boy, the thief was merely a transient figure in his life. Once they parted ways today, they would never meet again, much like the 99% of the inhabitants within the city of Augu, who would also be mere passers-by in the boy's existence, that he would not make a concerted effort to befriend them, nor would he extend kindness to anyone. He would merely exist until the day he departed from August City. Such was the simplicity of it all. In the boy's eyes, the people of August City were overwhelmingly mediocre, destined to be left behind in his wake. This was not a matter of youthful arrogance. Rather, the boy was acutely aware that he existed in a realm far removed from that of the vast majority within August City. In fact, he might assert that this applied to all the inhabitants of August City, save for one individual with whom he had previously forged a connection. Thus, the vast majority was a more fitting description. However, it was precisely that person who had contributed to the boy's nearly pathological mindset. The boy's name was Yun Zheng, an endearing figure of a traveler. Unlike many predecessors who traversed dimensions, Yun Zheng found himself in a foreign land without family or identity, was a complete outsider. Before his arrival in this realm, Yun Zheng was merely a 20-year-old university student, but inexplicably, he had transformed into an infant upon his arrival here. Yun Zheng was unclear about the specifics of this transformation, but it is worth noting that, despite his infantile form, his strength had not diminished. He retained the vigor of a 20-year-old from his previous life. This could be considered a fortunate aspect of his transmigration. It is well understood that the disparity in strength between an infant and an adult is staggering, often hundreds of times greater. The fact that Yun Zheng was able to carry over the strength of his former self meant that, as his body gradually matured, his power would amplify exponentially, potentially culminating in a strength that could be deemed superhuman. This was the very reason why Yun Zheng was capable of intimidating the little thief with his youthful physique. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that possessing strength does not guarantee one's safety. Although Yun Zheng traversed into this realm with the vigor of his former life, his corporeal form had undeniably reverted to that of an infant. With diminutive arms and legs, even the simple act of walking posed a challenge. The frail constitution of an infant could hardly withstand the exertion of excessive power. The bones of a newborn remain undeveloped. Should Yun Zheng dare to engage in any extraordinary actions during this vulnerable phase, he would likely become the first traveler to perish under the weight of his own strength. During that period, Yun Zheng experienced considerable trepidation, transcending to a foreign world, grappling with a language barrier and hindered by his physical limitations rendered mere survival a daunting task. The Douluo Continent was far from the world Yun Zheng had known, particularly in a backward town like Augu City, where benevolent souls willing to care for an abandoned child were scarce. Ordinary people were struggling to feed themselves. The notion of nurturing an additional child was not only improbable, but fraught with uncertainty regarding whether this discarded child bore any afflictions. While soul masters had the capacity to care for Yun Zheng, they were predominantly desensitized to the cycle of life and death. Possessing innate soul power, their motivations were often driven by self-interest. Only children endowed with innate soul power held any promise for cultivation. A child like Yun Zheng, casually discarded, was likely born to ordinary parents, thus lacking exceptional talent. Soul masters would not expend their efforts on such fruitless endeavors. Reality often unfolds in such a manner. In times of scarcity, the weak are abundant. In grand cities like Tiando City and Xinghua City, soul masters might exhibit a more egalitarian outlook, but within the confines of a small town like Augu City, they often regarded ordinary folk with disdain, viewing them as mere monkeys. Reflecting upon this, Yun Zheng could empathize with their perspective. In an era marked by inadequate productivity, the struggles of the lower classes were invariably steeped in tragedy, imbued with an accompanying darkness. This darkness-laden despair was, for Yun Zheng, a harbinger of hopelessness. Fortunately, fate did not forsake him entirely. Yun Zheng was ultimately rescued by a kind-hearted soul. This savior was an elderly beggar who, despite his own afflictions, felt compassion for Yun Zheng and bore no fear of any potential maladies the infant might possess. The beggar, burdened with his own ailments, did not ponder whether he could adequately provide for Yun Zheng. As long as he had a morsel of food, so too would Yun Zheng. Their survival hinged on the whims of destiny. The beggar was not a benevolent saint, nor did he offer Yun Zheng any particular tenderness. Most, he sheltered the child from the elements and shared whatever scraps he could procure, often only allowing Yun Zheng a meager portion. He paid little heed to whether the child was satisfied, as Yun Zheng's misfortune had led him to be taken in by an old beggar. Regardless, Yun Zheng felt a familial warmth emanating from the beggar. In times of utter destitution, one is often most susceptible to the stirrings of the heart. Yet, in the 4th year of Yun Zheng's sojourn in this new world, the old beggar passed away that a most ordinary death, devoid of bitter enmities or poignant last words, befell the old beggar, whose life of wandering had left him with numerous ailments. As the years passed, these afflictions culminated in a single, harsh winter, ultimately leading to his demise upon the streets in the early hours of the morning. On the day of the old beggar's passing, Yun Zheng felt a deep sorrow. He was not surprised by the beggar's death. Even the beggar himself had long anticipated this fate. Both Yun Zheng and the old beggar were prepared for this eventuality. Yet, Yun Zheng harbored a tinge of regret, reflecting on his past life, wishing he had acquired knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He did not aspire to become a national healer, but the ability to treat common ailments like colds would have sufficed, at least sparing the old beggar a more painful end. With a heavy heart, Yun Zheng set the old beggar's body aflame, collecting the ashes and placing them gently into a box. The old beggar had once revealed to Yun Zheng that he was born in a frigid and desolate northern land, unable to endure the harshness and poverty of that place. He chose a life of wandering. Yet, he expressed a desire for his ashes to be returned to that desolate home upon his passing. Should Yun Zheng have the heart to do so? Yun Zheng took this to heart. Fortunately, at the tender age of 4, he had begun to harness some of his own strength. No longer as vulnerable as in his infancy, he could sustain himself without much difficulty. In the continent of Douluo, there exists no law to protect minors. Many merchants are eager to employ strong children like Yun Zheng, offering them meager wages for tasks that demand more labor than those required of adults. Moreover, the innocent appearance of children often proves deceptive, enticing more customers into their establishments. Thus, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, not all merchants are devoid of integrity. Some treat Yun Zheng with genuine kindness. Yet he has already erected walls around his heart. The old beggar's fate has deepened Yun Zheng's fear of loss, leading him to conclude, albeit rather untrustworthily, that the best way to avoid loss is never to possess. This notion arises from the mediocrity of the people in the city of Agu. Even if Yun Zheng were to openly share his heart and engage honestly with everyone, as he grows stronger, they would merely become burdens to him, and he would transform into a distant cloud, forever out of their reach. It is a lamentable yet stark reality, reminiscent of the old adage regarding social standing and compatibility from his past life. Yun Zheng is reluctant to invest too much emotion in a future that is destined for separation. Rather than inviting needless sorrow in the days to come, he prefers to embrace a more solitary existence. As for Yun Zheng's unwavering confidence in his eventual success, it is not born of blind self-assurance, but rather stems from the indispensable golden finger that nearly every transmigrator possesses. Yun Zheng's golden finger is a bead, which is also the very culprit behind his traverse. If Yun Zheng were to reflect on it, he would admit that he should never have succumbed to his curiosity and wandered into that antique market. Not only did he end up being swindled out of a substantial sum of money, but he also inadvertently transported himself to the Douluo Continent. Yun Zheng was completely unaware of the origins of that peculiar orb. Having yet to engage in any form of cultivation, he certainly could not hope to refine it. The orb, rather arrogantly, lay dormant within Yun Zheng's consciousness after transporting him to this world. For a considerable period, Yun Zheng was even oblivious to its existence. However, when he turned 3, the orb unexpectedly emitted a wave of ethereal energy, permeating his being. In that moment, a voice whispered to him, revealing that he possessed an extraordinary martial spirit. An ultimate martial spirit, regardless of its attribute, was undoubtedly the pinnacle of powerful martial spirits. The orb unleashed its potency for the second time just a few days ago, coinciding with Yun Zheng's 6th birthday. Once again, the mystical aura spread, and this time it bestowed upon him a divine ring, a gift from the heavens, waiting for Yun Zheng's martial spirit to awaken before he could claim it. What exactly was a divine ring? Frankly, Yun Zheng had no comprehension of it. Yet, the orb's 2 manifestations had allowed him to discern some patterns. In essence, the orb served as his golden finger, likely granting him an advantageous power every 3 years. It was precisely this extraordinary boon that instilled such confidence in Yun Zheng, although he was unaware of the true nature of the divine ring. The fact that he began with an ultimate martial spirit made him feel no less significant than those illustrious prodigies. It is worth mentioning that Yun Zheng harbored strong opinions regarding the physical attributes of the indigenous people of Douluo Continent. He could not fathom how, being of the same species, such vast differences could exist. Why were the children of Douluo Continent so towering? A 5 or 6-year-old could match the height of an 8 or 9-year-old from his previous life. And it was not uncommon for 12 or 13-year-olds to reach heights of 1 meter 60 or 70. This made him, a newcomer from Earth, appear remarkably diminutive among his peers. To be fair, at 6 years old, Yun Zheng stood at approximately 1 meter 10, which was considered normal on Earth. However, in Douluo Continent, 6-year-olds were already soaring past 1 meter 30 or 40. In stark contrast, Yun Zheng found himself to be quite the little one, often mistaken for a 4 or 5-year-old child. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel a surge of resentment. This was undoubtedly a bias of the other world against Earthlings. With a deep sigh, Yun Zheng reassured himself, "Do not be disheartened. In my previous life, I was a handsome young man standing at 1 meter 80. Those who come after shall surpass, so I need not fear my stature." For now, the priority was to awaken his martial spirit. As the spirit hall only granted such awakenings every 6 months, missing today would mean waiting another half-year. Yet, he pondered, what truly was the attribute of this so-called ultimate martial spirit? Personally, he favored the lightning attribute. It exuded a commanding presence. Chapter 3, The Awakening of the Martial Spirit. Upon his initial arrival in this new realm, Yun Zheng had no understanding of the world into which he had been thrust. Truthfully, if it were merely an ancient world devoid of extraordinary powers, he would have had no desire to traverse dimensions. Imagine a society where productivity fails to meet the basic needs of life, and Yun Zheng recklessly ventures into such a realm. What benefits could he possibly reap? It is inconceivable. Yun Zheng possesses the self-awareness to recognize that if he were to traverse back to the eras of the Ming and Qing dynasties, he would, within a month, find himself in dire straits. Not to mention his utter lack of practical skills or agricultural knowledge. Even the most unassuming farmer would deem him inept. The rigid constraints of the feudal system would undoubtedly drive him to madness. Should misfortune strike and he encounter a literary inquisition, he might find himself silenced after uttering only a few words, dragged away to face execution. The only exception to this grim fate would be if he were to be reborn as a nobleman. However, Yun Zheng is but an ordinary individual, rendering that scenario implausible. Fortunately, the peculiar orb that facilitated his journey, while unreliable, was not entirely absurd. Upon his first encounter with martial souls and spirit rings, he realized the nature of the world he had entered. If this indeed were the Douluo Continent, Yun Zheng could at least find solace in his familiarity with it, sparing him from complete bewilderment. Yun Zheng has perused the original work of Douluo Continent and has once envisioned this enigmatic world, at least possessing a general understanding of its cosmology. Soul masters, soul beasts, soul power, martial souls, and soul rings. These are the eternal themes of this realm. At the tender age of 3, he was bestowed with an ultimate martial soul by a certain orb. During that time, Yun Zheng pondered whether he had inadvertently traversed into the era of Do Air, for the ultimate martial soul emerged only after that period. Yet, the nearly elusive soul guidance devices in daily life, along with the sporadic mentions of the martial soul hall, incessantly reminded Yun Zheng that he was still in the age of Doi. At the very least, the martial soul hall had not yet transformed into the martial soul empire. As for the precise period, Yun Zheng remained oblivious. Such lofty matters were beyond his current grasp. Nevertheless, being in Douluo Continent, the awakening of one's martial soul at the age of 6 is an indispensable rite of passage. It can be said that nearly everyone undergoes a classification at this age. Those with higher innate soul power possess stronger martial souls, naturally paving the way for a more illustrious future. The reason for the careful wording of nearly rather than all is solely to account for that extraordinary individual who defied fate a millennium later. Beginning with an innate soul power of merely 1, he ascended to divinity, serving as a quintessential example of altering one's destiny. Fortunately, Yun Zheng's initiation was not so arduous, thanks to that unreliable orb granting him an ultimate martial soul. Otherwise, as a denizen of Earth, he would have been left in uncertainty regarding his own martial soul. Arriving in Douluo Continent only to find himself devoid of a martial soul would indeed be a most egregious jest. With a sense of relief, Yun Zheng made his way to the branch hall of the Martial Soul Hall in the city of Ogu. Regardless of the role the Martial Soul Hall plays in Douluo Continent, When it comes to action rather than intention, it has undoubtedly accomplished some tangible deeds. Although their true objective is to recruit exceptional talents from all corners of the world, they have indeed spared no effort in assisting countless commoners in awakening their martial souls. While they have garnered support from the two great empires to attract soul masters beneath the Soul Sect, they have not embezzled a single soul coin. What belongs to whom remains intact. Though the Spirit Hall harbors ambitious aspirations, it is undeniable that its existence has indeed propelled the development of the continent. Unfortunately, with the burgeoning power, the higher echelons of the Spirit Hall have begun to foster corruption, which may gradually erode the public trust that the Spirit Hall has painstakingly garnered. That female pope is rather erratic, her actions driven by impatience, compounded by the Spirit Hall's domineering conduct, which has incited the collective outrage of soul masters across the land. Ultimately, their united opposition will prove fruitless. After a moment of bewilderment, Yun Zheng shook his head vigorously, casting aside thoughts that were not meant for him to ponder at present. He then strode confidently into the Spirit Hall branch before him. There are a couple of days each year when the Spirit Hall branch in August City permits unrestricted entry, thus no one hindered Yun Zheng's passage. Though he appeared to be no older than 6, it is natural for a child to harbor curiosity about the awakening of martial souls. And the Spirit Hall personnel would not be so petty as to quibble with a young child. Before Yun Zheng, 9 other children awaited their turn, each accompanied by their parents, while he stood alone. Yun Zheng, however, held no particular thoughts on the matter. Yet the parents in front of him were acutely aware of his presence. Some remarked upon Yun Zheng's appearance, finding him charming and adorable, his youthful countenance bearing an air of composure that rendered him even more endearing. Others speculated that he must have sneaked in, as he hardly resembled a mere 6-year-old. A few recognized him and discreetly pondered what type of martial spirit he might awaken and the level of innate soul power he possessed. The city of Ogu was neither too large nor too small, making it unlikely for everyone to be familiar with Yun Zheng. However, a child as extraordinary as he was bound to attract attention, independent, precocious, exquisitely featured, and endowed with innate strength, he could easily be remembered after just a glance. Those who knew Yun Zheng believed it was inevitable that he would become a soul master, after all. It would be profoundly unjust for a talent like his to lack innate soul power. It was a pity that Yun Zheng had been taken in by an old beggar. Many in Ogu had mused that had they been the ones to rescue him, their later years would have been filled with comfort and ease. The murmurs surrounding him reached Yun Zheng's ears without omission, yet he did not lift his eyelids even once. As he often stated, he had closed himself off from these mundane individuals, remaining unaffected by their opinions, be they flattering or disparaging. Of course, this was under the condition that their comments did not cross a line. If they were akin to the previous little thief, Yun Zheng would still relish in teaching them a lesson. Returning to the matter at hand, as time gradually elapsed, the 9 children before him completed their martial spirit awakenings one by one. Among them, 7 possessed no innate soul power whatsoever, rendering them unqualified to become soul masters. One had a level 1 innate soul power, and another a level 3 innate soul power, both belonging to the category of limited potential. Aside from the slight disappointment etched on the faces of a few parents and children, the personnel from the Martial Spirit Hall exhibited no surprise. As if they had long since grown accustomed to such outcomes, their expressions remaining apathetic, devoid of even disappointment. After all, coming away empty-handed was the norm. Those assigned to the Martial Spirit Hall in Ogu were either individuals who had fallen out of favor with their superiors or were merely seeking a quiet retirement, harboring no hopes of discovering any extraordinary talents to elevate their own positions. Following the 9, it was Yun Zheng's turn. Yun Zheng approached the soul master who was awakening her martial soul with grace, sweetly exclaiming, "Hello, sister." The one responsible for this generation's martial soul awakening was a middle-aged woman. From the process of awakening, Yun Zheng discerned that she was a soul zone. Though her precise rank remained uncertain, and her martial soul manifested as a vibrant red flower, the choice to address her as sister rather than aunt was purely a rational decision. Yun Zheng had closed off his heart, but not his intellect. Sometimes a touch of sweetness in speech could avert numerous troubles and even yield unexpected rewards. This was not the first time Yun Zheng had employed such tactics. In previous endeavors, while working for others, he would often charm older sisters into granting him a bit more gratuity, wielding this secret weapon to great effect. Given Yun Zheng's innate advantages, he was always successful. In summary, Yun Zheng had become quite the habitual offender. The outcome proved his strategy effective. Upon seeing Yun Zheng's innocent and healing smile, the woman broke into a smile for the first time, crouching down to pinch his cheek and, in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, asked, Little brother, tell sister. How did you manage to sneak in? Once again, Yun Zheng was mistaken for someone under the age of 6. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng could not help but let out a sigh, breaking free from the woman's grasp with reluctance and indignantly retorting, I did not sneak in. I am here to awaken my martial soul. Unfortunately, his demeanor evidently failed to intimidate the woman before him. She gently patted Yun Zheng's head and said, Very well. Very well. However, dear little brother, it seems that this year, I won't be able to assist you in awakening your martial soul. Perhaps we can try again next year? I would personally help you awaken your martial soul then, if that pleases you. In a moment of urgency, Yun Zheng found himself distressed at the thought of being hindered for an entire year due to his height and appearance. The mere notion brought him to the brink of tears. With this in mind, he hastily exclaimed, Sister, please do not regard me as a mere child. I am truly 6 years old. If you doubt me, feel free to assess my bone age. However, this time, Yun Zheng miscalculated. The woman was merely a soul master, incapable of discerning anything regarding bone age. Yet, she would never admit her ignorance in front of a child. After a brief pause, she smiled brightly and replied, All right, all right. Sister understands. Her response was undeniably perfunctory. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng could only smile bitterly, pondering whether this was indeed the malice of the world's will towards those of lesser stature. Fortunately, at that very moment, a father standing behind Yun Zheng, unable to bear the sight any longer, spoke up. This father was acquainted with Yun Zheng and was well aware of his true age. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected. Soul Master, this child, he is truly 6 years old. He merely had a poor diet in his early years, which is why he is somewhat shorter and more delicate than his peers. The father, however, did not intend to assist Yun Zheng. Rather, he wished to prolong the entanglement with the Soul Master woman, unaware of when it would be his own child's turn. How dare you call him small? Your entire family is diminutive. What of it if he is shorter? Am I eating your family's rice? Upon hearing these words, Yun Zheng inwardly cursed twice and shot a resentful glare at the father, leaving him bewildered. Meanwhile, the woman, upon hearing his words, glanced at the accompanying disciples. Among them was one who recognized Yun Zheng and nodded towards the woman. Enlightened, she noticed the indignation etched on Yun Zheng's small face, mistaking it for a personal grievance. She hastily apologized. Sister was wrong. Come, I shall assist you in awakening your martial soul now. It must be noted that regardless of the world, those who possess striking appearances often find the challenges less daunting. Were it not for Yun Zheng's delicate and charming visage, how could a distinguished soul sage deign to apologize to him? On the other side, upon hearing the phrase martial soul awakening, Yun Zheng swiftly cast aside his prior displeasure. It was of little consequence to quarrel. The awakening of his martial soul was of utmost importance. Chapter 4, Bow and Arrow, Frost Sky Feather. In truth, the process of martial soul awakening is not a particularly arcane or arduous task, as long as one possesses a soul power exceeding level 20, a soul master, with the aid of a soul power crystal, can typically facilitate the awakening of a 6-year-old child's martial soul. The most precious item in this context is undoubtedly the soul power crystal. While it may not be commonplace, with a modicum of effort, one can indeed procure it. It is not an exceedingly rare commodity. This implies that martial soul awakening does not necessarily require the involvement of the martial soul hall. It can be accomplished at home with the assistance of a trusted soul master. However, such actions are strictly prohibited by the martial soul hall. Why does the martial soul hall invest such considerable effort in aiding countless commoners across the continent to awaken their martial souls? Surely, it cannot be merely for charitable purposes. In its inception, the martial soul hall may have genuinely aimed to foster the continent's development, yet as time has passed, that original intention has long been forsaken. The hall's continued assistance in awakening the martial souls of commoners year after year serves merely to identify promising talents to join the martial soul hall, thereby enriching its foundation. After all, if the martial soul hall were to exist solely as a church, relying on its unevenly skilled disciples, how could it possibly discover so many prodigies? Are they not all unearthed from among the common folk? It is precisely for this reason that the Spirit Hall firmly holds the power to awaken martial souls for all living beings. However, not everyone will submit. For instance, the 3 upper clans and the direct descendants of the 2 great empires. Should the 3 upper clans and the royal lineages of the 2 empires so desire, the Spirit Hall would be more than willing to assist in the awakening of martial souls for their progeny. Admittedly, the Spirit Hall cannot lure away these talented individuals from their clans, yet it can certainly gather intelligence and gain insight into the gifted among these families, thus ensuring its own advantage. Nevertheless, The three upper clans and the two great empires are not foolish. They readily perceive the predatory ambitions of the Spirit Hall. Consequently, the Spirit Hall cannot interfere in the awakening ceremonies of the younger generation. The Spirit Hall also has no intention of cornering itself, as the information at stake is merely supplementary and can be acquired through alternative means if desired. Returning to the matter at hand. Regardless of the intricate power plays surrounding the martial soul awakening ceremonies on the Douluo Continent, they bear no relevance to Yun Zheng at present. He does not know any soul masters willing to assist him in awakening his martial soul. Apart from the Spirit Hall, what options does he have? At the very least, the credibility of the Spirit Hall in this regard remains quite high. Guided by a female soul master, Yun Zheng approached the crystal of soul power. To be honest, he felt somewhat anxious at this moment. Indeed, he possessed an exceptional martial soul, yet he was uncertain whether he had innate soul power. Those who know their own circumstances best are often their own kin, and he, having crossed over, was not necessarily endowed with such talent. However, even without innate soul power, it would not pose a problem for Yun Zheng. The pearl within his sea of consciousness provided him ample confidence. Since that pearl could grant him a martial soul, it surely could bestow him with soul power as well. Furthermore, his subconscious assured him that he indeed possessed innate soul power. Nonetheless, despite his inner confidence, the tension remained palpable. The female soul master noticed Yun Zheng's unease, smiled gently, and patiently said to him, "Little brother, extend your hand to your sister." Yun Zheng, adhering to her words, extended his right hand and placed it in the palm of the female soul master. Subsequently, he heard her speak. "Next, dear one, I shall enter your body. Do not fear. This process is quite pleasant. I will assist you in guiding the power within you to the surface." Upon hearing these words, Yun Zheng's clear eyes widened in astonishment, silently questioning, "Andy, what are you uttering such outrageous words for?" However, at that moment, the soul master's energy had already coursed through Yun Zheng's palm and entered his body, bringing with it a refreshing sensation that was indeed quite pleasant. Soon after, the energy from the female soul master began to stir Yun Zheng's dantian, as a seed of soul power descended, emanating an intense chill that gradually spread outward from him. Meanwhile, the female soul master could not help but furrow her brow. It was evident that Yun Zheng had only just awakened his martial spirit, and even that was not yet fully realized, yet the cold air emanating from him was already palpable. Yun Zheng's martial soul must undoubtedly be formidable. Upon this realization, the female soul master felt a surge of excitement, recognizing that she might be encountering the so-called genius of the common folk. She exerted herself even more to channel her soul power, invigorating the gradually awakening martial soul within Yun Zheng. As a result of her diligent efforts, a shimmering azure light began to rise from Yun Zheng's petite form. In that moment, Yun Zheng harbored no thoughts, instinctively extending his hands, allowing the radiant essence to settle into his grasp effortlessly. At this juncture, the female soul master exhaled deeply, retracting her own soul power. A hint of fatigue crossing her features. Awakening a martial soul in Yun Zheng alone was far more exhausting than the combined efforts of the previous 9 individuals. The chilling aura that enveloped her had left her flustered, and she had to ensure the successful awakening without causing harm to Yun Zheng, leaving her utterly spent. However, the outcome was gratifying. She had personally awakened a potent ice attribute martial soul, a significant milestone in her life. As Yun Zheng's martial soul manifested, a delicate layer of frost formed beneath him and the female soul master. The martial soul took the form of an exquisitely crafted ice bow, resplendent yet understated, its translucent azure hue sparkling like crystal. The bow resembled a pair of frost-winged appendages, with the tail hinting at feather-like shapes, flowing and natural. The slender yet resilient bow body and the snow-white bowstring resembled a work of art. This bow deserved to be enshrined in the Royal Museum of the Tiando Empire, rather than merely existing as a martial soul. With Yun Zheng holding the bow, it seemed to harmonize perfectly with him, imbuing him with an ethereal presence, akin to a sprite from a dream. Frost Sky Feather. As the onlookers stood in astonishment, Yun Zheng gazed silently at the ice bow in his hands, softly murmuring, "Is this your name? Ultimate Ice. How splendid. Ultimate Ice, bow and arrow, Frost Sky Feather." This was Yun Zheng's martial soul. Although it was not his ideal Ultimate Thunder, the Ultimate Ice was still a powerful attribute, and Yun Zheng felt no dissatisfaction. There was no dual martial soul, nor was it an accompanying martial soul. It was simply a singular martial soul, an integration of bow and arrow, with the ice bow manifesting externally and the ice arrow concealed within. What is the name of this ice bow? After a few breaths, The onlookers regained their composure, and the female soul master inquired of Yun Zheng. Frost Skyfeather. Its name is Frost Skyfeather. Yun Zheng did not conceal the name of his martial soul, stating it plainly, just a name, nothing of great significance. Upon hearing this name, the female soul master furrowed her brow, mulling over it several times before murmuring. An undocumented martial soul, a mutated martial soul, perhaps? It was no surprise that she reacted this way. Mutated martial souls were notoriously unstable, with potential outcomes that varied widely. While some martial souls could mutate positively, many would veer towards adverse transformations, resulting in bizarre and unpredictable forms. With instances of true dragons transforming into swine not being unheard of. Similarly, while Yun Zheng's martial soul exhibited formidable prowess upon awakening, its capabilities may not necessarily be commensurate with its grand unveiling. There exists a possibility that it is merely an exquisite artifact, a superficial facade, or perhaps entirely devoid of innate soul power. As a mutated martial soul, any of these scenarios could unfold. Sister, may I assess my innate soul power? Yun Zheng, oblivious to the thoughts of the female soul master and indifferent to them, is solely eager to discern the true extent of his cultivation aptitude. It was only when Yun Zheng prompted her that the female soul master emerged from her reverie, nodding vacantly before handing the soul power crystal to him, advising, "Place both hands upon it and endeavor to awaken your martial soul. Thereafter, it will reveal to you the measure of your innate soul power." Yun Zheng nodded obediently, eagerly pressing his hands upon the soul power crystal. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Yun Zheng, as if witnessing a miracle. This display was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary innate soul power of the 3rd or 4th rank. It was at least of the 7th rank or higher. An astonishing 5 rank. It was almost at the threshold of a 9th rank innate soul power. Such formidable talent. The female soul master was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment, her eyes betraying her shock. With such talent, if fate did not intervene, he was undoubtedly destined to become a titled Douluo in the future. However, the awe in the female soul master's eyes soon transformed into hesitation, which then morphed into a sense of regret and acceptance. With a bitter smile, she mused, such heavy soul power, clearly only at the 8th rank, yet the quality of the soul power has already surpassed that of my auxiliary soul master. It is both a blessing and a curse. This weighty soul power will undoubtedly present numerous challenges in cultivation, significantly slowing the pace of advancement. It is likely that this innate soul power, nearing the 9th rank, will progress more slowly than that of an innate soul power of the 4th or 5th rank. Burdened by such heaviness. Alas, is it fair to say that it is indeed a variant martial soul? The female soul master could never have anticipated that Yun Zheng's mutated martial soul would ultimately bear adverse effects. Yun Zheng possesses an exceptionally high-quality martial soul, a fact that even the female soul master can perceive. Should that chilling essence erupt in its entirety, even she, a soul reverend, would have to concede some ground. Furthermore, Yun Zheng boasts innate soul power reaching an impressive level of 8.5, indicating that this icebow, known as Frost Skyfeather, is far from being a mere fade. His innate talents are remarkable. Such an innate soul power level surpasses that of at least 99% of soul masters on the continent. However, the female soul master did not anticipate that Yun Zheng would be metaphorically stabbed in the back by the quality of his own soul power. A slightly elevated quality of soul power is not inherently detrimental. In fact, in many respects, it is something that numerous battle soul masters covet. Typically, battle soul masters possess slightly superior soul power quality compared to their supportive counterparts, enabling them to unleash a more formidable force during combat. Yet, as with all things, moderation is key. While a marginally higher soul power quality can be beneficial, excessive elevation is perilous. In Yun Zheng's case, the quality of his soul power exceeds his cultivation level by a considerable margin, rendering it a misfortune that all soul masters would prefer to avoid. In brief, it becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate. As the dim light gradually dissipated, Yun Zheng emerged from his daze, a visible expression of delight illuminating his youthful visage. Although an innate soul power of 8.5 is not the maximum possible, Yun Zheng felt a sense of fulfillment. The original narrative from his previous life merely stipulated that a twin martial soul must inherently possess maximum innate soul power, leaving the specifics regarding the innate soul power of an ultimate martial soul rather ambiguous. After all, the ultimate martial soul only made an appearance in the 2nd chapter, which commenced with the 12-year-old Huogua, bypassing the stage of martial soul awakening entirely. Nevertheless, Yun Zheng still harbored the belief that an ultimate martial soul should indeed be accompanied by maximum innate soul power. He speculated that his lack of maximum innate soul power was solely due to the peculiar orb. The orb granted him the ultimate martial soul but did not bestow the corresponding innate soul power. Thus, this 8.5 level of innate soul power is entirely his own. Reflecting on this, a wry smile crept upon Yun Zheng's face. In this era, others may not fully grasp the concept of an ultimate martial soul, yet Yun Zheng understood it intimately. Cultivating an ultimate martial soul with an innate soul power of only 8.5 is akin to attempting to stir a vast cauldron with a mere toothpick, an arduous endeavor indeed. Little brother, would you be willing to join the martial soul hall? At that moment, the female soul master approached and gently inquired of Yun Zheng. Undoubtedly, she perceived the side effects of his anomalous martial soul. Yet it is undeniable that both the quality of Yun Zheng's martial soul and his cultivation talent are of the highest caliber. The Martial Soul Hall, with its aim of awakening martial souls for the common people, seeks to gather the world's elite talents. How could they possibly overlook a prodigy like Yun Zheng? Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hesitation. The allure of the Spirit Hall was something he had anticipated, yet, to be candid, he harbored little desire to join it. Although in his previous life he had perused numerous tales of predecessors who traversed into this realm, most of whom eagerly embraced the Spirit Hall for a myriad of reasons, the underlying truth was often a mere fascination with Qian Rinxue, Hu Liina, and Bibi Dong. Indeed, beauty captivates all, and Yun Zheng was no exception. However, he recognized the necessity of distinguishing between fiction and reality. Having genuinely crossed over, the myriad experiences he had endured incessantly reminded him that reality seldom mirrored the ease and splendor depicted in novels. He had to contemplate far more pragmatic issues. Foremost among his concerns was whether he would be welcomed in the Spirit Hall. Where there are people, there exists strife. And the mid to upper echelons of the Spirit Hall were rife with internal competition. Should Yun Zheng truly venture into the Spirit Hall, it was highly probable that he would not encounter those three women for an extended period. The harsh truth was that even Hu Liina had undergone rigorous selection before being accepted as Bibi Dong's disciple. With his mere 8.5 innate spirit power, the notion that he could simply waltz into the Spirit Hall and be taken under Bibi Dong's wing to embark on an embarrassing mentor-student relationship was utterly absurd. Even if Yun Zheng were to lose his senses, he would recognize the improbability of such an event. Thus, even while contemplating from a less rational standpoint, he had to deliberate thoroughly. Next, there were the intrinsic issues of the Spirit Hall itself. To speak candidly, apart from those three women, what else could the Spirit Hall offer? Was it its villainous portrayal in the original narrative, its domineering conduct, or its future as a universally detested entity? The only aspect that could stir Yun Zheng's interest was the vast reservoir of knowledge regarding spirit masters that the Spirit Hall possessed. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that Yun Zheng, lacking both status and strength, had no grounds to access such knowledge. Even more troubling was his uncertainty about the current timeline. If he were to discover that he was not in the original time frame upon entering the Spirit Hall and found no familiar faces, all his prior knowledge would become futile, leaving him utterly lost. How could someone with no workplace experience navigate the complexities of the Spirit Hall? Was he reluctant? Observing the hesitation in Yun Zheng's eyes, the female spirit master offered a gentle smile and inquired softly. Although he was indeed unwilling at heart, Yun Zheng did not wish to reject her outright. Instead, he decided to leverage his advantage, feigning a sorrowful expression, and said in a soft tone, "Sister, where is the Spirit Hall? I have heard it is in a very distant place," implicitly suggesting that it was too far to consider going. To Yun Zheng's surprise, in response to his subtle rejection, the female spirit master merely nodded lightly and replied, "Very well then. The Spirit City is indeed quite distant from the ancient city, so it is entirely understandable that the young boy is reluctant to venture there. However, the gates of the Spirit Hall will always remain open to you." As she spoke, the female spirit master seemed to recall something, affectionately pinching Yun Zheng's little face. And with a smile, she added, "By the way, little brother, should you ever encounter any insurmountable problems, do not hesitate to seek out your sister. This is what one might call an unexpected gain." Unbeknownst to him, Yun Zheng has inadvertently acquired the support of a soul master from the Spirit Hall, a soul zone, as a formidable ally, although he does not place much significance on this backing, perhaps never intending to utilize it. The price he paid was minimal, merely a few sweetly spoken words of sisterly address. However, at this moment, Yun Zheng finds himself devoid of the inclination to ponder the underlying intimacy suggested by the words of the female soul master, He merely gazes at her in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend her readiness to relinquish her position so readily. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Yun Zheng finds solace in understanding the situation. The Spirit Hall has a stipulation. By recommending a prodigious talent, one can attain a promotion or financial reward. The definition of a prodigy is a child with innate soul power exceeding level 6, and Yun Zheng possesses an innate soul power of 8.5, clearly qualifying him as a prodigy. However, for the female soul master before him, neither a promotion nor a financial incentive appears to hold any allure for the soul masters in Abu City. They are either seeking retirement or have offended higher authorities and been exiled here. Yun Zheng remains unaware of the particular circumstances surrounding the female soul master. Yet it is evident that she possesses self-awareness. The female soul master is acutely cognizant of her own situation as an auxiliary soul zone. Her ascent to the position of branch leader in Abu City represents her utmost limit. Further advancement would serve no purpose. For the misalignment of virtue and position is a grave concern. Given her slight stature, any elevation would only result in being devoured by others. While financial rewards may hold some significance, Abu City is situated in insurmountable distance from the Spirit City. By the time such rewards are distributed, they will have undergone countless exploitations, leaving her with mere crumbs, a stroke of fortune indeed. Thus, for the sake of such meager rewards, it is exceedingly difficult to expect the female soul master to wholeheartedly assist the Spirit Hall. Contemplating this, Yun Zheng breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, in this instance, he has overlooked a crucial detail. He knows one aspect, but remains oblivious to another. Indeed, the thoughts of Yun Zheng reflect one of the reasons why female soul masters may relinquish their aspirations. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that female soul masters have not entirely disregarded Yun Zheng's welfare. As a soul master who has languished within the Spirit Hall for the better part of her life, she is acutely aware of the treacherous nature of that institution, rife with cunning schemes and relentless rivalries. Even amongst fresh talents like Yun Zheng, competition and comparison abound. Were Yun Zheng to be a conventional genius, it might be a different story. With innate soul power at the 8th level and a top-tier frost martial spirit, he would undoubtedly stand out within the Spirit Hall. Yet, from the perspective of the female soul master, the quality of Yun Zheng's innate soul power could very well impede his cultivation speed. The Spirit Hall is a ruthless domain, one that consumes without yielding. If he fails to demonstrate sufficient value, he risks being mercilessly cast aside. Resources are not freely given, and a soul master like Yun Zheng, who cultivates at a painfully slow pace, will struggle to gain recognition, regardless of his prowess among peers. Consider this, given the same time, resources, and innate soul power. While others ascend to the ranks of soul kings and soul emperors, Yun Zheng remains stuck at the levels of soul master and soul scholar. What choice would the Spirit Hall make? The answer is glaringly apparent. Moreover, Yun Zheng is an orphan, utterly alone. Sending him into the fiercely competitive Spirit Hall seems excessively cruel. Should he rely on her, a support-type soul master whose potential has been exhausted? It is precisely this combination of factors that led the female soul master to abandon her intentions of recruiting Yun Zheng for the Spirit Hall. Were it a different scenario? With a brash and arrogant character present, dismissing others with disdain, the female soul master would hardly have been so considerate. After all, even the smallest gain is still a gain. Why would she concern herself with opinions when there is a pressing need to bind talents to the Spirit Hall? A child whose martial spirit has only just awakened, without even a soul ring, could hardly be expected to resist the authority of the Hall's disciples. In truth, the female soul master is indifferent to any potential losses. Her focus lies not on what Yun Zheng may face in the future. Human relationships are reciprocal, and self-centered individuals are rarely well-liked. During their brief interaction, Yun Zheng indeed garnered the female soul master's goodwill, awakening within her a sense of compassion for him. It must be said, while endearing oneself may be seen as somewhat ignoble, it is remarkably effective. As Yun Zheng departed from the Abu martial spirit branch, the female soul master wished to offer him several soul coins, only to be met with his polite refusal. Once again, it is essential to note that Yun Zheng addressed her as sister not as a means of flattery or to forge an alliance, but rather as a rational choice. It is permissible to use one's innate advantages to obtain minor favors in a mutually beneficial exchange, yet accepting a gift creates a debt of gratitude. The soul coins offered by the female soul master are not akin to the tips Yun Zheng had previously received. She genuinely wishes to nurture him as a younger brother. Yun Zheng was decidedly unwilling to accept his circumstances. Chapter 6. Planning. Upon returning to his modest abode, Yun Zheng collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to exhaustion. Although he referred to it as his home, it was merely a small earthen dwelling. Before the age of 4, he had roamed the streets with an old beggar, living a life of hardship and deprivation, with the sky as his canopy and the ground as his bed. These 8 simple words may sound romantic, but anyone who has truly experienced such a life understands that it merely stems from a lack of money. After turning 4, Yun Zheng managed to scrape together some funds through sheer physical strength and a knack for endearing charm. Coupled with the remnants of his architectural knowledge from his previous life, he had managed to construct a humble earthen house. Its sturdiness was of little consequence, as long as it provided shelter from the wind and rain. He felt a profound sense of contentment. Lying on his bed, Yun Zheng idly tossed his leather pouch in the air, catching it repeatedly in a monotonous rhythm. In the Douluo Continent, devoid of mobile phones or computers, the impoverished had little in the way of entertainment. Meanwhile, his mind was occupied with thoughts of future plans. A wise person considers both distant and immediate concerns, and Yun Zheng had maintained this prudent habit since his arrival in the Douluo Continent. In his previous life, he had the protection of parents and teachers, allowing him to live carefree. However, here, he found himself utterly alone, reliant solely on his own abilities, at least for the time being. The foremost issue confronting Yun Zheng was acquiring knowledge about soul masters. Knowledge is power. This adage holds true in any realm. Although he had perused the original text, he was not so arrogant as to believe that merely reading a multi-million-word novel could grant him complete insight into the world of soul masters. For instance, regarding soul beasts, he could only recall 200-year soul beasts, the mandala snake and the ghost vine, and just 2,000-year soul beasts, the human-faced demon spider and the phoenix-tailed rooster-crowned snake. As for others, he had long forgotten them. When it came to 100,000-year soul beasts, however, he was well-versed, having knowledge of nearly all such entities in the Douluo Continent. But what use was that? Until he reached the rank of soul sage, he had no desire to confront any 100,000-year soul beasts. Furthermore, he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the compatibility between martial souls and soul rings, the appropriate developmental paths for martial souls, and the collaboration among various types of soul masters. Therefore, learning was imperative. A mind devoid of knowledge could not become strong, no matter how great one's talent. A muddled mind would only lead to self-destruction. But where could he acquire this knowledge? Having rejected the Spirit Hall, Yun Zheng felt that he would likely attend Shrek Academy in the future. The Star Luo Empire was too distant, and he had no desire to traverse treacherous terrain. As for the Tiando Royal Academy, irrespective of his qualifications to enroll, the portrayal of the nobility in the original text was enough to disgust him thoroughly. Anyone born under the red flag and nurtured in the gentle spring breeze would likely harbor no fondness for those aristocrats who consider themselves superior. Among the 4 elemental academies, the Thunder, Divine Wind, and Blazing Fire Academies do not align with Yun Zheng's attributes. The only institution that resonates with him is the Heavenly Water Academy. However, as it is an all-girls school, it presents a dazzling array of beauty, accompanied by the melodious sounds of birds, which Yun Zheng yearns to experience. Yet he is not welcomed. The remaining academies leave little impression on him. In contrast, Shrek Academy emerges as an excellent choice. Firstly, its reputation for having fewer students translates to fewer disputes, alleviating Yun Zheng's concerns about petty intrigues. Secondly, Shrek Academy boasts a formidable faculty, with 3 soul saints at its helm, rivaling many other institutions. Only the 2 royal academies could possibly surpass it in terms of educational prowess. The strength of the faculty signifies profound knowledge of soul masters, and at Shrek Academy, Yun Zheng would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of learning. While the knowledge he gains may not rival that from the 2 royal academies or the Spirit Hall, by the time he graduates from Shrek Academy, he will have attained the realm of a soul master, equipped with an ultimate martial soul. He would then have ample opportunity to access more advanced soul master knowledge. Furthermore, if fortune smiles upon him, he might encounter Tang Sect during his time there, and perhaps even procure a precious immortal herb, a true treasure. Yun Zheng does not seek to cling to any powerful benefactor. Although the protagonists ultimately ascend to divinity, he does not believe that he must rely on Tang Sect to achieve the same. After all, the pearl within his sea of consciousness has already enabled him to traverse realms and evolve his martial soul to its utmost potential. Thus, it seems reasonable to assume that it will ultimately guide him to godhood as well. Yet, when he was immersed in his readings, his heart was captivated by the allure of Shrek Academy. Yun Zheng feels no need to deny his former aspirations, given the opportunity. Fulfilling a childhood dream is certainly not out of the question. In truth, Yun Zheng is not devoid of other options, such as the sections. The Elephant Armor Academy is affiliated with the Elephant Armor Sect, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is equally eager for talented individuals. Had he chosen to embrace the power of a sect, his innate gifts would likely have made him a coveted asset. However, the thought never crossed his mind. In Yun Zheng's perspective, aligning himself with a sect is far less appealing than joining the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall still possesses a future. Especially since the old villain Qian Xuanji was poisoned by Bibi Dong. The Spirit Hall is no longer solely the domain of the Angel Clan. As long as commoners demonstrate exceptional merit, they too can ascend to high positions, even claiming the Pope's throne, like Hulaina, who may one day seize her own destiny. In contrast, the sections. No matter how exceptionally talented Yun Zheng may be, can those sects truly allow him to occupy the position of sect master? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School bears the surname Ning, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School bears the surname Yu, and the Haoyan School bears the surname Tang. It is as simple as that. To speak bluntly, entering a sect means becoming an employee of sorts. The sect invests in training soul masters, while the soul masters exert their strength to protect the sect. Over the past few years, Yun Zheng has toiled sufficiently. And now that he has finally grasped the opportunity to take control of his own destiny, he is reluctant to relinquish the hard-won freedom that lies ahead. Having determined his future path, Yun Zheng abruptly seized the pouch he had tossed in the air, sat cross-legged, and murmured, "Since I am to attend Shrek Academy, I must diligently pursue my cultivation." The admission criterion for Shrek Academy is to achieve a soul power level of 20 before the age of 12. Yun Zheng possesses an innate soul power of 8.5. He is but a hair's breadth from breaking through to level 9. And only 11 levels remain to reach 20. Additionally, he can absorb 2 soul rings along the way, which should, in theory, not pose a significant challenge. However, the fact that his Frost Sky Feather is an ultimate ice-type martial soul complicates matters. While possessing an ultimate martial soul is indeed an advantage, the arduousness of cultivation is equally undeniable. Prior to breaking through to the Soul Sage rank, those with ultimate martial souls often find their progress slower than even that of auxiliary soul masters. Thus, to achieve the rank of Great Soul Master within 6 years, Yun Zheng must exert far greater effort than others. Yun Zheng relished the gradual process of becoming stronger, finding it far more enjoyable than his previous life of hardship and forced smiles for tips. Fortunately, in the Douluo Continent, a Soul Master-esque cultivation does not strictly require specific techniques. While these techniques can enhance a Soul Master-esque growth, they serve merely as catalysts rather than necessities. For Yun Zheng, the simple act of circulating his soul power through the great circulation within his body sufficed for his training. Had he been in the neighboring Dopa, he would have undoubtedly encountered significant obstacles at this initial stage. For 3 solid months, Yun Zheng devoted himself to cultivation within his modest earthen dwelling. Prior to awakening his martial soul, he had managed to settle all his dues, and combined with his previous savings, he had enough to sustain a comfortable living for an entire year. Indeed, with the soul coins he currently possessed, even a small family of 3 could enjoy a year of modest prosperity, though Yun Zheng would never deprive himself when it came to food and drink. He would absolutely refuse to admit that his lavish consumption was motivated by a desire to salvage his meager height. In those 3 months, Yun Zheng had only managed to break through to the 9th level, still a considerable distance from the first major milestone of becoming a soul master. He estimated that achieving the 10th level would require an additional 6 to 7 months. This was the source of his confidence. Once he reached the 10th level, he could claim a monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall, 1 golden soul coin per month, rendering his previous financial struggles a thing of the past. However, the time had come for him to emerge from his little haven. The primary Soul Master Academy in Oga City was holding enrollment today, and Yun Zheng had to attend. Although he had already decided to enroll in Shrek Academy 6 years hence, it would be wise to strengthen his foundational knowledge at the primary academy in the meantime. Admittedly, the knowledge imparted at the primary Soul Master Academy was readily available in published texts, yet self-study and formal instruction are entirely different realms. Yun Zheng had no intention of wasting precious time on self-education. With the certification from the Spirit Hall, Yun Zheng smoothly became a first-year student. His reputation preceded him. Many in Oga City, having recognized his remarkable composure and striking appearance that surpassed his peers, believed he was destined to become a soul master. Thus, It was only natural for him to attend the primary Soul Master Academy. This was merely a subjective judgment without any solid basis, likely stemming from Yun Zheng's embodiment of the idealized image of a youthful prodigy. Furthermore, as he enrolled as a self-funded student, the primary Soul Master Academy welcomed him even more enthusiastically. For a modest institution such as the Junior Soul Master Academy, the innate talents of the students hold little significance. They merely serve as a means to supply more prestigious academies with potential candidates. Should a phoenix arise from among these pupils, the academy would not bask in its glory. For it is the superior educational establishments that cultivate such excellence. They would not dare contend with the eminent academies above them. However, when it comes to students who pay their tuition, they are deemed exceptional. Who does not appreciate financial contributions? After all, even mentors must make a living. Yun Zheng was utterly indifferent to this matter. The modest tuition fees of the academy were well within his means, although he indeed qualified for a government-funded student position. He was acutely aware of the disparities in treatment between funded and self-paying students, and he had no desire to shortchange himself. Moreover, Yun Zheng harbored a distinct aversion to sharing living quarters with a boisterous group of children. However, should a sweet and gentle young lady express a willingness to share a blanket with him, he would gladly reconsider his stance. Yet, where in the world could one find such a girl? The hope of encountering a soft, innocent young girl among the government-funded students of a third-rate academy in a small town, one who is orphaned, destitute, and unable to afford even a blanket, not to mention naive enough to share a bed with someone she has known for less than a day, himself, was indeed a fanciful notion. Rather than entertain such improbable dreams, Yun Zheng would be better off joining the spirit hall, hoping to be favored by Bibi Dong as her adopted son, and subsequently arranging for both Qian Renxue and Hu Liina to be betrothed to him. The odds of such a scenario were not dissimilar, and perhaps even more favorable, given that the latter option afforded him some maneuverability, while the former was purely a flight of fancy. Returning to the main point, the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy could not possibly have only Yun Zheng as its sole student. Alongside him were over 90 peers, divided into 3 classes, with Yun Zheng placed in Class 1, the distinguished class among the 3, while termed a key class. The only distinction lay in the teacher's elevation from Great Soul Master to Soul Respect. Of course, Aogu City could not muster over 96-year-old children endowed with innate soul power, but there were nearby villages, were there not? Among those 90-plus students, only about 40 hailed from Aogu City itself. The rest were recruited from surrounding villages. Yet, Yun Zheng was indifferent to all of this, as he often reiterated. The people of Aogu City were too mediocre, their banality rendering them uninteresting to him. However, the moment he stepped into the classroom, he realized his judgment had been overly hasty. Some individuals are born to be protagonists. Even when simply seated, the gaze of others inevitably gravitates toward them. At that moment, Yun Zheng felt he had indeed encountered such a presence. She was an adorable little girl, with bright eyes and a cherubic face that was utterly charming. Quietly gazing out the window, she exuded a serene aura, and her very presence seemed to illuminate the entire classroom, transforming the atmosphere. If previously Yun Zheng had perceived only clamor and noise, now he found himself enveloped in a vibrant, youthful ambience. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose a seat beside the girl. Upon hearing the commotion nearby, she turned her head, and upon seeing Yun Zheng, she was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had ever encountered such a handsome boy. As Yun Zheng beheld the girl's visage, he discerned her undeniable charm. Her delicate, elongated hair was playfully fashioned into 2 mischievous buns, while her obsidian eyes sparkled with vivacity and beauty. Her fair, porcelain-like skin seemed to radiate a luminous glow under the sun's warm embrace. "Greetings, I am Yun Zheng," he declared, extending his hand in a natural gesture of introduction. The girl, taken aback for a moment, hesitated before offering her petite hand in return, softly responding, "Hello, my name is Chingo." When it came time for her to introduce herself, she faltered briefly before uttering her name. Yun Zheng paid little mind to the hesitation, and their hands briefly met before parting, exchanging a simple greeting. And then, there was nothing more. Yun Zheng has never suppressed his yearning for the exquisite. To be candid, the sole reason he finds himself seated beside Chinger is her captivating beauty. There exists no other justification. To be fair, for a man of sound mind, who would not prefer a charming and delicate little girl over a boisterous and unruly child? The former certainly brings a sense of tranquility. However, that is as far as it goes. Yun Zheng harbors nothing but pure admiration for Qing'er, devoid of any ulterior motives, and he even lacks the desire for deeper interaction. The concept of two-dimensional smelting can be perceived as an innate affection for adorable things. After all, who could possibly resist a soft, cuddly child who coos sweetly? In such a scenario, one can do little more than smile indulgently at a screen or a piece of paper, delighting in one's own fantasies, a sentiment universally understood. Yet, three-dimensional smelting is an entirely different matter. It verges on the grotesque, deserving of condemnation for even harboring such thoughts. Returning to Yun Zheng, after becoming acquainted with Qing'er, his life has taken on a monotonous and tedious rhythm. Each day consists of a linear journey between the academy and his humble abode. Diligently studying at the academy and practicing at home, unwavering in his routine. Notably, the divide between public and private students seems to be an inherent discord. Even within the confines of Abu City, conflicts arise between the two factions. However, Yun Zheng chooses not to engage in such childish squabbles, given the time. He would much rather devote himself to his training. Between Yun Zheng and Qing'er, no delightful little tales unfolded, and even the most mundane coincidences were absent. Their interactions mirrored the initial meeting, as serene and unremarkable as clear water. Much like Yun Zheng, Qing'er felt out of place among their peers. Consistently among the first to depart the academy each day, they neither made a habit of arriving early nor ever arrived late. Nor did they engage in casual conversations with others. Though they never intentionally distanced themselves from anyone, they undeniably existed on the periphery of their class. For them, each other represented the closest companionship within the academy, yet, paradoxically, they hardly qualified as friends in the conventional sense. Their relationship could merely be described as acquaintance. They exchanged only a few terse words, never bidding farewell after school or greeting one another at the start of the day, a relationship marked by simplicity. This existence continued for 6 months. On this particular day, the homeroom teacher summoned Yun Zheng and Qing'er, addressing them with the following announcement. Yun Zheng, Qing'er, tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday, and the academy plans to conduct an outdoor training session during the break, led by the dean along with 3 esteemed soul masters. Venturing into the nearby soul-hunting forest. Will you participate? Rest assured, it is merely a soul-hunting forest enclosed by the Empire, and with the dean leading. There will be no danger. This is an excellent opportunity for you to broaden your horizons and witness the true essence of soul beasts. The teacher then turned to Yun Zheng and added, Yun Zheng, I strongly encourage you to consider joining. The training commences in 7 days, and you are nearing the 10th level. Utilize these 7 days to strive for a breakthrough. This could be your chance to acquire your first soul ring, with the dean and 3 soul masters accompanying you. Not only can you hunt for a century-old soul ring, but you will also have the opportunity to make a well-informed selection. This is a tremendous opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng obediently nodded and said, all right, I will do my best. The homeroom teacher smiled at Yun Zheng's response, and then turned her gaze towards Qing'er, her eyes filled with inquiry. I want to go too. Qing'er nodded in agreement. Very well. You both return home and make your preparations. We shall gather at the academy in 7 days, understood? The teacher smiled kindly, offering her final reminder before allowing the two to head home. As they were retained by the teacher, the two were the last to leave the academy, with very few people around. They walked side by side in silence. Upon stepping outside, Yun Zheng saw Qing'er's mother for the first time. Previously, Qing'er had always returned home alone. It was only natural for a parent to pick up their child on the last day of the semester. The woman was a striking beauty. Upon noticing Yun Zheng and Qing'er, she smiled and waved, approaching them with warmth. She lifted Qing'er into her arms, causing the girl to blush in modesty. However, unable to resist her mother's affection, she ultimately yielded and allowed herself to be cradled. The woman then turned her attention to Yun Zheng, her smile gentle as she remarked, You must be Yun Zheng. How adorable. Qing'er has spoken of you. Thank you for being her friend. Mom. At this declaration, Qing'er playfully protested, jumping down from her mother's embrace and tugging at her arm to leave. The mother, with a hint of exasperation, offered Yun Zheng an apologetic smile before following Qing. Faintly, Yun Zheng caught the mother telling Qing'er, In a few days, your father will be returning home. The woman appeared joyful, animatedly conversing with her daughter. Yet Qing'er's expression seemed less than pleased. Pouting slightly, perhaps it was the daughter's lingering resentment towards her father who had been away for so long? Yun Zheng stared blankly at the retreating figures of the beautiful woman and Qing'er, and after a considerable time, a knowing smile crept upon his lips as he murmured to himself, Has father returned home? How delightful. Chapter 8. The Divine Ring Bestowed by Heaven Upon Returning Home. Yun Zheng did not even bother to remove his shoes, instead collapsing onto the bed and clutching the fluffy pillow to his chest. His small face marred by a myriad of conflicting emotions. Yun Zheng tossed and turned restlessly on his bed, before suddenly lying still, burying his head into the pillow. Muttering to himself, "Is this friendship? Is it? Or is it not? It should be, right?" At times, Yun Zheng found himself to be rather sentimental. Recognizing that humans are inherently social beings, no one can navigate life in solitude. Despite his attempts to shield his heart, he could not deny his yearning to find companionship in this world. However, prior to this, the death of the old beggar instilled in him a profound fear of loss. Coupled with the undeniable mediocrity of the inhabitants of Douluo City, Yun Zheng had donned a mask, retreating into himself. Yet, Qing'er was anything but ordinary. Even Yun Zheng had to concede the extraordinary talent she possessed. Previously, the homeroom teacher had advised Yun Zheng to diligently cultivate, striving to break through to level 10 before the field training, in hopes of seizing his first soul ring with the momentum of that experience. However, Qing'er had no such need, for she had already attained her first soul ring. At merely 6.5 years of age, she was already a 13th level soul master. Yun Zheng was perplexed as to why she would still participate in the field training, perhaps merely to broaden her horizons. Nevertheless, without a doubt, Qing'er was a true prodigy. Furthermore, she possessed a mutated, top-tier assault beast martial soul, the giant spirit golden dragon. With an innate soul power of level 9, her talents surpassed those of 99% of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. No matter how proud Yun Zheng might be, he had to acknowledge Qing'er's extraordinary gifts. Unlike the others in Douluo City, both she and Yun Zheng hailed from the same realm, each harboring the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Thus, the two premises that led Yun Zheng to refuse to open his heart to others no longer held true in the presence of Qing'er. Yun Zheng yearned to forge a friendship with Qing'er. After all, he was but a human, weary from 6 years of solitude and seclusion. However, the predicament lay in the fact that 6 years of isolation had rendered him forgetful of how to truly open his heart to another, particularly when the other party was a young girl. Had she been a teenager of 16 or 17, Yun Zheng would have harbored far fewer reservations. Yet, throughout his previous and current lives, no one had ever imparted to him the art of befriending a young girl. He possessed no experience in this realm. What words could he utter that would not seem jarring? What actions could he take that would appear natural? Though those around him perceived Yun Zheng as a near-perfect child, sweet-tongued, composed, precocious, endowed with innate strength, and possessing an endearing appearance, all while being self-sufficient, he was acutely aware that his true self was far from flawless. His sweetness was a fade, his composure a result of external pressure. No one is without flaws, and Yun Zheng was no exception. Yet, in the presence of Qing, he hesitated to reveal his genuine nature, fearing that he might frighten her away. After all, Qing'er exuded an aura of calm wisdom during their time at the academy. She had always appeared serene. Yun Zheng believed that she would struggle to accept the vivacity of his true self. Indeed, with Yun Zheng's adeptness at social finesse, he possessed the utmost confidence that he could win the affection of a young girl should he choose to feign a persona. However, he was unwilling to engage in such deceit. To present himself as someone Qing'er would find appealing in order to draw closer to her felt excessively hypocritical in his heart. He believed that friendship should be established through the most relaxed and authentic of exchanges. Yun Zheng contemplated that if he were to proceed down that path, then the friend of Qing'er would indeed be someone he had fabricated, rather than his true self, Yun Zheng. It was this entanglement and sense of helplessness that rendered Yun Zheng so apprehensive. Thus, when he overheard the beautiful woman today refer to him as a friend of Qing'er, he could not help but lose his composure. After a lengthy pause, he sighed in a manner of self-abandonment, declaring, "Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. I will let nature take its course. First, I must focus on my cultivation." With that, Yun Zheng indeed settled himself in a meditative posture to practice. He found himself at a loss for any brilliant strategies. Thus, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. If fate allowed him the joy of friendship, he would embrace it. If not, he wished only that Qing'er would not harbor any disdain towards him. It is noteworthy that, strictly speaking, Yun Zheng's first spirit ring need not be acquired through the outdoor training session occurring 7 days hence. He still possessed a divine ring bestowed upon him, yet to be utilized. This divine ring would serve as Yun Zheng's inaugural spirit ring. 3 months prior, when he had first awakened his martial spirit, he had eagerly reached out to the orb that resided within his consciousness. The orb, as was customary, acted aloof, ignoring Yun Zheng. Yet he discerned that it bore a resemblance to a storage soul guide, containing a space within which lay the divine ring gifted to him when he was 6 years old. The divine ring was, in essence, a spirit ring. Upon recognizing this arrangement, Yun Zheng found himself in a state of inner conflict. He feared that the divine ring might be akin to a God-given spirit ring, limited by the absorption threshold of the current level, where rings absorbed before level 20 could only be of a century's worth, and those absorbed after level 40 could be of 10,000 years, or even, if the absorber was sufficiently powerful, 100,000 years. Should this be the case, Yun Zheng would have to reconsider. The disparity between a century ring and a 10,000-year ring was significant. To absorb a divine ring merely for the sake of his first or second spirit abilities felt somewhat wasteful. However, his concerns quickly dissipated. The divine ring was even more enigmatic than the God-given spirit ring. It possessed all the attributes of the latter, including the ability to adapt to the absorber's current limits and to bestow the most suitable spirit abilities. Yet, in addition to these features, the divine ring possessed an unparalleled capacity to advance alongside the host's cultivation, automatically adjusting to the upper limit of the spirit ring's absorption period at the time. This implied that even if Yun Zheng absorbed the divine ring as his first spirit ring, once he transcended to the rank of title Douluo, it could evolve into a 100,000-year spirit ring, or even decades of thousands of years. This ability not only enhanced the spirit abilities associated with the ring, but also yielded numerous invisible benefits. Yun Zheng could already conceive of two such advantages. Firstly, Yun Zheng no longer needs to concern himself with the duration of the soul rings he can absorb. When the time comes to acquire a soul ring, he can simply summon his martial spirit and ascertain the age of his first soul ring. As long as the new soul ring does not exceed the age of his first, he is free to absorb it. Secondly, each time Yun Zheng experiences a breakthrough in his cultivation, it triggers the ascent of the heavenly gift divine ring, which in turn bestows upon him the power of soul ring feedback. Though the amount may be modest, it accumulates over time. Yun Zheng can benefit from this feedback with every level he ascends, resulting in a substantial overall gain, particularly for Yun Zheng, who possesses an ultimate martial spirit. The feedback power gained from each soul ring upgrade will undoubtedly accelerate his training pace. What is there to hesitate about? Naturally, he should absorb the heavenly gift divine ring once he reaches level 10. However, prior to that, Yun Zheng must elevate his cultivation to level 10. Fortunately, after 6 months of diligent training, he is now merely a step away from this threshold. With only 7 days remaining until the outdoor training, he has ample time. As for why he still intends to participate in the outdoor training, Yun Zheng has his own considerations. Firstly, it allows him to remain inconspicuous during this outdoor training. He can conveniently obscure the origins of his first soul ring. Without such precautions, it would be rather suspicious for an orphan like Yun Zheng to suddenly possess a century-old soul ring. Secondly, he is genuinely curious. Yun Zheng has traversed this continent for 6 years and 3 months, yet he has yet to encounter a true soul beast, which naturally piques his curiosity. As his homeroom teacher once stated, this expedition is led by the esteemed president of the Soul Sect, accompanied by 3 soul sovereign mentors for protection, venturing into the relatively safe hunting grounds of the soul forest, where perilous soul beasts are scarce. This presents an excellent opportunity for Yun Zheng to witness these living soul beasts firsthand. It is not an act of recklessness, rather, it is essential to familiarize oneself with soul beasts, and the sooner, the better. Almost everyone harbors an innate fear of soul beasts, and this is no exaggeration. Many soul beasts are far more ferocious than the likes of tigers or leopards. Their mere roars can instill terror within the hearts of men. Ordinary individuals often find themselves paralyzed with fear in the presence of such wild creatures, their hands and feet turning cold. How much more daunting, then, are the more savage soul beasts? If one cannot conquer the instinctual dread of soul beasts, there is a grave risk that, when Yun Zheng ultimately faces one alone, a fleeting moment of cowardice could lead to a tragic demise at the jaws of the beast. This is not mere fiction, but rather a lesson from the past. Many talented young soul masters have fallen victim to such fears, meeting their untimely ends as a result. Yun Zheng had no desire to become one of them. Chapter 9. The first soul skill, Armed Transformation. The heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. On the 6th day of his holiday, Yun Zheng finally achieved a breakthrough to level 10. With an entire day ahead of him, he had ample time to absorb the celestial god ring. Exhaling a deep breath, Yun Zheng opened his eyes slowly. Instead of immediately choosing to absorb the soul ring, he rose from his bed and took a moment to adjust his state of mind. Although he had never absorbed a soul ring before, he believed it was best to be in optimal condition for such an endeavor, concentrating his energy and spirit fully to enhance the likelihood of success. Even if these thoughts were merely conjectures, he had a whole day ahead, time enough for a meal, a bath, and other minor delays. After half an hour, feeling that he had sufficiently prepared himself, Yun Zheng sat cross-legged once more, connecting his consciousness to the peril within his sea of knowledge. In the next moment, the so-called celestial god ring appeared before him. The celestial god ring bore little distinction from the ordinary soul rings Yun Zheng had encountered in the past. It was merely a circular band, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter, devoid of any ornate patterns, its hue a dull gray. At first glance, it seemed rather unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern various profound mysteries faintly shimmering beneath the gray mist. After gazing at it for several breaths, Yun Zheng felt a swelling in his head, even experiencing a slight dizziness. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the obscurity of divine objects. Yun Zheng did not dwell on it for long. Regardless of its divine nature, this bestowed celestial ring was rightfully his. In the next moment, a meticulously crafted icebow materialized, resembling a work of art. The gray celestial ring, requiring no guidance from Yun Zheng's own strength, gracefully settled upon the frost sky feather, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest. The fluctuations of soul power surged forth, and Yun Zheng was instantly enveloped in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Yun Zheng was unaware of the sensations experienced by others when absorbing soul rings. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of the heavenly gifted soul ring. But the feelings he encountered during the absorption were entirely different from what he had envisioned. There was no rampant and violent surge of soul power, no searing heat, and certainly no residual will of the soul beasts assailing him. Yun Zheng felt an incremental pressure gently accumulating, unhurried, yet undeniably palpable. This bestowed divine ring seemed intent on ensnaring him gradually, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. However, it was not long before Yun Zheng observed that the gray mist enveloping the divine ring receded as the pressure subtly intensified. After the passage of a single incense stick, the ashen glow completely vanished, replaced by a modest yet pure white luminescence, indistinguishable from an ordinary soul ring of a decade. Upon witnessing the situation, Yun Zheng finally comprehended that the gradually intensifying pressure was a test of his capacity to absorb the soul ring's maximum duration. In essence, the longer Yun Zheng persevered, the greater the potential age of his first soul ring. With this realization, he cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to resisting the mounting pressure. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and the hue of the divine soul ring transitioned from white to yellow, signifying that Yun Zheng's first soul ring had a foundational age of at least a century. However, Yun Zheng showed no inclination to halt. He vaguely recalled that at the 10th level, a soul master's maximum absorption age for a soul ring was approximately 400 years. Even if he could not surpass this limit, he aspired to come exceedingly close to this figure. Moreover, the mere pressure of a soul ring slightly exceeding 100 years was trivial in comparison to his capabilities. Thus, Yun Zheng persevered for an additional 3 hours. By this point, the age of the divine soul ring had reached 400 years, a threshold that many soul masters find to be their limit when absorbing their first soul ring. Even Yun Zheng, at this moment, could not help but grit his teeth, his youthful visage contorted in expressions of profound anguish. Indeed, although Yun Zheng possessed an extraordinary martial soul, and despite being merely at the 10th level, the soul power cultivated from the frost sky feather was not inferior to that of many soul elders. Nevertheless, his physique could hardly be deemed exceptional. Yun Zheng possesses an extraordinary strength, one so formidable that even he himself refrains from unleashing his full potential, fearing the possibility of inflicting harm upon himself. However, immense power does not inherently imply that one's constitution will be equally robust. Yun Zheng's strength and physique exist on two distinct levels. Among his peers, his physical condition can be considered rather frail. This unfortunate circumstance stems from his early years, during which he followed an elderly beggar, whose own emaciated state foreshadowed the meager sustenance they could procure. Often, they could barely manage even the simplest fare of pickled vegetables and steamed buns, with the grim reality of going hungry for 3 days out of 9 being commonplace. Thus, the lack of adequate nutrition hindered his growth. Although in the past 2 years Yun Zheng has managed to earn a modest income and improved his diet somewhat, it paled in comparison to the sumptuous feasts enjoyed by affluent families. 2 short years were insufficient to remedy the deficiencies of his earlier years. When it came time to absorb the soul ring, Yun Zheng found that his exaggerated strength became mere decoration. The formidable power of his physique could not influence the realm of soul power, at least not for him at this moment. In the process of absorbing the soul ring, he had to rely primarily on his body's inherent capacity to endure. Regrettably, Yun Zheng's constitution left much to be desired. Consequently, despite being the possessor of an extraordinary martial soul, his soul power, although significantly superior to that of his peers, could only extend the divine soul ring's evolution to approximately 400 years. This was nearly his limit. One might surmise that, had it not been for his exceptional martial soul, the divine soul ring would have ceased its evolution around the 300-year mark. Nevertheless, Yun Zheng harbored no intention of surrendering just yet. He felt that he could potentially push the divine soul ring's lifespan even further, though perhaps only by a small margin. He was determined to discover the extent of his limits. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered for over half an hour. At this moment, numbness enveloped him, and he could feel the weariness coursing through his entire being, even hearing the lamentations of his flesh and bones. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Yet he continued to endure, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain him. He estimated he could hold on for another half hour. While the difference between a 500-year soul ring and a 400-year one was not as vast as one might imagine, the significance of each step taken at this juncture was crucial. However, to Yun Zheng's surprise, the divine soul ring seemed unable to bear witness to his struggle any longer. It abruptly ceased the accumulation of pressure. Instantly, a wave of refreshing comfort cascaded through him, akin to the transition from despair to hope. A cool energy radiated from within, washing away all fatigue and burdens, leaving behind only the ethereal sensation of tranquility after a cleansing rain in the mountains. Yun Zheng's first soul ring ultimately crystallized at 473 years. Simultaneously, the breath he had been desperately holding on to dissipated, and Yun Zheng exhaled sharply, propping himself up with his arms, gasping for air. It appears I must devote more time to physical training. After successfully absorbing the first soul ring, Yun Zheng let out a bitter smile, whispering to himself in self-deprecation. The sensation of being eager yet powerless was indeed stifling. However, he soon cast aside these unpleasant thoughts and turned his gaze towards Frost Sky Feather. Frost Sky Feather remained as exquisitely resplendent as ever. The chilling aura that pierced the heart felt to Yun Zheng more like a refreshing summer drink. Yet now, beside Frost Sky Feather, there rested a yellow soul ring, precisely the divine ring that Yun Zheng had painstakingly absorbed. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng could not help but feel a surge of joy within his heart. Eagerly, he grasped the bow of Shuang Tianyu, closing his eyes to sense the soul skill bestowed by the first soul ring. Before long, Yun Zheng opened his eyes, revealing an unmistakable exuberance that he could scarcely contain. Indeed, Yun Zheng's first soul ring is undoubtedly a century old, but it is said that the celestial god ring lives up to its name, astonishingly bestowing upon Yun Zheng 3 distinct soul abilities, an exquisite template for a million-year soul ring. Among these 3 abilities, 2 are passive and 1 is active. The passive abilities include an enhancement to ice attribute damage and an armor-piercing effect. The enhancement to ice attribute damage is quite straightforward. It amplifies the effects of frost, making it perfectly tailored for Yun Zheng, who possesses an exceptional ice martial soul. The armor-piercing effect, as the name suggests, ignores defenses, or to put it more simply, it inflicts true damage. Of course, a mere century-old soul ring cannot completely disregard defenses for Yun Zheng at this stage. It can only ignore up to 10% of the opponent's defense. However, what is remarkable is that this effect can be applied regardless of the enemy's level. Moreover, this is not merely a reduction. To illustrate, if we were to quantify combat data, should Yun Zheng engage a tidal Douluo in battle, and the tidal Douluo remains stationary for Yun Zheng to attack, even if he were to shoot an arrow, it would naturally fail to penetrate defenses. Even if the tidal Douluo's defense were minimized, he would still present an insurmountable obstacle to Yun Zheng. Yet, with this armor-piercing effect, if Yun Zheng were to deal 10 points of damage with an arrow, even an opponent with absolute defense would sustain at least 1 point of damage. The enhancement to ice attribute damage follows the same principle, providing a 10% increase. As long as Yun Zheng's attack is of ice attribute damage, it will receive a definitive boost. Thus, if he inflicts 10 points of ice attribute damage, it rises to 11, and if he delivers 100 points, it escalates to 110. Naturally, the battles of Soul Masters do not possess the precise data akin to the online games of Yun Zheng's previous life. But the principle remains the same. While 10% may seem modest, it is not the limit. akin to the celestial god ring. These two abilities can also be enhanced alongside Yun Zheng's cultivation. For every level Yun Zheng ascends, the ice attribute damage enhancement and armor-piercing effect both increase by 1%, culminating in 100% when he reaches level 100. This implies that upon attaining the 100th level, every strike from Yun Zheng would result in critical hits that inflict true damage. The third active soul ability is quite intriguing. It is named Armed Transformation. Its effect alters the form of the Frostwing Bow, converting it into a glaive. While there remains much for Yun Zheng to discover about this ability, it does have a cooldown. Currently, Yun Zheng can only utilize this ability for a maximum of 20 seconds at a time, once this duration elapses. It enters a cooldown period of 180 seconds during which it cannot be activated again. Of course, like the previous two passive abilities. This active ability can also be advanced. For each level Yun Zheng's soul power increases, the cooldown diminishes by 2 seconds, while the corresponding active duration extends by 2 seconds, ultimately allowing for no cooldown at level 100. Upon realizing this, Yun Zheng blinked in surprise. Has he become a cooldown warrior? Chapter 10. The Soul Hunting Forest. The next day, Yun Zheng arrived at the academy as promised. Yun Zheng did not intentionally arrive early. Prior to his arrival, for other students were already waiting. In addition to Yun Zheng and Qing Er, 7 other students participated in this training session, all of whom were among the elite of the Algu Junior Soul Master Academy, albeit only within its confines. Judging by their ages, apart from the first-year students Yun Zheng and Qing Er, the rest were all fourth-year students or above. Their soul power levels generally hovered around the 15th rank, with one fourth-year student, like Yun Zheng, having just broken through to the 10th rank. Eager to seize this opportunity to acquire his first soul ring. In Yun Zheng's eyes, among the 9 participants, aside from himself and Qing Er, only a 6th-year student appeared particularly gifted. At the age of 11, he possessed a soul power level of 17, which could be considered remarkable among ordinary individuals. However, to Yun Zheng, it was merely mediocre. It is worth noting that after absorbing the heavenly gifted soul ring yesterday, Yun Zheng's power had already surpassed the 12th rank. With his innate divine strength combined with an extraordinary martial soul, ordinary 17th rank soul masters no longer posed a threat to him. Qing Er was also among the 4 students waiting. She stood quietly to one side, and upon noticing Yun Zheng's arrival, a blush crept across her delicate face as she recalled the embarrassing scene from 7 days prior. With a haughty snort, she turned her gaze away, attempting to conceal her flustered demeanor. Upon observing the situation, Yun Zheng chuckled awkwardly, initially intending to greet the girl, but now deemed it better to refrain. He understood her shyness. Soon, 9 students gathered, forming small clusters. Beside Yun Zheng were 2 senior girls, and compared to the aloofness of Qing Er, Yun Zheng exuded a far more amiable demeanor. With his charming looks and adept social skills, he easily garnered the attention of the girls, whom he welcomed with a smile, embracing their company. As the saying goes, cultivating a cute persona is a venture with minimal cost. The benefits, if any, are welcome, and should there be none. Yun Zheng faced no losses. Once all the students had assembled, the dean and 3 esteemed soul mentors made their entrance. The trio, comprised of 2 males and 1 female, represented the agile attack, strong attack, and controlled disciplines respectively. The dean's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the scholarly figures from Yun Zheng's past life. Characterized by round spectacles and sparse hair atop his head, exuding a distinct leadership aura. Despite being at the academy for 6 months, Yun Zheng had yet to witness the dean in action, only aware that he was a defensive soul master, with little knowledge of his martial spirit or soul ring configuration. Following the complete assembly, an extensive motivational speech commenced. It appeared that regardless of the world, leaders shared a common trait, the need to speak at length before embarking on any endeavor, as if no action could be taken without such preamble. After enduring the dean's lengthy discourse, the group of 13 finally boarded the carriage. Naturally, they bore the cost themselves. The small town of Algu City lacked its own soul-hunting forest, necessitating travel to the neighboring town for their field training, which incurred significant expenses for transportation and meals. Aside from the dean, the other 3 mentors carried large packs, as soul guiding devices were rare in this era. Only the dean had fortuitously acquired one, while the other mentors had not been so fortunate. To Yun Zheng's surprise, among the 9 students, Qing Er also traveled light without a backpack. It was implausible that she would venture into the soul-hunting forest entirely unprepared. Her light packing could only imply one thing: she possessed her own soul-guiding device. The other students seemed to regard this with curiosity, yet the mentors appeared unfazed, showing neither greed nor surprise. After some contemplation, Yun Zheng found solace in his thoughts. Yun Zheng had encountered Qing Er's mother before, although he remained unaware of the true extent of that enchanting woman's powers. It was certain that Qing Er's mother possessed formidable cultivation, surpassing even that of Yun Zheng's soul master instructor, whose depths were unfathomable, coupled with Qing Er's capable father, who was capable of significant accomplishments. It was hardly surprising that Qing Er could possess her own soul guide without fear of envy from others. In truth, Yun Zheng could also venture forth unencumbered. Despite lacking a soul guide, the orb residing within his sea of consciousness bore functions akin to a storage soul guide. Indeed, he had stowed away numerous emergency supplies within that orb's spatial confines. However, Yun Zheng would not foolishly expose this ability. Setting aside whether he could adequately explain the origins of the orb, he had no intention of divulging this matter to anyone for a considerable time. Regardless, this constituted Yun Zheng's deepest secret. Until he attained absolute power, he was unwilling to reveal his identity as a traveler from another world. Moreover, such a remarkable object raised the question of whether anyone might harbor intentions of greed or malice. Yun Zheng, a solitary orphan without any support, found himself in a precarious situation. Even an ordinary soul-guiding device could scarcely be safeguarded, let alone a miraculous orb capable of merging with a soul master's consciousness. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Yun Zheng dutifully shouldered his pack, casting a glance filled with subtle envy towards the effortlessly serene Qing Er, akin to the other students. Upon noticing the longing in Yun Zheng's eyes, Qing Er furrowed her brow, her lips parting slightly, as if she were about to utter words of comfort. Yet, she soon shook her head in frustration and turned her gaze towards the distant landscape. Yun Zheng remained oblivious to Qing Er's subtle gestures. Being the youngest and, due to his petite stature, he was assigned to share a carriage with the girls. Beside him sat a senior girl, and Yun Zheng found himself managing the dynamics among a group originally comprising 13 individuals, 4 girls and 9 boys. Although sharing a carriage with the boys was feasible, the presence of a rather portly male instructor necessitated that Yun Zheng, the smallest, be somewhat compromised. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly as the group arrived at a neighboring town. After depositing a portion of their luggage, they ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering, the instructors commenced their didactic teachings. Children, do you understand how the strength of soul beasts correlates with that of soul masters? One instructor inquired of the 9 children nearby. I know. A boy with a high ponytail eagerly raised his hand, responding without hesitation. A 10th level soul master is roughly equivalent to a soul beast of 200 to 300 years. A 20th level Grand Soul Master corresponds to soul beasts of 700 to 800 years, a 30th level soul venerable to those of 1 to 2,000 years, and a 40th level soul sect to 5,000-year-old soul beasts. Am I correct, instructor? That is the extent of what we learn at the junior academy, he added. The instructor smiled faintly, nodding in affirmation. You are indeed correct. Upon hearing this, a proud smile spread across the boy's face. However, the instructor quickly cautioned. While this comparison of strength is accurate, one must also consider factors such as the size, species, and habits of soul beasts. Generally, soul beasts of the same level are stronger in the wild than soul masters. Thus, it is prudent for soul masters to employ strategies that involve numbers when confronting soul beasts. Any lapse in vigilance or carelessness can lead to dire consequences, especially for you. This group of inexperienced children seems to underestimate the soul beasts, believing that a mere breakthrough in cultivation diminishes their threat. This mindset is utterly unacceptable. Do you understand? As previously stated, the purpose of this field training is to expose the students to soul beasts and alleviate their inherent fears of these ferocious creatures. While a soul master should not fear soul beasts, they must not underestimate them either. Excessive caution and recklessness lead to similar fates when faced with equally matched soul beasts. To prevent the students from becoming reckless and courting disaster, the instructors must instill a sense of balance in them, and this instructor was diligently undertaking that responsibility. Following this, there were several more exchanges between the instructor and the students, from which Yun Zheng gleaned significant insights. One female student posed an intriguing question. Instructor, soul beasts cultivate so slowly, it takes them centuries to produce a century-old soul ring, yet we can achieve the same in just 2 or 3 years. My brother Yun Zheng even requires a soul ring at the tender age of 6. And he will undoubtedly need more powerful soul rings in the future. At this rate, will soul beasts face extinction? The inquiry posed by this young female student has transcended the realm of the Junior Soul Master Academy. Logically speaking, The mentors are under no obligation to provide answers. However, being a girl, she possesses certain privileges. Upon hearing her question, the dean's face illuminated with a benevolent smile. And he replied cheerfully, "My dear child, your concerns are unfounded. Many ordinary individuals who have yet to encounter the world of soul masters fall into the misconception that the age of a soul beast is synonymous with its years of existence. In truth, age and years are distinct. The years of a soul beast, akin to its cultivation level, do not necessarily indicate its age. Conversely, a soul beast with a lower year count may indeed be nearing its twilight. Just like myself, even though I now possess the cultivation level of 43rd rank. Does that mean I am merely 43 years old? Haha. I am, in fact, over 50 years of age. The dean, utilizing a humorous analogy, adeptly alleviated the young student's confusion, rendering the concept more comprehensible for the group of students, all under the age of 12. It can only be said that wisdom comes with age. Yun Zheng couldn't help but smile, yet he was acutely aware that the dean's statement was somewhat biased. Indeed, for thousands of years, the population of soul beasts has been quite abundant, but the situation will drastically change after 10,000 years. In 2,000 years, soul beasts may very well face extinction. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the soul-hunting forest, a massive bear, resembling a small hill, was snoring away. It reigned as the sovereign of this forest. For decades, no soul beast had been able to challenge its supremacy. Here, it could indulge in its whims. By the way, it seemed that the Silverback Wolf clan had 3 alpha wolves with 800 years of cultivation. The bear contemplated that it should take some time to deal with them. Ideally, it would eliminate any rivals, as this small hunting ground clearly could not accommodate a second 1,000-year soul beast, let alone 3. However, the bear was not in a hurry. It was currently basking in the afternoon sun. A king, after all, must embody the demeanor of royalty. What would it look like to rush about in haste? Unbeknownst to the bear, however, 3 pairs of repressed, bloodthirsty beast eyes were intently watching from the nearby shadows. They were awaiting the arrival of night. The Silverback Wolves, bathed in moonlight, would gain an edge in power. Chapter 11, A Sudden Change. Yun Zheng. What do you think of this soul beast? Among the 3 mentors in the soul-hunting forest, the only female pointed toward a 200-year-old frost moon toad not far away, patiently squatting before Yun Zheng and gently inquiring. To be frank, Yun Zheng was indeed drawn to the allure of women. Among the 13 individuals, aside from Qing'er, his relationships with the other 3 females were quite amicable. The sole female mentor, upon learning that Yun Zheng required his first soul ring, eagerly assisted him in searching for numerous suitable soul beasts for that purpose. It remains true that while being adorable might be shameful, it is undeniably effective. However, at that moment, following the mentor's pointing finger, Yun Zheng glanced at the frost moon toad, chuckled awkwardly, and instinctively took 2 steps back, saying, "No need. Thank you, mentor. But I am not particularly fond of toads." This statement was not feigned, whether in his past life or this one. He had an instinctive aversion to such creatures. Even with wolves, tigers, or leopards, he merely felt fear, not repulsion. If they were confined in a zoo, he would be quite eager to observe them. But toads were different. Any time and place they appeared in his sight would elicit an overwhelming sense of rejection. They were slimy, sticky, and rather unattractive. To ask Yun Zheng to kill that frost moon toad, honestly, he wouldn't even want to touch it. Of course, if necessary, he would grit his teeth and go through with it. But was it truly necessary? Moreover, Yun Zheng's first soul ring was 470 years old. While both the 470-year and 200-year soul rings belonged to the 100-year category, there remained subtle differences. If possible, Yun Zheng still hoped to avoid any flaws. The female mentor, observing Yun Zheng's anxious demeanor, offered a gentle smile and refrained from saying much, simply suggesting, "Very well, let us continue our search." It is quite natural for children to exhibit such whimsical preferences. The group meandered around the periphery of the soul-hunting forest. Although they were led by the esteemed head of the Soul Academy and, according to local officials, the most formidable soul beast in this forest was merely a 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear, the director's prowess allowed him to navigate the forest with ease. Yet, with 9 children in tow, a degree of caution was certainly prudent. The other hunting teams, wary of their presence, opted to steer clear, thus avoiding considerable inconvenience. However, the result of their circumspect approach was a lack of encounters with notable soul beasts, with the mightiest beast being merely 2,000 years old. It stood to reason that the peripheral areas housed primarily lesser beasts, typically ranging from 1 to 200 years old, alongside a plethora of 10-year-old beasts, with those exceeding 400 years being nearly non-existent. The primary objective of this expedition was not solely to assist Yun Zheng in finding a soul ring, but rather to expose the students to the existence of soul beasts, which was deemed sufficient. Regrettably, they had yet to identify a suitable soul beast for Yun Zheng. In contrast, another fourth-year student experienced a stroke of fortune, successfully absorbing the soul ring of a 200-year-old patterned wolf. For a soul master of modest talent and average lineage, securing a 100-year soul ring as their first was indeed a remarkable achievement, and the student radiated excitement. This success was attributable to the student's martial soul, which was merely a dagger, lacking any specific inclination. Yun Zheng, however, was in a different predicament. The ice attribute soul beasts were relatively rare. After 2 hours of searching, the only creature that seemed fitting was the previously encountered 200-year-old frost moon toad, while others fell short of expectations. In truth, Yun Zheng was not particularly discerning. Having already acquired his first soul ring, any beast exceeding 370 years would suffice, even if it was a plant-type soul beast. He could easily feign absorption, as it was merely a ruse to maintain appearances, not a genuine absorption. Yet, it appeared that Yun Zheng inadvertently endeared himself to the female mentor, who insisted on finding him a soul beast that matched both the requisite age and attributes. As she put it, with Yun Zheng's remarkable talent, failing to establish a solid foundation with his first soul ring would be tantamount to squandering his potential. In this regard, others had little to say. The original plan for this field training was to guide the students in a circuit around the outskirts, as the soul-hunting forest was quite vast. Furthermore, the mentors deliberately slowed their pace, allowing the students to observe the soul beast more thoroughly. After 2 hours, they had barely covered a quarter of the distance, and time was still ample, so there was no urgency among the group. However, as those 2 hours passed, the sky began to darken gradually. The group had convened at the academy in the morning, and after enduring the principal's lengthy discourse, they arrived at another town around noon. After resting and adjusting for over an hour in the town, they finally entered the soul-hunting forest. After meandering through the forest for 2 hours, it was nearly the hour of the dog. Engaging in activities within the soul-hunting forest at night posed considerable danger, and the principal decided against proceeding further. While he possessed absolute confidence that no peril would arise, this field training was designed to simulate the experience of a soul-hunting team venturing out. Under conditions that ensured safety, everything mirrored the true essence of a soul-hunting team. Thus, the principal chose not to lead the group back to the town. For the soul masters, spending the night in the wilderness was an inevitable trial, akin to the soul beasts. The sooner one confronted it, the better. Similarly, lighting a fire was out of the question, as was washing up. The meal would consist solely of simple provisions. A blanket spread upon the ground, with another atop it, would suffice as a bed. For Yun Zheng, this was hardly a challenge. He had endured far worse conditions, where merely possessing a blanket had seemed a distant luxury. To him, the current circumstances barely qualified as a trial. What surprised Yun Zheng, however, was that while Qinger found this environment somewhat uncomfortable, she did not complain like students from other academies. Instead, she quickly adapted to the reality of their situation, which left Yun Zheng somewhat astonished. This little girl appeared to be quite different from his initial expectations. As for the night watch, it was not their turn. The principal and 3 mentors took on that responsibility. Yun Zheng was unable to fully relax amid the surrounding environment. A subtle tremor in the earth stirred him from his slumber. At that moment, the control system soul master spoke in a low voice. "Dean, it's the earth rumbling bear." The mention of this name sent a jolt of alarm through Yun Zheng, who quickly sprang up, his heart racing. Could he truly be plagued by such misfortune? In stark contrast, the dean maintained a calm demeanor, pondering aloud, what brings the earth-rumbling bear to the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? After a moment of contemplation, the dean frowned and sternly instructed the other 3 mentors, "Protect the children, I will confront it." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's heartbeat began to stabilize. The strength of the Dean's soul sect should suffice to drive away a 2,000-year-old earth-rumbling bear. However, the next words from the control system soul master once again sent his heart into his throat. The mentor swallowed hard, visibly tense, and said, "Dean, behind the earth-rumbling bear, there are 3,000-year-old silverback jackals." What? The revelation stunned everyone present. In that instant, countless questions raced through their minds. Why had 3,000-year-old silverback jackals suddenly appeared in the soul-hunting forest? Why had these 4,000-year soul beasts congregated? Why were they so unfortunate? Roar. Reality left no room for contemplation, as the earth-rumbling bear charged forth. The dean, seeing this, wasted no time and shouted, "A treasure pot. Guard." An enormous pot, adorned with 8 gemstones, materialized before the earth-rumbling bear. 4 soul rings of yellow and purple emerged, and with a resounding crash, the pot collided with the earth-rumbling bear, remaining unscathed while the bear staggered back a few steps. Simultaneously, the 3,000-year silverback jackals pursued closely behind. Upon sighting the earth-rumbling bear, their bloodthirsty intent flashed in their feral eyes, but it quickly shifted focus to Yun Zheng and the others. These 3 silverback jackals, newly ascended to 1,000-year status, aimed to eliminate the earth-rumbling bear and claim dominion over the mountain. Thus, these 4,000-year soul beasts had converged. Yet, even if the silverback jackals lacked cunning, their prolonged existence in the soul-hunting forest had taught them that humans were the greatest adversaries they faced. The soul-hunting forest was inherently a hunting ground for human soul masters, with countless soul beasts falling to human hands each year, a reality witnessed by the surviving beasts. At that moment, the 3 silverback jackals exchanged glances with the earth-rumbling bear, swiftly reaching a consensus. First, they would drive away the humans, and then they would address other matters. This was certainly not the optimal choice, but what more could 4,000-year soul beasts hope for? Unbeknownst to them, the 4 soul beasts had already united on a common front, yet they dared not act recklessly. For their primal instincts cautioned them that the 4 larger humans before them were perilous, particularly the elder who had unleashed his soul power. Chapter 12. The unwavering radiance of gold. The 4 soul beasts remained still, and the 4 leaders likewise refrained from hasty actions. In terms of sheer strength, the 4 leaders undoubtedly surpassed the soul beasts. However, they were acutely aware that behind them stood 9 children. Their paramount duty was to safeguard Yun Zheng and the others, rather than engage in a fierce contest. The 4 involved parties, as well as the 4 beasts, regarded one another with trepidation. The seasoned dean understood that confronting these soul beasts did not necessitate direct confrontation, merely exhibiting sufficient power to threaten them, followed by a gradual retreat, would likely prevent the 4 soul beasts from pursuing them. Ultimately, they were but a pack of beasts, driven not by any racial animosity but by fear. Humans feared the soul beasts, but did the soul beasts not also fear humans? However, the dean had evidently overlooked the fact that there were more than just the 4 of them present. At this moment, the other students, who had been soundly asleep, began to awaken in succession. There was no way they could remain asleep amidst such a commotion unless they had been drugged. Qing'er and Yun Zheng were the first to rouse, witnessing the unfolding scene. To claim they were unperturbed would be a lie. Even with Yun Zheng's mature mind from his past life, his heart raced uncontrollably. Yet reason dictated that he must not draw the attention of the soul beasts. Qing'er, likewise, clamped her mouth shut, her eyes filled with terror, but ultimately producing not a sound. The same could not be said for the other students. One female student awakened from her slumber, only to be greeted by the sight of a ferocious bear resembling a small mountain. Behind it stood 3 ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with malice, piercing through her very being. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, and a palpable dread took hold of her heart. No. Noticing the girl's distress, Yun Zheng quickly shook his head, attempting to halt her. But at that moment, the girl was oblivious to his presence. In the next instant, a terrified scream shattered the night. The scream awakened a fear that spread like a contagion. Aside from Qing'er and Yun Zheng, the other 7 students erupted into screams. This was dire. The dean recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing the cries, but it was too late. Each scream reverberated through the soul-hunting forest, alarming other soul beasts, soul masters, and the 3 silver-backed wolves. Awu. The mere 1,000-year-old soul beasts, of course, could not empathize with humanity. They could not discern the terror within those screams. In their simplistic understanding, a howl signified a declaration of war. Since a challenge had been issued, the silver-backed wolves would not shy away from battle, for in the realm of soul beasts, retreat signified death. Dean, they are summoning their companions, a mentor exclaimed anxiously. I understand. The director's brow furrowed deeply, and he immediately commanded sternly, Qin Shi, go protect the children. Yes. The mentor specializing in control, upon hearing this, nodded affirmatively, abandoning the director and the others, and swiftly returned to the side of Yun Zheng and his companions. Simultaneously, the 4 soul beasts launched their attack, engaging in fierce combat with the director and his 2 companions. Under normal circumstances, even with a 3-against-4 scenario, given the director's position as a soul sect leader and accompanied by 2 soul masters, they should have had the upper hand. However, it was night, and the strength of the silver-backed wolves was enhanced under the moonlight, coupled with the seamless coordination of the 3 silver-backed wolves. It ironically rendered the most powerful among the four soul beasts, the earth-shattering bear, as the least threatening. Let's go. On the other side, the mentor named Qinshi. Upon witnessing the situation, swiftly picked up two students and dashed towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. It was evident to any discerning observer that the director and his companions were merely being delayed, not overwhelmed. In fact, Qinshi's own situation was becoming increasingly perilous. The companions of the silver-backed wolves were rapidly approaching, and with 9 burdens to carry, Qinshi's predicament was indeed dire. Leading the frantic escape, Qinshi propelled forward, with Yun Zheng and the others closely following. Meanwhile, the haunting howls of wolves echoed from behind them, and through the thicket, shadowy figures could be discerned flitting past. This eerie and terrifying atmosphere intensified the fear within the group. A male student running alongside Yun Zheng could no longer withstand the dread surging within him, unleashing a series of piercing screams. This, in turn, served as a beacon for the soul beasts. A sentiment known as malice began to ferment within Yun Zheng's heart, catalyzed by the tension and fear, until it erupted in full force as the male student screamed once more. A fierce glint flickered in Yun Zheng's eyes as he seized the collar of the male student beside him, the terrifying strength rendering the young man utterly incapable of resistance. In a low, menacing growl, Yun Zheng warned, "If you utter another sound like that, I shall cast you out to feed the wolves." Under Yun Zheng's intimidation, the male student truly fell silent. However, due to Yun Zheng's actions, their pace noticeably slowed, and from the depths of the night, a dark silhouette surged forth. Charging towards Yun Zheng and the student, it was a silver-backed wolf with 5 centuries of cultivation. The male student screamed once more, and Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Yun Zheng was not rendered speechless by fear. Rather, he found himself hesitating. With numerous eyes upon him, he pondered whether to reveal the origins of his dubious first soul ring. Had he wished to remain incognito, his formidable strength could indeed facilitate his escape, provided he were to cast the male student in his grasp aside. At this moment, Yun Zheng's rationality was grappling with his values. A choice that proved to be quite complex for someone who had long been educated in the principles of truth, goodness, and beauty. Meanwhile, Qinshi had also taken note of the commotion behind him. He glanced back, a fleeting expression of struggle crossing his eyes, but it was momentary. After gritting his teeth, Qinshi turned away and departed without a backward glance. Self-preservation is an innate instinct of humanity at that moment. At least 7 or 8 century-old silverback wolves were pursuing him. Even though Qinshi was a soul master, he would hardly withstand the assault of so many silverback wolves if he chose to stay. He could only console himself that he was acting for the safety of the other students, an understandable human reaction. The other students were similarly preoccupied, many not even bothering to look back. Perhaps they were unaware, or perhaps they noticed, but, at most, they were merely classmates from the same academy, strangers to one another. Even the mentors were unwilling to rescue Yun Zheng and that male student. Why should they sacrifice themselves for righteousness? On the other side, Yun Zheng's mind was embroiled in conflict, yet in reality, only a moment had elapsed. Ultimately, he was but a mortal, and he made a rather selfish decision. First soul skill, Titan's Breath. Just as he was about to execute it, an unexpected sharp cry pierced the air, followed by a flash of blinding golden light. The golden beam struck the left eye of a silverback wolf, causing blood to spurt forth, and the creature let out a pained howl before collapsing, whimpering on the ground. At that moment, Yun Zheng was truly stunned. Simultaneously, Qing'er appeared before him, noticing his dazed expression, and urgently exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Run!" With that, she grabbed Yun Zheng's hand, attempting to catch up with the fleeing group. However, when Qing'er turned around, there was no sign of Qinshi or the others. In a desperate bid for survival, their speed was undeniably swift. Seeing this, a look of helplessness crossed Qing'er's youthful face. To make matters worse, the silverback wolf that she had injured was now rising, its wounds igniting its ferocity. Its menacing fangs glinted with a chilling light under the moon's glow, and its remaining eye was filled with a savage bloodlust. Without allowing herself further contemplation, Qing'er pulled Yun Zheng along and ran. Determined to avoid the direction of the academy's leaders, Yun Zheng instinctively released the male student. A 10-year-old boy, terrified to the core amid a pack of wolves, faced a fate that was all too predictable. In the aftermath, Yun Zheng might feel a twinge of guilt, yet at this moment, his thoughts were far removed from that boy. Similarly, Qing'er was solely focused on rescuing Yun Zheng. To be honest, she had hardly noticed the boy until now. At this moment, Yun Zheng's mind was consumed by a resolute golden light of righteousness. while Qing'er contemplated how to escape the jaws of the wolves with her only two friends since childhood. Chapter 13. The Liberation of True Names. The Frost Spear. The injured silver-backed wolf relentlessly pursued them, clearly intent on avenging itself. As they ran ahead, Qing'er clung tightly to Yun Zheng's hand, seemingly worried he might lag behind. It must be noted that although she appeared delicate, Qing'er possessed quite a surprising grip. "Let us stop," Yun Zheng suddenly exclaimed after a minute of running. "What?" Qing'er, who was leading the way, blinked in disbelief, panting heavily. "I said, let us halt. Continuing to run will only deplete our strength." After a brief moment of distraction, perhaps having found a semblance of conviction, Yun Zheng appeared remarkably composed. He turned back to fixate on the silver-backed wolf and explained in a serious tone, "Our strides are too small. And we are too slow to outrun a four-legged beast like the silver-backed wolf. This spirit beast is cunning. Your earlier attack made it wary, causing it to hesitate in attacking. Instead, it has been intentionally trailing us, draining our stamina. Once we are exhausted, it will pounce." Indeed. While Qing'er was strong and Yun Zheng possessed great strength, their physical limitations as 6-year-olds could not be overlooked. No matter how diligently they flailed their little legs, they could not run very fast. Qing'er, being quite astute, grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Yun Zheng's explanation and instinctively asked, "What should we do now?" "Counterattack," Yun Zheng pronounced without a moment's hesitation. Then, sensing Qing'er's wavering confidence, he added, "The silver-backed wolf has only 500 years of cultivation. Even with the moonlight's enhancement, it possesses merely 600 years of strength. Your martial spirit has a deterrent effect on beasts. Together, we can defeat it. Can we really?" Qing'er still hesitated. Yun Zheng, unwavering in his resolve, articulated with deliberate clarity, "If we continue to delay, our chances of victory will dwindle. Engaging in a contest of stamina with a soul beast that roams the wilderness is inherently foolish." "Very well." Under Yun Zheng's persuasion, Qing'er steeled herself, nodding resolutely, a flash of determination illuminating her brow. "Your martial spirit is an ice bow, adept at ranged attacks. I will throw you out. Find a suitable position to conceal yourself while I distract the silver-backed jackal, and you will seize the opportunity to strike." Clearly, Qing'er regarded Yun Zheng as a fragile being in need of protection. This was not due to any disdain on her part. After all, in her eyes, Yun Zheng had yet to even acquire his first soul ring. With that, Qing'er unceremoniously hurled Yun Zheng into the fray. He attempted to offer an explanation, but he quickly witnessed her summon the colossal spirit of the golden dragon. The resounding roar of the dragon reverberated through the air, and its ethereal breath rendered the century-old silver-backed jackal momentarily frozen, forgetting its predatory instincts. Dragon spirits, particularly the elite ones, naturally instill terror in soul beasts. Although Qing'er's golden dragon was a variant martial spirit, it remained among the most formidable of dragon spirits, and thus the mere silver-backed jackal dared not provoke her. However, this was merely intimidation. It could not compel the jackal to flee entirely, as Qing'er was a dragon martial spirit, not a true dragon by blood. After a brief moment of paralysis, the silver-backed jackal recognized the trickery and grew even more ferocious. Yet, this posed no threat to Qing'er. She had successfully manifested her martial spirit. The golden dragon scales enveloped her arms like armor, her once dark eyes transformed into a radiant gold. Standing at just over 1 meter in height, she now exuded an aura reminiscent of a valiant goddess of war. First soul skill, giant spirit breath. Without hesitation, Qing'er unleashed her attack once more, her mouth agape as golden rays shot forth like blades. At merely level 10, with just 1 soul ring, this was her soul skill, and she could only place her hopes upon it. Unfortunately, the silver-backed jackal was no fool, having been wounded by this very technique before. It would not allow Qing'er to succeed again. Under the moonlight, the jackal leapt, evading the strike, and sensing that Qing'er had exhausted her options, it sprang high, lunging directly at her. With its claws poised to strike, Qing'er raised her arms to shield her heart. The clash between the jackal's claws and her dragon scales sparked in the night. Fortunately, in this moment of peril, she propelled her legs backward, dissipating much of the force. Though she was sent flying, she remained largely unscathed. Yet, the silver-backed jackal, undeterred by its failed assault, aimed to pursue her. Its claws now abandoned in favor of sinking its teeth into her neck. Faced with the advancing silver-backed jackal, despair enveloped Qing'er as its gaping maw drew ever closer. Never before had she felt death so near. Whoosh! At that moment, a piercing ice-blue line sliced through the shroud of darkness, as an arrow forged from pure crystalline ice struck directly into the gaping maw of the silver-backed wolf. which exuded a foul stench. Almost all living beings possess two vulnerabilities, their eyes and their throats. Yun Zheng had awakened his martial soul for merely 6 months, dedicating that time solely to the art of archery. Even the most exceptionally gifted prodigy could hardly achieve the precision required to strike swiftly moving targets in the darkness after such a brief period of practice. While it is conceivable that such a rare talent exists, it is evident that Yun Zheng does not possess that distinction. Yun Zheng could only aim for the throat of the silver-backed wolf. Yet, this arrow did not suffice to bring the beast to its end. It let out a mournful howl and lay on the ground, whimpering. Yun Zheng had anticipated this outcome. As usual, he had not exerted his full strength with the arrow. It was within his expectations that it would not be a fatal shot. After all, there was still the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Yun Zheng leaped down from the canopy of a tree and lunged at the silver-backed wolf, seizing the arrow with both hands and thrusting it fiercely. The silver-backed wolf barely had time to emit another mournful howl before the arrow pierced through its throat and exited at the crown of its head. A torrent of blood gushing forth. A brilliant yellow soul ring ascended, and the wolf was left with only the final tremors of its muscles and nerves. Upon witnessing the soul ring, Qing'er and Yun Zheng sighed in relief, while the exhausted Qing'er collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of dignity. However, just as the two believed the danger had passed, a low growl emanating from the darkness sent shivers down their spines. Before they could catch their breath, another silver-backed wolf emerged, a formidable creature of 400 years, enhanced by the moonlight to possess the power of 500 years, surpassing many soul masters of higher levels. The figure of the silver-backed wolf stepped forth from the shadows, glancing at its fallen counterpart. A flicker of hatred and caution crossed its eyes. Aware of the fate that had befallen the previous wolf, it was evident that this wolf would not easily reveal its vulnerabilities. Yun Zheng, Qing'er called out softly, her voice trembling. Having expended much of her strength and soul power from the earlier dash and the repeated use of her first soul skill, coupled with the claw attack from the prior wolf, her arms were still tingling with numbness. At this moment, she truly possessed little strength left to continue the fight. Yun Zheng was undoubtedly aware of this, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he offered a resigned smile. As night enveloped the surroundings, he suddenly murmured, "First soul skill, armament, enhanced." With a series of crisp sounds, the exquisite frost sky feather bow materialized once more, its resplendent icy form captivating Qing'er anew. However, this time, her gaze was drawn predominantly to the yellow soul ring encircling the bow. As the ring illuminated, the frost sky feather bow in Yun Zheng's grasp shattered into glistening shards of ice, which danced around him like ethereal butterflies. In that moment, Yun Zheng turned to Qing'er and gently remarked, "Let it be known, I am not a monster. I merely possess an innate strength. In the presence of beasts, turning one's back is a grave folly, and the same held true for soul beasts." The silver-backed wolf lunged at Yun Zheng the instant he turned, intent on bringing him to his demise. Yet Yun Zheng appeared oblivious, murmuring in a melodic voice, "True name liberation. Frost speech." As Yun Zheng's words echoed, the icy shards swirling around him momentarily reshaped, manifesting a magnificent halberd in his grasp. Yun Zheng possesses no knowledge of spear techniques, polearm methods, or staff skills. He is endowed solely with raw strength. Yun Zheng suddenly pivoted, his spear descending with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, striking heavily upon the head of the silver-backed wolf. A resounding crash echoed as the wolf's eyes rolled back, its skull shattering instantly. A golden soul ring ascended, marking the demise of the century-old silver-backed wolf at Yun Zheng's hands. This moment marked Yun Zheng's first full exertion since his arrival in this world. Witnessing the spectacle, Qing'er was momentarily entranced. The boy's youthful visage bore an intensity and severity that belied his appearance. Illuminated by the moonlight, his form appeared as pure as jade. Though the spear in his grasp was a weapon of destruction, it radiated an elegance akin to celestial artifacts, as strands of his hair and frost danced in the air, crafting a breathtaking tableau. The sublime fusion of raw power and exquisite beauty etched this scene indelibly into Qing'er's memory. Chapter 14. The charming boy. Time rewinds to half a day prior, within the confines of Qing'er's home in the city of Ogu. Upon waking early that morning, Qing'er's mother, the striking woman Yun Zheng had encountered before, discovered her daughter's absence. Startled, she noticed a letter left by Qing'er beside her pillow, the scrawled handwriting unmistakably belonging to her daughter. After reading the note, the woman let out a resigned chuckle, her gaze drifting to the window, her eyes reflecting a mixture of longing and reproach, though it was unclear whom she directed it towards. Typically, Her daily routine revolved around caring for Qing. Yet with her daughter's sudden departure, the woman found herself at a loss. Time passed, and a pair of strong arms enveloped her from behind, causing her to startle. Her soul power instinctively surged, only to be gently quelled by the figure behind her, who spoke in a magnetic and affectionate tone. Yun'er, it is I. At the sound of this longed-for voice, the woman shivered, turning to behold a mature and strikingly handsome visage. Tears welled in her eyes, and she melted into the embrace of her beloved, her gaze shimmering with affection as she murmured, "Yu Lang." The man who had appeared was none other than Qing's father. After a prolonged separation, their reunion felt akin to a newlywed couple. Despite Qing now being 6 years old, it was evident that the bond between them remained strong, as their eyes met and they succumbed to an impulsive kiss. Following this tender moment, the man inquired, "Where is Qing? Is she not at home?" Upon hearing her husband's inquiry about Qing, the woman couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully, admonishing, "This is all your fault." The man responded, puzzled, "Knowing you were returning." Qing secretly enrolled in the Academy's wilderness training, even keeping it from me, her mother. She slipped away early this morning. The woman shot him an exasperated glance. Then, sensing his concern for their daughter's safety, added reassuringly, "Do not worry. She is merely in the soul-hunting forest, home to only 2,000-year-old soul beasts, led by the Academy's director, accompanied by 3 soul masters. There is no danger." I see the man pondered for a moment. As a soul master, he was undoubtedly aware of the significance of outdoor training, yet he could not help but feel a sense of guilt and melancholy. He felt remorse as a father, for such matters ought to be handled by him, yet due to various circumstances, he found himself unable to accompany his daughter in her growth, which inevitably led to his self-reproach. His melancholy deepened at the thought that Qing would rather conceal her participation in the outdoor training from her mother than confront her own father. The beautiful woman, noticing the unusual expression on the man's face, was well aware of the turmoil within his heart. She gently caressed his cheek and reassured him, "Do not overthink it. That child, Qing, is merely having a moment of defiance. She truly cares for you as her father." The man nodded absent-mindedly. Within his heart, he silently resolved that upon Qing's return, he would dedicate himself to spending quality time with her. As for the sect, let it be. Once, he was merely a 79th level soul saint, unable to resist the pressures of greater powers, even with exceptional talent. He had to yield for the sake of safeguarding Qing and her mother. Now, having ascended to the rank of 84th level soul Douluo, the doors of titles had swung wide open for him, within the entire sect, aside from the elder, who could compel him to comply. Returning to the scene with Yun Zheng and Qing, under the captivating gaze of Qing, Yun Zheng vanquished the silverback jackal beneath the moonlight. Perhaps in Qing's perception, everything unfolded in slow motion, as if time had come to a standstill, yet in reality, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. How formidable is Yun Zheng's strength? What might be the force exerted by an infant at the moment of birth? 1 pound? 2 pounds? And how powerful would a typical 6-year-old child be? Perhaps 30 pounds? 40 pounds? The disparity is staggering. For Yun Zheng, the day he entered this world, he possessed the strength equivalent to that of a 20-year-old prior to his transcendence. Although not a mere strongman, at the age of 20, he wielded a weight of over 100 pounds. Now, after 6 years of growth, with a remarkable increase in strength, a single strike from him would indeed deliver a colossal force akin to 1,000 pounds. Consequently, even though it is said that wolves possess heads of copper and bones of iron with soft midsections, Yun Zheng's thrust is more than sufficient to shatter the skull of a silverback jackal. However, it is equally true that Yun Zheng must also endure the corresponding recoil. Yun Zheng's physique was not particularly robust. His 6-year-old body was evidently incapable of withstanding such immense force. Following that strike, the frost spear dissipated into motes of light, leaving only a few frost crystals, influenced by the chilling aura that sparkled around Yun Zheng. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning a ghastly white. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from his arms, which swelled visibly before his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Qing rushed over, tears brimming in her eyes, and anxiously inquired, "Yun Zheng, are you all right? Please don't scare me. We must leave here at once." Though Yun Zheng's spirit appeared wan and his face ashen, he remained composed, gazing intently at Qing as he firmly advised, "The bloodlust here is overwhelming. The recent commotion may have momentarily deterred the surrounding soul beasts, but their thirst for flesh will soon draw more of them to this place. We cannot linger." No sooner had he uttered these words than Yun Zheng leaned precariously and collapsed into Qing's embrace. This was a reflex of his body's self-preservation. He had overexerted himself, and his physique could no longer tolerate such recklessness. Fortunately, Qing took his admonition to heart, despite her own exhaustion. She carried Yun Zheng and departed from the perilous location. When Yun Zheng next awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Slowly opening his eyes, he instinctively attempted to rub his still dizzy head, but before he could lift his arm, a piercing pain shot through his limb, causing him to gasp sharply. Hearing his sound, Qing turned her head in surprise, her voice tinged with excitement as she whispered, "You're awake." Yun Zheng, at first, paid no heed to Qing, but instead focused on his own arms. His limbs were tightly wrapped in white bandages, and through the coarse fabric, the vivid redness of his skin could be faintly discerned. Yun Zheng knew that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qing. Yun Zheng had a vague understanding of the condition of his arm. Although Qing's simple application of bandages was ultimately futile, he held no resentment towards her. For a 6-year-old child, her efforts were commendable. Furthermore, the bandages she used were infused with medicinal properties. While they could not mend his torn muscles or dislocated bones, they could at least alleviate some of the pain and superficial injuries. However, regardless of the circumstances, the striking combination of the sky blue princess dress and the pristine white tights was quite conspicuous. Indeed, the dress was exquisitely crafted, and the tights were undeniably charming. Yet he was a boy. After a brief moment of envisioning his current appearance, Yun Zheng was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Noticing his gaze, Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. But she soon defended her actions with conviction. "Your previous clothes were stained with the blood of the silverback jackal, and the scent was too strong, attracting soul beasts. So, I took the liberty of changing your outfit. This is my favorite dress, you know." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. As Qing had articulated, in such circumstances, unless he wished to run about in the nude, he had no choice but to don Qing's garments. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck Yun Zheng's mind. According to Qing's assertion, had he not been exposed entirely? With this realization, he glanced at Qing, hesitating briefly, yet refrained from voicing his query. "Why are you staring at me?" Under Yun Zheng's gaze, Qing felt a twinge of guilt and, with a facade of bravado, scolded him playfully. Yun Zheng let out a couple of dry laughs, glancing at the pristine white stockings adorning his legs, and inquired, "I comprehend the reasoning, yet why must I don this?" "Because mother insists that when wearing a skirt, one must certainly wear these," replied Qing with an air of unwarranted maturity. In truth, she was not ignorant. She was well aware that Yun Zheng, being a boy, had no need for stockings. However, who could resist the charms of such an adorable figure? Moreover, he was unresisting. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words. A myriad of thoughts lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a resigned, bittersweet smile. The rationale was compelling, and he found himself unable to counter it. What about my previous attire? Yun Zheng resolved to abandon the quandary of female garments and instead inquired about his former clothing. In reality, he had not neglected to bring other garments. Rather, he wished to keep the orbs within his consciousness concealed, hence his tentative question regarding the prior clothes. Yet, upon hearing Yun Zheng's inquiry, Qing became somewhat bashful, her enchanting eyes darting about, her small feet fidgeting nervously, as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng chuckled lightly and inquired, "Have you disposed of them?" "It matters not. After all, they are not of significant importance. Women's attire is merely women's attire. They are all but children." However, what Yun Zheng did not anticipate was that Qing shook her head and replied, "No, I did not discard your clothes." At that moment, Yun Zheng noticed that Qing had been concealing her hands behind her back. She continued, "I thought that when you awoke, you would wish to change your attire, so I stored them in the soul guide device. Yet, the scent of blood was too pungent, and I intended to wash them for you, but, alas, they were torn in the process." With that, Qing revealed the items she had hidden behind her back. Recognizing the familiar colors, Yun Zheng realized with certainty that these were indeed his garments from the previous day, now reduced to mere tattered rags, utterly unwearable, having been unceremoniously shredded. Yun Zheng blinked in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. All he could muster was a compliment on the girl's remarkable strength. Chapter 15. A New Acquaintance Sighing. Yun Zheng shook his head with a hint of resignation and said, "It's futile. Just discard it." Upon hearing this, Qing timidly nodded, her pitiful expression evoking a desire in Yun Zheng to gently ruffle her hair. Unfortunately, with his arms incapacitated, He found this thought difficult to actualize. Only then did Yun Zheng seize the opportunity to observe their surroundings. It was evident that they remained within the soul-hunting forest, as such caves could not be found elsewhere. The cave was narrow and constricted, exuding a damp atmosphere due to the inability to ignite a fire. Despite her impressive strength, Qing'er possessed a fundamental understanding of a soul master's knowledge. She knew that lighting a fire in the wild could be perilous. While many soul beasts harbored an innate fear of flames, some were drawn to the light and heat, and these creatures were generally quite ferocious. Nonetheless, the area where Yun Zheng lay was surprisingly dry, indicating that Qing'er had taken great care of him during his vulnerable state. This small detail warmed his heart. Moreover, the cave's entrance was concealed with branches, casting a dim light within. To an ordinary person, this might appear to be an obvious attempt at concealment, akin to a clumsy effort to hide something. However, in the soul-hunting forest, the primary beings they needed to evade were not human soul masters, but rather the soul beasts themselves, who possessed no such notions of subtlety. In truth, the cave was hardly an ideal refuge. It had its merits, such as providing seclusion and shelter from the elements, and under certain circumstances, it could serve as a temporary home. However, its single exit posed a significant risk. If discovered or blocked by a soul beast, escape would become impossible. Yet, one must remember that Qing'er was merely a 6-year-old child, carrying Yun Zheng on her back. It was unreasonable to expect her to excavate a fortress overnight, especially in the treacherous soul-hunting forest, where absolute safety was a mere illusion. What surprised Yun Zheng was that Qing'er had not led him directly out of the soul-hunting forest. Yun Zheng recalled that their current location was not far from the exit of the soul-hunting forest. After all, they had merely been wandering around the periphery of the forest, and it would take no more than a quarter of an hour to depart from it. Upon contemplating this, a surge of anxiety washed over Yun Zheng as he wondered if any unforeseen events had transpired after he had fainted the previous night. Qing'er, after I lost consciousness, did you encounter any danger? Yun Zheng inquired, deeply concerned for Qing'er's safety. To his surprise, Qing'er merely gazed at him in confusion before responding. No, I just carried you and ran, and later I found this cave to hide in. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's words, she blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Qing'er inquired, equally perplexed. It's nothing. Yun Zheng shook his head and continued. I thought we had yet departed from the Soul Hunter forest and was concerned that you might have encountered some threat afterward. However, as soon as Yun Zheng finished speaking, he noticed Qing'er's delicate face flush once more. After a brief moment of hesitation, she uttered in an almost inaudible voice. Because we are lost. Ah? Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Qing'er, instinctively expressing his disbelief. You can get lost even on the outskirts of the Soul Hunter forest? What about your supposed wisdom and grace? Now, you seem more like a charmingly naive little girl. The entire Soul Hunter forest essentially offered only two directions, either deeper within or back out. Could one truly be going in circles? In truth, it was indeed possible. Realizing the unusual expression on Yun Zheng's face, Qing'er understood his thoughts. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. And in a blend of anxiety and helplessness, she said, I know I'm not very bright. Please don't dislike me. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was even more bewildered. When had he ever said he disliked Qing'er? No. When have I ever disliked you? Aren't we friends? Yun Zheng was aware that a misunderstanding was at play, and he hastily shook his head, his expression turning anxious. To admit something rather unmanly. Yun Zheng had already considered Qing'er as his first and only friend in this world, the most significant person to him. Since the passing of the old beggar, no one had ever managed to penetrate the walls of Yun Zheng's heart. Qing'er was the first after him, especially after last night. When Qing'er had unhesitatingly turned to help him fend off that silver-backed wolf, Yun Zheng's regard for her only deepened. Otherwise, with Yun Zheng's self-serving nature, how could he possibly expose his mysterious first soul ring before her without a second thought, even risking injury to slay a second silver-backed wolf? Really? Upon hearing Yun Zheng's denial, Qing'er blinked her enchanting eyes, her face lighting up with joy. But soon, it dimmed again as she timidly continued, but at the academy. You can laugh and talk with the other students, while we barely exchange a few words. I genuinely wish to share so much with you. As she spoke, a look of grievance crossed her face. Yun Zheng was taken aback. Upon reflection, during his time at the academy, he had indeed been quite charming and adept at socializing, easily engaging in conversation with everyone, and sweetly addressing his older peers. This earned him numerous advantages, such as cutting in line for meals. Yet all of it was merely a performance on his part. In the presence of Qing'er, perhaps due to her remarkable talent or her endearing appearance. Yun Zheng instinctively retracted his faade. Viewing this from Qing'er's perspective, it could indeed appear as though Yun Zheng harbored a disdain for her, deliberately distancing himself. After all, it is challenging for a 6-year-old to grasp the complexities of human relationships. Consequently, Qing'er's previous behavior can be understood as a reflection of her inner wisdom masked by her external demeanor. She simply lacked the courage to express herself in front of Yun Zheng. The urgency she exhibited in wanting to pull her mother away that day likely stemmed from this very reason. Realizing this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but smirk wryly, thinking to himself, what a tremendous misunderstanding. Meanwhile, noticing Yun Zheng's silence, Qing'er was on the verge of tears, her misty eyes evoking a sense of sympathy. In a flurry of concern, Yun Zheng quickly interjected, "That's not true. How could I ever dislike you?" He felt as though he was undergoing a significant trial in life and added, "I like Qing'er the most. Otherwise, why would I choose to sit beside you on the very first day of school?" When conversing with children, one must adopt their mode of communication. Lengthy discourses serve little purpose. Being straightforward is far more effective, as children comprehend such expressions. In their eyes, the notion of liking can be translated into an array of positive sentiments, such as affection, esteem, and concern. Thus, the phrase "I like you" successfully quelled the tears brimming in the corners of Qing'er's eyes, yet she remained acutely aware of Yun Zheng's demeanor at the academy. Yun Zheng, feeling exasperated, could only explain, "It is because they are all rather foolish. I must deal with them one by one." However, Qing'er is not foolish at all. She is quite perceptive. Therefore, I do not engage in the same manner with her. I wish to interact with Qing'er in the most genuine way possible. Oh, you also think they are rather dim-witted, don't you? To Yun Zheng's surprise, as soon as he finished his explanation, Qing'er, as if she had found a kindred spirit, exclaimed with excitement, "I also find them quite foolish. Some of them are already 10 years old and still have not acquired their first soul ring, yet they act as if they are incredibly impressive. It's utterly infuriating. But why should we have to deal with them? Can't we simply ignore them?" Afterward, Qing'er furrowed her delicate brows in confusion and murmured to herself. Yun Zheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he and Qing'er could reach a consensus on this matter. Perhaps this is the solitude of geniuses? The saying dragons do not share their lairs with snakes and rats likely embodies this sentiment. However, Yun Zheng chose not to explain to Qing'er the reasons behind his need to cope. He did not wish to appear pitiful before her, nor did he desire her sympathy. Yun Zheng simply stated, "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yun Zheng. I am Qing'er. From this moment forth, we shall be good friends." Qing'er paid no heed to Yun Zheng's unanswered question, her smile blossoming like a radiant flower, exuding an air of joy. Yun Zheng also smiled knowingly. "Hey, Yun Zheng, as a friend, may I make a request?" After Yun Zheng and Qing'er had established their friendship, Qing'er, of course, no longer remained as taciturn as before. With her sparkling eyes fixed on Yun Zheng, she sweetly inquired, "Is that all right?" Without a second thought, Yun Zheng nodded in agreement. "May I give you a hug?" Upon receiving his consent, Qing'er beamed with joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and Yun Zheng even perceived hearts dancing in her gaze. "What? Because you were simply too adorable. This dress appears as if it were tailored just for you." "I refuse. I still have injuries. I will be cautious. I won't touch your arms. I refuse. Don't come any closer. Please, refrain from being too forward. Hey, patting my head won't help me grow taller." Chapter 16. A father's wife is not a mother. After a full quarter of an hour, Qing'er finally released Yun Zheng, satisfied. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng glanced at the wrinkled princess dress, wearing an expression of despondency. If he were a girl, he would surely be unable to find a suitor now. If only his arms were capable of movement, he wouldn't be in such a woeful state. But alas, he was currently burdened with injuries, coupled with his modest height. He appeared quite diminutive before Qing'er. Standing at a mere 1 meter, he was significantly shorter than her towering stature of over 1 meter 3, resembling a mere child. Naturally, Qing'er found him utterly endearing, which led to him being thoroughly indulged for a quarter of an hour. However, Qing'er was quite careful, avoiding contact with Yun Zheng's injured arms and refraining from any excessive actions. Her affections were limited to gentle cheek squeezes, tender hair strokes, and simple embraces. This was, of course, the result of Yun Zheng's adamant refusal to allow Qing'er to change her attire. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly found more ways to tease him. Yun Zheng perceived that Qing'er likely regarded him as a mere plaything, akin to a doll, devoid of any malicious intent. However, this affection was somewhat overwhelming for him. Indeed, Had Yun Zheng desired to, with the chilling aura of extreme ice and his inherent strength, he could have repelled Qing'er even without the use of his arms. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Firstly, such an action might inadvertently harm Qing'er. Secondly, they were friends after all. In any case, Yun Zheng felt he was not at a loss, treating it as merely a whimsical game with a child. Yun Zheng silently vowed to himself that this would be the only occasion. Henceforth, he would resolutely prevent Qing'er from succeeding again. Beside him, Qing'er giggled, as if fulfilling a long-held wish, and even stole a lingering glance at Yun Zheng. It was only after catching sight of his wordless eye roll that she stuck out her tongue and suppressed her impulsive excitement. The little girl had an irresistible weakness for adorable things. It was simply in her nature, and Qing'er found herself quite helpless in this regard. After a while, Qing'er turned her gaze back to Yun Zheng and asked, "Yun Zheng, may I pose a question to you?" "No way," Yun Zheng retorted with an eye roll, refusing without a second thought. "Oh, it's not that kind of question," Qing'er exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot. Her words tumbled out in a rush. "Are you perhaps a spirit beast that has undergone 100,000 years of transformation and recultivation? What nonsense is this?" Yun Zheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qing'er, with her sparkling eyes, earnestly replied, "Look, before the break, you didn't even have your first spirit ring. In just 7 short days, excluding last night and today, you not only acquired your first spirit ring, but it's also of the 100-year level, comparable in quality to mine. Moreover, your strength is astonishing. I have never encountered anyone with such incredible power." The books say that 100,000-year spirit beast transformation not only allows for the self-formation of spirit rings, but also possesses numerous extraordinary traits, along with exceptional cultivation talent, just as the texts describe. As she spoke, Qing'er extended her delicate hand, counting off her points. Afterward, she leaned closer, almost pressing against Yun Zheng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "Isn't that right?" It was evident that Qing'er was entirely oblivious to the true implications of a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. Her curiosity and admiration were purely innocent. After all, a 100,000-year spirit beast sounded incredibly impressive. Yet, Qing'er seemed unaware that her words revealed many hidden truths. For instance, in the Douluo Continent, ordinary families do not possess books on spirit beasts, let alone those detailing the transformation of 100,000-year spirit beasts, which are considered treasures. It is said that even soul kings and soul emperors of considerable status seldom encounter such texts. At the tender age of 6, Qing'er not only possessed a soul guide but could also access such literature, hinting at her extraordinary lineage. However, Yun Zheng merely squinted his eyes, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Yun Zheng paid no heed to Qing'er's identity. She was his friend, and that was sufficient. Contemplating this, Yun Zheng playfully bumped his forehead against hers, prompting a soft gasp of surprise from Qing'er. With a hint of grievance, she inquired, "What was that for?" Yun Zheng disregarded Qing'er's inquiries and merely rolled his eyes, retorting, "Is this all derived from your readings?" "Indeed," Qing'er boldly affirmed, even placing her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. After all, this was information she had gleaned from books. Could there be any doubt about it? "Then it stands to reason that you must not have read thoroughly," Yun Zheng pressed on, maintaining his gaze fixed on Qing'er's eyes with unwavering certainty. "How could you possibly know that?" Qing'er gasped in surprise, instinctively posing the question. Yun Zheng was not surprised. Rather, he sighed with resignation and remarked, "If it were a soul beast of 100,000 years undergoing reformation, its martial spirit would undoubtedly be its original form. This is indeed stated in the texts." "Is it not?" "I believe so." Qing'er responded with a hint of uncertainty, her voice trailing off in contemplation. "Then what is my martial spirit?" "The frost sky bow." Yun Zheng rolled his eyes and continued, "Even if it were 100,000 years soul beast reformed, it would require something capable of cultivation. Would it not? A soul beast should, at the very least, be a living entity. Do you truly believe that a mere ice spout could have evolved into a being capable of 100,000 years of cultivation? Do you think I am merely an ice spout transformed?" Faced with Yun Zheng's relentless inquiries, Qing'er's previous confidence evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of self-doubt. "What about your first soul ring?" At this moment, Qing'er had begun to accept that Yun Zheng was not some transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Yet her curiosity regarding the origin of his first soul ring remained unabated. This question posed a challenge for Yun Zheng to answer. Ultimately, he could only muster the courage to say, "If I told you that I encountered a critically injured 400-year soul beast during one of my outings and defeated it to obtain this, would you believe me?" Even as he spoke these words, Yun Zheng found it hard to believe himself. However, Qing'e seemed to grasp his predicament. After a moment's thought, she nodded and replied sweetly. Very well. I shall choose to trust you for now. Qing'e's mother had once advised her that everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing too eagerly into matters others wish to keep private could easily provoke animosity. Not wishing to alienate Yun Zheng, Qing'e found her curiosity pale in comparison to the value of their burgeoning friendship. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's words, Qing'e looked at him in surprise. After a moment, she sincerely replied, Thank you. You're welcome. Qing'e responded with a sweet smile, radiating happiness. She then inquired, Since you already possess your first spirit ring, why do you still wish to participate in the wilderness training? To broaden my horizons. Yun Zheng shook his head ambiguously and said with a wry smile, I simply didn't anticipate that we would encounter such misfortune. I don't perceive this as misfortune at all. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's lament, Qing'e blinked and said earnestly, Yun Zheng felt puzzled. After all, if it weren't for his outburst the previous night, they might not have survived. How could that not be considered misfortune? Noticing the confusion on Yun Zheng's face, Qing'e revealed a charming smile and remarked, It is precisely because of what happened yesterday that we have become good friends. Upon hearing the words, Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback. It was rather astonishing that he had been warned by a mere 6-year-old girl not once, but repeatedly. Shaking his head, he realized he could no longer allow Qing'e to dominate the conversation. If this continued, he might very well be moved to tears by her. And what about you? Do you not already possess your first spirit ring? Why then, do you wish to partake in the field training? Yun Zheng retorted with a logical inquiry. It was implausible that Qing'e was seeking mere experience. Her background was anything but ordinary. Yun Zheng suspected that if she desired, she could venture even into the Douluo forest, rendering a mere visit to the soul-hunting forest for experience utterly unnecessary. The combined number of soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest might not even match the multitude of soul beasts documented in a single book she had once perused. However, Yun Zheng's question seemed to strike a nerve with Qing'e. The sweet smile she wore a moment ago faded, replaced by a melancholic expression as she answered with a complexity that seemed unwarranted on her youthful visage. Because my father has returned. Your father has returned? Upon hearing this reply, Yun Zheng raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed. He was aware of Qing'e's father's return, but one would expect joy in such news. Did she truly harbor such disdain for her own father? Perhaps sensing Yun Zheng's astonishment, Qing'e let out a long sigh, her silver teeth lightly biting her lip, and spoke with a tone tinged with resentment. Because my father's wife is not my mother. What? A scoundrel, indeed. In an instant, Yun Zheng comprehended the situation. So, her father was of such a character? If that were the case, it was understandable why Qing'e would harbor ill feelings towards him. Chapter 17. Yu Qing'e. While Yun Zheng and Qing'e remained hidden in a cave within the soul-hunting forest, the others from the Aogu Junior Spirit Master Academy had returned to Aogu City. Although their field training expedition was not yet complete, the occurrence of recent events had left no one in the mood for such endeavors. Out of the 13 who had set out for the field training, only 10 returned, with the dean and 3 mentors successfully arriving back. While 3 students were notably absent, Yun Zheng, Qing'e, and the male student whom Yun Zheng had abandoned. The atmosphere throughout the journey back was heavy. The sole female mentor directed her frigid gaze at Qinshi, as if attributing all blame to him. In light of this, neither the dean nor the portly mentor intervened to seek justice. Someone had to take responsibility, and now that Qinshi was being accused, they saw it as an opportune moment to let him bear the brunt of the blame, alleviating a fraction of their own culpability. Qinshi endured the tension throughout the journey until they reached the outskirts of Aogu City, finally unable to contain himself after escorting the 6 children into the city. He was undoubtedly aware of the schemes brewing in the minds of the dean and others, yet if he were to shoulder the blame, he could forget about living a peaceful life in the city of Aogu. Contemplating this, Qinshi erupted, directing his ire at the female mentor. Why do you gaze at me so? Do you intend to assert that this entire predicament is my fault? Let us not forget that had I not sensed the approach of the earth-shattering bear and the silverback jackals, you might have perished in your slumber. In response to Qinshi's outburst, the female mentor merely scoffed coldly, retorting, if it were not for you, how could Yun Zheng, Qing'e, and that 4th-year child have met such a tragic fate at the jaws of the wolves? Indeed, no one believed that Yun Zheng and the others were still alive. 2 6-year-olds and a 10-year-old, 2 of whom had just attained their first spirit ring, while Yun Zheng had yet to even acquire his first spirit ring. How could they possibly survive in the soul-hunting forest, beset by a pack of ravenous wolves? The female mentor cared not for whose fault it was. Her relentless scrutiny of Qinshi stemmed solely from her conviction that he was responsible for Yun Zheng's demise. Once a woman has made up her mind about something, reason often eludes her. Am I to blame for this? Qinshi, incensed by the mere mention of the incident, exclaimed in a frenzy, "You three went off to confront the Millennium Soul Beast, leaving the wolf pack for me to handle alone, alongside 9 children. How am I to fend off the wolves while ensuring the safety of the children?" At that moment, 3 of the children had already drawn the attention of a silverback jackal. If I had turned back to save them, the 6 children standing here would have perished as well. I am but a soul master, not a soul king or soul emperor. What could I possibly do when pursued by a pack of century-old silverback jackals? What choices were left to me? You, the female mentor, aware of her own shortcomings, snapped back, her expression contorting with rage, ready to unleash her fury. However, at that juncture, the dean interjected, "Enough. The events have transpired. What we ought to contemplate now is how to remedy the situation." The dean could not allow the female mentor to drive Qinshi away. He still required him to bear the burden of blame. What is there to remedy? Qinshi, fully cognizant of the dean's intentions, chuckled coldly. Before the practical training, they had already signed a liability waiver. We did our utmost to protect them. Any mishap is their own responsibility. They can only blame their own misfortune. To be fair, this incident could only be deemed a stroke of ill luck. Firstly, the existence of the 3 silverback jackals was unknown even to the forest administrators. Evidently, a recent elevation to Millennium Soul Beasts due to some fortuitous opportunity. Secondly, the Knight's cloak granted the silverback jackals enhanced power under the moonlight. Thirdly, those 3 Millennium silverback jackals just happened to be preparing to ambush the reigning monarch of the soul-hunting forest, the earth-shattering bear, that very night, seeking to usurp its throne. Fourthly, these 4 Millennium Soul Beasts fortuitously crossed paths with the group from the Agu Junior Soul Master Academy. Fifthly, it is essential that the silverback jackal, a social soul beast, possesses sufficient forces to pursue Qinshi. These 5 conditions are indispensable. Should any one of them fail to be met, the events of last night would have been utterly impossible. The mere coincidence of all 5 elements aligning can only be deemed a stroke of misfortune. The dean shares this sentiment, acknowledging that human calculations cannot rival the will of destiny. Being a soul master is inherently perilous, with absolute safety being a mere illusion. Accidents can happen at any moment, and numerous soul masters have perished due to missteps in their training, falling into madness or worse, succumbing to the jaws of soul beasts. However, the grim reality remains. 3 children have lost their lives, and their parents are unlikely to share this perspective. The parents' anger demands an outlet. They cannot confront the soul beasts directly, thus the leading teacher of this outdoor training exercise, as well as the entire Agu Junior Soul Master Academy, has become a convenient target for their ire. Yet, the parents are in dire need of an explanation. Contemplating this, the dean cast a subtle glance at Qinshi and remarked, "What explanation could there possibly be?" Qinshi retorted with a scornful smile, "That Yun Zheng is merely an old beggar who raised a little beggar. Without parents, without kin, his death goes unnoticed. Who demands an explanation for that? The 4th-grade child hails from an ordinary family, with parents who are just common folk. What right do they have to seek accountability from us?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization flickered in the dean's aged eyes. Indeed, that was a valid point. Qing'er's mother is a soul master of the Soul Sect, and her father is a formidable soul master as well. The female instructor, witnessing Qinshi's unabashed demeanor, especially his disdain for Yun Zheng, felt an overwhelming aversion and could not help but retort. Qinshi shot her a disdainful glance, cursing her inwardly, his countenance hardening as he pronounced each word with deliberate intensity. "What of the Soul Sect? Our dean is also from the Soul Sect. Qing'er's mother is merely a support-type soul master. What significant power could she wield? Are we, a prestigious junior soul master academy, truly intimidated by her?" As for Qing'er's father, at this juncture, Qinshi let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Who among you has ever seen Qing'er's father? She is so reluctant to even reveal her surname to others. I dare say, does Qing'er even have a father?" Just as Qinshi was poised to make a disparaging remark, a sudden silence enveloped him. The word father lodged itself firmly in his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering another syllable. In that fleeting moment, the very pressure of the heavens seemed to descend, as if the sky itself were about to collapse. Dark clouds surged ominously, electric arcs of blue flickering across the expanse, and an overwhelming force, infused with wrath, approached with an undeniable intensity. A divine figure descended from the heavens, adorned with 8 soul rings that captivated the soul. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. This visage was that of a perfectly configured soul Douluo. The blue dragon shadow circled ominously beside the figure, while a terrifying thunder remained unspoken. Under this immense pressure, the group from the Academy of Initial Soul Masters could scarcely utter a word. Did you just claim that my daughter has no father? The gaze of that shadow fell upon Qinshi, and within the rasp of his voice lingered a faint hint of blood, saturated with a profound intent to kill that enveloped Qinshi, causing his trousers to become instantly drenched. Senior. Qinshi stammered, unable to articulate a complete sentence, trembling as he knelt in supplication for mercy. The figure, wholly disinterested in Qinshi's explanations, summoned a thunder dragon forged entirely from lightning, which descended from the ominous clouds, crashing directly onto Qinshi's head. In the next moment, all that remained was a charred patch, devoid of even a single drop of blood, a true embodiment of utter annihilation. Subsequently, the figure turned his ire towards the others, his eyes ablaze with fury, now filled with blue lightning. His hoarse voice resonated once more. If anything were to befall my daughter, you shall all pay the price for her demise. With that declaration, he soared towards the direction of the soul-hunting forest. He bore no fear that any among them would escape. With his formidable power, it would be trivial for him to eliminate a few unprotected soul masters in the Douluo Continent. The dean, left behind, gazed at the vanishing figure, collapsing to the ground in despair, murmuring each word with agonizing clarity. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus. So her surname is Yu? Chapter 18. Crisis resurfaces. Within the soul-hunting forest, Yun Zheng noticed that Qing'er was in low spirits. Believing that he had misspoken, he sought to lift her spirits. Fortunately, the emotional whims of children are relatively simple. It took little effort for Yun Zheng to help her forget the earlier unpleasantness. After a light-hearted exchange, Yun Zheng remarked, Qing'er, we must depart from this place. The cave is not safe, and waiting idly is not a solution. I will lead the way. The soul-hunting forest is not extensive, and there are few formidable soul beasts. Given the turmoil from last night, the beasts are likely in disarray, providing us a perfect opportunity to escape this perilous locale. Remaining in this small cave offered Yun Zheng no advantages. He had no desire to embark on a wilderness survival journey in this foreign realm with a young girl. Moreover, his arms were in dire need of treatment. Conditions in the forest were inadequate, and only upon reaching a town could he find a suitable healing soul master. This matter could not be postponed. Should the misaligned bones of his arms heal incorrectly, recovery would become exceedingly difficult. Earlier, Qing'er had found herself lost and inadvertently taken refuge in the cave, but Yun Zheng was well versed in navigation and could not bear to linger here any longer. Qing'er, having witnessed Yun Zheng's strength, did not underestimate him due to his injuries. Instead, she nodded earnestly and said, Rest assured, there are no formidable soul beasts in the vicinity. The strongest among them is barely over a century old. Beyond this place, however, I cannot be certain. These predictable circumstances did not surprise Yun Zheng, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Although they were about to leave the soul-hunting forest, it was imperative to proceed with caution and ensure they were in optimal condition. While Qing'er had adequately replenished her physical and spiritual energy, Yun Zheng found himself drained in both aspects. Upon awakening, he felt a throbbing in his head, indicating that such a state was ill-suited for travel. After approximately half an hour, Yun Zheng consumed some provisions and gradually regained his strength. With everything prepared, there was no reason to delay further. Cautiously, Yun Zheng and Qing'er emerged from the cave. Despite his arms being incapacitated, his legs remained functional, albeit somewhat uncoordinated. It is difficult to determine whether to consider Qing'er fortunate or unfortunate. Last night, she had led Yun Zheng from the outskirts into the mixed area without encountering any vicious soul beasts. Yun Zheng felt it was sheer luck. Thanks to the residual chaos from last night's battle, most soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest had taken refuge, allowing Yun Zheng and Qing'er to escape the mixed area with relative ease. Upon reaching the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, both children exhaled a sigh of relief, involuntarily relaxing. As the exit drew nearer, their excitement intensified. It was as if they had escaped from the jaws of death. Two 6-year-olds had navigated the tumultuous soul-hunting forest for an entire day and night unscathed, successfully evading peril. Such a tale would surely be met with disbelief. Their survival was attributed not only to fortune, but also to their inherent strength. Had Yun Zheng and Qing'er not been sufficiently powerful, the 200-year-old silverback wolves would have long since devoured them, just as Yun Zheng and Qing'er believed they were on the verge of triumph. A colossal and sorrowful figure materialized before them, the earth-shattering bear. The once mighty ruler of the soul-hunting forest was now a shadow of its former self. Its left eye had been gouged out, and deep claw marks marred its face, extending from its brow to its chin. Its mouth was torn, fangs broken, and crimson blood flowed ceaselessly from its wounds. Patches of fur were missing, exposing a myriad of injuries, some inflicted by sharp weapons, others by the gnashing of teeth, and many severe contusions. It was evident that yesterday had not been kind to the earth-shattering bear. Though the earth-shattering bear was a 2,000-year-old soul beast, its strength surpassed that of 3 silverback wolves by a considerable margin. However, the disparity in cultivation levels among soul beasts under 10,000 years is not as vast as one might assume. Both 2,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, akin to soul masters, possess combat capabilities at the soul sovereign level. Perhaps due to its racial advantages, the earth-shattering bear could unleash power at the soul king level. Yet the outcome was evident when 3 seamlessly coordinated soul sovereigns besieged a single soul king. Moreover, under the auspices of the moonlight, the silver-backed wolves have enhanced their strength. The battles among spirit beasts, particularly those concerning territorial disputes, are typically a matter of life and death. However, last night, the earth-shattering bear had fought alongside the 3 silver-backed wolves against human soul masters. Despite their bloodthirstiness, the silver-backed wolves did not annihilate their opponent entirely. After inflicting severe injuries upon the earth-shattering bear, they merely drove it away. This hunting soul forest has become inhospitable for the earth-shattering bear, compelling it to seek refuge elsewhere. If all goes as expected, it may perish during its migration. There is even a possibility that it could be hunted down by the forest's guardians the moment it steps beyond the hunting soul forest. Even if fortune smiles upon it and it encounters no human soul masters along the way, safely reaching another gathering place of spirit beasts, it will inevitably face its own ruler there. Spirit beasts possess a profound sense of territoriality, showing no mercy to outsiders. The earth-shattering bear, driven to the exit of the hunting soul forest, is hindered by its injuries, rendering it incapable of enduring a long migration and forcing it to pause for recovery. To prevent chaos among the spirit beasts, hunting soul forests, which can be cultivated by the Empire, typically have only one exit, resulting in the current predicament. At this very moment, Qing and Yun Zheng, seeking to escape the hunting soul forest, unexpectedly encounter the driven, earth-shattering bear. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. The earth-shattering bear remembers Qing and Yun Zheng well. Yet, its plight cannot be solely attributed to them. The challenge posed by the silver-backed wolves was inevitable. In fact, it was the appearance of the group from the Ogre Junior Soul Master Academy that allowed the earth-shattering bear to survive at all. Nevertheless, facts remain, and anger must find an outlet. The bear, not known for its cunning, believes that eliminating these 2 humans could alleviate its frustrations. With a furious roar, the earth-shattering bear struck without hesitation, its massive paw descending like a meteor. Yun Zheng and Qing leapt into action, erecting a barrier of soul power just in time to deflect the flying debris, both letting out muffled grunts. The 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear, despite its grievous wounds, was not a foe that 2 mere 10th-level soul masters could hope to contend with. It is no exaggeration to state that had the silver-backed wolves not employed treachery, choosing to ambush the earth-shattering bear under the cover of night, the outcome of a confrontation between 1 and 3 would remain uncertain. Fortunately, the bear's first strike, hampered by its injuries, was not followed up with a second, granting Yun Zheng and Qing precious moments to react. The giant spirit golden dragon and the frost sky featherbow manifested, and while the 2 yellow soul rings before the earth-shattering bear may not have instilled much fear, neither Qing nor Yun Zheng displayed any hint of cowardice. To fight is to live. Having faced life and death the previous night, both have grown significantly. Yun Zheng's arms were incapacitated, yet this did not hinder his ability to draw the bow. Balancing on one leg, he pressed the other firmly against the frost sky feather bow, biting down on the bowstring in the ice arrow. The bow resembled a full moon, and with a resounding bang, the ice arrow was released with ferocity. Each individual possesses their own reasons for survival, and Yun Zheng was no exception. He yearned to send the old beggar back to his homeland. He wished to experience the myriad wonders of the Douluo Continent. He aimed to protect the friends he had painstakingly made in this foreign realm. He longed to return home. No one could impede his will to live. Even the 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear would not deter him. He would show no mercy. The ice arrow shot forth from the blind spot of the earth-shattering bear's vision. Alas, despite its blindness, the beast's instinctive alertness to danger remained intact. Almost instantaneously upon hearing the sound, it raised its massive paw defensively. The ice arrow struck directly at the bear's palm, triggering the armor-piercing effect that disregarded 12% of its defense. Although the arrow did not draw blood, the frigid essence of the ultimate ice successfully infiltrated the earth-shattering bear's body, with the 12% damage enhancement from the ice attribute. A mesmerizing blood-red ice flower erupted in the bear's palm. How could mere flesh withstand the chilling might of ultimate ice? The earth-shattering bear let out a pained howl. But simultaneously, the excruciating agony stimulated its nerves. The terrifying force of its fury caused the ground to tremble and crack beneath it, leaving Yun Zheng, who stood on one leg, unable to maintain his balance. Fortunately, Qing'er, with her quick reflexes, caught him just in time. During this tumultuous moment, it was inevitable that their arms would collide, yet Yun Zheng did not cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth and urged, "You take the bow. If you can hit its gouged left eye, we shall prevail." The eye was closest to the brain, and if Yun Zheng could strike the earth-shattering bear's eye, the 12% armor-piercing effect would allow the chill to permeate its brain, potentially freezing its underutilized mind in an instant with the power of ultimate ice. However, this was contingent upon the ice arrow being shot by Yun Zheng. Only then could the first soul skill be activated. "All right," Qing'er responded, fully believing in Yun Zheng. With a fierce cry, she hoisted him onto her shoulder, her arms drawing the bow as she aimed for the bear's eye. The girl exhibited a degree of wildness. But Yun Zheng had no time to ponder such matters. Once more, he clenched his teeth to bite the string, and the ice arrow solidified, launched forth with great force. It missed. Qing'er, unaccustomed to archery, found it challenging to wield the bow. Anxiety washed over her, and Yun Zheng, too, gritted his teeth in frustration. The earth-shattering bear had become vigilant after 2 consecutive attacks, its remaining eye fixating intently on Yun Zheng and Qing'er. Chapter 19. The scoundrel has been found. "I'm sorry," Qing'er exclaimed, burdened with guilt as she hurriedly apologized. Yun Zheng bore no ill will towards Qing'er. He spoke calmly, "It is not your fault. First, retreat to the left side of the earth-violent bear, where its left eye is blind." Yun Zheng acknowledged his own culpability for the previous arrow, having allowed another to wield the bow. Sometimes, 1 + 1 does not necessarily equal 2, the division of archery. Akin to a sword that does not unsheath its blade or a knife without a hilt, diminishes its efficacy. If Qing'er and Yun Zheng were truly in sync, they could indeed shoot together. However, at this moment, their understanding was not yet attuned. "Very well," Qing'er assented without hesitation, swiftly moving to the blind spot of the earth-violent bear's gaze. The creature's sight failed to catch up immediately, granting Yun Zheng and Qing'er a fleeting moment to prepare. Yun Zheng leapt down from Qing'er's shoulder, employing the same maneuver as before. Bracing his foot against the bow's body, his teeth gripping the bowstring and the ice arrow, drawing it back to its full moon shape, his gaze sharp as lightning, aimed directly at the earth-violent bear's eye socket. Simultaneously, the earth-violent bear discovered the whereabouts of the vanished Qing'er and Yun Zheng upon seeing the ice bow. Its beastly eyes narrowed in alarm. These humans were feeble, yet that ice bow possessed a power that posed a threat to it. Bathed in sunlight, the ice arrow glimmered with a chilling light, causing the bear to shudder involuntarily. Its primal instincts compelled it to raise its massive paw high, poised to strike down upon the ground. Witnessing this, Yun Zheng felt a surge of alarm and managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. "Hold on tight. Steady." Qing'er understood immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, she firmly embraced Yun Zheng. The immense strength of the giant golden dragon erupted, and her seemingly delicate feet sank deeply into the ground. Yun Zheng felt himself being pressed into the earth, but fortunately, having held his breath and focused, he remained unaffected. Boom. At that moment, the earth-violent bear's paw descended with force. This strike, imbued with soul power, differed from the previous fissures in the ground. Although the earth trembled once more, this time a single crack, like a serpent, surged toward Yun Zheng and Qing'er. Countless spikes erupted from the fissure. Should they strike Yun Zheng and Qing'er, there would be no chance of survival. The earth-violent bear, named for the earth itself, would be nothing but a hollow title if it could not harness the power of the land. Bang! An icy blue beam sliced through the air with such speed that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Yun Zheng found himself devoid of any opportunity for hesitation. His only glimmer of hope lay in executing a lethal strike upon the vital point of the earth-shaking bear before it could react. However, this arrow was destined to miss its mark. Almost instantaneously upon the release of the arrow, a terrifying energy descended from the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and fearsome lightning illuminated the overcast expanse, devoid of the warmth of sunlight, instead radiating an icy chill and a murderous intent. In the next moment, a figure of divine and demonic stature emerged, its form entwined with crackling lightning, reminiscent of a thunderous deity arriving upon the earth. Uttering prophetic words that echoed with authority, "You wretched beast, dare you!" The swiftness of the lightning was beyond the comprehension of either Yun Zheng or the 2,000-year-old earth-shaking bear. Before either could fully grasp the situation, a blue bolt of lightning had materialized into a dragon, bearing immense power, and plummeted towards the earth-shaking bear with a thunderous roar. From a distance, the sight of the lightning dragon was awe-inspiring, but as it drew near, Yun Zheng was struck by the realization that the dragon was several meters in girth. As it descended, the lightning erupted, sending a flurry of electric arcs scattering in every direction, the blinding white light engulfing Yun Zheng's vision, obliterating the ice arrow he had released. The earth-shaking bear's ground spikes were equally doomed, as everything within sight vanished into oblivion. Following a tremendous crash, Yun Zheng instinctively squinted his eyes. When the thunder subsided and the blinding light receded, he reopened his eyes to find nothing but a deep crater at the site, utterly devoid of any remnants. The earth-shaking bear had left behind not even a fragment. Only a radiant purple soul ring floated unsteadily at the edge of the pit. Witnessing this scene, Yun Zheng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of control displayed. Yun Zheng and Qing were not particularly close to the earth-shattering bear. Yet the distance could hardly be considered great. Yun Zheng had witnessed the formidable power of the Thunder Dragon firsthand. Truthfully, in that fleeting moment when the Thunder Dragon descended, he genuinely believed his life was at an end. However, once the Thunder Dragon had truly landed, neither he nor Qing felt even the slightest trace of an electric arc. To be honest, Yun Zheng felt a twinge of envy. If he possessed such control, he would not have reduced his own arms to a state of ruin. Although Yun Zheng currently boasted considerable strength, it was akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer. He lacked the grace and composure to handle it effortlessly. At the same time, a figure emerged nearby, the storm surrounding him dissipating. Yet, his martial spirit and soul rings had yet to be retracted. It was then that Yun Zheng discerned the identity and strength of this newcomer, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, boasting a full 8 rings. The individual was, astonishingly, a sole Douluo from the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect of the Upper 3 Sects. While Yun Zheng had never encountered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit before, it was reasonable to deduce that among the dragon spirits controlling lightning on the continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was undoubtedly the sole contender. Regaining his composure, Yun Zheng did not hesitate to express his gratitude, saying, "Junior Yun Zheng extends his heartfelt thanks for your assistance, esteemed senior." After all, it was a matter of life and death, and gratitude was certainly in order. However, what Yun Zheng did not anticipate was that before he could bow, Qing swiftly pulled him back, emitting a playful huff as she quirkily declared, "Humph. No need to acknowledge him." Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Qing at a loss for words. "My dear lady, your origins are extraordinary, while I, Xiao Yunzi, am undeniably of humble beginnings. This esteemed individual before us is a sole Douluo from the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. I am but a fragile being, ill-equipped to withstand the tempestuous storms of life, and I dare not provoke such power." However, the subsequent scene rendered Yun Zheng utterly speechless. Upon hearing Qing's deliberately aloof words, this sole Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect not only remained unperturbed, but also bore a flattering smile upon his handsome and dignified visage. He cautiously approached Qing, a mixture of anxiety and relief flooding his countenance as he inquired, "Qing, are you unhurt? At last, I have found you. You truly frightened me. If anything were to happen to you, what would your mother and I do?" In such a state, it was impossible to reconcile him with the magnificent figure who once commanded thunder and lightning. Beside them, Yun Zheng was left in a daze. It dawned on him that Qing's father was indeed a sole Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. No wonder Qing possessed such audacity. The scoundrel had been located. Feeling the concern emanating from her father, a flicker of grievance and guilt crossed Qing's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a facade of icy indifference. The shift in her gaze was strikingly apparent, even to Yun Zheng, let alone to the vigilant sole Douluo who had been observing her closely. In truth, it is only natural, whether a boy or a girl. A father often emerges as the first superhero in a child's life, the initial object of their admiration. And it is only fitting that a child yearns for paternal love. Qing is no exception. However, her family's circumstances are rather complex. This formidable figure before her seems to have addressed the issues within his own domain, but has failed to win his daughter's acceptance. Consequently, despite sensing the deep-seated reliance Qing Er harbored for him, her father's expression grew dim. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, for he had anticipated such a reaction. Qing Er's demeanor suggested she was entirely disinterested in him. Understanding this, he knew better than to provoke her further at this moment. Thus, he shifted his approach, turning his attention to Yun Zheng, and offered a gentle smile, asking warmly, "Little girl, are you all right?" Upon hearing those words, Yun Zheng's small face instantly stiffened. At that moment, a curse lingered on the tip of Yun Zheng's tongue, leaving him uncertain whether to utter it. Chapter 20. Finally, I can go home. Who says that donning a princess dress must signify one is a girl? Who claims that possessing a delicate appearance invariably identifies one as female? Such notions are evidently mere societal prejudices. It is astonishing that this imposing figure before me, a veritable soul fighter, has also succumbed to such narrow-mindedness. Truly, the hearts of people are no longer pure, and the morals of society are in decline. Yun Zheng harbored a myriad of words within, yet, reflecting upon the prowess and status of the individual before him, he ultimately restrained his thoughts. After all, Yun Zheng was no mere girl. Fortunately, at that moment, Qing Er spoke up to defend him, prompting the soul duelist before them to recognize his misjudgment. Upon hearing Qing Er's voice, he instinctively raised an eyebrow, blinking in confusion as he scrutinized Yun Zheng. His disbelief lingered, for Yun Zheng's appearance was indeed beguiling. His stature was modest, and he donned a dress belonging to Qing Er. Moreover, the remnants of their earlier skirmish had left Yun Zheng somewhat dusty, leading anyone unfamiliar with him to struggle in discerning his gender. However, since it was Qing Er who spoke, the man was inclined to accept her words. Noticing the displeasure etched on Qing Er's face and the peculiar glint in Yun Zheng's eyes, the man hastily apologized, saying, "My sincerest apologies. It seems my eyesight has betrayed me." Humph. Upon witnessing this, Qing Er let out a playful huff, her expression softening into one of endearing satisfaction. After soothing Qing Er, the man's gaze returned to Yun Zheng, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as he earnestly inquired, "Young one, may I see your arms?" On Yun Zheng's arms were wrapped the specially designed bandages of the Blue Electric Overlord sect, evidently applied by Qing Er, coupled with her previous tender care for Yun Zheng. The man was quite willing to assist Yun Zheng in order to please his daughter. Upon hearing the words, Yun Zheng pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Although he harbored secrets, particularly the enigmatic orb within his sea of consciousness, he firmly believed that such a remarkable artifact would not be detected by a soul Douluo. Once he granted his consent, the man gently grasped Yun Zheng's hands, the sensation of muscle tearing and swelling resurfacing, causing Yun Zheng to frown involuntarily. Onlookers, including Qing Er, did not intervene despite her outward disdain for her father. She recognized his abilities and would have sought his assistance for Yun Zheng's arm injury regardless of his request. A gentle flow of soul power coursed into Yun Zheng's arm, and almost instantly, the man acquired a general understanding of his condition. He pondered with surprise, innate divine strength? The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, being one of the top 3 sects, could not rely solely on the might of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. The sect was also renowned for its prowess and body refinement, akin to the Haotian sect's Chaotic Wind Hammer method and the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect's wealth. Members of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect possessed a natural advantage in martial souls, and in terms of pure physical strength, even the Haotian sect could not rival them. As a soul Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, the man had considerable expertise in body refinement and could easily discern the cause of Yun Zheng's injuries. The explosive force overpowering his physique had ultimately led to the separation of flesh and bone, resulting in dislocation and even fractures, an occurrence not uncommon in the sect's history. What astonished the man was Yun Zheng's immense strength coupled with such a lamentably weak constitution, according to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect standards. He was akin to someone unable to lift a shoulder or raise a hand. However, this astonishment was fleeting. As a seasoned soul Douluo, having traversed various lands, he had encountered numerous individuals with innate divine strength. Although Yun Zheng was somewhat unique, he did not reach the realm of the extraordinary. Yet, considering that Yun Zheng could remain composed while contending with a 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear under such circumstances, the man could not help but feel a sense of admiration. With this thought, he instinctively deepened the flow of soul power. At that moment, a chill emanated, unable to shake the man's soul power, but still imparting a hint of coldness. This revelation piqued his interest. The chill surpassed even the natural ice and snow of the extreme northern lands, underscoring the might of Yun Zheng's martial soul. However, soon after, The man displayed a cryptic yet relieved expression. The woman who had awakened Yun Zheng's martial soul had discerned the matter, so it was unreasonable for him. A distinguished soul Douluo, not to notice it. He was not surprised. In the Douluo Continent, genius was predominantly monopolized by sects and royal aristocracy. If one's parents lacked notable talent, their offspring could hardly defy fate. Occasionally, powerful mutated martial souls emerged, but they typically bore side effects. This was the norm of the continent. Moreover, speaking of mutated martial souls, who could be more typical than the man's own subordinate? The transformation from a true dragon to a mere swine is lamentable. Not only has the thunderous might been lost, but even the slightest semblance of dragonhood has been forfeited, rendering the entire sect a source of ridicule. Recalling his younger brother, the man felt his spirits plummet, retracting his soul energy and suppressing the surging tide of negativity. He turned his gaze back to Yun Zheng and inquired, "Little one, do you fear pain?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng instantly discerned the man's intentions. Taking a deep breath, he gravely nodded, his small visage resolute as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior." The man, both astonished by Yun Zheng's astuteness and impressed by his determination, nodded in appreciation before seizing Yun Zheng's hands with force. Blue arcs of electricity enveloped Yun Zheng's arms, bending them at an exaggerated angle until both humerus bones shattered completely. Yun Zheng was unaware of how Lord Guan managed to endure the excruciating pain during his legendary bone-scraping treatment, previously dismissing it as mere folklore. Now, however, he felt a profound respect for the man. The sudden surge of agony twisted Yun Zheng's face into a grotesque expression, and a piercing scream erupted from his lips as torrents of cold sweat streamed down his brow. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelming torment emanating from him. Seeing this scene, Qing'er gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing?" Her desperate call struck a chord deep within the man's heart. Yet, amidst the urgency, he remained focused and explained in a grave tone, "Qing'er, your friend has injured himself with his own power. His arm's muscles are torn, and the bones are severely damaged, particularly the humerus, which is fractured and misaligned. I must proceed this way to aid in his recovery. Surely, you wouldn't want your friend to end up with deformed arms, would you?" Having spent some time within the Blue Electric Tyrant clan, Qing'er understood the gravity of the situation. Upon grasping the reason, she quickly stepped aside to avoid disturbing Yun Zheng and the man. "Yun Zheng, you must endure," she urged anxiously, her heart in turmoil as she could do nothing more than pray for him. To Yun Zheng, the process felt interminable, yet the man, a master of soul power and a skilled body cultivator, deftly addressed Yun Zheng's affliction. In mere moments, he had realigned the broken bones. However, that was not the end. The man retrieved a jade box from his soul-guiding device and extracted a bomb resembling congealed fat, applying it evenly to Yun Zheng's arms. He then bandaged them with specially crafted wrappings from the Blue Electric Tyrant clan. A refreshing coolness enveloped Yun Zheng's arms, instantly suppressing the fiery, tearing sensation. Though the pain still lingered, it was considerably alleviated. Once he completed the treatment, the man withdrew his hands and cautioned Yun Zheng, "For the next month, refrain from exerting your arms. Ensure you maintain a proper diet. Consume more meat and bone broth, as it will aid in your recovery." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yun Zheng replied sincerely, disregarding the cold sweat on his face. The value of that balm alone was likely substantial, and this kindness was a debt he vowed to remember. "There's no need for thanks," the man waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Yun Zheng should not take it to heart. Indeed, he had no familial ties to Yun Zheng, and could have easily chosen not to assist him so diligently. However, given that Yun Zheng was a cherished friend of Qing'er, the man felt compelled to act with such care. In an effort to bring joy to his daughter, a mere box of ointment was a trivial matter for the man. After alleviating Yun Zheng's concerns regarding her arm, he inquired about the events of the past few days. Qing'er, in her typical haughty manner, refrained from speaking to him, compelling Yun Zheng to assume the role of a narrator. He recounted the incidents, ensuring that neither he nor Qing'er had encountered any peril, thereby rendering the tale less fantastical and sparing the man undue anxiety. However, Yun Zheng underestimated the heart of a concerned father. Upon learning that it was the three-headed silverback wolf that had endangered Qing'er, the man swiftly made his way into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. From a distance, Yun Zheng and Qing'er observed as the formerly lush greenery transformed into a tempestuous sea of lightning, with blue thunder dragons unleashing furious roars that threatened to submerge the entire forest. It was likely that the silverback wolves within this forest had been eradicated. Within the lair of the silverback wolves, the man discovered a spirit plant, though its fruit had already been consumed by the wolves. It seemed they had relied on this plant to break through their millennia of cultivation. Regrettably, the silverback wolves lacked an understanding of sustainable practices and had effectively extinguished the life of the spirit plant. Otherwise, the man would have gladly cultivated a pot of spirit plants for Qing'er. Once all matters were resolved, the man intended to return with Qing'er and Yun Zheng to the city of Aogu. Initially, Qing'er felt somewhat reluctant, but when the man mentioned that her mother was anxiously awaiting them in Aogu, she reluctantly acquiesced. Yun Zheng had fortuitously hitched a ride, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he found himself back at the gates of the ancient city. At that moment, the principal of the ancient Junior Soul Master Academy and 2 Soul Respect mentors were still in a state of disarray, anxiously awaiting. Upon seeing the trio, the man inwardly cursed his misfortune. Not wishing for Qing'er to witness his fierce demeanor, he set her and Yun Zheng aside to address the 3 individuals first. Had anything happened to Qing'er, these 3 would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, and the entire academy would face repercussions. However, since Qing'er was unharmed, the man's murderous intent had somewhat abated. He no longer intended to take their lives, for the knowledge of such actions would adversely affect Qing'er. He wished to shield her from the dark and primal aspects of the Soul Master world for as long as possible. Chapter 21. Do not depart, please, I beg you. I desire collections and votes. Qing'er expressed her discontent over her father's sudden departure once again, huffing in dismay. Should he vanish without a word once more? The fragile image he had painstakingly built in Qing'er's heart might come crashing down. Yun Zheng had already discerned the man's intentions. When he caught sight of the director and others from a distance, he had surmised the unfolding events. However, as the man was reluctant to allow Qing'er to engage, Yun Zheng deemed it inappropriate to interject. He found an excuse to depart, reasoning that the ensuing moments would be devoted to familial bonding for Qing'er and her family, and he should refrain from intruding. Yet, when Qing'er realized Yun Zheng's intention to leave, she unexpectedly grasped his arm. Yun Zheng blinked in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Qing'er. Under Yun Zheng's gaze, a bashful crimson hue spread rapidly across Qing'er's delicate face. Rather than meeting his eyes, she hesitantly murmured, the dress. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was initially taken aback, but soon understood, although he felt a twinge of discomfort instinctively. He nodded in agreement, saying, once I have cleansed myself, I shall provide it to you. At this, Qing'er let out a soft whimper, releasing her hold on Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng departed ahead of others, and this experience in the soul-hunting forest made him acutely aware of the frailty of his constitution. Just as the man had jested, if the large bones were boiled into broth, he could then transform into light. However, having faced numerous setbacks due to his physical condition, Yun Zheng realized that the enhancement of his constitution must be prioritized without delay. After Yun Zheng departed, the man returned. Upon witnessing her father's return, Qing'er could not help but display a fleeting expression of joy, which she quickly concealed. With her delicate little legs, she proudly walked away, lifting her chin. The man, observing this, had no choice but to follow behind. The father and daughter maintained this awkward stalemate until, ultimately, it was Qing'er who could no longer bear it. Pretending to be nonchalant, she asked in a manner that was anything but subtle, how long do you intend to stay this time? Qing'er wished for her father's presence to linger. This time, the father would heed her wishes. The man smiled gently and replied, really? Upon hearing these words, Qing'er's joy was immense. She forgot her pretense and turned to look at her father in surprise. However, she soon realized her lapse in composure, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. After shooting him an indignant glare, she feigned indifference and coldly remarked, in any case, it can only be about 10 days. You will ultimately return to accompany that woman. The man, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly but responded, she is my legitimate wife, and your elder mother. Respect must be accorded. Humph. In response, Qing'er merely huffed in a manner that neither affirmed nor denied his statement. Noticing her growing discontent, the man internally sighed and proposed, this time, I shall accompany you and your mother for 20 days. How does that sound? Who cares? Qing'er shot him a glare, scoffing coldly, and walked ahead without looking back. Although she feigned indifference, her light, brisk steps betrayed her true feelings. The man released a breath of relief, even as the father of the only titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, and the leader of one of the 3 great sects, he could not exert such influence over the man. Indeed, it was only Qing'er who could compel him to yield with such willingness and patience. After this brief exchange, silence fell once more between them. The man had assumed this silence would persist until they returned home and encountered Qing'er's mother, but unexpectedly, Qing'er initiated conversation once again. She suddenly extended her delicate little hand towards him, leaving the man somewhat perplexed. What did this mean? Holding hands? It didn't seem likely. Grant me the body refinement technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, Qing Er boldly demanded, looking at the man with determination. Last night, prior to the outburst, Yun Zheng had assured Qing Er that he was not a monster, merely someone endowed with greater strength. Qing Er felt that Yun Zheng must be particularly sensitive about his extraordinary power. Understanding the feeling of being considered an outlier, she, who had finally made a friend, did not want Yun Zheng to see her as a freak. Thus, even though she had no fondness for the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, she yearned to amplify her own strength. She reassured herself that she was asking her father for this, and it had nothing to do with the Blue Lightning Tyrant School. The man, seasoned and astute, quickly discerned his daughter Qing Er's intentions. Frankly speaking, he felt a sense of gratification at her desire to cultivate her physical prowess. Although Qing Er's martial spirit, the giant spirit golden dragon, lacked the ferocity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as thunder, in terms of sheer strength, it held a distinct advantage. Thus, if Qing Er were to pursue physical training, the benefits would undoubtedly be immense and her progress remarkable. However, she had previously shunned anything related to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, even the bandages, spiritual herbs, and soul tools that belonged to the sect were secretly procured by her father through her mother before being handed to Qing Er. As a parent, the man had indeed invested considerable effort. Now, with Qing Er proactively expressing her wish to train, how could he not be touched? Yet, as her father, he was acutely aware that her motivation stemmed from her admiration for Yun Zheng, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within him, despite Yun Zheng being merely a 6-year-old child. Nonetheless, this was a coveted request from Qing Er, and he would never deny her. It was not just physical training, as long as it was something Qing Er desired. There was nothing he would withhold from her. Without hesitation, he agreed to her request. Naturally, he would not simply hand over the techniques for her to figure out on her own. The art of physical cultivation was fraught with peril, and any misstep could yield unimaginable consequences, particularly in the initial stages without a guardian present, which could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Fortuitously, he had planned to accompany Qing Er for 20 days, a sufficient duration for her to establish a solid foundation in her training. Upon returning home, Qing Er's mother could not refrain from reprimanding her, and Qing Er bore it silently. Ultimately, it was her father who, unable to bear the sight of her distress, intervened, prompting her mother to relent. In Qing Er's household, the hierarchy was unmistakably defined. Later, as the family gathered around the dinner table, the man noticed Qing Er's distracted demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed her mother. Yun, we should depart from here tomorrow. This Douluo city is rather remote, making it difficult for me to look after you both. The man felt a sense of apprehension. This time, luck had favored Qing Er, compounded by his timely arrival. Had circumstances been different, the consequences could have been dire. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for the Douluo Primary Soul Master Academy, especially after witnessing the disgraceful conduct of Qin Shi, whom he had dispatched with ease. The audacity with which Qin Shi had attempted to malign Qing Er was unacceptable. And the Academy's headmaster, a cunning opportunist, was hardly a responsible leader, always seeking personal gain and retreating when none was to be had. The man secretly intended to escort Qing Er and her mother back to the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, yet he was acutely aware of the impossibility of this endeavor. Thus, he settled for a more feasible alternative. If returning to the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect was out of the question, at the very least, he wished for them to remain within his line of sight. Although a place like Douluo City was distanced from the sect, it still rendered him powerless to protect them. Qing Er's mother, fully cognizant of her lover's intentions, gently nodded in agreement, recognizing that Douluo City offered little benefit for Qing Er's growth, especially under the shadow of recent events. Leaving was indeed unavoidable. However, they were unprepared for Qing Er's sudden outcry. No, I do not wish to leave Douluo City. Nonsense, Qing Er's mother reprimanded, poised to elaborate further when the man interrupted. Is it because of Yun Zheng? He asked Qing Er with unwavering certainty. Qing Er's willingness to cultivate her body for Yun Zheng demonstrated the significance he held in her heart. Thus, her reluctance to depart Douluo City for his sake was entirely anticipated by the man. I don't care. I simply refuse to leave. Qing Er pouted defiantly, displaying an obstinate demeanor. Observing this, the man smiled faintly and remarked, what if Yun Zheng decides to leave Douluo City as well? Upon hearing this, Qing Er instantly froze. Experience and cunning prevailed, while Qing Er often managed to elicit the man's indulgence. If he truly wished to assert his authority over her, it would be a straightforward endeavor. Chapter 22. Apprenticeship. Later, Yun Zheng found himself alone at home. The ointment applied by Qing'er's father proved remarkably effective, verging on miraculous, within merely half a day. He could bear weight on his arm, while it was improbable that he would regain his previous freedom of movement, as even a slight exertion brought forth sharp pangs of pain. He was nonetheless able to manage his daily necessities. Grabbing a cup of water or partaking in a meal was no longer an insurmountable challenge, thus preventing him from descending into a state of complete self-neglect. However, the dress and tights that Qing'er had donned upon him remained an insurmountable obstacle. Although Qing'er's father had not cautioned Yun Zheng against contact with water, he relied on his memories from a past life to deduce that it was prudent to keep his injured hand dry to avoid the risk of infection and inflammation. Yun Zheng had no choice but to remove them, carefully arranging them to the side, contemplating when he might wash them clean and return them to Qing'er. After all, he could not present himself with such a filthy appearance. To return to the main topic, these past few days had left Yun Zheng quite fatigued. Although he had slept for over 10 hours from last night until noon today, the weariness of both body and mind could not simply be alleviated by enforced slumber. Now, back in his cozy little nook, he finally felt at ease. After a simple dinner, he collapsed into bed. In a haze, Yun Zheng seemed to hear a sound. Groggily, he opened his eyes, and a shadow flitted across his vision. Instantly alert in that half-dream state, he felt a jolt of energy coursing through him. Acting on instinct, he leaped from his bed and retreated a few steps, finally discerning the identity of the visitor in the moonlight. Senior? Yun Zheng tilted his head, bewildered. The visitor was none other than Qing'er's father, whom Yun Zheng recognized. But he was utterly perplexed as to why this formidable man would seek him out in the dead of night. In a fleeting moment, fragments of a film he had seen in his previous life surfaced in his mind. It depicted a rustic girl falling in love at first sight with the heir of a large corporation, only to have the young man's parents intervene with a substantial offer to persuade her to leave him, uttering the classic line, "Just name your price. As long as you leave my son." Strangely enough, this thought sparked an instant sense of déjà vu, were it not for the incongruity of gender. This scenario alone could serve as the foundation for a melodramatic ethical drama. Yet, this notion was but a fleeting thought in Yun Zheng's mind. He must not forget that the individual before him was an old sea king, maintaining one at home while courting another outside. Such a person could hardly be tethered by a single woman, even if he were indeed there to disrupt their romance. Yun Zheng was indifferent, at worst. He could devise a counter-strategy. Once the man departed, with the heavens high and the emperor distant, he and Qing'er could still frolic joyfully together. On the other side, the man, noticing that Yun Zheng had detected his presence, was not surprised. He had not made any effort to conceal his aura, entering boldly without reservation. It was no wonder that Yun Zheng had noticed him. Had it not been so, the man's formidable prowess would have rendered Yun Zheng completely unaware. Upon observing the bewildered expression on Yun Zheng's face, the man offered a gentle smile and glanced around, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. When he first encountered Yun Zheng earlier that day, he disowned the boy's extraordinary nature, aside from knowing that Yun Zheng possessed innate strength and a formidable mutated martial soul. He had little understanding of the child. The man sensed that a youth with such an exceptional demeanor must come from a distinguished upbringing, and thus he did not dwell on it further. However, after an entire afternoon and the evening spent in conversation with Qing'er, the man gleaned numerous details about Yun Zheng. Qing'er, eager to share her insights about her friend, and the man, wishing to understand more about this admirable companion of his daughter, found common ground, and their discussions predominantly revolved around Yun Zheng. Upon learning about Yun Zheng's background, the man's feelings shifted from disbelief to profound pity. Here was a child, devoid of family ties, living alone in the city of Ogu, having relied solely on an old beggar for companionship during the first 4 years of his life, and thereafter surviving entirely on his own for the next 2 years. One can only imagine the hardships he endured. Moreover, the man perceived even deeper truths. From Qing'er, he discovered that Yun Zheng was astoundingly astute, almost to a fault, leaving little room for criticism. Yet, he was merely a 6-year-old child, an age meant for laughter and play under the protective embrace of loving parents, yet possessing an understanding of societal intricacies that many adults fail to grasp. This was not fortune, rather, it was a tragic reality. Additionally, the man learned that Yun Zheng maintained a distant demeanor towards all the inhabitants of August City. On the surface, he appeared to engage amiably with everyone, attracting affection from many older girls due to his striking appearance, yet, in truth, he never truly integrated with them, remaining a solitary figure on the periphery of social circles. According to Qing'er, he merely managed to navigate interactions with everyone except her, while the man himself was not overly sentimental upon hearing his daughter's account. Her mother could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for Yun Zheng. To her, the burdens he bore were excessively cruel for a child. Nevertheless, this revelation did provide the man with some solace. At least he need not worry that Yun Zheng was approaching his daughter for some ulterior motive. With a sigh, he reflected on these thoughts. Under Yun Zheng's puzzled gaze, he suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Let us speak plainly. Yun Zheng, would you be willing to become my disciple? What? The man's abrupt inquiry was like thunder striking the ground, leaving Yun Zheng's mind a blank. Utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events, seeking a disciple in the dead of night. Perhaps aware of the abruptness of his actions, the man showed no concern for Yun Zheng's astonishment, patiently awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, Yun Zheng finally regained his composure, yet instead of bowing immediately, he regarded the man with a blend of hesitation and intrigue, cautiously inquiring, "Do you wish to take me as your apprentice, esteemed senior?" It was not that Yun Zheng failed to appreciate the gravity of the offer or looked down upon the soul Douluo. Rather, he held a profound respect for the hierarchy of heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher. He deemed the divine to be worthy of reverence, the sovereign to be an absurd notion, yet the bond with the teacher was one that commanded utmost respect, while perhaps a somewhat antiquated notion. Yun Zheng firmly believed that once one is a disciple, they are akin to a son for life. To take on a master is to acknowledge a paternal bond. And such a title as master is not one to be uttered lightly. The hesitation of Yun Zheng was anticipated by the man. In response to Yun Zheng's inquiry, the man neither evaded nor concealed his intentions, boldly proclaiming, "Indeed, firstly, your extraordinary talent qualifies you to be my disciple. Secondly, your close bond with Qing'er, who is reluctant to leave the city of Ogu for your sake, compels me to take you along, providing Qing'er with companionship." To be frank, the man's candor greatly pleased Yun Zheng. At least the man approached him with sincerity, rather than seeking to exploit him for some ulterior motive. Nevertheless, Yun Zheng subtly declined the man's offer, stating, "I apologize, esteemed senior, but I have no intention of joining the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect at this time." In truth, Yun Zheng had no desire to serve anyone. In the original tale, Oscar, one of the 7 monsters, had once joined the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile Sect for the sake of Ning Rongrong, but what happened afterward? He ultimately departed. A sect is hardly a sanctuary. The man had never contemplated that Yun Zheng would refuse him. After all, there were countless individuals, perhaps even thousands, across the continent eager to become his disciple. To be turned away after personally seeking him out was an unexpected shock. The man stared at Yun Zheng in astonishment, suddenly feeling a pang of frustration. Truth be told, the man's desire to take Yun Zheng as his apprentice was indeed motivated by a wish to draw him into the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, a common inclination among the direct descendants of influential families and sections. They are quick to seize any wandering genius, aiming to bolster their own strength. However, it must be noted that the man was determined to succeed in this endeavor. Before embarking on his journey, he had made a promise to his wife and daughter that he would secure Yun Zheng as his disciple. The thought of returning home to face their disappointed expressions after such a rejection sent a shiver down his spine. Upon realizing this, the man clenched his teeth and resolved, "Very well. Since Qing'er harbors no fondness for the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, let Yun Zheng accompany her as she grows." With this understanding, the man felt a sense of liberation. It matters not. Taking you as my disciple is merely a personal matter, unrelated to the sect. The man's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he let out a spirited roar. In this light, what reason did Yun Zheng have left to refuse? Yun Zheng took a deep breath and earnestly inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name, senior?" "Yu Zhengbai." Yun Zheng respectfully greeted his master. Chapter 23, Princess by Shuai. Yu Qing'er. After Yun Zheng encountered Yu Zhengbai, Qing'er could no longer conceal her true lineage, thus transforming into Yu Qing'er. Having become a disciple of Yu Zhengbai, Yun Zheng naturally departed from Ogu City alongside Yu Qing'er. For Yun Zheng, this transition held little significance. He was destined to leave eventually. It was precisely this awareness that rendered him so reclusive prior to his acquaintance with Yu Qing. In Yun Zheng's eyes, the only possession of worth he clung to was the ashes left behind by the old beggar, an item he could carry with him, yet it hardly constituted real estate. As for the modest earthen dwelling he had inhabited for 2 years, Yun Zheng was not one to linger sentimentally over the past. Yun Zheng accompanied the Yu family to the more prosperous Tianding city. Of course, this prosperity was merely relative to the less affluent Aogu city. When compared to imperial cities like Tiandou and Xingluo, it still fell short by a significant margin. In Tianding City, Yun Zheng experienced the most relaxed and joyful 3 years of his life on the Douluo Continent. Here, he no longer had to deal with anyone else's expectations, allowing his emotions to dictate his demeanor freely. He was spared the need for calculated politeness and worldly wisdom, and he could bask in the warmth of a true home. Yun Zheng remained as he always was, spending most of his time at the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect. However, his visits to Yuqing had noticeably increased. This was partly due to his deliberate choice of Tianding City as a residence, which was conveniently close to the main family of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, allowing him, as a sole Douluo, to traverse the distance with ease. Moreover, having taken Yun Zheng as his direct disciple, likely the only one he would ever accept, he felt a responsibility to invest in his education. In the Douluo Continent, a master is obliged to nurture their disciples. Neglecting this duty not only betrays the trust of the student, but also tarnishes the master's reputation. This is no trivial matter. That said, Yun Zheng was quite pleased with his disciple, Yun Zheng. Although Yun Zheng's martial spirit hindered his cultivation speed, the quality of his martial spirit and innate soul power, coupled with his diligent training, meant that he did not lag far behind his contemporaries. What brought Yun Zheng even more comfort was that Yun Zheng's dedication inspired Yuqing, propelling her training to surpass all her peers at the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect. Additionally, both Yuqing and Yun Zheng practiced body refinement. Their approaches were noteworthy. One possessed innate divine strength, with vitality surging like a flood when his physique kept pace. The other had a formidable constitution, as if the giant spirit golden dragon was born solely for body refinement, achieving remarkable progress in the cultivation of vitality. At times, even Yun Zheng could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talent for body refinement displayed by both Yun Zheng and Yuqing. However, talent is something that cannot be envied at will. It is worth mentioning that since Yun Zheng had no relatives on the Douluo Continent, the Yu family was the only semblance of kinship he possessed. Thus, at the invitation of Yuqing and her mother, it was only natural for Yun Zheng to live under the same roof as Yuqing in a simple and uncomplicated manner. Yun Zheng harbored no peculiar inclinations. In his eyes, Yuqing was not only a dear friend but also akin to a younger sister. Although Yuqing was technically 3 months older than Yun Zheng, his emotional maturity far exceeded hers. This was all well and good, but whether Yuqing shared the same sentiments remained uncertain. One day, while at home, Yuqing leaned against Yun Zheng, her hands playfully shaking his arm as she sweetly pleaded, "Oh, Yun Zheng, please, be a good Yun Zheng and teach me." This is sufficient to transform tempered steel into a voice as soft as silk, one that would leave the average person without a moment's hesitation, promptly agreeing to any demands put forth by Yuqing. However, Yun Zheng is no ordinary individual. Having lived together for 3 years, he has thoroughly discerned Yuqing's true nature and would not fall for her tricks. With a furrowed brow, Yun Zheng remained unmoved, letting out a huff as he retorted, "I have already taught you 13 times, yet you still have not grasped it. I am beginning to seriously doubt that you are simply toying with me." "No, I am not," Yuqing quickly protested, her large, watery eyes filled with a sense of grievance. With a pitiful tone, she exclaimed, "I swear, I truly have been paying attention. Yet this knowledge simply refuses to permeate my mind." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng turned to Yuqing and, after a few breaths, let out a helpless sigh. He believed what Yuqing said. After all, in his previous life, he had been an earnest student. Throughout his many years of academic pursuit, he had encountered a few classmates who diligently listened during lectures, filled their notebooks to the brim, maintained immaculate textbooks, and exhibited a quiet demeanor, embodying the essence of a model student. Yet, their examination results were consistently underwhelming. Yun Zheng referred to such students collectively as princesses or princes of ineffectual learning. Unfortunately, Yuqing was indeed one such princess of ineffectual learning. It was a trait that Yun Zheng had only recently discerned in her over the past 2 years. Indeed, under the personal guidance of Yun Zheng, there was no necessity for either Yuqing or Yun Zheng to attend a Soul Master Academy. However, Yuqing's mother believed that being overly unconventional would hinder their growth. To ensure a more holistic childhood for both, they complied with her wishes and enrolled in a junior Soul Master Academy. After 2 years, written examinations became a factor, although for Soul Masters, personal strength was paramount. Not all could ascend to become formidable. At this juncture, a variety of knowledge would reveal its worth. Moreover, for many scions of noble families, the written exam results served as a means of comparison and competition. Yuqing, of course, had no need to compete with anyone, but but she was reluctant to let others discover her utter lack of understanding. Thus, before each written examination, she would seek Yun Zheng's tutoring, which proved to be quite a burden for him. Throughout this period of private instruction, Yun Zheng discovered that Yu Qing'er did not struggle with memory retention. Rather, many fundamental concepts simply did not exist in her mind. A prime example being her belief that brute force could conquer all. According to the common knowledge within the realm of soul masters, assault-type soul masters often find themselves in a rather awkward position when facing other elemental soul masters. The agility and defensive types each possess their own merits, rendering it difficult to determine superiority solely based on personal ability. However, in contrast to the cyclical food chain of agility countering control, control countering defense, and defense countering agility, the assault type was primarily countered by control types, frequently leading to a situation where their might went unexpressed and they faced defeat and frustration. As for the remaining support types, they could never single-handedly confront an assault type, unless, of course, one were a soul sage or higher, capable of overwhelming opponents. In most cases, assault-type soul masters typically needed to collaborate with allies from other categories to unleash their full potential. Yet, Yu Qing'er held a different perspective. She believed that an assault-type soul master need not concern themselves with such complexities. In her own words, what control types? They can crawl away. It is a grave mistake for an assault-type soul master to underestimate control types, yet astonishingly, no control-type soul master of the same rank has ever managed to best Yu Qing'er. Yu Qing'er's second soul skill, Konglong Lin, originates from a rare soul beast, the golden-armored dragon lizard, which has lived for 670 years. This soul skill does not bestow any attributes or enhance offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole function is to grant immunity to control effects. When Yu Qing'er activates this skill, a golden dragon manifestation appears to safeguard her, shielding her from control soul skills. Unless someone can deplete all of Yu Qing'er's soul power in one blow, it is virtually impossible to restrain her. This implies that, until her soul power is exhausted, she can entirely disregard the control techniques of any soul master of equal rank. Who could argue against such an advantage? If only Yun Zheng were not a control-type soul master, the mere thought of facing Yu Qing'er would likely extinguish his fighting spirit. Control soul masters typically hold a significant advantage over assault soul masters due to their myriad control methods, rendering the latter's formidable strength futile, ultimately leading to their demise. Yet, with Yu Qing'er, the scenario is different. Upon invoking her second soul skill, she brazenly charges toward her opponents, relying on her extraordinary vitality to deliver a decisive blow, swiftly concluding the battle, unable to be defeated in combat or restrained. It can be said that Yu Qing'er is destined to become a nightmare for countless control soul masters in the future. Returning to the main point, one who believes in the invincibility of brute force, such as Yu Qing'er, naturally finds it difficult to accept the rudimentary teachings of the Junior Soul Master Academy, which cater primarily to the majority of ordinary soul masters. Moreover, the instructors at the Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy do not tailor their teachings to individual needs. They merely regurgitate the curriculum. This has transformed Yu Qing'er into a proud princess of ignorance. Alas, she is reluctant to let others, especially Yu Zhongbai, discover this flaw. Consequently, the formidable task of tutoring Yu Qing'er naturally fell to Yun Zheng. Upon witnessing the glimmer of unshed tears in Yu Qing'er's enchanting eyes, Yun Zheng's resolve softened, and he feigned sternness as he said, "This is the last time. I knew you were the best, Yun Zheng." Yu Qing'er exclaimed joyfully, nuzzling against his cheek. Whether out of excitement for the upcoming written examination or delight in Yun Zheng's indulgence remained unclear. 2 hours later, Yun Zheng finally elucidated the written examination content for Yu Qing'er. It was no small feat. As for the reason Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had prior knowledge of the examination topics, it was, of course, provided by their instructor. Had it not been for this, the identity of the Princess of Ignorance would have been exposed long ago, as Yun Zheng consistently requested the information. The instructor would not refuse. Given that both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were the top students of the academy, intelligent, astute, and exceptionally gifted, the Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy hoped to secure additional accolades from advanced institutions through their achievements, much akin to the system of the Spirit Hall. As long as lower-tier academies can nurture and transport prodigious talents to higher institutions, they shall reap generous rewards. This arrangement can be viewed as a form of buyout. You provide me with gifted students, and I shall bestow upon you resources. From that moment forth, any achievements attained by these scholars shall bear no consequence to your institution. Moreover, the instructors believe that, Given Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's usual dedication to their studies, they would undoubtedly excel regardless of the examination's content. Rather than allowing these two prodigies to squander their time on revision, it would be far more beneficial for them to devote additional hours to their cultivation. A perfect misunderstanding. Yun Zheng let out a long sigh. He felt that each time he conducted a written examination, it was not a test of Yu Qing'er's comprehension or memory, but rather a challenge to his own teaching abilities. Thanks to Yu Qing'er, Yun Zheng could now undeniably be regarded as an exceptional educator. Yun Zheng believed that if he were to assume the role of a mentor at the academy now, he would likely be quite popular, particularly among the junior Soul Master institution. Yun Zheng lay sprawled on the bed, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Previously, he had not perceived the burden, but now he realized that teaching was far more exhausting than studying. Gratefulness swelled within him for his teachers. Yu Qing'er, witnessing Yun Zheng's exhausted state, recognized the toll it had taken on him. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue, playfully nudged him, and said in a soft, affectionate tone, all right. I know that Yun Zheng is the best." Unmoved, Yun Zheng lazily reclined upon the bed, stretching his limbs without uttering a word. Yu Qing'er, well aware of Yun Zheng's intent, recognized his desire for a shoulder massage. She had no inclination to refuse him, whether out of gratitude, playful camaraderie, or her own personal inclination. However, just as she was about to offer her assistance, a mischievous smile graced her delicate face, and she retracted her outstretched hands. Instead, she boldly settled herself atop Yun Zheng's waist, her petite feet extending to press gently against his back, applying a measured pressure. Sensing the unusual sensation on his back, Yun Zheng quickly discerned Yu Qing'er's intentions, his body stiffening as if he wished to speak, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. Wrapping his arms around his head and burying his face within the crook of his elbow, after cautiously testing the waters with a few gentle presses, and finding no resistance from Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er felt a rush of delight. With a soft, secretive laugh, she grew bolder. To be frank, Yu Qing'er herself felt a hint of shyness, but who could blame her when Yun Zheng seemed to relish such antics? Over the past 3 years, it had not only been Yun Zheng who sought to understand Yu Qing'er, she too had taken the time to learn about him. Through her observations, she concluded that this fellow was a rather repressed eccentric. Not only did he possess a fondness for feet, but he also had an affinity for legs. Rather than being captivated by a lovely face, he was more enchanted by long, shapely thighs and exquisitely delicate feet. What could Yu Qing'er do but indulge his peculiarities? Ultimately, even if Yun Zheng were indeed an eccentric, it was a quirk directed solely at her. One should not underestimate the youth of Douluo Continent, due to developmental factors. Children here matured at a significantly faster rate than in Yun Zheng's past life, rendering them more precocious. Take, for example, well-known figures such as Oscar, whose parents had long since started a family, or Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit was accompanied by the flames of wickedness, becoming a notorious figure from the outset of his training. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Yu Qing'er possessed such advanced thoughts for her age, even if Yun Zheng had yet to realize it, believing it to be merely a fleeting whim of hers. A quarter of an hour later, as Yu Qing'er's mind wandered, she suddenly recalled something and tapped Yun Zheng's hidden head, saying, "To celebrate your birthday, my mother has prepared a special gift for you." The mention of a gift from his teacher's wife caught Yun Zheng off guard, and he paused momentarily before comprehending her words. Some time ago, Yu Qing'er had inquired about the date of his birthday. Not wishing to disclose his previous life's birthday, Yun Zheng had opted to designate the day he arrived in Douluo Continent as his birthday, and today marked the 9th anniversary of his arrival. This meant that, tonight, he was to receive his third extraordinary boon. The thought sent a surge of excitement coursing through Yun Zheng. On the other side, seeing that Yun Zheng was ignoring her, Yu Qing'er let out a soft huff, placing her delicate foot upon Yun Zheng's head, and reproachfully commanded, "Open your mouth." Upon the gentle yet commanding touch of Yu Qing'er's foot, Yun Zheng's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, compelling him to turn his head and obediently part his lips. Slightly miffed, Yu Qing'er pouted and, in a retaliatory manner, stuffed the pill she held into Yun Zheng's mouth. Yun Zheng instinctively bit into the elixir in his mouth, and a sweetness akin to candied fruit unfurled upon his palate. He blinked in bewilderment, casting a puzzled glance towards Yu Qing'er. To be frank, the flavor was undeniably delightful. However, was it not somewhat juvenile for his master to bestow upon him a mere sweet as a birthday gift, considering she was a soul master? Noticing the look in Yun Zheng's eyes, Yu Qing'er proudly declared, "Isn't it delicious? This is the dragon yang pill that mother specially concocted for you. You are well aware of your frail constitution, so your mother prepared a dragon yang herb to bolster your physique. Yet, she mentioned that the herb's taste was rather bitter. Thus, she crafted this dragon yang pill from it. What do you think? Isn't it sweet? I never received such treatment. Upon hearing these words, Yun Zheng initially felt a warmth in his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips, for his master's wife still cared for him. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in alarm as he anxiously inquired of Yuchinger, dragon yang grass. Indeed, Yuchinger nodded in affirmation, retorting, what else could it be? In an instant, the properties of dragon yang grass flashed through Yun Zheng's mind. This herb, characterized by its heat, possesses the ability to bolster one's inner strength and enhance the physique of the consumer, nurturing the essence of the dragon. To put it simply, it is synonymous with invigorating vitality. As the implications of dragon yang grass coursed through his thoughts, a wave of heat enveloped Yun Zheng's body, his breath quickening as if a flame ignited in his lower abdomen. Before him, Yuchinger radiated a tantalizing allure. The innocent charm adorning her delicate face stirred profound emotions within him, coupled with the suggestive atmosphere that Yuchinger had deliberately cultivated. Yun Zheng found himself overwhelmed by primal impulses, losing all semblance of reason in that fleeting moment. With a swift motion, he rolled over, pinning Yuchinger beneath him, his hands gripping her wrists as he gazed intently into her eyes. To be fair, while Yun Zheng possessed considerable strength, the absence of rational thought did not enable him to unleash his full power. Yuchinger, having undergone body refinement, was far from weak. Bolstered by the innate advantages of the giant spirit golden dragon, she could have resisted if she truly wished. Yet, amidst the chaos, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, her fair face betraying a blush, while Yun Zheng's gaze left her feeling utterly powerless. Yun Zheng's heavy breaths brushed against Yuchinger's face, and she seemed to anticipate what was about to transpire. Whether it was fear or expectation that gripped her heart, she shyly closed her eyes. In that very moment, however, Yun Zheng suddenly leaped up as if jolted by an electric shock, awkwardly stammering, I need to cultivate. With that, he bolted for the door, as if terrified he might be unable to escape. Meanwhile, Yuchinger caught a glimpse of Yun Zheng's flustered retreat, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her enchanting eyes, soon followed by a look of confusion. After a moment, she finally revealed a smile, as if a realization had dawned upon her, and mischievously murmured, so, it seems that consuming the Longyang pill can lead one to be more candid? Yun Zheng was evidently unaware that today's event seemed to have unlocked some peculiar switch within Yuchinger. Chapter 25, The External Soul Bone. The Malevolent Bone Tale. As the hour approached the end of the day, Yun Zheng returned to his chamber, still trembling with trepidation. After exerting considerable effort to channel his excess energy through cultivation, he found himself utterly exhausted. Yet, he felt a profound sense of relief that, at the critical moment, the shackles of reason had firmly restrained the beast known as desire. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable, not to mention whether Yu Zhengbai would have devoured him alive. Even Yun Zheng himself would not have forgiven his own actions. Yun Zheng has always held the belief that a man's attraction to the opposite sex is a perfectly natural inclination. Frankly speaking, it is evident that at least 90% of men possess such desires. The remaining 10% are either eunuchs residing in the imperial palace or individuals with questionable orientations. Undoubtedly, Yun Zheng belongs to the majority, and he has never shied away from acknowledging his own carnal inclinations. So what if men are a bit lustful? However, Yun Zheng maintains a boundary. The distinction between lust and debauchery is a fundamental principle for him. Lust is inherent, while debauchery crosses a line. To take a step back, the sentiments men harbor towards women are unspoken yet universally understood. It is merely a matter of attraction. Each man has his own preferred type. For instance, Yun Zheng himself is quite the connoisseur of legs and feet. He is enamored with black stockings, white stockings, voluptuous figures, and graceful forms, even those belonging to others. Regarding these personal preferences, Yun Zheng refrains from passing judgment. As long as there is no coercion involved, he may only remark on the lack of propriety and fidelity. After all, it is unreasonable to expect unwavering loyalty from everyone. In matters of mutual consent, Yun Zheng has never been inclined to intervene excessively. Nevertheless, one ought not to fall for someone underage, for such an affair would be universally condemned. As a human being, he must not, and cannot, dare to tread in such treacherous waters. It is precisely this rational conviction that has prevented Yun Zheng from committing acts he would regret for a lifetime. However, upon reflecting on this, he found himself rubbing his temples in exasperation, pondering, yet, this girl, Qing'er, is utterly defenseless around me. But a moment of clarity struck him, and he thought, thank goodness it is me. Had it been someone else, I would have surely broken their legs. At this moment, Yun Zheng was evidently unaware of the source of his double standards. He merely felt that in the future, whenever Yu Qing offered him something to eat, he must inquire thoroughly before indulging, lest that girl unwittingly fed him something unsuitable, leaving him in a state of despair. Sighing, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. After all, that girl was typically so carefree that she probably wasn't even cognizant of her own actions. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, he sat on the edge of his bed and pondered quietly. He wondered whether this third external aid would elevate his soul power. This year marked the 9th since Yun Zheng had arrived in this realm. According to the frequency with which the orb provided external aids, once every 3 years, he should be receiving his third aid tonight. Currently, Yun Zheng lacked nothing in terms of talent, resources, or connections, and his environment could be deemed quite comfortable. What he truly yearned for was an increase in his soul power. Setting aside his previous life, Yun Zheng was now 9 years old, yet he had barely reached the 18th rank, without even obtaining a second spirit ring. Indeed, achieving the 18th rank at such a tender age would qualify him as a genius in this continent, as even within the prestigious clans of the 3 great sects, few could attain such a level by the age of 9. The one who perceived this most acutely was Yu Zhongbai. Frequently traveling between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and Tianding City, Yu Zhongbai had witnessed Yun Zheng's diligence and innate talent firsthand. Even the current twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Tianxin and Yu Qianheng, had only reached around the 18th or 19th rank at 9 years old. The fact that Yun Zheng could hold his own against the immensely heavy and condensed soul power of the extreme ice alongside the twin stars was ample proof of his prodigious talent and hard work. However, when compared to the truly exceptional prodigies of the continent, Yun Zheng still fell short. Take Yu Qing, for instance. Her innate gifts were already extraordinary, and with Yun Zheng's encouragement, she had advanced to the 22nd rank as a great soul master. Merely a step away from the 23rd rank, despite being only 3 months older than him. In the realm of soul power, Yun Zheng held himself to rigorous standards, focusing on quality as well as quantity. His aspiration was to attend Shrek Academy. With only 3 years remaining until he turned 12, he believed it entirely feasible to meet the Academy's minimum admission requirements within this time frame. However, his ambition soared far beyond mere entry. Yun Zheng recalled a saying from Shrek Academy: "Those who attain level 25 by the age of 12 may be exempted from the assessments of the 2nd and 3rd rounds." In the original narrative, Tang Sect and his companions all possessed cultivation levels above 25, and Yun Zheng was reluctant to occupy a subordinate position. However, while the notion was indeed accurate, reality was not so accommodating to Yun Zheng's desires. The stark truth was that he was still a full 7 levels away from reaching 25. Even though he could potentially leverage the 2nd soul ring to elevate his level by 1 or 2. This remained a considerable trial for one who possessed an extraordinary martial soul. Thus, Yun Zheng contemplated whether the 3rd external aid could directly enhance his cultivation. Yun Zheng believed that the esteemed elder of the pearl within his sea of consciousness undoubtedly possessed such abilities. After all, the divine treasures like the heavenly gift ring and the ultimate ice were but trifles to him. Enhancing one's soul power seemed merely a matter of course. It all hinged on Yun Zheng's fortune. With excitement bubbling within him, he sat quietly at the edge of his bed, practicing his cultivation while awaiting the arrival of the external aid. The elder did not keep Yun Zheng waiting for long. By the time he returned, it was already nearing midnight. In the span of mere moments, a wave of ethereal mist unfurled within his sea of consciousness. As the familiar sensation washed over him, Yun Zheng promptly opened his eyes. True to form, the elder exuded an air of aloofness, returning to his tranquil demeanor after a brief disturbance, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in the depths of his being, Yun Zheng discerned a voice that revealed to him the nature of his 3rd external aid, a soul bone known as the evil spirit bone tail. Yun Zheng was filled with immense joy. The external soul bone, a treasure ranking 2nd on the soul master's wish list, is surpassed only by the 100,000-year soul ring. The external soul bone exists entirely independently from the 6 foundational soul bones, potentially becoming the soul master's 7th or even 8th soul bone. While for ordinary soul masters, the significance of an external soul bone may not be profound, since most possess few soul bones. The addition of an external soul bone bears little distinction from acquiring an extra arm or leg bone for the 2 titled Douluos endowed with complete soul bones. An external soul bone can indeed serve as the pivotal factor that tips the scales of victory. Moreover, The most wondrous aspect of the external soul bone lies in its ability to evolve alongside the soul master's growth. Initially, the external soul bone may possess only 1,000 or even 100 years of lifespan, yet upon the soul master's ascension to title Douluo, the quality of the external soul bone could potentially surpass that of a 100,000-year soul bone. This explains why the external soul bone has ascended beyond the 100,000-year soul bone, earning its esteemed position as second on the soul master's wish list. However, for Yun Zheng at this moment, all of this still feels somewhat distant. Yun Zheng possesses not a single soul bone, and his cultivation level is a mere 18, rendering his contemplations futile. He cannot immediately unearth the utmost potential of the external soul bone. At this juncture, the most alluring aspect of the external soul bone for Yun Zheng is undoubtedly its restorative power. Yun Zheng surmised that this external soul bone likely possessed qualities akin to the divine ring bestowed by the heavens. Initially, it certainly bore no limitations in terms of duration. Its potential would wholly depend on Yun Zheng's own endeavors, and, subsequently, it would elevate in accordance with his gradual growth. Yun Zheng possesses a keen self-awareness. Although the challenge of assimilating a soul bone is considerably less daunting than that of absorbing a soul ring, the notion of directly absorbing a 10,000-year level external soul bone is nothing short of a fanciful dream. He estimates that a few thousand years would be the pinnacle of his capabilities, regardless of whether it is a few thousand years of external soul bone. Even a mere 1,000 years would provide sufficient regenerative power to enable Yun Zheng to make a breakthrough, if he could attain a cultivation level exceeding 3,000 years. The restorative energy could even propel him directly to the 20th level. The mere thought of this filled Yun Zheng with uncontainable excitement. How could he possibly sleep under such circumstances? Yun Zheng directly extracted the external soul bone known as the evil spirit bone tail from the space of old man Juzi. True to its name, this external soul bone resembles a cow's tail. However, unlike the latter, it is entirely pitch black, with a sharply pointed end akin to an arrowhead, evoking the image of a demon from his previous life. Just slightly before the tip, several layers of a jade-like exoskeleton can be discerned. Their surface smooth and lustrous like ink jade, adorned with enigmatic patterns, much like the previously encountered divine ring of heaven's gift. They are shrouded in a layer of gray mist that conceals their divine essence, rendering them seemingly mundane. Yun Zheng took a deep breath, cautiously infusing his soul power into it. With a resonant hum, a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock enveloped his entire being. In the next moment, a searing pain radiated from his tailbone, as if his very bones were being melted away. Yun Zheng did not howl in anguish. Rather, he composed himself, closed his eyes, and redirected his soul power to exert full control over the external soul bone. However, this time, Yun Zheng's expectations were misguided. He presumed that the external soul bone would exert pressure akin to the gradual accumulation experienced with the heavenly gifted divine ring, but the reality proved to be starkly different. In contrast to the heavenly gifted divine ring, the trial posed by the external soul bone was far more brutal and unexpectedly abrupt. Chapter 26. The Past of Yu Qing. Early the next morning, Yu Zhongbai returned. It had been nearly 6 months since he last visited Tianding City. Yet even Yu Qing harbored little resentment regarding his prolonged absence. Had Yu Zhongbai been ensnared in the comforts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, neglecting the mother-daughter duo in Tianding City, he would likely find himself barred from entry today. However, this time, Yu Zhongbai had indeed returned for a significant matter. As of 6 months ago, Yu Zhongbai had already attained the rank of 89th level Soul Douluo. In the intervening time, he had been striving to break through to the esteemed 90th level. His return now heralded the advent of his title as a titled Douluo. It must be said that cultivation is an endeavor steeped in the ethereal, particularly as one's rank ascends. The demands on the cultivator's mindset become increasingly stringent. For soul masters above the rank of soul sage, if their thoughts are not harmonized, even the most extraordinary talent may yield meager results, with years passing without any significant progress being commonplace. Conversely, should one find clarity of thought, their cultivation could advance at an astonishing pace. Take Yu Zhongbai as an example. 3 years ago, he was merely an 84th level Soul Douluo, yet within 3 years, he shattered 6 minor ranks. This remarkable feat is attributable not only to his innate talent, but also to the considerable contributions of Yu Qing and Yun Zheng. Notably, the youngest titled Douluo recognized across the continent is Tang Hao, who vanished 9 years ago after breaking through at the age of 44, a feat unparalleled in history. Yu Zhongbai, now 50 years old, is only 6 years behind Tang Hao in achieving the title of titled Douluo, making him one of the rare prodigies on the continent. In this era, The only individuals who could be compared to Yu Zhengbai would be a select few, such as Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. The breakthrough in his cultivation naturally elevated Yu Zhongbai's status within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. A few years prior, his influence within the clan was limited. Despite being a sole Douluo, he had little freedom in the presence of the clan elders. They wielded their authority, cloaked in the guise of filial piety and age. Under the pretense of acting for the clan's benefit, having committed numerous acts that drew ire and resentment. Yu Zhengbai himself was once in a similar position. Yu Zhengbai seldom spoke to Yun Zheng about matters concerning the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and Yu Qing'er remained reticent about her experiences within the sect. However, over the course of 3 years, Yun Zheng gleaned fragments of information regarding the past of Yu Qing'er and Yu Zhengbai. Contrary to his initial assumptions, Yu Zhengbai was not a notorious philanderer. Rather, he was a deeply devoted individual. Approximately a decade ago, Yu Zhengbai fell in love with the mother of Yu Qing'er, and 9 years prior, she gave birth to Yu Qing'er. This could have been a tale of romance, but fate had other designs. For Yu Zhengbai was the son of the sect's leader and a prominent figure within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. In contrast, Yu Qing'er's mother was merely an ordinary auxiliary-type spirit master, lacking both strength and status. Their love, mismatched as it was destined to end in tragedy. After Yu Qing'er was born, Yu Zhengbai took her and her mother to meet his father, marking the beginning of their misfortunes. The inherent arrogance within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect rendered them incapable of accepting a woman of little merit as their daughter-in-law. This disdain trickled down, prompting the entire sect to share a similar sentiment towards Yu Qing'er and her mother. Particularly among the children of the sect, their behavior often mirrored that of their elders, manifested in even more exaggerated forms. The oblivious youngsters bore no understanding of why they should harbor animosity toward Yu Qing'er. They merely emulated their parents' disdain, deliberately ostracizing her and viewing her as an outcast, with some even referring to her derogatorily. Nevertheless, during that time, Yu Zhengbai was still one of the most celebrated talents of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, nearing the strength of a sole Douluo. The clan members, while vocal in their contempt, dared not act against him. However, calamity struck when Yu Qing'er was merely 4 years old. The stirrings of the Spirit Hall and the retreat of the Haotian sect instilled an unusual sense of danger within both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Faced with the threat posed by the Spirit Hall, both sects instinctively gravitated towards one another, seeking an alliance. Wise individuals would naturally make such a choice, as two ancient clans with millennia of heritage understood well the principle of mutual dependence. For both sects, the most convincing and least costly means of forming an alliance was through marriage. The sacrifice of two individuals' happiness in exchange for the interests of both sects was a proposition too enticing to refuse. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect sought to marry off the daughter, while the Blue Electric Tyrant sect was looking to wed. The bride was the sister of the current sect leader, a truly legitimate member of the Ning family, whose status was indisputable. The Blue Electric Tyrant sect, in turn, had to demonstrate their sincerity by arranging for a suitable match on their side, and that match was none other than Yu Zhengbai. Others were either unsuitable in age, lacking in capability, or inappropriate in status, but Yu Zhengbai, being in his 40s, perfectly met all 3 criteria with his cultivation level, as 40 is not considered advanced in age. Additionally, as the son of the sect leader, he epitomizes the ideal candidate. It is true that the Blue Electric Tyrant sect has 3 sons. Yu Zhengbai has an elder brother and a younger brother. However, his elder brother serves as the acting sect leader, making his status sensitive, especially since the Blue Electric Tyrant sect aims to ally with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and does not wish for them to influence the core of their clan. As for Yu Zhongbai's younger brother, there is only one, Yu Zheng, who has been expelled from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. To bring back the master at that time to marry the sister of the sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would be somewhat disrespectful. Thus, the only suitable groom could be Yu Zhengbai himself. Who would care about the romance between Yu Zhengbai and Yu Qing'er's mother? She was regarded as a mere servant, barely worthy of being a concubine. Certainly, Yu Zhengbai had resisted, and his father did not wish to sacrifice his son's happiness. However, the vast Blue Electric Tyrant sect was not a place where their voices alone could dictate decisions. There were several elders, even older than Yu Zhengbai's father, who held significant influence. The outcome of such circumstances is, unsurprisingly, predictable. Fortunately, Yu Zhengbai's wife from the Ning family is gentle and virtuous, holding no grievances against Yu Qing'er and her mother. In fact, due to her own inability to bear children, she showered extra affection upon Yu Qing'er. Thus, While the mother and daughter faced cold stares from the outside world, they were still able to feel warmth at home. However, after Yu Qing'er awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, the emergence of the giant spirit golden dragon martial soul became the last straw. Unlike the blue electric tyrant dragon, Yu Qing'er, lacking the thunderous power of the latter, further solidified her status as an outlier within the sect. It must be noted that the giant spirit golden dragon is by no means inferior to the blue electric tyrant dragon. In fact, it may even surpass it in certain aspects. Yu Qing'er's innate talent is formidable, boasting a level 9 innate soul power, comparable only to Yu Tianqin and Yu Tianheng. Yet, it is precisely due to her exceptional talent that the blue electric tyrant sect finds it intolerable to accept her. The conscience of one burdened by guilt is often aware of their own transgressions. The blue electric tyrant clan's treatment of Yu Qing'er is clear to them. It stems from fear, envy, and jealousy, leading to an intensified ostracism of her. The darker facets of human nature are indeed repulsive. Yu Qing'er harbors a profound disdain for the arrogant, self-righteous, and sinister clan. Following the awakening of the giant spirit golden dragon, her pent-up negative emotions from 6 years erupted, prompting her to leave for the ancient city with her mother in a fit of anger. Yu Zhengbai could not prevent this departure and recognized that the blue electric tyrant clan was unsuitable for Yu Qing'er. Perhaps a change of environment would foster her growth more effectively. At times, Yun Zheng reflects upon Yu Zhengbai's decision, pondering whether it was truly the right one. There was a time when he wondered why a character like Yu Zhengbai was scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. Eventually, he understood that had it not been for his arrival, Yu Qing'er would likely have perished during the wilderness training at the tender age of 6. It is crucial to note that, without Yun Zheng's intervention, Yu Qing'er and a shouting male student would have been the closest to the silver-backed wolf. At 6 years old, her little legs would hardly outrun such a predator. Struggling against a single silver-backed wolf was already a formidable challenge for Yu Qing'er, let alone facing a pack. The essence of cultivation is profoundly idealistic. Had Yu Qing'er met her demise, Yu Zhengbai would have remained stagnant at level 84 for eternity. A soul master hailing from the blue electric tyrant clan and the son of its leader would likely have perished during the soul-hunting expedition orchestrated by the Spirit Hall before he even had the chance to make an appearance in the original tale. Yet, all of this remains hypothetical. The present reality is that Yun Zheng's existence has granted Yu Qing'er a second chance, liberating her from the cold disdain within the blue electric tyrant clan and allowing her to flourish in Tianding City. Everything is progressing positively, and Yu Zhengbai has successfully ascended to the rank of title Douluo, becoming the second title Douluo of the clan. With this newfound status, Yu Zhengbai's influence within the blue electric tyrant clan has significantly increased. Coupled with his father's endorsement, 2 title Douluos can easily intimidate the old parasites within the clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Yu Zhengbai so desired, he could reclaim Yu Qing'er and her mother back into the clan, compelling even those who had previously orchestrated their departure to acquiesce. However, Yu Zhengbai refrains from such actions, knowing that the time is not yet ripe. It is no longer a question of whether the blue electric tyrant clan can accommodate Yu Qing'er, but rather whether she can find it in her heart to forgive them. The choice lies in the hands of Yu Qing'er, yet it is evident that she harbors no affection whatsoever for the blue lightning tyrant clan. In Chapter 27, titled Yu Qing'er, I Shall Change Yun Zheng's Attire, it is revealed that Yu Zhengbai did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by his legitimate wife, Ning Fengqian, the sister of the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengxi. Although Ning Fengqian was selected for this union by her sect, her innate talent is not lacking. However, due to the inherent limitations of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul, she ceased her cultivation upon breaking through to the Soul King level, a choice that most members of her clan would make. After all, reaching the pinnacle of 79 levels is sufficient, and with ample wealth at home, why should one impose undue demands upon oneself? Ning Fengqian is quite content with her marriage to Yu Zhengbai. Such is the fate of aristocratic offspring. Few truly have the power to dictate their own destinies. She comprehended this truth long ago. The clan has bestowed upon her boundless resources, a life of luxury, and an extraordinary status. Thus contributing to the clan is a matter of course. At the very least, her husband is a paragon among men, a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Distinguished by a striking appearance, Ning Fengqian has little to critique. Perhaps it is this very quality of her gentle and uncontentious nature that has subtly endeared Yu Zhengbai to her. Indeed, Yu Zhengbai is a man of deep affections, yet he is also an ordinary man. With a charming and enchanting wife at home, how many could remain indifferent? Yu Qing'er's mother, Lu Yun, understands this well. Lu Yun hails from humble beginnings, possessing average cultivation talent, and has only attained the rank of an auxiliary soul master. The only noteworthy aspect of her life may be her identity as a pharmacist. Pharmacists are not rare on the Douluo Continent, as many sects boast such practitioners. Currently, the two most renowned pharmacists are Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa clan, and Duga Bo, a revered elder of the Tiando Academy. Of course, it is also possible that the Spirit Hall and the top 3 sects harbor even more exceptional pharmacists. Lu Yun is merely an ordinary pharmacist. The longing pill consumed by Yun Zheng yesterday was concocted by her. However, it is evident that an ordinary pharmacist cannot garner the recognition of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Consequently, Lu Yun has long harbored a sense of inferiority. Even though she has never doubted Yu Zhongbai's affection for her, she feels unworthy of someone of his caliber. She even believes that Yu Zhongbai should be with Ning Fengqian, as they are a match made in heaven, and she ought to step aside. Yet, this notion exists solely within Lu Yun's mind. Neither Yu Zhongbai, Ning Fengqian, nor Yu Qingyo has ever entertained such thoughts. It must be said that Yu Zhongbai is indeed fortunate. He has a gentle and virtuous wife at home and an adoring partner outside. His only daughter, though outwardly dismissive of him, merely exhibits the petulance of a young girl. He has also taken on a disciple of remarkable talent, and he himself has recently broken through to the rank of title Douluo, truly enjoying a season of flourishing success. To return to the main topic. Upon arriving in Tianding City, although Yu Qing'er intended to reproach Yu Zhongbai for missing Yun Zheng's birthday, she found herself retreating behind her mother, Lu Yun. When she laid eyes on Ning Fengqian, feeling quite at a loss. Yu Qing'er's feelings toward Ning Fengqian were exceedingly complex. On one hand, she resented Ning Fengqian for taking her mother's husband and refused to call her mother, while on the other hand, Ning Fengqian genuinely cared for both mother and daughter. Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian appeared to be the best of friends, which left Yu Qing'er unsure of how to confront Ning Fengqian. It had previously been mentioned that due to her own circumstances, Ning Fengqian was unable to bear children, which made her exceptionally indulgent towards Yu Zhongbai and treated Yu Qing'er as her own. In fact, during their time at the Blue Electric Overlord sect, whenever unruly peers bullied Yu Qing'er in Yu Zhongbai's absence, it was Ning Fengqian who came to her aid. Such unadulterated concern and affection were profoundly difficult for Yu Qing'er to dismiss, rendering her unable to regard Ning Fengqian with cold indifference. Seeing Yu Qing'er so hesitant, Lu Yun shot her an irritated glance. Yu Qing'er frowned slightly and, after a moment of shyness, stepped forward, softly calling out, "Mother, Father." When addressing Lu Yun, she would use mother, while referring to Ning Fengqian as mother as well to distinguish between them. As for Yu Zhongbai, her address varied with her mood. She would call him father when pleased, dad when displeased, and there were even instances when she would simply call out hey in moments of anger. Interestingly, within the family of 4, Yu Zhongbai, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Yu Qing'er, would acquiesce to her every request. Ning Fengqian's concern for Yu Qing'er bordered on indulgence. To prevent Yu Qing'er from developing a spoiled princess demeanor, Lu Yun, the gentle mother, had no choice but to don a stern facade and play the role of the strict parent. Consequently, there were times when even Yun Zheng struggled to sway Yu Qing'er. Yet a mere glance from Lu Yun could compel her to comply. "Qing'er, what a good girl." Upon hearing her mother call, Ning Fengqian smiled knowingly and retrieved a bracelet from her bosom, personally adorning Yu Qing'er's wrist. The bracelet was encrusted with emerald green gems, resplendent, yet not ostentatious, releasing a gentle fragrance that was utterly enchanting. One must admit, the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect was indeed extravagant. Their offerings were extraordinary. While others might not recognize its worth, Yu Zhongbai was acutely aware of the bracelet's significance. The gems were exquisite emerald green crystals, invaluable and rare, capable of nourishing meridians and reducing the likelihood of falling into madness, a treasure for body-refining soul masters. Indeed, previously, when an elder from their clan sought a few for his grandson, Ning Fengqian had not obliged, yet now she had crafted a bracelet as a gift for Yu Qing'er. Ning Fengqian certainly exhibited a double standard. However, Yu Zhongbai, despite his awareness, chose not to voice his thoughts, feigning ignorance as he looked around and inquired, "Where is Zheng?" Upon hearing Yu Zhongbai inquire about Yun Zheng, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Yu Qing'er's delicate face. In a soft, uncertain tone, she remarked, "He practiced late into the night yesterday, so he may still be resting now." Lu Yun, standing nearby, merely smiled in silence. Yu Zhongbai, unperturbed by any doubts, jestingly reproached, "I have thoughtfully prepared a surprise for him, and yet this young lad is still asleep." With that, he strode towards Yun Zheng's chamber. Ning Fengqian followed closely. Her curiosity piqued by her husband's apprentice, she had often heard Yu Zhengbai praise him and was eager to finally meet him. Naturally, she was enthusiastic about the encounter. Observing this, Yu Qing'er and Lu Yun also trailed behind. Yu Zhengbai, unconcerned with formalities, arrived at Yun Zheng's door and forcefully pushed it open. Just as Yu Qing'er had indicated, Yun Zheng remained in slumber, exhausted from the previous night. He had been subjected to Yu Qing'er's medicinal concoction and had practiced diligently from the afternoon until midnight. Subsequently, he began absorbing the external soul bone, remaining engaged until the early hours, leaving him utterly fatigued. Ultimately, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and simply drifted into a deep sleep, not even having the chance to remove his garments. Yun Zheng slept soundly, lying on his side in bed, cradling a pillow in his arms, with the quilt tucked between his legs, presenting a rather endearing sight. However, at this moment, Yu Zhengbai and the others were clearly oblivious to Yun Zheng's slumbering posture. Their attention was captivated by the inky black tail sprouting from his back. It was a tail over a meter long, entirely black with only a few layers of jade-like shell providing minimal embellishment. Unpretentious and even inconspicuous, it exuded an elusive magnetism. The tail lazily waved in the air, occasionally wiping away the drool threatening to spill from the corner of Yun Zheng's mouth, as if it had seamlessly integrated with him. Witnessing this scene, Yu Zhengbai was momentarily taken aback. His disciple had undergone a transformation. The other three women stared in bewilderment, clearly not yet grasping the concept of an external soul bone. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng was stirred awake by the commotion, rubbing his eyes. In his dazed state, he caught sight of Yu Zhengbai, and the remnants of sleep dissipated. He hurriedly sat up and bowed, exclaiming, "Master." At that moment, Yun Zheng noticed the beautiful woman beside Yu Zhengbai, whom he did not recognize, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Observing Yun Zheng's expression, Yu Zhengbai introduced her, saying, "This is your master's wife. Your master's name is Lu Yun, and your master's mother is Ning Fengqian, just like Yu Qing'er. We use different titles for clarity." Yun Zheng, momentarily taken aback, respectfully saluted. "I have come to pay my respects, esteemed matron." Before Ning Fengqian could respond, she heard Yu Zhengbai inquire, "There is no need for haste in your greetings, Yun Zheng. Could you elucidate what lies behind you?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback, and then he swiftly realized that his external soul bone had been exposed. Yun Zheng's body instantly stiffened, and the sinister bone tail behind him twitched nervously. After several breaths, he finally managed to muster an awkward smile and, with a forced tone, explained, "Master, would you believe me if I said this is an external soul bone I recently acquired?" External soul bone? Upon hearing this term, Yu Zhengbai's brows furrowed. Indeed, the tail behind Yun Zheng corresponded with the concept of an external soul bone. However, Yu Zhengbai was puzzled as to where Yun Zheng had obtained such a bone. Just then, a commanding voice interjected, and Yu Qing'er stepped forward, assertively declaring, "It is indeed an external soul bone. I found it together with Yun Zheng." Seeing Yu Qing'er stand up for him, Yun Zheng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, while her defense touched him. The multitude of inconsistencies in her fabricated story was simply impossible for him to accept. Sensing Yu Zhengbai's skepticism, Yu Qing'er grew anxious. She understood that it was best to send the three of them away, allowing her and Yun Zheng to devise a strategy in private. It is often said that individuals can unleash their potential in critical moments, and Yu Qing'er was no exception. Her previously muddled thoughts suddenly sparked with inspiration, and she excitedly exclaimed, "You all should leave first. I need to change Yun Zheng's clothes." When Yu Zhengbai visited Tianding City before, Lu Yun frequently uttered this phrase, subsequently ushering Yu Qing'er out of the room as if it were a matter of course. Yu Qing'er believed this phrase possessed some extraordinary charm that compelled people to leave willingly. However, as soon as she uttered those words, everyone present fell into a state of stunned silence. Yun Zheng, with his hand resting on his forehead, appeared utterly pained to behold. Ning Fengqian wore a teasing expression, playfully surveying Yu Zhengbai and Lu Yun. Yu Zhengbai, feeling embarrassed, coughed awkwardly to mask his discomfort, while Lu Yun, equally flustered, flushed a deep crimson and shot an indignant glare at Yu Qing'er, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Chapter 28. You still claim you're not a soul beast. Yu Qing'er's excuse was evidently insufficient to convince Yu Zhengbai and the others. The girl simply did not grasp the deeper implications of her words and merely imitated what she had seen. This left Yu Zhengbai in a state of acute embarrassment, while Lu Yun, in a mix of shame and anger, was about to scold her when Ning Fengqian intervened. "All right," Ning Fengqian chuckled, pulling Yu Zhengbai and Lu Yun aside. The young couple wishes to share some private words. Let us not hinder Qing'er. In truth, Ning Fengqian had matters of her own to discuss with the two. Regardless, such topics ought to be approached with discretion, especially concerning children. Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun, being rather hasty, had clearly not considered that Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng might comprehend such profound matters. Ning Fengqian felt it was her duty as the elder to impart some wisdom to them. Do not underestimate a 9-year-old child. My niece is also 9. And she is quite the little imp. Upon hearing Ning Fengqian's words, Yu Zhongbai pondered for a moment before deciding to follow her lead. Indeed, he was curious about the origin of Yun Zheng's external soul bone, yet as a soul master, one must harbor secrets. Among all soul masters, not everyone bearing secrets is a formidable force, but any who can be deemed truly strong undoubtedly possesses hidden truths. Upon self-reflection, Yu Zhongbai recognized that he too harbored many secrets that he could not divulge, even to his father or to Ning Fengqian and Lu Yun. A soul master whose secrets can be easily discerned is destined for mediocrity. Yu Zhongbai certainly did not wish for his soul disciple to fall into such a fate. Rather, he was intrigued to see what conclusions Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, these two young innocents, might reach together. Lying is an art form, sometimes. If a lie is convincing enough, it can become reality. Yu Zhongbai held little hope for Yu Qing'er. She had been sheltered too well, lacking any cunning. His expectations lay with Yun Zheng, for he was eager to discover whether this astute and precocious child, well-versed in the intricacies of human nature, could offer him a satisfactory explanation. It need not be the truth, but it must be coherent. With this thought in mind, Yu Zhongbai smiled faintly, taking Lu Yun's hand as they followed Ning Fengqian away. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er watched as Yu Zhongbai and the other two departed, lingering until they saw Yu Zhongbai close the door behind him. Only then did Yu Qing'er rush towards Yun Zheng, seizing his tail as if clutching a damning piece of evidence. Suppressing her elation, she whispered playfully, "Naughty Yun Zheng, how can you claim that you are not transformed from a soul beast? A typical soul master would not possess a tail." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's expression immediately darkened. This girl still remembers that matter. Yun Zheng, feeling a slight headache, yearned to reclaim his own tail. However, this was irrefutable evidence in the hands of Yu Qing'er, and she would not easily allow Yun Zheng to take it back. There she stood, firmly clutching the bony tail, even cradling it protectively in her embrace, leaving onlookers to mistakenly believe that it was her own external soul bone. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng let out a bitter smile and resigned himself to being embraced by Yu Qing'er. In truth, much like a rabbit's ears or a cat's whiskers, Yun Zheng's tail was quite sensitive, and it was not something that could be casually touched by others. Otherwise, he would experience an odd sensation akin to being tickled. Yet, observing Yu Qing'er's current demeanor, it was evident that if she were to learn of this peculiarity, she would not only refuse to let go, but would likely become even more exhilarated. Contemplating this, Yun Zheng sighed in resignation and remarked, "If I were to transform into a soul beast, the first thing I would do is devour you." Humph, I am not afraid. In response to Yun Zheng's seemingly harmless threat, Yu Qing'er appeared entirely unperturbed, instead responding with a triumphant declaration. "Mother said that with father around, you wouldn't dare to eat me. What nonsense is this? What did the teacher say?" At first glance, her words seemed innocuous, yet upon deeper reflection, they provoked a myriad of fanciful thoughts. However, gazing into Yu Qing'er's innocent eyes, Yun Zheng felt as though he might be overthinking it, perhaps unbeknownst to himself. Lu Yun had indeed regarded him as a soul beast undergoing recultivation. Yet, this only served to intensify Yun Zheng's headache. The crux of the matter was that he truly could not articulate the situation clearly. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." Upon seeing Yun Zheng's troubled expression, Yu Qing'er immediately patted her chest, speaking with unwavering conviction. It was evident that this young girl had firmly convinced herself that Yun Zheng was a soul beast in the process of recultivation. Having been raised in the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Qing'er, despite not garnering much affection from those around her, possessed an unyielding foundation. Her grandfather was the sect leader, the only titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Her uncle served as the acting sect leader, and her father was a prodigy of the sect. Even though she struggled to find peers among her contemporaries, she was granted unrestricted access to the sect's vast library. Within the tomes of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, there were detailed accounts regarding the recultivation of soul beasts. Although Yu Qing'er had perused the material rather hastily, she was aware that a soul beast aspiring to recultivate must possess at least 100,000 years of cultivation. For soul masters, a 100,000-year soul ring and the inevitable emergence of a 100,000-year soul bone were treasures that few could resist. Thus, Yu Qing'e was acutely aware of Yun Zheng's desire to conceal his identity and understood the perilous predicament he currently faced, which prompted her to voice such sentiments. At this moment, Yun Zheng found himself at a loss, unsure whether to be moved or to smile wryly. He was certainly not a soul beast undergoing reincarnation. However, what was urgently needed now was a meticulously crafted plan. Upon finishing her statement, Yu Qing'e displayed an air of seriousness, deep in thought as she pondered. Murmuring to herself, "Father and the others are not easily deceived." Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng could not help but let out a sigh, inwardly lamenting, "Very well. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. This girl is so muddled. In any case, I cannot elucidate the matter clearly. I shall accept the error as it is." Yun Zheng harbored no concerns that Yu Qing'e would wish him harm. After all, this young woman had spent the past 3 years doubting her own identity as a soul beast. Nevertheless, even with such doubts, she exhibited neither estrangement nor avarice towards him, a testament to the significance he held in her heart. With this realization, Yun Zheng experienced a sudden clarity. "Qing'e, listen to me," he said earnestly. "I will explain everything to our master. When the time comes, remember to act accordingly." Yu Qing'e blinked in surprise, gazing at Yun Zheng, before breaking into a smile. "I knew you were full of tricks," she exclaimed. Yun Zheng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Such a remark hardly seemed complimentary. In any case, after aligning their script, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'e emerged from the room. Upon seeing them, Yu Zhengbai offered a non-committal smile and inquired, "Have you figured out how to explain?" Under Yu Zhengbai's penetrating gaze, Yun Zheng felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet he steeled himself and revealed his truth. "As Master has observed, this is my external soul bone, obtained 3 years ago during the first soul ring hunt in the soul hunting forest. At that time, I was unable to tame it, and it lay dormant within me. Only recently have I gained the ability to control it." Yun Zheng apprenticed under Yu Zhengbai, and it was only 3 years ago in the soul hunting forest that Yu Zhengbai remained unaware of the intricate details. Furthermore, Yun Zheng possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb external soul bones. Thus he could only claim that it was acquired 3 years prior. As for anything else, Yun Zheng refrained from elaborating, succinctly summarizing with a mere 3 words, "I do not know." After all, at the tender age of 9, how could he possibly comprehend so much? Indeed, I can attest to that. At this moment, Yu Qing'e stepped forward, expressing herself with unwavering conviction. Yu Zhengbai and his companions observed Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'e with keen interest, nodding in tacit acknowledgement. After a considerable pause, Yu Zhengbai finally spoke in a deep, resonant voice, passable. He found Yun Zheng's explanation satisfactory. It contained few flaws and was coherent enough for a child of 9, which was quite remarkable. As for the truth of the matter, Yu Zhengbai was indifferent, for it was undoubtedly beneficial for his disciple to possess external soul bones. Why delve deeper into the intricacies? However, as a master, Yu Zhengbai inadvertently remarked, "Yet, Zheng'er, your recent progress in cultivation has been rather rapid. The last time I saw you, you had just barely reached level 17, and now you have already attained level 20. The surprise I prepared for your birthday shall no longer be necessary." This statement from Yu Zhengbai bore 2 implications. One was literal, indicating that the birthday gift he had prepared for Yun Zheng was now rendered moot. The other served as a subtle reminder to Yun Zheng that his fabricated tale contained inconsistencies. If indeed the external soul bone had been acquired 3 years ago, why had Yun Zheng's cultivation not seen significant growth then, but rather experienced a remarkable surge now? Chapter 29. A soul master can only trust their own martial soul. Yun Zheng undoubtedly discerned the hidden implications in Yu Zhengbai's words, and immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment. In Yun Zheng's subconscious, he believes that deceiving his master is an unethical act. Yet, he also understands that the secret of grandfather Zhuzi must not be unveiled. Caught in this dilemma, Yun Zheng displays a look of distress on his face. Observing his turmoil, Yu Zhengbai chuckles heartily, patting Yun Zheng on the shoulder, and proclaims with a booming voice, "Fear not. Since you have your own opportunities, consider it a blessing. However, do not underestimate this external spirit bone. For a spirit master, an external spirit bone is not merely a means of combat. It can also shield you from a fatal blow. You must not hide it away as you did in the past." With these words, Yu Zhengbai unveiled the origins of the external spirit bone. Moreover, his implication was clear. Yun Zheng need not conceal the possession of this precious external spirit bone. It is an undeniable truth of great worth. Although an external spirit bone cannot be forcibly taken like ordinary spirit bones, for those with dark intentions, The mindset is often, if I do not possess it, neither shall you. The sentiment remains, if I lack an external spirit bone and you possess one, I shall eliminate you. In summary, the adage holds true. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings peril. However, it is also said that only an ordinary man suffers from such peril. And Yun Zheng is far from being an ordinary individual. Yun Zheng, the esteemed direct disciple of Yu Zhongbai and a distinguished titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Overlord sect, should surely be capable of safeguarding even a single external spirit bone belonging to his disciple. Given the existence of such a spirit bone, it is imperative to master its utilization. Otherwise, in times of dire necessity, ignorance of its application would be a most unjust demise. Imagine, if you will, a soul master devoid of wings, tails, or spider legs suddenly acquiring an additional limb, finding it impossible to control it perfectly. Would that not be the most natural occurrence? Only by cultivating the external spirit bone into one's fifth limb can its ultimate potential be realized. At this moment, Yun Zheng had not yet contemplated the broader implications. Merely relieved that Yu Zhongbai did not question the provenance of the external spirit bone. Just as he was about to acquiesce, Yu Qing'er suddenly interjected with a playful reprimand, exclaiming, "No way. Why should it be taken away just because it is deemed unusable? Father, you promised a surprise. How can you go back on your word?" Yu Qing'er would certainly not forget the benefits that Yun Zheng was entitled to. Although Yu Zhongbai had celebrated Yun Zheng's birthday on 2 previous occasions, this time was distinct, as it also marked the celebration of Yu Zhongbai's breakthrough to title Douluo. Such an occasion could not be treated lightly. This. Yun Zheng had intended to smoothly navigate the situation, yet Yu Qing'er's interruption left him at a loss for words. Yu Zhongbai let out a wry smile and explained, "However, what I have prepared for you, my dear Zheng'er, is a Dragon Roar Ascension pill, which, given that you have already surpassed level 20, is of no use. The Dragon Roar Ascension pill is a unique elixir of the Blue Electric Overlord sect. With a straightforward effect, it enhances the cultivation of soul masters below the rank of Great Soul Master by 1 or 2 levels, but can only be consumed by those of lesser rank, and each soul master is permitted to take only one throughout their lifetime. In the current landscape of Douluo Continent, the system of alchemists is not yet fully developed, with most concocted pills being poison antidotes, explosive pills, or healing elixirs. There are exceedingly few that can directly enhance a soul master's cultivation, and those that do exist come with stringent limitations. While no pills effective for higher-ranked soul masters are available, consequently, despite the Dragon Roar Ascension pill's efficacy being restricted to those below the rank of Great Soul Master, it holds significant value within the Blue Electric Overlord sect. Among the younger generation of the sect, only Yu Tianhing, Yu Tianxing, and a select few others with remarkable talent are qualified to utilize it. As a gift, it is indeed a delightful surprise. However, fate had conspired against Yun Zheng, as he had fortuitously merged with the external spirit bone just yesterday, causing his soul power to surpass level 20. To consume the Dragon Roar Ascension pill post-level 20 would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Yu Zhongbai would never allow Yun Zheng to engage in such self-sabotaging actions. Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Roar Ascension pill, Yu Qing'er recognized that Yu Zhongbai's intentions were not malicious, yet she feigned displeasure, huffing playfully, "Well, I don't care. It's still your fault, and you must make amends." Indeed, Yu Qing'er displayed a touch of unreasonable stubbornness, yet Yu Zhongbai seemed to relish the challenge. He would never foolishly decline such a splendid opportunity to nurture his bond with his daughter. Very well, very well. Yu Zhongbai hurriedly offered a smile, attempting to appease her. "In truth, I have not brought any suitable gifts. How about we allow Zheng'er to choose for herself? Whatever she desires, I shall procure for her. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Yu Qing'er's cunning eyes, yet she still turned to Yun Zheng, seeking his opinion. Yun Zheng naturally would not dare to offend Yu Zhongbai's dignity, nodding in acknowledgement and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." At that moment, Yu Qing'er rushed to Yun Zheng's side and quietly whispered in his ear, "Don't be polite with my father. He is quite wealthy." Yun Zheng's countenance stiffened at her words. "Dear lady, if we cannot transmit sound discreetly, please refrain from whispering. Your father is a distinguished titled Douluo. Do you truly think he cannot hear us?" Upon this realization, Yun Zheng surreptitiously glanced in Yu Zhongbai's direction, and indeed, the latter's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Yu Zhongbai felt a pang of discomfort, as if his precious daughter was on the verge of being whisked away by his own disciple, and to add insult to injury, it seemed she was running off on her own accord. This thought pierced through Yu Zhongbai's heart, evoking a paternal instinct that made him feel a twinge of pain. and his gaze upon Yun Zheng deepened with concern. Perhaps sensing the weight of Yun Zhengbai's stare, Yun Zheng involuntarily shivered and hastily declared, "Master, I wish to learn the spear." The spear? Upon hearing Yun Zheng's request, Yun Zhengbai frowned slightly, instinctively inclined to refuse. He was well aware of Yun Zheng's first soul skill and understood the motivation behind his desire to learn the spear. Had it not been for this understanding, Yun Zhengbai would have no qualms about administering a firm reprimand to Yun Zheng to uphold the principles of mentorship. Yun Zhengbai held a firm belief that as a soul master, one must solely trust in their own martial soul. Any external force beyond that should not be the aspiration of a soul master seeking the path of strength. For instance, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, any descendant possessing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul would be welcomed to learn body refinement techniques or the secret methods of transformation, as well as techniques to control lightning. However, should anyone dare to express a desire to learn the chaotic wind hammering technique of the Haotian clan, or the distraction technique of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, they would swiftly receive a reprimanding slap and be scolded. Is this truly what you should be learning? Indeed. If the conditions permitted, other soul masters wielding hammers could also employ the chaotic wind hammering technique. In the lower realms of cultivation, such tactics might yield unexpected victories. Yet, as one's cultivation advanced, without the Haotian hammer martial soul, the effectiveness of the chaotic wind hammering technique would inevitably falter, ultimately proving inferior to the natural prowess of one's own martial soul. Wouldn't it be more prudent to dedicate that time and energy to honing the power of one's own martial soul? Moreover, once one masters powers beyond their own martial soul, they may unwittingly believe there exists an alternative path, with an abundance of means at their disposal. They may become complacent in the development of their martial soul. Take Tang Sect from the original story as an example. He possesses the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, the Xiantian skill, the ability to control cranes and capture dragons, as well as a series of other extraordinary techniques. However, it is precisely these exceptional skills that have led to an incomplete development of his martial soul. Since ancient times, it has been said that fallen leaves and flying flowers can serve as hidden weapons. With his blue-silver grass martial soul, combined with numerous throwing techniques from the Hidden Weapons Manual, Tang Sect could easily pursue the path of an agile attack-type soul master. If he were to achieve mastery, he could unleash a storm of pear blossoms with a mere flick of his wrist, equally formidable. Yet, Tang Sect did not choose this path. One reason is that his mentor had charted a course for him as a control-type soul master, and the other is that Tang Sect had already discovered a superior option. Having crafted countless potent hidden weapons, why would he need to refine his martial soul into one? Thus, when Yun Zheng expressed a desire to learn the spear and archery, Yun Zhengbai understood him well. However, should Yun Zheng dare to pursue swordsmanship, knife techniques, or hammer techniques, Yun Zhengbai would not hesitate to impart a lesson in the weight of a teacher's grace. Returning to the main topic, Yun Zheng's wish to learn the spear was something Yun Zhengbai had anticipated. As early as 3 years prior, Yun Zheng had broached the subject, but at that time, Yun Zhengbai felt that Yun Zheng's active usage time for his first soul skill was still too brief, with conventional methods relying on the frost sky feather bow. Furthermore, as the spear is a heavyweight weapon, without sufficient strength to support it, one cannot wield the spear in battle. Considering these two factors, Yun Zhengbai declined Yun Zheng's request to learn the spear 3 years ago, advising him to focus on strengthening his physique. He suggested waiting until the active usage time of his first soul skill improved and his physical condition could sustain a full reserve of vitality before reconsidering the spear. Originally, Yun Zhengbai intended to use the same reasoning to refuse Yun Zheng again. However, upon reflection, he realized that Yun Zheng had now reached level 20, with the active usage time of his first soul skill extending to 40 seconds. Additionally, he had made notable progress in physical training, making the learning of the frost spear an inevitable pursuit. Yet, this left Yun Zhengbai somewhat troubled. The crux of the matter was that he did not know how to wield a spear. As a titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, Yun Zhengbai had always prided himself on his lightning techniques and had never utilized weapons since beginning his training. He was unequivocally a spellcaster. When had he ever learned to wield a spear? While Yun Zhengbai, as Yun Zheng's master, had indeed prepared to study in advance to provide guidance, he never anticipated Yun Zheng's rapid progress. Initially, Yun Zheng had only been at levels 15 or 16, and Yun Zhengbai had not felt any urgency. Even 6 months ago, when Yun Zhengbai was preparing for seclusion to advance, Yun Zheng had only just reached level 17. Yet, who could have foreseen that Yun Zheng had acquired an external soul bone from an unknown source, allowing him to break through level 20 in a mere 6 months. Even the Dragon Roar Ascension pill that Yu Zhengbai had prepared became a mere ornament, leaving him utterly astonished. It was clearly stated that soul power should be dense and heavy, and training should be slow. Chapter 30. The Prison of Thunder Ahem. In an effort to mask the embarrassment brewing within, Yu Zhengbai feigned a couple of coughs. Adopting a contemplative expression as if he were weighing the advantages and disadvantages of Yun Zheng's mastery of the halberd, Yun Zheng began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Although he believed himself ready to learn the art of wielding the spear, he held great regard for Yu Zhengbai's opinion. He certainly did not consider his own perspective to be broader than that of a formidable title de law. If Yu Zhengbai believed the time was not yet ripe, Yun Zheng would not necessarily abandon his aspirations, but he would certainly reconsider them. After a few breaths, a spark of insight illuminated Yu Zhengbai's mind. Nodding in agreement, he earnestly addressed Yun Zheng, stating, "There is no need for haste in this matter." He then elaborated, "Zheng Earth, while it is indeed time for you to learn some spear techniques, you still lack a second soul ring. Without a clear direction for your soul skills, diving into study prematurely may lead to undesirable outcomes. It would be wiser to wait until you acquire your second soul skill, allowing you to integrate its effects into a systematic learning process." Initially, Yu Zhengbai's refusal caused Yun Zheng to feel a tightness in his chest. But as he listened to Yu Zhengbai's reasoning, he found it to be quite sensible and nodded thoughtfully. Just as Yu Zhengbai had articulated, Yun Zheng possessed only one soul skill, and his first soul skill did not definitively indicate his future path. Unlike Yu Qing'er, whose first soul skill, Giant Spirit Breath, unleashed a devastating golden light, clearly marking her as an offensive powerhouse, Yun Zheng's first soul ring, while bestowing 3 soul skills, did not provide a clear direction. Considering his 2 passive soul skills, Yun Zheng believed he would likely pursue either a strong offensive or agile offensive route, which was also the path Yu Zhengbai had envisioned for him. However, whether he would lean towards strength or agility would ultimately depend on the nature of the soul skill bestowed by his second soul ring. The distinction between agile and strong offensive styles is significant, and the direction of study varies accordingly. Yu Zhengbai's explanation was both rational and reasonable. Deep within, Yun Zheng harbored an extravagant hope. He wished for the Frost Sky Feather Bow to embody agility, while the Frost Language Spear embraced strength. Yet, this remained but a wish, as he was unaware of the changes the divine second soul ring would bring to his martial soul. The Frost Sky Feather Bow and the Frost Language Spear were originally the same martial soul, yet they now manifested as 2 distinct forms. He was uncertain whether the second soul ring would grant each form a unique soul skill, or if only the true form, the Frost Sky Feather Bow, would acquire a soul skill. If it were the former, it would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. If the latter, it would be somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, the pursuit of the second soul ring was undoubtedly a prudent course of action, regardless of whether he leaned towards agility or strength. It was essential to establish a clear direction. Should he choose the path of strength, he would strike with heavy blows. If agility, he would strike swiftly and skillfully. With this in mind, Yun Zheng declared, "I shall defer to my master's guidance." Hearing this, Yu Zhengbai nodded with satisfaction. "There is no need for urgency. Nor is there any use in dilly-dallying, father. It seems to me that you are merely trying to placate me." At the moment when both individuals were basking in joy, Yu Qing'er suddenly let out an indignant huff, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. The Longan Ascension pill had lost its efficacy, and the Ujiji battle technique was not yet timely. Ultimately, Yun Zheng had gained nothing, prompting Yu Qing'er to advocate on his behalf. However, this time, Yu Zhengbai did not display any sign of embarrassment. Instead, he calmly reassured her, who said that Yu Qing'er's complaint struck a chord with Yu Zhengbai, and one could almost say he had been awaiting her very words. He then continued, "Since I have stated that I will impart the Ujiji battle technique to Zheng'er only after he acquires his second soul ring, I shall certainly ensure that the most suitable soul ring is arranged for him. Zheng'er's martial soul is exceptional, and his first soul ring is indeed unique. Thus, I must carefully select the best for him. The ice attribute must be pronounced, the speed must be swift, the attack must be formidable, and the age must be sufficient. Regardless of whether Zheng'er becomes a sensitive attack-type soul master or a strong attack-type soul master, the second soul ring is of paramount importance and must not be taken lightly." The extraordinary nature of Yun Zheng's first soul ring is unmistakable. As Yun Zheng gradually elevates his cultivation, the age of his soul ring also advances incrementally. Regrettably, despite having surpassed level 20, he has yet to breach the millennium mark in terms of soul ring absorption, seemingly stagnating at just over 900 years. If Yun Zheng were willing to endure, Enhancing his physique could likely push the limit of his soul ring absorption beyond 1,000 years. However, he believes that since he is capable of absorption, there is no necessity to pursue a millennium soul ring intentionally. The disparity between a 900-year soul ring and a 1,000-year one is not as significant as one might imagine. Nonetheless, there is still a discernible difference between a 400-year soul ring and a 900-year soul ring. Presently, although Yun Zheng's first soul ring remains yellow, it glimmers with a faint purplish hue, which naturally does not escape the keen eye of Yu Zhengbai. In response to this, Yun Zheng's explanation remains ambiguous. He merely responds vaguely, claiming he is uncertain about the changes. Coupled with Yu Qing'er's adamant assertion that she witnessed Yun Zheng absorb his first soul rings, Yu Zhengbai does not pursue the matter further. After all, if it is a good fortune, why pry too deeply? Nevertheless, Yu Zhengbai keeps the peculiarities of Yun Zheng's first soul ring in mind. He deliberately sought out the master, whose expertise in martial soul research is unrivaled on the continent. If even the master remains unaware, it may indeed be an unsolved enigma. To Yu Zhengbai's surprise, the master provided an explanation. Throughout the history of Douluo Continent, there have been instances akin to Yun Zheng's situation, where a martial soul, during its mutation, failed to convert all its innate talents into primordial soul power. Consequently, the surplus potential was infused into the first soul ring, thereby facilitating its gradual advancement alongside the soul master. As for the extent to which it can progress, that depends on the residual potential remaining during the mutation process of the martial soul. The soul master from history had only managed to elevate the first soul ring to the 1,000-year level before coming to an abrupt halt. Regardless, the divine soul ring now possesses an authoritative explanation. It appears to be a completely contrary type of martial soul mutation compared to the Master's situation. The Master's talent was insufficient to sustain the mutation of his martial soul, leading to its stagnation and relegation to mediocrity, resulting in a mere half-level of primordial soul power. In contrast, according to the Master's elucidation, Yun Zheng's exceptional talent allows the mutation of his martial soul to remain inexhaustible, converting the surplus potential into an enhancement of the first soul ring's age. Returning to the main point, upon hearing Yu Zhengbai's response, Yun Zheng cannot help but feel a surge of emotion. This is the advantage of having connections. Had Yun Zheng not befriended Yu Qing'er or taken Yu Zhengbai as his mentor, he would likely still be studying at the Junior Soul Master Academy, unable to easily reveal his external soul bone, and it is improbable that his second soul ring would be so meticulously selected. Most likely, he would have been relegated to a casual encounter with a soul beast of 600 or 700 years. Noticing the respectful gaze from Yun Zheng, Yu Zhengbai couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. Those closest to him were aware of his true intentions. He merely sought to seize this so-called quest for a soul beast as an opportunity to diligently enhance his mastery of spear combat techniques. While he did not aspire to achieve perfection, a fundamental understanding was essential. After all, Yu Zhengbai anticipated that this journey to locate a soul beast would likely extend over several months. Nonetheless, under Yun Zheng's watchful eyes, Yu Zhengbai was resolute in his commitment to find the most suitable soul beast for him. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were blissfully unaware of the unusual glint in Yu Zhengbai's eyes. Yet Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian astutely detected the flicker of discontent in the gaze of their beloved, instantly comprehending the unspoken thoughts of Yu Zhengbai. They promptly cast him a pair of knowing glances. Yu Zhengbai, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile, beseeching his two wives not to expose his shortcomings. Naturally, Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian would not allow Yu Zhengbai to save face in front of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er. Ning Fengqian approached Yun Zheng, affectionately ruffling his hair, and presented a delicate bracelet, personally adorning Yun Zheng's wrist. As this is our first meeting, I have not prepared anything special, but let this soul guide artifact serve as a token of our introduction and a birthday gift. With the renowned Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School making such a gesture, its significance was unmistakable. Although Ning Fengqian merely mentioned it as a soul guide artifact without disclosing its spatial geometry, it was evident that such a gift was far from ordinary. Receiving such a grand gift before their first encounter left Yun Zheng somewhat overwhelmed. He instinctively glanced at Yu Zhengbai, who chuckled and remarked, "It is a gift from an elder. One cannot refuse, since it is bestowed by your master. Accept it with gratitude." Yu Zhengbai was fully aware of the effort Ning Fengqian had invested to ensure Yun Zheng would not decline this offering. While the soul guide artifact might not seem remarkable to the typical observer, it was certainly a step above the usual tokens of greeting in the eyes of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The true present from Ning Fengqian was what lay within the artifact itself. Once Yu Zhengbai's approval was given, Yun Zheng graciously accepted the soul guide artifact, bowing sincerely. "Thank you, master." "Oh, you child, there is no need for such formality with me." Ning Fengqian feigned displeasure, casting Yun Zheng an admonishing look. It must be said that Yun Zheng's demeanor was indeed charming. Coupled with his status as Yu Zhengbai's disciple, Ning Fengqian found herself quite taken with him. Fortunately, Yun Zheng proved to be far more agreeable than she had anticipated, which spared her considerable effort. All right. Is today not a celebration for Yu Lang's title? What are we standing around for? Come with me." At that moment, Lu Yun interjected, taking Yun Zheng's left hand and Yu Qing'er's right, guiding them towards the living room. Yu Zhongbai and Ning Fengqian's visit to Tianding City was not solely to celebrate Yun Zheng's birthday. It was also to commemorate Yu Zhongbai's ascension as a titled Douluo. In preparation for this event, Lu Yun had been diligently organizing festivities for several days, showcasing her heartfelt intentions. Indeed, Yu Zhongbai's breakthrough would surely warrant a grander celebration within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, intended to promote its strength. However, Yu Zhongbai showed little interest in such affairs, opting to casually engage before bringing Ning Fengqian directly to Tianding City. In contrast, he found greater solace in Tianding City. Yet, as Yu Zhongbai reveled in laughter and joy with his family, the leaders of several prominent factions on the Douluo Continent convened in unison. Their discussions varied, but their focus aligned on the newly titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Zhongbai, the Thunder Prison. Chapter 31. 3 years later. Outside the city of Soto, a pair of youths strolled along the path, resembling a pair of celestial beings. The young man was handsome and refined, while the young woman was strikingly adorable. As they walked, they attracted the gaze of countless passers-by, yet remained utterly indifferent to the attention, as if utterly accustomed to such admiration. Though labeled as youths, it would be more accurate to describe them as a boy and a girl. The boy stood at a mere height of 1 meter and 45 centimeters, appearing almost like an 8 or 9-year-old. In stark contrast, the girl was notably tall, her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, capturing the eyes of many a youthful admirer. However, should anyone's gaze linger for more than 5 seconds, an icy chill would seep into their bones, a silent reminder that this pair was beyond their reach. This realization caused many onlookers with improper thoughts to abandon their intentions. It was clear that these siblings were undoubtedly esteemed soul masters, dressed as if they had emerged from a prestigious clan. Only those weary of their mundane lives would dare to approach them. What puzzled many, however, was the affectionate expression on the face of the girl, who appeared more like an elder sister, as she tightly grasped her brother's hand. At times, she would even avert her gaze from the path, playfully coaxing him to carry her. The younger brother, despite his shorter stature, wore a look of reluctant indulgence, occasionally glancing around to discern their surroundings while also keeping an eye out for any bold onlookers. This pair, of course, was Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er. As for why 12-year-old Yun Zheng was perceived as merely an 8 or 9-year-old, one must consider, is a height of 1 meter and 45 centimeters particularly short for a 12-year-old on Earth? Yun Zheng possesses a height that is considered normal, however. He finds himself in a world where his peers in Douluo Continent are remarkably taller, with many reaching heights of 1.7 to 1.8 meters by the age of 12. In contrast, Yun Zheng's height of 1.45 meters resembles that of an 8 or 9-year-old child in this realm. Fortunately, he realizes that the native inhabitants of Douluo Continent simply mature at a faster pace, and their ultimate height is not excessively exaggerated. Typically, commoners stand between 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall, while nobles and offspring of prominent families may be slightly taller, yet still fall within the bounds of normalcy. Most natives cease to grow around the ages of 14 or 15, thus allowing Yun Zheng ample time to gradually surpass them. In summary, the future holds promise. However, for the time being, Yun Zheng can only bear the title of a young boy. Returning to the matter at hand, as they walked along the path, Yun Zheng confidently led the way, while Yu Qing'er, carefree and untroubled, followed closely behind, radiating happiness. Why not allow Yu Qing'er to take the lead? Given her tendency to lose her way even at the periphery of the soul-hunting forest, where she ended up wandering into the mixed area, Yun Zheng felt it unwise to entrust her with navigation. Yun Zheng, why must you attend Shrek Academy? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Though my father mentioned that this academy is somewhat unique, it lacks eligibility for the continent-wide Soul Master competition. What compels you to travel so far, just to enroll? Perhaps it was merely boredom, as she playfully swung Yun Zheng's arm, her voice tinged with ennui. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng smiled faintly and inquired, "Then let me ask you, if one day you awaken and find yourself in the world of Snow White, what would you wish to do?" For the past 6 years, whenever he felt somewhat exasperated by the persistent company of Yuqing'er, Yun Zheng would regale her with tales from his previous life. However, as Tang San was also a traveler from another realm, Yun Zheng could not ascertain whether Tang San was indeed from Earth or which era he hailed from. To safeguard his identity, Yun Zheng chose to narrate foreign fairy tales or stories like Halua, deliberately omitting references to Journey to the West. The tale of Snow White was the first story Yun Zheng shared with Yuqing'er, and it became her favorite. In truth, there was a misunderstanding. Yun Zheng had not intended to tell such stories initially. During one of their tutoring sessions, he inadvertently uttered the name by Shui Gongzhu, White Study Princess. Although Yuqing'er did not comprehend the meaning of those words, her intuition suggested it was certainly not a compliment. In her quest to uncover the meaning behind by Shui Gongzhu, Yuqing'er employed every tactic imaginable, including threats and temptations, even resorting to administering drugs. Ultimately, Yun Zheng, left with no choice, explained the story of Snow White to clarify the matter. This resulted in a misunderstanding for Yuqing'er, as she naturally associated herself with the identity of Snow White, believing herself to be the most beautiful girl in Yun Zheng's eyes, which brought her immense joy. This was the reason behind her fondness for the story of Snow White. At that moment, upon realizing Yuqing'er's misconception, Yun Zheng found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet he would not foolishly reveal the truth. The reality would remain his secret. Ever since Yuqing'er had misconstrued his words, she had become Snow White in Yun Zheng's heart. "I don't want to." To Yun Zheng's surprise, Yuqing'er not only refrained from answering his question, but also shook her head resolutely. "Why not? Aren't you fond of Snow White?" Yun Zheng blinked, perplexed. Yuqing'er gazed earnestly into his eyes and replied, "Because you are not here. I do not wish to be apart from you. Without you, everything loses its significance." As soon as Yuqing'er finished speaking, Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback. She had a way of effortlessly touching the softer parts of his heart, intruding with her warmth while remaining blissfully unaware of her impact. After a few breaths, Yun Zheng regained his composure, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips as he gently continued, "Then what if I were to accompany you? What would you desire to do? Isn't that obvious? We would defeat the wicked queen, shatter the magic mirror, and ensure that Snow White lives a life full of happiness." This time, Yuqing'er exhibited no hesitation, exclaiming with exuberance, "However, the realm of Snow White is vast, encompassing not only a single kingdom but also the deep mountains where the dwarfs reside, along with countless others in need of assistance. Why must one fixate solely on Snow White?" Yun Zheng continued to pose this question. This inquiry seemed to leave Yuqing'er momentarily speechless, her delicate brows furrowing as she hesitantly replied, "But if we were to venture into Snow White's world, and were to remain unfamiliar with her, then why would we even go?" "Indeed, that is precisely the point." Yun Zheng chuckled heartily, teasingly responding. Yun Zheng's laughter left Yuqing'er even more perplexed. Her enchanting eyes flickered as she inquired, "But what does this have to do with our arrival at Shrek Academy?" Unable to elucidate the matter, Yun Zheng was about to speak when a chill suddenly coursed through his gaze, followed by a disdainful snort. Without any visible movement, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, flashed behind him, and a beam of ice blue light cleaved through the air, only to vanish moments later. In the next heartbeat, a piercing scream echoed through the streets. Passers-by turned towards the sound, only to witness a man with an ice blue arrow embedded in his right leg, blood gushing uncontrollably. The onlookers were struck with horror. Among them were not only ordinary folk but also several soul masters, yet even they failed to grasp what had transpired. They recognized that Yun Zheng had unleashed a soul skill, but all they perceived was a fleeting flash of ice blue light before the man was struck. What occurred in between remained a mystery, as if the arrow had traversed space itself to pierce the man's leg. In an instant, all eyes averted in unison. They clearly recalled that the man had previously cast a lascivious glance at Yuqing'er, and now he lay injured by Yun Zheng's arrow. They had no desire to share his fate. Yuqing'er, having heard the anguished cry, instinctively turned to look, but Yun Zheng abruptly grasped her hand, urging her to move forward swiftly, intent on shielding her from the grim scene. The arrow shot by Yun Zheng was indeed rather ruthless. It not only inflicted injury upon the man's right leg but also allowed a chilling force to invade, ensuring that even if the leg were to escape permanent disability, substantial funds would be required for treatment from a healing soul master. For an ordinary person, this undoubtedly constitutes a severe penalty. Yet, this is the essence of Yun Zheng. He focuses on the outcome rather than the cause. When one's actions are tainted, one must bear the consequences. The Yun Zheng of today is no longer the same as he was 6 years ago. He no longer needs to be worldly or cunning. Moreover, an ordinary individual hardly warrants his prudence, much like that petty thief who once attempted to snatch Yun Zheng's leather wallet. However, Yun Zheng did not eliminate the threat entirely. He has not yet descended to such depths of malice. As for revenge, he harbors no fear here in the Douluo Continent, where social strata are firmly established by the age of 6, leaving ordinary folk with no opportunity for resurgence. It is often said that while the king of hell may be lenient, the little ghosts can be troublesome. Yet, in the Douluo Continent, ordinary individuals devoid of innate soul power do not even have the chance to be mere specters. Yun Zheng was not particularly concerned about Yuqing'o witnessing his actions. After all, she was a soul master, and such trivialities would hardly intimidate her. His intention in pulling Yuqing'o away was merely to conceal the peculiar feelings stirring within him. However, fate was not in his favor. Yuqing'o's keen perception allowed her to notice the glaring ice arrow that belonged to Yun Zheng, and coupled with his awkward demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. She approached him eagerly, leaning close to his ear, and teasingly whispered, "Are you jealous?" "I am not," Yun Zheng retorted, his face turning crimson as he refused to turn around. Upon hearing his denial, Yuqing'o erupted into a melodious laughter, playfully exclaiming, "But your tail is showing." At her words, Yun Zheng froze, quickly turning around, desperately searching for any trace of a sinister bone tail. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng could not help but realize that he had been played by Yuqing'o. He shot her an annoyed glare, yet Yuqing'o remained unfazed, laughing playfully and appearing even more delighted. Chapter 32. He dares. Amidst Yuqing'o's half-amused, half-teasing banter, the embarrassed Yun Zheng finally led her into the city. The soul coins required for entry were provided by Yun Zheng. In truth, throughout their journey, Yuqing'o had not spent a single soul coin, as it was all funded by him. 3 years prior, Yun Zheng had only received a single gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall each month, which, while sufficient for an ordinary person, was hardly indicative of wealth for a soul master. However, after celebrating his 9th birthday, Yun Zheng found himself devoid of any soul coin concerns. It was during this time that Ning Fengqian gifted Yun Zheng a soul-guiding device as a token of their first meeting. Initially, Yun Zheng believed it to be merely a soul-guiding device. Although he already possessed the storage space of Lord Juzi, he was nonetheless eager to own his own soul-guiding artifact to conceal Lord Juzi's existence. To his astonishment, what Ning Fengqian referred to as a meeting gift was not just a soul-guiding device, but a veritable treasure trove. Quite literally, it was a mountain of gold and silver. Truly, as expected from a member of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fengqian's gift not only provided ample storage space, but also included boxes upon boxes of gold soul coins, along with a black gold card from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. With such wealth, Yun Zheng could easily establish a small sect. In addition, there were numerous vials of elixirs, some for detoxification, others for healing, some to replenish energy, and even those to promote blood coagulation, a comprehensive assortment. Ning Fengqian had also prepared an entire wardrobe for Yun Zheng, with garments ranging from age 9 to 20, ensuring he was well equipped for the years ahead. Moreover, there was an abundance of spiritual herbs, including a significant quantity of dragon yang grass, a vital substance for body refinement. One could say that Ning Fengqian had provided Yun Zheng with all the foundational resources he would require for his cultivation journey, not to mention with this soul-guiding device. Even the Min family, which was still in a state of poverty, could scarcely rival Yun Zheng's newfound wealth. It was only upon opening the soul-guiding device that Yun Zheng truly grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase wealth that could rival nations. Naturally, receiving such a lavish gift left Yun Zheng somewhat at a loss. He contemplated returning the favor to Ning Fengqian, but was halted by Yu Zhongbai. Since Ning Fengqian had given these gifts to Yun Zheng, it was clear she had no intention of reclaiming them. Furthermore, these items were not exclusively for Yun Zheng. They were shared with Yuqing'o. Yu Zhongbai believed that due to Yuqing'o's impulsive nature, she might squander them. Hence he entrusted the financial responsibilities to the more prudent Yun Zheng. After this explanation from Yu Zhongbai, Yun Zheng felt justified in accepting Ning Fengqian's soul-guiding device. Otherwise, it would have felt rather burdensome. Upon entering Soto City, both Yun Zheng and Yuqing'o remained remarkably composed. Soto City, while not renowned as a major metropolis, certainly exhibited more development compared to the quaintness of the ancient city of Ogu, resembling the appearance of Tianding City. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Yuqing felt no sense of novelty, while Yun Zheng, with the memories of his past life, maintained an even greater sense of detachment. Are we not headed to Shrek Academy? Why have we entered the city? Yuqing inquired, grasping Yun Zheng's hand and gazing curiously at the surrounding architecture of the town. Yun Zheng cast a glance at the evening glow on the horizon and, with a hint of exasperation, explained. The Shrek Academy is still at least an hour's journey from Soto City. As dusk approaches, if we do not enter the city, we shall be left to spend the night in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, just as Yun Zheng had pointed out. While it is not uncommon for soul masters to spend the night in the wild, both he and Yuqing had experienced such an ordeal at the tender age of 6. However, this was neither an expedition to hunt for soul rings, nor was there any pressing matter that necessitated haste. Why endure unnecessary hardship? Then where shall we lodge tonight? Yuqing inquired, glancing around in confusion. Yun Zheng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I suppose we can find a hotel or an inn to spend the night, since we are heading to Shrek Academy tomorrow. Upon hearing the terms hotel and inn, Yuqing blinked in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend. After taking a few breaths to reaffirm her understanding, her gaze suddenly transformed into one of playful intrigue and subtle ambiguity. She then embraced Yun Zheng tightly and exclaimed sweetly, Yun Zheng, you have finally come to your senses. At first, Yun Zheng was taken aback. But upon noticing the flush of crimson on Yuqing's delicate face, he instantly comprehended that the girl had misinterpreted the situation. Realizing this, Yun Zheng's expression darkened, and he doused her with a figurative bucket of cold water, stating, 2 separate rooms. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Yuqing frowned, her delicate brows knitting together as she stubbornly replied, 1 room. We must economize. You were the one who suggested it. At her words, Yun Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, instinctively retorting, then why not shower together in the future? It would be a splendid way to conserve water resources. All right then. Yun Zheng's thoughtless words evidently struck a chord with Yuqing, whose exquisite eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intrigue, revealing a demeanor that was decidedly captivated. Upon witnessing the situation, Yun Zheng, filled with helplessness and resignation, tugged at the corners of his mouth and awkwardly stated, Forget I said anything, as he hesitated once more. The smile on Yuqing's face was replaced by a look of melancholy, and she reproachfully inquired, Do you not like me? How could that possibly be? Confronted with such a perilous question, Yun Zheng did not need to ponder. He immediately provided his answer. However, he soon offered a wry smile, explaining, It's just that if my master were to find out, he would surely have my head. Would he dare? Upon the mention of Yun Zheng, Yuqing's enchanting eyes widened, displaying a fearless demeanor. After all, they were in Soto City, far removed from authority. Yuqing felt undaunted, believing that once the die was cast, Yun Zheng would have no choice but to accept the situation. He would dare. Sadly, Yun Zheng lacked such fearless spirit, solemnly nodding his head in affirmation. Over the course of 6 years, the veil between Yuqing and Yun Zheng had long been torn asunder. Yuqing had fallen for Yun Zheng, and he too, over time, had developed affections for this girl who was entirely devoted to him. Logically, one would expect romantic sentiments to flourish, especially with Yuqing being bold and determined to claim Yun Zheng as her own. She had not shied away from using potions to achieve her desires before. They should have already been entwined in love's embrace. Yet, Yun Zheng remained hesitant to cross that boundary. Yun Zheng was one reason for his reluctance. A doting father, he could accept his daughter's affections for Yun Zheng. After all, it was preferable for her to cherish someone he had watched grow up, his own disciple, whose character he trusted. Yun Zheng believed that Yun Zheng would make a good match for Yuqing. However, the mere thought of his daughter being only 12 years old pained the heart of this father. This was a hurdle Yun Zheng himself could not surmount. In his perception, anyone below the age of 14 was merely a child. Alas, the world could be a cruel place. To take a step back, as a native of Douluo Continent, Yuqing indeed matured faster than Yun Zheng, and at the tender age of 12, she had nearly reached the physical development of a 17 or 18-year-old girl from his previous life. Yet, Yun Zheng was a genuine earthling, not blessed with extraordinary talents. Merely an ordinary 12-year-old boy undergoing typical growth. A toothpick stirring a large vat, a drop of water entering a mighty river. Yun Zheng could not afford to lose face. Yun Zheng would rather wait several more years. It is quite peculiar. While Yun Zheng is somewhat hesitant, Yuqing exhibits remarkable enthusiasm. Were it not for Yun Zheng's resolute will, he would have been thoroughly consumed by her charm long ago. The three elders at home share a similar sentiment. Even Yu Zhongbai's stance is not particularly unwavering. Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian are even covertly supporting Yu Qing'er, especially Lu Yun. Reflecting on it now, the dragon yang herb that Yu Qing'er made Yun Zheng consume when he was 9 years old was no trivial matter. While Yu Qing'er may not fully grasp the medicinal properties of the dragon herb, how could Lu Yun, as a master alchemist, remain oblivious? Yet, despite this knowledge, Lu Yun chose not to disclose anything to Yu Qing'er, merely facilitating her in delivering the dragon yang pill to Yun Zheng. It is chilling upon further contemplation. In the words of Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian, a strikingly beautiful, exceptionally talented childhood friend, especially one whom one harbors affection for, is something that, if not secured early on, could easily be whisked away. The possibility of Yun Zheng being abducted remains a topic of debate. Yet it is indisputable that Yu Qing'er has indeed been led astray by them. It is crucial to understand that it was the dragon yang pill that triggered a peculiar switch within Yu Qing'er. Ever since then, she has developed an unusual enthusiasm for administering drugs to Yun Zheng, seemingly believing that this would render him more candid. Between the ages of 9 and 12, Yun Zheng is aware of at least 11 instances, 8 of which he successfully discerned, while 3 times he inadvertently fell victim. Fortunately, the potency of the substances used by Yu Qing'er was not overwhelming. With the aid of the extreme cold of ice and his own willpower, Yun Zheng managed to suppress the malevolent fire within him. Yu Qing'er has come to recognize this, and she is no longer satisfied with merely the dragon yang grass. On the last occasion, Yun Zheng witnessed Lu Yun handing her a packet of potent aphrodisiac. Yun Zheng now refrains from consuming anything that Yu Qing'er offers him, fearing that he might inadvertently encounter misfortune. Chapter 33, Rest. Yun Zheng harbored his own reservations, yet Yu Qing'er remained undeterred by such concerns. After all, Yun Zheng had rejected her, and this left her discontented. Observing the pitiful facade of Yu Qing'er, who appeared on the verge of tears, Yun Zheng found himself unable to resist her charm, even though he recognized the artifice behind it. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "Very well. Aside from matters unsuitable for children, whatever you desire, I shall grant you." This was precisely the affirmation Yu Qing'er had been eagerly anticipating. In an instant, her sorrowful expression dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable joy that was palpable. Witnessing this transformation, Yun Zheng sighed again, realizing that throughout his life, he would likely be at the mercy of Yu Qing'er. "Where we shall stay tonight is for me to decide," Yu Qing'er stated with an unwavering gaze fixed on Yun Zheng, as if ready to shed tears at the slightest hint of his dissent. Over the course of 6 years, Yu Qing'er had come to understand Yun Zheng well. If he were truly the kind of man to be easily swayed, she would have already succeeded in her endeavors, rather than waiting until now. To be fair, Yu Qing'er respected Yun Zheng's thoughts. Her intent behind administering the subtle seduction was more of a playful tease. And what if it were to succeed? The entire charade was crafted to allow her to choose their lodging for the night. The specifics of the hotel or inn, including the ambience or service, were of little consequence. What mattered were 2 essential conditions. There had to be but 1 room available, and the soundproofing had to be impeccable. Even with the understanding that nothing scandalous would transpire, Yu Qing'er was determined to make Yun Zheng blush. She had long since discerned his peculiarities and sought to incite a flurry of emotions within him while simultaneously urging him to suppress them. In truth, Yu Qing'er relished this process, playing her coy games, basking in the blush of romance, while eagerly anticipating Yun Zheng's transgression of his own boundaries, a thrill akin to clandestinely tasting forbidden fruit. Thus, she found endless delight in this endeavor. As for the notions of a girl's modesty and restraint, Yu Qing'er did not perceive the act of enticing her boyfriend as a breach of decorum or propriety. Indeed, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had long since pledged their lives to one another. They were childhood companions, deeply in love. Yu Qing'er was forthright in her affections, and Yun Zheng's maturity was far beyond that of a mere boy, devoid of any lingering naivety, allowing their relationship to blossom naturally. Yun Zheng harbors no fondness for sibling games. In truth, he is 3 months younger than Yu Qing'er. All in all, although Yu Zhongbai and the others are unaware, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er are already fated for one another. Yun Zheng bears no psychological burden regarding this. After all, who said that one cannot engage in romance at the tender age of 12? Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Yu Qing'er's words, Yun Zheng instantly comprehended the subtle thoughts swirling in her mind. A warmth surged through his nostrils, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards her slender, black silk-clad legs. though he quickly averted his eyes, noncommittally stating, "I will agree to your request." Ah. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er's fair cheeks flushed, and she let out a soft hum, secretly thinking, "Your tale is far more candid than your eyes." Unbeknownst to them, Yun Zheng's malevolent spirit bone tail had already made its appearance. In contrast to Yun Zheng's pretentious demeanor, the tail was refreshingly forthright, coiling around Yu Qing'er's thighs several times, almost yearning to meld with her. Yet, this time, rather than teasing Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er took the initiative to rub against the malevolent spirit bone tail, delighting in the moment. She relished the adoration Yun Zheng displayed towards her. It is noteworthy that since Yun Zheng acquired the malevolent spirit bone tail, the window to his soul has shifted from his eyes to this very tail. The tail consistently manifests Yun Zheng's innermost feelings in various ways. For instance, when he is anxious, the tail trembles. When he is deep in thought, it twirls rhythmically. And when he feels dejected, it droops listlessly. Such instances are countless. Initially, Yun Zheng intended to be a person whose emotions remained inscrutable. Yet the emergence of the malevolent spirit bone tail has rendered this aspiration exceedingly challenging. There was a time when he even speculated whether an independent soul resided within the tail, one that contrived to oppose him. However, he later realized that such notions were unfounded. It was purely his own subconscious actions at play. After all, if there were an independent spirit, it would not be tucking him in or wiping his drool at night. The crux of the matter lies in Yun Zheng's insufficient mastery over the malevolent spirit bone tail. Even one's limbs can occasionally be influenced by subconscious impulses, leading to involuntary movements, let alone an external spirit bone. In summary, it seems that his body has yet to adapt to the presence of the external spirit bone, which accounts for these occurrences. Perhaps in the future, when Yun Zheng can fully control the malevolent spirit bone tail, he will be able to wield it as effortlessly as his own limbs. Fortunately, this predicament is known only to Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, Yu Zhangbai, Lu Yun, and Ning Fengqian. Were it to be revealed to a few more, Yun Zheng would truly be troubled, for he does not wish to be perceived as someone whose thoughts are easily discerned. Although it had been decided that Yu Qing'er would select the hotel for their overnight stay, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were in no rush, as there was still some time before sunset. Besides familiarizing themselves with the local customs and culture of Sodo City, satisfying their hunger was also an urgent matter. Having subsisted on dry rations during their journey, both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had grown weary of the monotonous fare. They eventually found a restaurant that appeared quite decent and settled for a meal there, while it could not compare to Lu Yun's culinary skills. It was certainly a welcome change from their previous sustenance. As they exited the restaurant, the sun had already begun to set, casting a warm golden hue over Sodo City, which compelled one to stretch and relish the moment. However, the city showed no signs of enforcing a curfew. On the contrary, it seemed that at this hour, Sodo City was coming to life, with the Grand Seoul Arena in the city center bursting forth with vibrant colors and dazzling lights, enticing passers-by to take a closer look. Vendors began to emerge, signaling the transition from the world of ordinary folk, who labor from dawn to dusk, to that of the soul masters. Regrettably, neither Yu Qing'er nor Yun Zheng were inclined towards conflict and felt no particular curiosity about the Grand Seoul Arena. Such arenas were largely similar across various cities and offered little of interest. Instead, they found themselves in greater need of a place to rest. After a long day of travel, even though both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had achieved considerable physical conditioning, a sense of fatigue inevitably lingered. Moreover, each harbored their own unspoken thoughts, which added to the atmosphere of shared understanding. Among the myriad hotels and inns in Sodo City, Yu Qing'er quickly set her sights on the Rose Inn. It was undeniable that the Rose Inn was a couple's retreat, tailored specifically for the hearts of youthful lovers. Adorned with distinctive pink rose decor that few young women could resist. Furthermore, such establishments typically boasted comprehensive amenities and offered a variety of engaging activities. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. The last room had been rented out half an hour prior. This outcome had been anticipated by Yun Zheng, as the original narrative had described this very scene. He was aware that the individuals who had secured the final room were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Nevertheless, Yun Zheng had no intention of forging any connections. He simply departed the Rose Inn with a reluctant Yu Qing'er. Upon leaving the Rose Inn, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were left to seek alternative accommodations. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er expended little effort in swiftly locating a suitable residence. It is well known that when a man and a woman seek accommodation, they are typically left with but a single room. It is merely a matter of an exchanged glance. After all, those who work at hotel receptions are often astute individuals. Furthermore, due to Yun Zheng's deceptively charming appearance. Standing alongside Yu Qing'er, they appeared more like siblings than a couple, leading the front desk staff to harbor no suspicions, not even requesting a tip. Chapter 34. Shrek the following day. On a rare occasion, Yun Zheng overslept, and it was only when the sun had risen high in the sky that he departed his residence with Yu Qing'er. Shrek Academy is not located within the city of Soto, but rather in a village on the opposite side, a considerable distance away. Given the pace of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, it would take them approximately another hour to arrive. Yun Zheng held the map with both hands, while Yu Qing'er grasped the sinister bone tail of Yun Zheng, occasionally bursting into silly laughter, seemingly lost in amusing thoughts. Yun Zheng chose to disregard the girl lost in her own world, as he gazed at the lush fields of yellow flowers flanking the road. The air was imbued with a rich yet subtle floral fragrance, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. He was uncertain what this plant might be called in Douluo, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the daylilies of his past life. For now, he would simply regard it as such. Humans often find themselves in a perpetual cycle of longing, spending prolonged periods in the countryside. They yearn for the vibrancy and bustle of the city, conversely. After becoming accustomed to urban life, they begin to crave the tranquility and freshness of rural existence. Perhaps sensing Yun Zheng's serene state of mind, Yu Qing'er remained unusually quiet, trailing behind him and savoring the peacefulness of the moment. Once one becomes ensnared by a particular emotion, time tends to slip away unnoticed. By the time Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er regained their awareness, they had already arrived at the village housing Shrek Academy. Yun Zheng, are you certain that a place like this could possibly host an academy? Yu Qing'er tugged gently at Yun Zheng's sleeve, casting her gaze towards the village on the horizon, her expression a blend of innocence and curiosity. Yun Zheng followed Yu Qing'er's gaze and could not help but chuckle softly. It was hardly surprising that Yu Qing'er reacted this way. The village housing Shrek Academy was woefully dilapidated, lacking any semblance of a conducive learning environment. Truth be told, it was Yu Qing'er's first encounter with such a place. The Academy's state of disrepair was, in fact, to be expected. Shrek Academy boasted a formidable faculty, including the likes of Flanders, Zhao Wujin, and Xiao Xian, 3 soul saints. The remaining instructors were also soul emperors, and with such a distinguished group, earning a fortune would be an effortless endeavor, as a mere word from them could entice many to offer their wealth willingly. Particularly, Xiao Xian held a unique position. He was the only food system soul saint on the entire Douluo Continent. Rarity begets value, and should he choose, even the elders of the Spirit Hall would be eager to welcome him. This is no exaggeration, in contrast to the ambitious Pope Bibidong. The contributions of a food system soul saint in times of war are unparalleled. Should Xiao Xian pledge his loyalty, Bibidong would undoubtedly grant him a status rivaling that of Guimei Yueguan. However, Flanders and the others were of a noble disposition. They refused to compromise their integrity by associating with the Spirit Hall while also disdainfully viewing the inept nobility, accustomed to a carefree existence. They shunned the constraints of familial ties and could not bring themselves to prey upon the weak. Thus, they were left in a state of poverty. Such is the reality of the world. Those who cannot abide the ugliness of society must endure the starkness of seclusion. Hence, Shrek Academy found itself in such dire straits. Nevertheless, Yun Zheng was not at all taken aback. Rather, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "It is somewhat better than I had anticipated." Yu Qing'er, taken aback by his words, cast a surprised glance in his direction, her delicate brows furrowing as she inquired, "Did you know all along?" Yun Zheng feigned mystery as he shrugged and jested. "I just happened to know." This marked Yun Zheng's inaugural visit to Shrek Academy, and no one had ever elaborated on the circumstances of the academy to him. The original text repeatedly emphasized the academy's initial state of disrepair. Yun Zheng had long since prepared himself mentally, and having contemplated the worst-case scenario, everything appeared less dire. With no hope, there is no disappointment. With no expectations, there can be no disparity. Perhaps that is the essence of it. Such pretense. Yu Qing'er playfully stuck out her tongue at Yun Zheng, chiding him affectionately. With a non-committal chuckle, Yun Zheng noticed the lingering hesitation on Yu Qing'er's face and gently inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to go? We have come all this way. Who knows what delightful surprises may await us?" Yu Qing'er scrunched her delicate nose and pinched Yun Zheng's tail, retorting, "Didn't you say that one must not be deceived by superficial appearances? You might end up disappointed." Yun Zheng unceremoniously shattered Yu Qing'er's fantasies, a mischievous smirk adorning his face. "Hey," Yu Qing'er protested playfully, exclaiming, "I painstakingly crafted a reason for myself. Must you be so cruel?" If you could be kind to my tale, I would certainly refrain from such remarks. I would rather not. You have already stated your position. Amid their playful banter, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing soon arrived at Shrek Academy. It must be said that Shrek Academy possesses quite a reputation in the surrounding areas. Not to mention the fact that graduating from here could elevate one to a viscount in the empire, which alone is enough to attract a multitude of aspirants. Consequently, although Shrek Academy struggles to enroll many students each year, often coming up empty-handed, a throng of individuals gathers during the registration period, creating a bustling scene that enabled Yun Zheng and Yu Qing to quickly locate the academy. Scammer, return the money. As Yun Zheng and Yu Qing approached the crowd, a coarse and furious voice resonated amidst the throng. Upon hearing the words, Yun Zheng's lips curled into a smirk, surprised that he could witness such a dramatic scene. It had been previously stated that the registration fee was 10 golden soul coins, and once paid, it was non-refundable. Soon after, a voice emerged, laced with languor yet dripping with disdain, showing no regard for the fierce, roaring man. The truth was, those who could serve as instructors at Shrek Academy typically began at the level of Soul Emperor, placing them among the elite of the Douluo Continent, and at least marquises within the two great empires. To allow an ordinary low-ranking soul master to rant without eliciting anger was already a testament to their patience. Were they to expect a soul emperor to provide a smiling service? That was utterly preposterous. However, this voice evidently infuriated the man, who shouted furiously, "No. You must refund me. This is outright robbery. 10 golden soul coins. What you are doing is no different from a bandit." The teacher in charge of registration at Shrek Academy, feeling somewhat bothered, clicked his tongue in annoyance and stated firmly, "Mubai, handle this." With that roar, a figure resembling a ferocious tiger leapt down from the treetops. Dai Mubai summoned his evil eye-white tiger martial spirit, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling around him. His striking heterochromatic eyes coldly fixed on the man demanding a refund, he calmly declared, "If you defeat me, your registration fee will be returned in full." Under the weight of that tiger's roar, the man instantly wilted, no longer daring to mention money. Simultaneously, a teacher from Shrek Academy rose and proclaimed loudly, "Say that again." Even among soul beasts, Shrek is an exceptionally unique entity. The essence of Shrek Academy is that of a monster academy. We only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. The entrance examination comprises 4 challenges. If you are over 13 years of age or possess a soul power below level 21, do not waste your effort or money. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd swiftly dispersed, with many individuals turned away by such stringent criteria. Observing this scene, the teacher from Shrek Academy nodded in satisfaction. He was no miser like Flinder, who would have insisted on evaluating each applicant individually, treating him like a beast of burden. Now, with that single proclamation, dozens of pretenders had been chased away, granting him considerable relief. However, one could only wonder if Flinder would be infuriated upon witnessing this scene. This outcry had not only driven away those unworthy candidates but had also cost at least several hundred golden soul coins in potential revenue. The shout had made Shrek Academy's already strained resources even more precarious. Dai Mubai, witnessing the entire process, observed the departing figures with a desire to speak. But after a moment's contemplation, wisely chose to remain silent. Both parties involved were formidable. It was best to keep to oneself and pretend nothing had occurred, lest he draw unnecessary trouble upon himself. Chapter 35, The First Friend of Yu Qing in the Blink of an Eye. The registration area of Shrek Academy transformed from a bustling hub to a desolate entrance. Nonetheless, there were still a few souls present. Although geniuses who could surpass the great soul master rank before the age of 13 were rare, they were not entirely absent in the vicinity. Along with Yun Zheng and his companions, there were at least a dozen participants, accompanied by their parents, which brought the number to a respectable figure. Although the majority were merely at the 21st or 22nd level, barely qualifying, they did not cause Dai Mubai too much distress. Dai Mubai still vividly recalled that last year, the instructor overseeing the first assessment was Xiao Xin, who, in his disdain for trouble, had revealed the content of the subsequent 3 rounds of evaluations. This disclosure had dissuaded nearly 90% of the applicants, resulting in a pitiful collection of only 30 gold soul coins and registration fees. The absurdity did not end there. After registration, Flinder sought Dai Mubai for the fees, and with tears in his eyes, Dai Mubai had to dig into his own pockets to make up the shortfall. Fortunately, this time the situation was much improved. Although the number of applicants remained insufficient to satisfy Flinder, it was at least adequate for reporting purposes. Moreover, Dai Mubai was aware that among these applicants, at least 2 were likely to pass all 4 assessments, ensuring that this year would not end in disappointment as it had before. As Dai Mubai contemplated these matters, a clear and gentle voice emerged. "Grandpa, our registration fee amounts to 20 gold soul coins." At the same time, a pair of youths stepped forth from the crowd, both youthful and carefree, producing 20 gold soul coins. This young man and woman were, of course, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Tang San, Dai Mubai could not help but smile knowingly, discreetly giving him a thumbs up, to which Tang San responded with a subtle smile. Despite their rather unfriendly first encounter the day prior, which had escalated into a brawl, they had at least become acquainted. Dai Mubai held a certain admiration for Tang San, and it could be said that they recognized a kindred spirit in one another. The instructor responsible for the first assessment at Shrek Academy, having noticed this interaction, felt a surge of joy. As Dai Mubai's teacher, he understood him quite well. Although Dai Mubai was somewhat flamboyant, he possessed a proud disposition. He would never spare a glance for ordinary individuals, reserving his attention solely for those who earned his respect. The fact that this young man and woman had garnered Dai Mubai's acknowledgement greatly indicated their potential to succeed in the 4 assessments for admission to Shrek Academy. With this thought, the instructor's heart swelled with delight, and his demeanor became increasingly warm as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Extend your hands." Hearing this, Yun Zheng could not help but stretch his neck to gaze forward. His curiosity about Tang San and Xiao Wu was piqued. Thankfully, the crowd was sparse. Otherwise, given Yun Zheng's modest height, he might have struggled to catch a glimpse. Yun Zheng was unable to behold her full visage, only catching glimpses of her profile. Xiao Wu indeed radiated beauty, her cascading black braids falling gracefully past her waist, while her delicate waist, accentuated by a pink garment, appeared even more slender. Her side profile exuded a charming allure tinged with a rosy hue. Though her lips remained closed, one could still glimpse the essence of her exquisite beauty. In stark contrast, Tang San appeared rather ordinary. Before the awakening of his blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, his appearance was truly just unremarkable, while not unattractive. It would be an exaggeration to claim he was exceptionally handsome. Yet it must be acknowledged that perhaps due to his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye, or perhaps owing to his innate wisdom, Tang San's eyes shone with a bright intensity, imbued with a calm depth that Yun Zheng believed he could not rival. This is quite natural, for the gaze cannot be feigned. A depth such as Tang San's, profound yet unweathered, can only be cultivated through genuine experience. In his previous life, Yun Zheng traversed 3 decades with ease, devoid of any significant tribulations. His current life, too, has only seen 6 years of challenges since his transmigration, with the remaining 6 years being equally untroubled. When compared to Tang San, Yun Zheng's history appears rather insipid. Yet, what strikes Yun Zheng as most absurd is Tang San's height, nearly 1.7 meters at the tender age of 12, even with a diet of the finest fodder. Such growth seems implausible. What are you pondering? As Yun Zheng indulged in his musings, the sudden sound of Yu Qing'er's voice brought him back to reality. He noticed her proximity and chuckled awkwardly, responding evasively, "Nothing much, just lost in thought." However, Yu Qing'er clearly found his words unconvincing. With a playful roll of her eyes, she teasingly retorted, "Then what is this?" As she spoke, Yu Qing'er raised her hands, revealing the malevolent bone tail that was swaying and spinning in her grasp. The moment the bone tail came into Yun Zheng's view, it abruptly stiffened, twitching unnaturally twice before turning away, as if attempting to mask its presence. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Qing'er was utterly amused, her tinkling laughter resonating throughout the crowd, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Noticing the gazes directed her way, Yu Qing'er's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly stifled her laughter. With a playful glare at Yun Zheng, it was evident that she held him responsible for the entire scene. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng offered a rather innocent and wry smile. Simultaneously, the laughter of Yu Qing'er captivated the attention of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing within the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. Yet Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows in curiosity, her gaze fixated on Yu Qing'er, as if seeking confirmation of something, even forsaking her place in line. After a few breaths, still uncertain about her suspicions, Ning Rongrong, bold by nature, abandoned her cue and approached Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er from behind, tentatively calling out, "Qing'er?" Her voice was soft and barely audible. Yun Zheng paid it no mind. But upon hearing the familiar yet strange address, Yu Qing'er instinctively turned around. Clutching the evil spirit bone tail, Her sudden movement caused Yun Zheng to pivot alongside her. It was then that both Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng finally laid eyes on Ning Rongrong. True to her status as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong's hair, attire, bracelets, and waist decorations all reflected her noble lineage and the prominence of her family. The embellishments, though not overly elaborate, were perfectly placed, and her flowing long hair coupled with the lace at her garment's hem exuded an air of a pampered princess, yet she retained a playful charm befitting her age. At this moment, however, a mix of anticipation and a hint of nervousness graced Ning Rongrong's countenance. It was evident that this anticipation and nervousness were directed not at Yun Zheng, but rather at Yu Qing'er. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Yu Qing'er initially appeared somewhat bewildered. But soon her expression mirrored Ning Rongrong's as she tentatively called out, "Rongrong?" As her words fell, Ning Rongrong exhaled in relief, leaping forward to embrace Yu Qing'er, exclaiming, "Qing'er, it truly is you. I thought I might have mistaken you." Yu Qing'er, letting go of Yun Zheng's tail, joyfully returned the embrace, giggling, "It is indeed me. Ever since I left that place, you hardly kept in touch, and I feared you had forgotten me. Not even uncle." At Yu Qing'er's complaint, Ning Rongrong scrunched her delicate nose and replied, "Ever since you departed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Uncle has sealed all information regarding you and Aunt Lu for your protection. I only recently learned that you had gone to Algu City. And by the time I arrived there, you had already moved." She continued, "But what about you? Why didn't you write to me? Didn't you know I was at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? You always had Aunt bring just a couple of messages, yet she seldom returned to the sect." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er's charming face stiffened. In truth, Yu Qing'er had not forgotten about Ning Rongrong. A few times, she contemplated writing a letter to her. But the words she penned were utterly inadequate. The sentiments she wished to convey to Ning Rongrong were merely the whispered secrets shared amongst young girls, which naturally could not be entrusted to Yun Zheng for assistance. Thus, she could only rely on Ning Fengqian to convey a few messages. Upon this realization, a sense of shame washed over Yu Qing'er, yet the truth was something she could not voice. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she almost blurted out, "It's all my father's fault." Yun Zheng, upon hearing Yu Qing'er's blame, felt a pang of sympathy for his esteemed teacher. To be fair, Yu Zhengbai had never hindered Yu Qing'er from writing letters. However, Yun Zheng was not oblivious. Revealing the truth at that moment would certainly incite Yu Qing'er's wrath. Out of instinct for self-preservation, he could only allow Yu Zhengbai to take the fall. Chapter 36. 12 years old, really. At first glance, witnessing the camaraderie between Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, akin to close friends, left Yun Zheng somewhat bewildered, particularly since Yu Qing'er had never mentioned anything about Ning Rongrong to him. However, upon reflection, it seemed there was little cause for surprise. Considering the facts, Yu Qing'er was the daughter of Yu Zhengbai, while Ning Rongrong's aunt was Ning Fengqian. Moreover, Ning Fengqian and Yu Zhengbai were united in marriage, serving as the very bond between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, whether through familial ties or mutual interests. It was only natural for Ning Fengqian to maintain a cordial relationship with Yu Zhengbai, occasionally bringing her daughter along to visit relatives. Thus, it was only reasonable that Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er had grown familiar with each other. Strictly speaking, even Yun Zheng could be considered a peer of Ning Rongrong. Upon further contemplation, it was understandable that Yu Qing'er did not discuss Ning Rongrong with Yun Zheng, for Yun Zheng was unfamiliar with her. And which girl would freely speak of her closest friends in front of someone she held in high regard? Yun Zheng, allow me to introduce you to my only and first friend from the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Yu Qing'er eagerly pulled Ning Rongrong before Yun Zheng, introducing her warmly. Yun Zheng? Before Yun Zheng could respond, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, having initially assumed that he was Yu Qing'er's younger brother. However, it became evident that she had misjudged. Yun Zheng did not share the Yu surname. Yun Zheng, oblivious to the subtle changes in Ning Rongrong's expression, simply greeted her politely, "Hello." Subsequently, Yu Qing'er began to introduce Yun Zheng to Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, this is Yun Zheng, he is." However, midway through her introduction, she suddenly faltered. Ning Rongrong cast a puzzled glance at Yu Qing'er, while Yun Zheng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. In contrast, Yu Qing'er's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. After regaining her composure, she continued, "He is my father's direct disciple and also my boyfriend." Upon uttering these words, Yu Qing'er took the initiative to link her arm with Yun Zheng's, as if to substantiate her claim. This marked the first occasion Yu Qing'er publicly acknowledged her relationship with Yun Zheng, leaving her feeling even more bashful than she had anticipated. Beside them, Yun Zheng awkwardly scratched his face, feeling a bit shy as he observed Yu Qing'er's flushed and bashful demeanor. However, Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. After blinking in astonishment, she scrutinized Yun Zheng closely before breaking into a knowing smile. Without hesitation, she pulled Yu Qing'er aside, giggling, "Qing'er, so, you fancy this type, huh? A young boy's development. You certainly know how to play." Ning Rongrong, the little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, possessed a breadth of knowledge far exceeding that of Yu Qing'er. It took Yu Qing'er a moment to grasp the implication of Ning Rongrong's teasing. And only after noticing the playful smirk on Ning Rongrong's lips did she realize the significance, causing her face to flush a deeper shade of red. "What are you saying?" Yu Qing'er retorted, shooting a glare at Ning Rongrong. "Yun Zheng is not a young boy. He simply develops at a slower pace. He is the same age as me. Not some sort of development as you suggest." This exchange between the two friends revealed that the topics discussed among them could be far more scintillating than outsiders might imagine. Yu Qing'er's remark successfully shattered Ning Rongrong's initial impression of Yun Zheng. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she peered over Yu Qing'er's shoulder. Scrutinizing Yun Zheng once more, her bright eyes filled with a myriad of thoughts. Is he truly 12 years old? After a prolonged silence, Ning Rongrong finally asked in a tone laced with skepticism, "Same age?" "Indeed." Yu Qing'er shot Ning Rongrong an exasperated glance, responding curtly, "12 years old. Yes." With Yu Qing'er's repeated affirmations, Ning Rongrong ultimately accepted this fact. Coming from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had encountered a myriad of individuals. Thus, she had seen her fair share of people, including those shorter in stature like Yun Zheng. In her eyes, while Yun Zheng's height was somewhat regrettable, both his appearance and demeanor were exceptional. Within the noble circles of the Heavendo Empire, many affluent ladies had a penchant for such attributes. Were Yun Zheng to be placed in Heavendo City, it was uncertain how many secluded noble women would succumb to infatuation with him. Moreover, the fact that Yun Zheng could be acknowledged as a direct disciple by Yu Zhongbai is a testament to his remarkable talent. In light of this, Ning Rongrong reluctantly conceded to Yun Zheng's qualifications as Yu Qing'er's boyfriend. If Yun Zheng were merely a superficial individual, it is likely that Miss Ning would devise some form of challenge. After all, Ning Rongrong holds great regard for Yu Qing'er. Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong became acquainted before the age of 6. At that time, Yu Qing'er suffered considerable exclusion at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, while Ning Rongrong, being the heiress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, was isolated due to her elevated status and haughty demeanor. Strictly speaking, both Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong can be considered each other's first true friends in life. On the other hand, Yu Qing'er noticed the shift in Ning Rongrong's expression and understood that Ning Rongrong had misunderstood the situation, yet she chose not to clarify. In truth, Yun Zheng's height had drawn Yu Zhongbai's attention years prior. However, despite employing every means at his disposal, Yu Zhongbai found nothing amiss with Yun Zheng's physique. Everything appeared normal, albeit his development was slightly slower than others. Thus, Yu Qing'er comprehended that Yun Zheng simply grew at a slower rate, not that he was short, and she harbored no concerns regarding his height. As for why she refrained from explaining to Ning Rongrong, the adage of safeguarding against potential misunderstandings with close friends was a lesson Yu Qing'er learned at a tender age. One need only recall how Lu Yun once regarded Ning Fengqian as a close confidant, only to be met with unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, putting that aside, what brings you here? Shaking her head to dismiss her wandering thoughts, Yu Qing'er shifted the conversation, inquiring of Ning Rongrong. Speaking of which, Ning Rongrong sighed and replied, "It has been rather dull at the sect, so I thought I would come out for a bit of fun. What about you? How did you come to bring your young companion here?" "It was not I who brought him, but rather he who brought me." Yu Qing'er emphatically shook her head, correcting Ning Rongrong's misunderstanding. She too sighed and added, "We had nowhere else to go, and Yun Zheng seemed quite curious about Shrek Academy, so we decided to come here." Yu Qing'er spoke truthfully. Indeed, both she and Yun Zheng had nowhere else to venture. Ordinary Soul Master Academies were beneath both their considerations. Not to mention that Yu Zhongbai and the others held them in disdain. The two royal academies did not appeal to Yun Zheng due to their aristocratic airs. And mentioning the Spirit Hall would be redundant, as Yu Zhongbai stood opposed to it. The 4 elemental academies were also unsuitable for them due to their incompatible attributes. While Yu Zhongbai contemplated returning with Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Qing'er had no desire to return. In summary, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er arrived at Shrek Academy, while Yu Zhongbai took Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian back to the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Each blossomed in their own right. Yu Qing'er was whisked away by Ning Rongrong, leaving Yun Zheng with a sense of leisure. In truth, had Yun Zheng chosen to, he could have discerned the conversation between Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong. Yet he possessed no habit of eavesdropping on the whispers of young ladies and instead allowed his gaze to wander around aimlessly. Among the original 7, Yun Zheng had now encountered 4. Oscar was likely selling sausages within the academy, and Ma Hongjun might be indulging in music at a tavern, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing unaccounted for. He recalled that she had been among the later arrivals during the registration. With this thought, Yun Zheng instinctively turned to glance back. In that fleeting moment, he needed no further searching or confirmation, as he instantly located Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, a wave of astonishment washed over Yun Zheng. Was she truly only 12 years old? It was no exaggeration to say that her visage was larger than his own. Yun Zheng was astounded. It turns out that there truly exists such a formidable young lady in this world. What is more astonishing is that she is merely 12 years old. In Chapter 37, The Envy of Ning Rongrong, the appearance of Zhu Zhuqing opened Yun Zheng's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been engaged in nostalgic conversation with Yu Qing'er, also noticed Yun Zheng's unusual demeanor. Following his gaze, she detected a barely perceptible chill in her eyes. Such a man, who is so enamored with beauty, must be revealed to Yu Qing'er for who he truly is. With this thought in mind, Ning Rongrong promptly addressed Yu Qing'er, saying, "Qing'er, what is your little boyfriend so entranced by?" Ning Rongrong felt it imperative for Yu Qing'er to witness this scene. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Yu Qing'er instinctively glanced in Yun Zheng's direction. The sight of Yun Zheng in a daze fell squarely within her view. Following his line of sight, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Qing'er's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as if she found Yun Zheng's behavior utterly disgraceful, and she stamped her delicate foot in annoyance. However, what Ning Rongrong did not anticipate was that Yu Qing'er harbored no jealousy or resentment at all. "Aren't you upset?" Ning Rongrong stared incredulously at Yu Qing'er, unable to believe her eyes. Each time Yun Zheng was mentioned, the sweetness in Yu Qing'er's gaze nearly overflowed. It was inconceivable for Ning Rongrong to think that Yu Qing'er did not harbor affection for him. Yet, why was she not jealous? Or was it that Yu Qing'er truly did not care if Yun Zheng became fond of other girls? In that instant, Ning Rongrong was utterly bewildered, feeling a sense of obsolescence for the first time in her life. Not at all. Yu Qing'er, realizing Ning Rongrong's misunderstanding, felt her face grow even warmer as she hurried to defend Yun Zheng. He is probably just surprised, after all. Here, Yu Qing'er hesitated, finding it difficult to continue. What an embarrassment, it was hard to articulate. Is that so? After hearing Yu Qing'er's explanation, Ning Rongrong remained somewhat skeptical and cast another glance at Zhu Zhuqing. She had to admit that a normal person's first impression of Zhu Zhuqing would be one of awe and astonishment. Yet she still couldn't believe that Yun Zheng was merely surprised and not utterly captivated. Indeed, it is true. Yu Qing'er nodded earnestly. She did not wish for Yun Zheng and Ning Rongrong to grow too close, but conversely, she also hoped that Ning Rongrong would not develop any biases against him. To be fair, Yu Qing'er did not place complete trust in Yun Zheng. She felt a pang of jealousy whenever he interacted playfully with other girls, and sometimes she regarded his words with suspicion. However, while she might doubt Yun Zheng's words, she would never question his loyalty. At this moment, Yun Zheng's tale lacked the usual ethereal, lost sensation. Instead, it conveyed a sense of bewilderment and rigidity. From the outside in, his heart was filled solely with astonishment. Moreover, given Yun Zheng's peculiar tastes, Yu Qing'er had long since discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was clearly not among the types he favored. While it was true that Yu Qing'er claimed not to be jealous, she did not allow Yun Zheng to continue gazing. With a huff, she marched to his side, unceremoniously grasped his tail, and gave it a sharp tug, softly chiding. "Are you not aware that staring at girls is quite impolite? How embarrassing." A piercing pain surged through Yun Zheng, causing him to barely register Yu Qing'er's words. His immediate response was a plea for mercy. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Please, Qing'er, let me go." Humph. Yu Qing'er huffed, yet her grip remained relentless, physically dragging Yun Zheng away. Observing this scene, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smirk, unsure whether to commend their camaraderie or to marvel at Yu Qing'er's strength. Once the two returned to Ning Rongrong's side, Yun Zheng rubbed his sore backside, while Yu Qing'er, though sympathetic, feigned a look of annoyance. Ning Rongrong erupted in laughter at the sight, but simultaneously, a twinge of envy stirred within her heart. Which girl does not yearn for such unabashed affection? Yet, upon reflection, as a member of a clan, where was the freedom in love and romance? Even Ning Fengji's elder sister had to make sacrifices for the sake of clan interests. When scrutinized closely, how was Ning Fengji of yesteryear any different? If the clan leader was bound by such constraints, Ning Rongrong would be no exception. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Ning Rongrong's gaze. Yet she did not allow it to surface. Instead, she rallied herself and smiled at Yuchinger, saying, "All right. Enough of the antics, we shall be up next." "I concur with Miss Ning." Yun Zheng chimed in eagerly. Yuchinger shot him an exasperated glare, but her heart softened, and she finally released his tail. Yun Zheng promptly stowed away the sinister bone tail, recognizing it as a flaw in the presence of Yuchinger. It was indeed wiser to conceal it. As Ning Rongrong had predicted, the candidate ahead of Yun Zheng and his companions was swiftly eliminated. This individual had only just celebrated his 12th birthday the previous day, barely reaching the threshold of level 20 in cultivation, lacking even a soul ring. Had his martial spirit possessed greater potential, he might have been afforded an opportunity. However, his martial spirit was rather mediocre, and the instructors from Shrek Academy clearly wished to prevent any further squandering of time. Following this, there remained 3 more assessments. After the departure of the unfortunate candidate, it was Yun Zheng and his companion's turn. Ning Rongrong generously tossed out 30 gold soul coins, exclaiming, "This is our registration fee." Yun Zheng and Yuchinger did not engage in any pretentiousness with Ning Rongrong. For the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school had no need to be overly meticulous. The Shrek teacher, with a warm smile, graciously accepted the gold soul coins and said, "Extend your hands, please." His demeanor towards Yun Zheng and the others was decidedly more favorable. Not out of a preference for wealth, but rather an appreciation for their character. Yun Zheng and his 2 companions exuded an air of confidence and composure, clearly well prepared and evidently familiar with Shrek Academy, which significantly increases their likelihood of successful admission. The instructors at Shrek tend to exhibit greater patience towards such prospective students. Yun Zheng recalled that the teacher was named Li Yusong. His martial soul, the spiral dragon staff, was a legendary weapon. 2,000 years later, this martial soul stood at the pinnacle of the continent, and even in this era, it had its representatives, such as the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Qianjun Douluo, and the demon-slaying Douluo. However, Li Yusong had not achieved such heights. He was merely an ordinary soul emperor, with his first soul ring still white. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yun Zheng extended his arm. Li Yusong examined the bones of the 3 one by one, nodding in satisfaction, although Yun Zheng appeared shorter. Bone age was an undeniable truth. "Very well. Let me see your cultivation." Li Yusong chuckled. Buzz. Ning Rongrong was the first to summon her martial soul, and the exquisite 7 treasure glazed tile appeared, with 2 yellow soul rings manifesting in a dazzling display of light. Upon witnessing this, Li Yusong's composure evaporated, cold sweat dripping down as he could not help but ask, "Does your family know you're here?" Education knows no bounds. After all, I have fulfilled the requirements, haven't I? Ning Rongrong replied sweetly, turning the question back on him. Indeed. Li Yusong chuckled awkwardly, not denying it. After all, if the sky were to fall. He had Flandra and Zhao Wujie to support him. He was merely a worker, and the 7 treasure glazed sect could not hold him accountable. Next came Yun Zheng and Yuchinger. 2 resonant buzzes echoed as the frost skybow and the giant spirit golden dragon materialized. Li Yusong's heart, which had just settled, began to race uncontrollably once again. These were undoubtedly 2 martial souls on par with the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon. What astonished Li Yusong even more was that among Yun Zheng's 2 soul rings, one was a purple 1,000-year soul ring, while the other was yellow with a hint of purple, nearing the 1,000-year threshold. Li Yusong had encountered many great soul masters with 2 differently colored soul rings, typically one white and one yellow. He himself had been such a great soul master, but how could it be one yellow and one purple? To be honest, Li Yusong had never seen a 20th level great soul master possessing a 1,000-year soul ring in his life. Chapter 38, The 4th Challenge, a 1,000-year soul ring. Not only was Li Yusong astonished, but even Ning Rongrong beside him widened her eyes in disbelief. It is well known that a soul master's 1st and 2nd soul rings are typically of 100-year cultivation, a fact universally acknowledged by all soul masters. Yet Yun Zheng had quietly shattered this norm. There may be others on the continent with even more impressive soul ring configurations than Yun Zheng's, but at least none present had ever witnessed it, which is why they were all so astounded when Yun Zheng unleashed his 1,000-year soul ring. As the Soul Emperor, Li Yusong exhibited an unparalleled composure, swiftly regaining his tranquility. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yun Zheng, his brow furrowed deeply, contemplating such an unprecedented martial soul. Emanating a chilling aura that penetrates to the bone is something I have never encountered even in the harshest climates of the far north. The density of his soul power is astonishing. Despite being only at the 20th level, the quality of his soul energy surpasses that of the young Mu Bai. During the bone assessment, it was also evident that this youth possesses an extraordinary physique, with robust vitality that is far from ordinary. Perhaps it is precisely due to his exceptional constitution and soul power that he is able to absorb a millennium-old soul ring. Li Yusong seemed to have found a somewhat acceptable rationale, and the shock within him gradually dissipated. He could only convince himself in this manner, for the reality lay before him, and even the most exaggerated situations could only be interpreted through the theories he already understood. As the focal point of attention, Yun Zheng was largely indifferent to the awestruck gazes surrounding him. He merely inquired of Li Yusong in a composed manner, "Old sir, can we proceed?" It was only upon hearing Yun Zheng's voice that Li Yusong was jolted back to reality, nodding affirmatively, "Yes, of course." At that moment, he spotted the returning Mu Bai and called out, "Mu Bai, come here for a moment and take these three directly to the fourth challenge." Mu Bai, taken aback by Li Yusong's words, instinctively exclaimed, "There's more?" "Less chatter," Li Yusong retorted, somewhat irked. "Hurry." By this time, Yun Zheng and Yu Qingyo had already retracted their martial souls, and thus Mu Bai did not see the purple Millennium Soul Ring. "Here they come." Mu Bai chuckled wryly, stepping forward to escort Yun Zheng and the others. There was no alternative. After all, he was the only one in the entire Shrek Academy capable of maintaining order. Oscar, as a support soul master, clearly lacked the intimidation factor, and as for Ma Hongjun, though a formidable assault soul master with an exceptional phoenix martial soul, his inherent chaotic flames made him more of a disruptor than a stabilizer. However, on the flip side, who else was there among the entire Shrek Academy but these three students? Mu Bai could only comfort himself with the notion that those who are capable must bear more responsibilities. Once Mu Bai departed, Li Yusong could not help but exhale deeply. Murmuring softly, there truly are many little monsters this year. Unlike the previous Tang Sect, Mu Bai and Yun Zheng had not been acquainted with each other prior to this encounter, and there was little to discuss. Matters concerning the academy would have to await until Yun Zheng and his companions had successfully navigated the fourth trial. Mu Bai preferred to introduce the details of the fourth trial once everyone had gathered, to avoid unnecessary elaboration. As they journeyed, Yun Zheng and his companions did cross paths with Oscar. However, to Yun Zheng's surprise, Oscar refrained from approaching them to promote his sausages. In truth, Oscar had the desire to do so, but after receiving a reprimand from Mu Bai earlier, he was now somewhat resentful. Moreover, upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Oscar felt as if the blossoms of spring had once again bloomed for him. To avoid imposing upon the fair maiden, he wisely chose to withdraw, especially considering his rather disheveled appearance at that moment. With Oscar's distraction absent, Mu Bai swiftly led Yun Zheng and his companions to reunite with Tang Sect and the others. Following this, Mu Bai hastily returned, having spotted Zhu Zhuqing within the crowd. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to meet his nominal fiancée. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu were equally astonished to discover three registrants who had managed to surpass the 25th level before the age of 12. Their expressions reflecting a moment of surprise. Yet, out of courtesy, Tang Sect nodded towards Yun Zheng and his companions, accompanied by Xiao Wu. Yun Zheng and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, and thereafter, further exchanges ceased. Regardless of what their future relationship might entail, at present, they remained mere strangers. For superficial intimacy often leads to awkwardness. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu stood together while Yun Zheng and his companions formed a distinct group, maintaining an unspoken boundary. Nevertheless, the atmosphere did not succumb to an uncomfortable silence. Xiao Wu always had an abundance of words to share with Tang Sect, while Ning Rongrong was persistently preoccupied with Yun Zheng's Millennium Soul Ring, bombarding him with questions. "Rongrong, it's not as exaggerated as you think," Yu Qingyo interjected with a smile, clarifying. In fact, Yun Zheng's first soul ring was initially only 400 years old. It gradually evolved into a Millennium Soul Ring. "Can soul rings really advance?" Ning Rongrong inquired, astonished. "Indeed. According to my father's explanation, during the mutation of Yun Zheng's martial spirit, not all of his innate talents were fully unleashed. The surplus potential manifested in the form of an enhanced soul ring after he absorbed the first one." As she spoke, Yu Qingyo displayed a proud expression, raising her head like a graceful little swan, and added, in simpler terms, Yun Zheng's martial spirit cannot accommodate all of his talents. Truth be told, Yu Qing'er was a genuine paragon of excellence, yet standing beside Yun Zheng, her brilliance often seemed overshadowed, leading others to unconsciously overlook her. Just as during the first round, both Ning Rongrong and Li Yusong had focused solely on Yun Zheng's substantial soul power and Millennium Soul Ring, neglecting to notice that Yu Qing'er's soul power cultivation surpassed Yun Zheng's. However, she bore no resentment towards this. In fact, she reveled in it. The mere praise of Yun Zheng brought her greater joy than any direct compliment she might receive. Is that really the case? Upon hearing Yu Qing'er's explanation, Ning Rongrong felt rather uninformed. Absolutely, Yu Qing'er affirmed with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, in the office of the Shrek Academy's dean, a space humorously referred to as an office was, in reality, merely a modest little house, hardly befitting a soul sage. Yet, this was indeed the case. After perusing a letter in his hand, Flander chuckled heartily and addressed the towering figure before him, saying, "Old Zhao, this year, we have 6 little prodigies who have leaped directly from the first round to the 4th. It seems we need your personal intervention." Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhao Wudre grunted in response, his expression revealing disbelief. "Do you take me for a fool? Don't think I'm unaware that among these 6 little prodigies is the sole daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's master. She is the cherished jewel in the palms of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, the greatest treasure of the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. If anything were to happen to her under my watch, wouldn't I be left hanging by 2 titled Douluos?" Flander clicked his tongue in response, scolding him with a tone of disappointment. "You are the vice dean of the academy. You are still the dean," Zhao Wujie steadfastly declared in terms of titles. "You hold a higher rank than I do. Why don't you take the lead yourself? Old Zhao, what are you afraid of? You are the unmoved king. Back then, even the 16 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall could not do anything to you. Now, a few youngsters have intimidated you into hiding?" Flinder feigned disdain and scoffed. "Moreover, I am merely asking you to serve as an examiner, not to play the assassin. Are you truly expected to engage in serious combat with a few children?" Flinder's provocation proved effective. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Wujie's expression softened somewhat. Sensing this shift, Flinder seized the opportunity. "And did you not also mention that she is the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Do you think I would dare to take the future heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile school as a student without the tacit approval of Master Ning?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, a mix of surprise and skepticism evident in his voice. Flinder smiled with confidence, retrieving a letter from his sleeve. The quality of the letter was extraordinary, resembling silk and jade, adorned with golden edges and the emblem of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, all indicative of its esteemed origin. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with interest, and he no longer refused, though his attitude remained somewhat hesitant. "This month's bonus will be doubled." Flinder narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low tone. With a slap to his own thigh, Zhao Wujie boisterously laughed. "Oh, what does money matter? Do I seem like someone who cares for wealth? My primary concern is to alleviate the dean's burdens and to infuse fresh blood into the students." With that, he dashed out the door, as if fearing Flinder might reconsider. Indeed, Zhao Wujie was not concerned about money. What truly mattered to him was to coax some funds out of Flinder, who was notoriously frugal. Little did he know, after Zhao Wujie departed, Flinder revealed his true merchant nature. It was clear that Zhao Wujie had a misunderstanding regarding the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. His measly bonus was but a mere trifle compared to the generous scholarship they provided. Chapter 39. The Unmoved King. Before long, Dai Mubai brought Zhu Zhuqing in. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained as frosty as ever. Her icy demeanor was in stark contrast to her fiery physique, embodying the essence of an ice queen. In contrast, Dai Mubai wore a subtle scowl, as if he had just endured an unpleasant experience. It was evident that the reunion between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing was not a joyous one. Fortunately, Dai Mubai managed to rein in his emotions, not allowing his inner turmoil to surface. Upon seeing Yun Zheng and the others, he approached with a smile, bypassing the crowd, and declared loudly, "All right. Now that everyone is present, we can commence the 4th round of assessments. What about the others?" Tang Sect furrowed his brow and instinctively inquired. He recalled that many had been queuing for the 2nd and 3rd rounds. All had been eliminated. In a foul mood, Dai Mubai had no desire to respond. He merely dismissed the inquiry without turning around. It was hardly an act of favoritism, given that he had spent so many years at Shrek Academy. By the 2nd round, it was evident who would pass and who would not. Dai Mubai had already discerned that among the hopefuls for admission to Shrek Academy, There were indeed just these 6 individuals before him. Tang San, with his keen perceptive abilities, noticed Dai Mubai's discontent and refrained from pressing further. However, Ning Rongrong was unencumbered by such reservations. Unfamiliar with Dai Mubai, and as the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had no obligation to consider his feelings. She boldly inquired, "May I ask what the assessment for the 4th round entails?" "Simple." Dai Mubai chuckled heartily, seemingly recovering from his earlier displeasure, deliberately avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. He turned to Ning Rongrong and stated solemnly, "The 1st round tests talent, the 2nd evaluates potential, the 3rd assesses character. Aside from the 1st round, you have all implicitly passed the remaining 2. The 4th round will measure your combat strength as Soul Masters. As Soul Masters, you will inevitably face various battles. I trust you can all comprehend this?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng and the others nodded in agreement. "And who will be the instructor for this round?" Ning Rongrong posed a practical question. "Me," Dai Mubai replied, revealing a charming smile, his face radiating confidence. "You?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, instinctively covering her mouth and letting out a gasp. "You are a teacher at Shrek Academy? So young." As the future vice master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had prepared herself well before deciding to attend Shrek Academy. Prior to leaving her school, she had conducted considerable research about Shrek Academy. While she hadn't uncovered every detail, she was aware that the most alluring aspect of the academy, aside from its unique motto, was its formidable faculty. To be a teacher at Shrek Academy, one must at least be a Soul Emperor. Even the newest instructors would likely be starting from the rank of Soul King. Yet, looking at Dai Mubai, despite his impressive demeanor, he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. A 15 or 16-year-old Soul King was indeed astonishing to Ning Rongrong. This was certainly more remarkable than Yun Zheng, who was merely capable of advancing to the 1st Soul Ring. Ridiculous. Before Ning Rongrong could marvel for too long, she heard Xiao Wu scoff dismissively, curling her pinky while sticking out her tongue, feigning contempt as she gazed at Dai Mubai. "You're just boasting without a script. You're only at level 30-something, just a student. What's there to flaunt?" Evidently, Xiao Wu remains deeply troubled by the conflict that transpired yesterday between Dai Mubai and herself. Dai Mubai, however, finds the situation amusing and retorts to Xiao Wu, questioning, who says students cannot serve as examiners. "I refuse to accept such a notion. Unless you present evidence." With her hands firmly placed on her slender waist, Xiao Wu glares defiantly at Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, the atmosphere for Yun Zheng grows increasingly awkward. He has been intently gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, who, though silent, is undoubtedly aware of his infatuated stare. At that moment, Yu Qing'er feels uncertain about how to face Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, they soon advance past the 1st round. Initially, Yu Qing'er had hoped never to encounter Zhu Zhuqing again, but now she finds herself confronted with the reality of sharing the 4th round with her. The thought of attending classes alongside Zhu Zhuqing, while her boyfriend had been staring at her like a lovesick fool, causes Yu Qing'er's cheeks to flush crimson with embarrassment, wishing fervently to burrow a hole with her toes to conceal Yun Zheng within. Reflecting on this, Yu Qing'er shoots a sharp glance at Yun Zheng. Though no words are spoken, her eyes convey a reproachful tone, silently blaming him. "This is all your fault. How will others perceive us now?" Having spent years together, Yun Zheng comprehends her gaze's meaning and instantly adopts an innocent expression, silently responding, "I did not wish for this." But she is simply too captivating. Yu Qing'er's expression suggests she might devour him whole as she discreetly steps on his foot, her entire weight pressing down upon it. Ouch. Yun Zheng feigns a sharp intake of breath, but Yu Qing'er remains unfazed. He has no choice but to admit his fault, pitifully pleading for mercy. Only then does Yu Qing'er relent, issuing a final warning with her eyes. "If you dare to gaze at other girls again, I shall administer the strongest medicine and inform my father, claiming you deceived me, leaving you unable to escape the consequences." Yu Qing'er understands Yun Zheng's behavior and recognizes that his actions do not stem from genuine affection. However, circumstances evoke emotions, and jealousy must be experienced. If every girl could maintain absolute rationality in front of her beloved, the world would not be filled with the lovesick and obsessive souls driven to madness by their affections. Previously, Yu Qing'er refrained from voicing her feelings, both to preserve Yun Zheng's dignity and to avoid appearing unreasonable. Nevertheless, she truly does not care how Zhu Zhuqing perceives them. What Yu Qing'er did not anticipate, however, was the bewildered expression on Yun Zheng's face, his large eyes filled with confusion. In his eyes, Yu Qing'er reads a sentiment. "Your expressions are too complex. I cannot comprehend. Humph. Yu Qing'er, feeling a mix of shyness and irritation, lets out a delicate huff and steps forcefully on Yun Zheng's foot again. Her pretty face clearly displaying her displeasure. Yun Zheng was utterly perplexed. It is merely an expression of honesty. How can one person's gaze convey 3 or 4 distinct emotions? Yun Zheng truly could not comprehend this. One can only say, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Yet, Yun Zheng could not disregard Yu Qing'er's fleeting emotions and had to step forward. Just as he intended to offer comfort to Yu Qing'er, a voice, as thunderous as a drum, suddenly erupted. No need to argue. I shall join you in your play. This is fair enough, is it not? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a figure as robust as a small mountain, standing imposingly before them. Muscles like steel glistened under the sun, and his closely cropped hair stood upright like steel needles, accentuating his formidable presence. Teacher Zhao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment, his previous charming demeanor evaporating, replaced by a look of tension. Teacher Zhao, weren't you supposed to be the examiner for the 4th round? Your personal presence here seems rather stringent. I wish to. Zhao Wujie replied without even glancing at Dai Mubai, gruffly declaring. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai could only sigh in resignation. This was indeed an argument he could not refute. Sighing deeply, seeing Zhao Wujie's resolve, Dai Mubai gravely addressed Tang San and the others. We are in trouble now. What rank of soul master is this teacher Zhao? Tang San, upon hearing this, felt a weight in his heart and quickly inquired. Dai Mubai cast a penetrating gaze at Tang San, and after a moment of silence, he replied in a low voice, let me put it this way. Teacher Zhao is a formidable soul sage of level 76. With the martial spirit of the great strength Diamond Bear, it is said that when the martial spirit Hall's 16 soul emperors besieged him, he still managed to break through their encirclement, gaining renown from that battle. At that time, Teacher Zhao was merely at the soul emperor level. And now that he has ascended to soul sage, his strength is beyond my comprehension. The mere mention of the title soul sage sent a shiver down Tang San's spine. Born in the Holy Spirit village, he had grown up listening to tales from the village chief about the might of soul sages, and now, witnessing it firsthand, he inevitably drew parallels between Zhao Wujie and the chief's descriptions. The great strength Diamond Bear, Zhao Wujie, although Ning Rongrong, the most knowledgeable among them, did not react much to the notion of a soul sage. The name Zhao Wujie stirred memories within her. Her eyes flickered with realization as she whispered, he is the unmovable king? Dai Mubai glanced at Ning Rongrong and nodded affirmatively, confirming, indeed, Teacher Zhao is known by the moniker of the unmovable king. Rongrong, what does that mean? Observing the exchange between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, Yu Qing'er felt utterly bewildered, her brows knitting in confusion, compelling her to inquire of Ning Rongrong. Not only Yu Qing'er, but Xiao Wu and others also directed puzzled looks at Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. Under the scrutiny of the group, Ning Rongrong did not shy away. She fixed her gaze upon the approaching Zhao Wujie, her expression turning solemn as she pronounced each word with gravity. If he truly is the unmovable king, then we are indeed in dire straits today. Initially, my father had once sought the assistance of the immovable king, and although he was rebuffed, my father continued to hold him in high regard. In my father's words, despite the immovable king's soul saint cultivation, even an ordinary soul Douluo might not be his match. With the resources of a sect to bolster his training, it would not be inconceivable for him to reach the realm of a titled Douluo. I was astonished to learn that he was teaching at Shrek Academy. Could it truly be so exaggerated? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's account, Yu Qing'er found it hard to believe and involuntarily questioned it. After all, in Yu Qing'er's mind, the prowess of Yu Zhengbai was unparalleled, and he was indeed a titled Douluo. She clearly did not believe that Zhao Wujie could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Zhengbai. However, in the face of Yu Qing'er's doubts, Ning Rongrong could only shake her head, feeling helpless. To be fair, had Zhao Wujie not possessed the qualifications of a titled Douluo, he would not have garnered Ning Fengji's attention. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions grew increasingly solemn. Indeed, within Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San discerned many underlying implications, such as her background and the formidable strength of her sect. Yet, at this moment, the most valuable and direct information for Tang San was that Zhao Wujie possessed combat capabilities at the Soul Douluo level. Achieving Soul Saint status was already immensely challenging, and the prospect of facing assessments at the Soul Douluo level was beyond imagination. If one could contend with a Soul Douluo, why would they even consider attending Shrek Academy? At that moment, Zhao Wujie approached the group, noticing the gravity on their faces, and laughed heartily. Do not be anxious. I do not intend to bully you with my cultivation. You may come at me together. If you can withstand my presence for the duration of an incense stick, you shall pass. Rest assured, as long as one of you endures until the end, all of you will succeed. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the group did not lighten. This was not merely a matter of numbers. In the face of absolute strength, quantity bore no significance. The outcome lies in human endeavor. Regardless, they had come this far, and surrendering without a fight was not an option. At that moment, Yun Zheng stepped forward, a light chuckle escaping his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervent battle intent as he gazed at Zhao Wujia, calmly stating, "Moreover, I refuse to believe that the esteemed immovable king would truly engage in earnest combat with us mere half-grown students. An assessment is an assessment. There must be a way to succeed." Indeed, Tang Sect nodded earnestly upon hearing this, turning to Yun Zheng and saying, "This young brother speaks truly. But if we are to engage in battle, we must not act rashly alone. Let us first become acquainted with one another." Hearing Tang Sect's words, Yun Zheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. He was certain that Tang Sect had only amended his language after noticing his stature. After Tang Sect spoke, he revealed his martial soul, as emerald green blue silver grass extended from his palm, entwining around his arm, with 2 yellow soul rings floating behind him. The robust soul power causing the onlookers to feel a stir. At the same moment, Tang Sect spoke. "I am Tang Sect, wielder of the blue silver grass, a control system soul master of the 29th rank. Following him was, of course, Xiao Wu, whose pink soul energy radiated as a delightful little rabbit leapt from her embrace, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings that danced around her. The fluffy ears of the rabbit accentuated her playful charm. "I am Xiao Wu, with the soft-bone rabbit as my martial spirit, a 29th rank agile attack soul master." Next was Zhu Zhuqing. "I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the nether cat as my martial spirit, a 27th rank agile attack soul master." With a flicker of ethereal light, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial spirit, her cold and elegant features appearing even more fierce, adorned with 200-year soul rings. Originally, Yun Zheng intended to summon his martial spirit alongside Yuqinger, but Yuqinger, evidently still miffed at Yun Zheng, let out a huff and stepped forward first. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, capturing everyone's attention. "I am Yuqinger, with the Titan Golden Dragon as my martial spirit, a 29th rank power attack soul master." A golden dragon shadow flashed past, and amidst the awe of the onlookers, Yuqinger completed her introduction. The dragon-shaped martial spirit and soul beast had always been synonymous with immense power. Those associated with dragons were seldom weak. The dragon's roar sent a chill down the spines of the soul masters present, revealing the formidable strength of Yuqinger's martial spirit. Even Zhao Wujia, not far off, narrowed his eyes and regarded Yuqinger intently, pondering to himself, "The Yu family, with a dragon-shaped martial spirit. Is this another branch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect?" It is often said that dragons are inherently lustful, a notion vividly exemplified by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. While there is but one Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, many dragon-shaped martial spirits exist, such as fire dragons, water dragons, and toad dragons, predominantly belonging to the bloodline branches of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The precise origins of these branches are not for outsiders to discuss. Yet, the inherent pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect leads them to deny the identities of those with non-Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon bloodlines. In simpler terms, they refuse to acknowledge their kin, akin to turning a blind eye to one's own family. This attitude has resulted in a multitude of soul masters with dragon-shaped martial spirits bearing the Yu surname across the continent, who, in truth, bear little to no relation to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Only upon breaking through to the Soul King realm can they earn a modicum of recognition from the sect. And only by reaching the Soul Sage realm will they be acknowledged as direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. In truth, Flender is acquainted with a Blue Lightning branch that has achieved the Soul Sage realm, which is not particularly surprising. In Zhao Wujia's eyes, Yuqinger is precisely such a branch of the Blue Lightning lineage. Soon after, Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial spirit, a splendid light of crystal radiance igniting as a blue, opulent glazed tower emerged in a burst of brilliance. The moment the 7-treasure glazed tower appeared, it captivated everyone's gaze. "I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7-treasure glazed tower as my martial spirit, a 26th rank support system soul master." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong playfully winked and smiled at the crowd. "Please take good care of me." In that moment, even the typically stern Zhu Zhuqing could not help but cast a sidelong glance, while Zhao Wujia narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of enigmatic light flickering within. To Zhao Wujia, The identity of Yuqing'er was indeed remarkable, even possessing ties to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, this connection was merely that of an unacknowledged branch, politely termed an extension of the sect, but less charitably regarded as a mere illegitimate offspring of little significance. Apart from Yuqing'er's biological parents, it would be exceedingly difficult to find anyone within the vast Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect willing to support her. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong was a genuine heiress of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the beloved daughter of the sect master, and the cherished ward of two titled Douluos. Frankly, Zhao Wujia felt a genuine apprehension towards offending this young lady. Despite Ning Rongrong's bold claims regarding Zhao Wujia's prowess, even daring to reject Ning Fengji's overtures, she was emboldened by Ning Fengji's gentle demeanor. A gentleman may be deceived by words, but had Gu Rong or Chen Xian personally approached to recruit him, Zhao Wujia might have acquiesced. The appearance of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda promised an intriguing spectacle. Upon witnessing the pagoda, Tang Sect couldn't help but smile. His confidence bolstered by the renowned formidable auxiliary effects of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda with Ning Rongrong's inclusion. Brother, her martial soul is breathtaking, Xiao whispered, drawing closer to Tang Sect, expressing her admiration. This martial soul is far more than mere beauty, Tang Sect replied with a light chuckle, neither confirming nor denying. After Ning Rongrong, only Yun Zheng remained. Yun Zheng, with no hesitation or pretense, summoned forth the frost sky feather bow. An icy chill radiated outward as a brilliant azure light illuminated the scene. In his hands, a bow of exquisite craftsmanship, akin to a work of art, materialized. The bow's crystalline form refracted the sunlight, casting a spectrum of colors. Two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, floated behind Yun Zheng, captivating all who beheld him. Yun Zheng, wielding the frost sky feather bow as a dual system soul master at level 27. He introduced himself with a calm smile, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. The onlookers were largely divided into three factions, one comprised of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were entranced by the bow's delicate beauty. The others focused their attention on Yun Zheng's Millennium Soul Ring. The final group was represented solely by Yu Qiang, who, having become accustomed to the bow's elegance over the past 6 years, merely admired Yun Zheng's Millennium Soul Ring with infatuation. Brother, I think I may have spoken too soon, Xiao remarked, staring at the frost sky feather bow, tugging at Tang Sect's sleeve in a daze. Her voice, unintentional in its volume, was clearly heard by Ning Rongrong beside her. Yet, Ning Rongrong, usually assertive, refrained from retorting this time, her eyes wide with astonishment. Previously fixated on Yun Zheng's Millennium Soul Ring, she now recognized the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit. The frost sky feather bow stood in stark contrast to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. The latter embodied opulence and grandeur, while the former was a marvel of subtlety and refined beauty. This divergence in aesthetics successfully captivated Ning Rongrong, a lady of noble birth. Tang Sect, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's remarks, fixated intently on the purple soul ring behind Yun Zheng, muttering in disbelief, a Millennium Soul Ring. He has surpassed the limits of a soul master to such an extent. Not only Tang Sect, but Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shared his astonishment. How intriguing, Zhao Wujin observed, a glimmer of interest crossing his face as he regarded Yun Zheng, murmuring thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, the crowd regained their composure. A dual-system soul master? Dai Mubai pondered aloud, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on Yun Zheng. What exactly is a dual-system soul master? As Dai Mubai's question lingered in the air, all eyes turned toward Yun Zheng, clearly reflecting their shared curiosity about this enigmatic classification. The distinction between agile and powerful attacks is clear. Even among the most elite of martial spirits, those endowed with formidable offensive capabilities often possess remarkable speed as well. For instance, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and the evil eye white tiger are among the premier beast martial spirits, yet they are uniformly categorized as powerful attack spirits. This is knowledge even a novice in the realm of soul masters would grasp. However, Yun Zheng boldly claims to be a dual-system soul master, suggesting there is more to his assertion than meets the eye. It is also possible that Yun Zheng is simply a flamboyant individual, eager to embellish his prowess by labeling himself as a dual-system soul master. Should this be the case, it would undoubtedly lead to some disappointment among the onlookers. Conversely, Tang Sect appeared contemplative, seemingly regarding Yun Zheng as a possessor of twin martial spirits. After all, if one were to consider it, Tang Sect himself is a dual-system soul master with control and powerful attack capabilities. Yet, Yun Zheng offered no clarification on the matter, merely chuckling and dismissively stating, "This is a rather complicated explanation. Suffice it to say, you may regard me as a soul master possessing both agile and powerful attack capabilities." The crowd, recognizing Yun Zheng's reluctance to elaborate, chose to move on. As he indicated, it would be sufficient to perceive him as an exceptional powerful attack soul master. Once everyone had introduced themselves, the next order of business was the assignment of tactics. Among soul masters, there exists an unspoken rule during initial encounters. The highest-ranked individual assumes the role of commander when cooperation is required. If ranks are comparable, priority is given to support or control-type soul masters. For the commander must possess a comprehensive view of the battlefield. In contrast, powerful and agile attack soul masters often charge into the fray, sometimes neglecting the broader context. Conversely, control and support soul masters typically position themselves at the rear, granting them a panoramic perspective of the battle, making them the optimal choice for leadership. Thus, Tang Sect unhesitatingly took on the role of commander. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng chose not to voice any further remarks. In truth, he possessed the capability to serve as the brain of the team. Over the past 6 years, Yun Zheng had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding team command to him. However, Yun Zheng refrained from overshadowing Tang Sect, as he was also curious to observe Tang Sect's capabilities. After all, there would be ample opportunities for leadership in the future. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, Yu Qing'er, eager to defend Yun Zheng, hesitated as she recalled her own feelings of jealousy towards him. One thing was certain, Tang Sect was indeed exceptionally talented. The tactics he proposed were clear and coherent, taking into account both the beginning and the end. To make such judgments under limited conditions was no small feat, at least from Yun Zheng's perspective. Even if he were to take charge, he would achieve no more than this. "It seemed you were all prepared," Zhao Wuji remarked as he stepped forward, crossing his arms and letting out a low, mocking laugh. Unfazed, Tang Sect responded with a humble smile. Naturally, in an instant, the group dispersed, and apart from Dai Mubai, the remaining 6 members took their positions in an orderly fashion. As a powerful assault-type soul master, Yu Qing'er stood at the forefront, with Xiaowu and Zhu Xing flanking her 2 steps behind, while Tang Sect occupied the center. Finally, Yun Zheng and Ning Rongrong took their places at the rear. Although Yun Zheng was a dual-type soul master excelling in both assault and agility, his martial spirit was an icebow, clearly indicating that he was a ranged attacker. Thus, positioning Yun Zheng at the back not only allowed him to leverage his strengths but also provided protection to the support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Zhao Wuji observed their formation, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his fierce eyes. Subsequently, the 6 summoned their martial spirits, and resplendent, fantastical lights illuminated the area as 12 soul rings ascended, among which a prominent purple 1,000-year soul ring stood out, its overwhelming soul power sending shivers through Dai Mubai, who was spectating nearby. However, Zhao Wuji, possessing the cultivation of a soul sage, was not intimidated by a few grand soul masters. He merely scoffed, showing no intention of summoning his own martial spirit. The assessment was underway. Dai Mubai, watching from the sidelines, discreetly swallowed hard before bellowing, "Begin." With a resounding crash, almost instantaneously after Dai Mubai's words, Zhao Wuji stomped his foot, unleashing a terrifying force that surged toward Ning Rongrong, causing the already soft ground to visibly crack. All soul masters knew that if the opposing side had a soul master with the 7 treasure glazed Tao martial spirit, they must be the primary target of attack. Indeed, Zhao Wuji feared Shen Xian and Gu Rong, but ultimately, this was an assessment, and since they were not present, Zhao Wuji remained earnest in his intent. Tang Sect, witnessing the scene, released his blue-silver grass, intending to pull Ning Rongrong to safety, when suddenly a sharp voice rang out, "Huh!" With another explosive sound, Yu Qing'er, standing at the forefront, swiftly moved to the cracked ground. Her right arm, covered in golden dragon scales, came crashing down. The ground shook violently, and the force Zhao Wuji had unleashed was significantly diminished. What a surprise! Witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai's heterochromatic eyes widened in astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim instinctively. Indeed, Zhao Wuji's strike had not utilized his full strength, yet he was a soul sage, renowned for his prowess. Known as the Unmoved King, his martial spirit, the formidable Diamond Bear, was celebrated for its sheer power, making it evident that even a mere demonstration of his might was beyond the capacity of an ordinary great soul master to withstand. "This girl is rather reckless," Zhao Wuji observed, feeling a pang of embarrassment and silently sighing. However, Yu Qing'er ultimately failed to intercept Zhao Wujia's attack. Sensing the overwhelming force that threatened to engulf her, she refrained from resisting, letting out a soft huff before leaping away, calling out, "Yun Zheng." Understanding the cue, Yun Zheng responded with a sharp whistle. Before anyone could react, he too stomped down, causing the ground to crack beneath his feet. In the next moment, two fissures collided, resulting in a thunderous sound, followed by a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, both Yun Zheng and Ning Rongrong stood unscathed, with only the opposing cracks in the ground bearing witness to the recent events. Yun Zheng, well done. The first to respond was Yu Qing'er, who had been in tandem with Yun Zheng for 6 years. It seemed she had momentarily forgotten their previous discontent, her face lighting up with a smile as she prepared to praise him. However, upon noticing Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu gazing at Yun Zheng with admiration, her expression fell, leaving her with a mere cold huff. Humph. The second to react was Tang Sect. Zhao Wujie appeared to be still lost in his prior surprise, not launching a second attack, and Tang Sect seized this perfect opportunity to shout out. Yu Qing'er was already brimming with pent-up energy, and even without Tang Sect's prompting, she would have charged forward. At Tang Sect's call, Ning Rongrong and the others seemed to awaken from a trance, a stream of light darting towards Yu Qing'er, 7 treasures, renowned for their strength. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qing'er had arrived before Zhao Wujie, a faint dragon's roar echoing as she unleashed a punch. Enhanced by 30% of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's power, which made even Zhao Wujie glance sideways in surprise. A deafening crash resonated as Zhao Wujie and Yu Qing'er's fists collided. Yu Qing'er gritted her teeth, yet Zhao Wujie remained unfazed, his posture unchanged as he stood before her with calm indifference, even teasingly remarking, "Your strength is commendable, but alas, you are just a fraction short of forcing my martial spirit to emerge. Foolish bear, you ought to be more concerned about yourself." Just as Zhao Wujie finished speaking, Xiao Wu appeared on his shoulder, activating her first soul ring. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Zhao Wujie did not lift off the ground, merely restricting some of her movements. He stood resolute like a mountain, impervious to Xiao Wu's efforts to shift him. Noticing her intentions, Zhao Wujie chuckled mockingly, "Little rabbit, your strength is far from sufficient." The first soul skill, entanglement. At that moment, a multitude of blue-silver grasses entwined around Zhao Wujie's legs like ropes. Zhao Wujie frowned slightly and let out a cold snort, just as he was about to exert force to break free. He noticed Tang Sect's lips curl into a smirk as he formed his fingers into claws and murmured, "Control the crane and capture the dragon, utilizing the power of another." He exclaimed, "Lift." Instantly, Zhao Wujie felt a jolt throughout his body. He was unexpectedly flung into the air. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Qing'er, and Yun Zheng were all taken aback with surprise. The first soul skill, Giant Spirit's Breath. The second soul skill, Sky Leap Killing Arrow. The first soul skill, Netherworld Stab. The 7 treasures are renowned, first for strength, second for speed. For commanding shouts resonated in unison as 5 soul rings illuminated, and 3 beams of light surged towards Zhao Wujie. Chapter 42, Zhao Wujie. I truly do not wish for this. 3 beams of exquisite glass-like light shot forth, precisely landing upon Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, and Zhu Zhuqing. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er received enhancements to their strength, while Zhu Zhuqing acquired a boost in speed. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow of ethereal light, launching an assault, while Yu Qing'er unleashed a golden streak. Finally, Yun Zheng made his move, drawing the frost sky feather bow to its full moon, and an ice arrow shot forth with a resounding crack, vanishing into the air, leaving Dai Mubai momentarily stunned. To speak candidly, even while suspended in midair and facing 6 adversaries, Zhao Wujie remained utterly composed. The phrase utterly composed is no jest. Zhao Wujie is a formidable figure, the unmoved king, and even among soul saints, he commands respect. Previously, the 13 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall could not best him. So how could he falter today against 6 great soul masters? Ultimately, this was merely a test, a deliberate act of restraint. If he were to truly engage, Yun Zheng and the others would scarcely have a fleeting chance to strike. This is no exaggeration, it is an undeniable truth. In this moment, Zhao Wujie even found the leisure to critique the participants. In his view, Zhu Zhuqing was merely average, her speed was commendable, yet as an agility-based soul master, she could only be deemed satisfactory. Xiao Wu, while lacking in standout performances, exhibited exceptional control over her soul power and soul skills, executing movements with precision and efficiency. Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master and the bearer of the 7 treasures glazed tile, was inherently extraordinary and required no further evaluation. The remaining trio, Tang San and Yu Qing'er, were in a similar league. Frankly speaking, Tang San's martial spirit, blue silvergrass, is a rather common and weak emblem. Yet his cultivation is impressive, showcasing his remarkable talent. Additionally, Tang San possesses a natural leadership quality, exuding calm and composure, which was further emphasized by his recent technique. The control of cranes and capture of dragons, leaving Zhao Wujin with an elevated impression of him. Yu Qing'er, lacking Tang San's composure and leadership aura, nonetheless boasts a martial spirit that rivals Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures, glazed tile. Her cultivation level of 29 places her on par with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Coupled with her earlier display of halting ground fishers and delivering a powerful punch, which certainly appealed to Zhao Wujin's taste. Ultimately, Yun Zheng stands in a league of his own. Admittedly, his cultivation is not the highest among the group, yet the chilling aura he exudes and the dense, potent soul power he wields cannot be overlooked. He embodies both Tang San's steadiness and Yu Qing'er's strength, complemented by his Millennium Soul Ring, which undoubtedly earns him the highest regard in Zhao Wujin's eyes. Reflecting on this, Zhao Wujin instinctively glanced towards Yun Zheng, noticing the glowing yellow soul ring and blinking in bewilderment, exclaiming, "This lad's Millennium Soul Ring is actually his first soul ring." As for the attacks from Yun Zheng and the others, Zhao Wujin did not even spare them a glance. What truly piqued Zhao Wujin's interest was Yun Zheng's second soul skill, named Sky Leap Killing Arrow. The ability to vanish into thin air, undetected even by Zhao Wujin, alone justifies Yun Zheng's reputation as an agility-based soul master. The agile attack soul masters are not merely defined by their swiftness. Within the ranks of soul masters, they embody the role of an assassin, tasked with executing stealthy maneuvers such as flanking and decapitating opponents. Speed is not the sole criterion. The ability to strike unnoticed is equally vital. Yun Zheng's second soul skill is nothing short of a masterstroke of ambush. The sudden disappearance of ice arrows leaves those unfamiliar with Yun Zheng utterly defenseless. However, it must be noted that this is where the limitations lie. Zhao Wujia's status as a soul sage, the unmoving king, grants him formidable confidence. He could stand his ground, allowing Yun Zheng and his fellow powerful soul masters to unleash their relentless assaults without suffering even the slightest injury. To put it bluntly, even a bathhouse scrub master could extract layers of mud from him, while Yun Zheng and his companions might struggle to breach his defenses. Perhaps sensing the disdain within Zhao Wujia's heart, Yun Zheng in the distance curled the corner of his mouth, silently harboring a wicked smile. Yun Zheng, now at the 27th level, finds that his first spirit ring grants him a remarkable 27% enhancement to ice attribute damage and a similar increase in armor penetration. With this arrow released, be it man or ghost, blood must be shed. It matters not if it is Zhao Wujia, even should Qian Dalu stand here today. He too would feel the chilling assault. As Yun Zheng contemplates this, the swiftest among them, Zhu Xing, has already arrived before Zhao Wujia. A shadowy glow flashes. Yet it strikes as though against steel. Zhu Xing, upon activating her martial soul, feels her ghostly cat claws stiffen, unable to pierce further. Undeterred, she silently unleashes her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws, relentlessly attacking Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Yu Qing'er's giant spirit breath also arrives, transforming into a divine little dragon of golden hue, only to be seized by Zhao Wujia and crushed effortlessly. With a fierce roar, Zhao Wujia activates his first century-old spirit ring, the unmoving king's body. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively draw in a breath, their pupils constricting. Daimu Bai can only manage a bitter smile, internally lamenting Zhao Laosher's intent to engage earnestly. Yet, in that fleeting instant, an ice arrow streaks through the air, mere inches from Zhao Wujia. Given the short distance, the robust, but not particularly swift Zhao Wujia cannot evade. However, he does not intend to dodge. With a contemptuous snort, he unleashes a massive bear paw in his martial soul state, aiming to replicate his prior success by crushing Yun Zheng's ice arrow. As fate would have it, Zhao Wujia succeeds. The ice arrow does not escape his grasp and is shattered. However, the moment the ice arrow breaks, Zhao Wujia lets out a low grunt as the chill seeps into him. Zhao Wujia furrows his brow, casting a puzzled glance towards Yun Zheng, who wears a light-hearted smile. Good lad. Zhao Wujia grins, his fierce eyes betraying a mix of anger and admiration. With another thunderous shout, the spirit power of a soul sage erupts, sending Zhu Xing closest to him, flying back, along with Yu Qing'er and others, who were forced to retreat several steps, simultaneously knowing he cannot allow Zhao Wujia to gain the upper hand. Yun Zheng's expression sharpens, and he looses 3 more arrows. Having been previously calculated by Yun Zheng, Zhao Wujie is not so easily fooled a second time. He glares at Yun Zheng, readying himself for action, but Tang Sect employs the same tactic again, casting Control Crane Seizing Dragon in a bid to restrain Zhao Wujie. Tang Sect recognizes that only Yun Zheng's attacks pose a threat to Zhao Wujie. They must protect him at all costs. However, this time, Zhao Wujie does not permit Tang Sect to succeed. Previously, he had been caught off guard, and Tang Sect had taken advantage of this. But now, in his martial soul state, Zhao Wujie simultaneously activates his first soul skill, vastly augmenting his power. Tang Sect not only fails to control Zhao Wujie, but is instead repelled by the force of the backlash. Sensing the sudden surge of control, Zhao Wujie turned to gaze at Tang Sect, momentarily unsure whether to commend Tang Sect's audacity or to chide him for his overreaching ambition. However, Zhao Wujie's glance inadvertently led to a misunderstanding on Xiao Wu's part. Concern can often lead to confusion. Xiao Wu assumed that Zhao Wujie was infuriated and poised to attack Tang Sect. In a flurry of urgency, she darted to Tang Sect's side, activating her second spirit skill. Pink light radiated from her eyes, causing Zhao Wujie to momentarily freeze. Yet, in the next instant, he shook off his stupor. The charm technique had always been a double-edged sword. Wielded skillfully, it could be a divine art, but misused, it could bring harm to both the user and the target. Just like now, regardless of Xiao Wu's past prowess, she was presently merely a level 29 spirit master, and in terms of spirit power and mental acuity, she could not compare to Zhao Wujie in the slightest. The vast disparity in cultivation resulted in the failure of her charm, and naturally, Xiao Wu suffered the backlash of her spirit skill. A light cough escaped her lips, and a mesmerizing mist of blood emitted, inadvertently dripping into Tang Sect's palm. Upon seeing the crimson droplets in his hand, Tang Sect's eyes narrowed sharply, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Zhao Wujie, however, remained oblivious to this detail. He was uncertain of what to say. He bore no malice towards Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, yet they had initiated the confrontation themselves. The backlash from the vast difference in strength could hardly be laid at his feet. Resolving to address the matter at hand, Zhao Wujie shook his head and disregarded Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. Yun Zheng's ice arrow had already been unleashed, and even Zhao Wujie was unaware of when it would strike from the air. To avoid further embarrassment, he decisively thrust his hand forward, activating his fifth spirit skill in the direction of Yun Zheng. Fifth spirit skill, gravity compression. This was Zhao Wujie's sole control spirit skill. Admittedly, it seemed somewhat excessive for a spirit sage to employ such a skill against a spirit master, yet Zhao Wujie had no intention of using it on Yun Zheng. He merely sought to shatter the ice arrow concealed in the air. As for why he aimed at Yun Zheng's direction, Zhao Wujie believed that an ice arrow, no matter how well hidden, could not possibly change course. Second spirit skill, Dragon's Descent. However, Zhao Wujie was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. Just as he activated his fifth spirit skill, with the waves of gravity still unfurling, a sudden, sharp voice rang out. And Yuqing had already positioned herself before Yun Zheng. Zhao Wujie's heart skipped a beat. He attempted to retract his spirit skill, but it was too late. Zhao Wujie had always taken a bold and unrestrained approach, and such delicate maneuvers were never within his purview. What astonished Zhao Wujie even further was that beneath his fifth spirit skill, Yuqing remained completely unaffected. The gravitational waves did not impact her, but were instead countered by a small golden dragon that had appeared unexpectedly. However, Yuqing, having resisted a spirit sage's control skill, found her spirit power drained, her complexion paling as she sank to her knees with a soft thud. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujie found himself at a loss for words. By all that is just, he had committed no transgressions, yet inexplicably, Tang Sect and his companions had rendered him nearly incapacitated. During her assault on Zhao Wujie, Zhu Yuqing found her claws paralyzed. Tang Sect attempted to exert control over Zhao Wujie, only to be injured by the recoil. Xiao Wu, acting upon a misunderstanding, employed her charming soul technique, suffering backlash, and Yuqing, in her quest to protect Yun Zheng, exhausted her soul power and lost her fighting capability. Yet the crux of the matter was that Zhao Wujie had intended to strike at the three elusive ice arrows from the very beginning. Chapter 43. Yun Zheng's full force with a swift motion. Three ice arrows shot forth as Yuqing fell, leaving Zhao Wujie unable to evade. He braced himself to absorb the impact. The second soul ring illuminated, his massive palm, akin to a wall of gold, swept forward with devastating power. Clearly, Yun Zheng's ice arrows were no match for Zhao Wujie's colossal hand, shattering upon mere contact and scattering into icy fragments. However, It must be noted that the armor-piercing effect of Yun Zheng's first soul technique still posed a significant challenge for Zhao Wujie. With a grunt, a hint of helplessness flashed across his heavily muscled visage. Yun Zheng's ice arrows were exceedingly deceptive, initially due to the unpredictable effects of the empty leap killing arrow, making them nearly impossible to anticipate. Coupled with their inherent armor-penetrating capabilities and damage amplification, even if one were fortunate enough to block them, they would still suffer injury. Moreover, the ice arrows crafted by Yun Zheng were formed from the essence of ultimate frost, emanating an oppressive chill. Once they entered the body, even Zhao Wujie found himself at a loss momentarily, relying solely on his substantial soul power to temporarily contain the effects. The damage inflicted was minimal, and even the frigid aura could be subdued by Zhao Wujie's vast reserves of soul power. However, you could not help but feel a sense of humiliation. After all, Yun Zheng was merely a great soul master. The battle took a swift turn. Zhao Wujie was indeed restrained by the 4 ice arrows shot by Yun Zheng, which consumed a considerable amount of his soul power, yet he remained an unstoppable force. In contrast, Yun Zheng's side found themselves in dire straits. Zhu Zhuqing's hands were numb. Having lost a significant portion of her combat strength, Xiao had succumbed to backlash and was now unconscious, and Yu Qing'er had depleted her soul power, leaving her equally incapable of continuing the fight. Strictly speaking, only 3 individuals on Yun Zheng's side were still able to engage in battle. The assessment required them to endure under Zhao Wujie's command for the duration of an incense stick, yet they had barely traversed less than half of that time, rendering the situation exceedingly unfavorable for Yun Zheng and his companions. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yu Qing'er's pale face, Yun Zheng felt a surge of alarm. He rushed to her side, supporting her upright. Once he confirmed that she had merely exhausted her soul power without any severe injuries, he let out a long sigh of relief and, half concerned and half reprimanding, remarked, "You foolish girl. We are in an assessment. Surely, Elder Zhao understands the gravity of the situation. What were you thinking, charging headlong into danger?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt an overwhelming sense of relief from a distance. Finally, there was someone who understood. Yu Qing'er, initially pleased by Yun Zheng's concern, felt a twinge of resentment upon realizing he intended to scold her. She glared at him, pouting, and retorted, "Humph. You needn't concern yourself. Go find your buxom sister." Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback by her words, then broke into a chuckle. All right. I acknowledge my mistake. It won't happen again." He could only plead for mercy, knowing that reasoning would be futile. "You just know how to placate me." Yu Qing'er's mood visibly brightened at his words, though she maintained a facade of haughty defiance. Observing this entire exchange, Zhao Wujie rolled his eyes and bellowed, "Young man, you haven't forgotten that you are still in an assessment, have you? Or do you intend to waste time like this?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng smiled indifferently before turning to Yu Qing'er and instructing, "Go to Miss Ning's side." Yu Qing'er detected the coldness in Yun Zheng's gaze and, with a Navi nod, obediently ran over to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng approached Zhao Wujie, hands clasped in a respectful gesture, and spoke solemnly, "Senior Zhao, I seek your guidance." Taken aback by this declaration, Zhao Wujie incredulously pointed to himself and asked, "You wish to spar with me?" "Indeed," Yun Zheng replied, standing with his head bowed, non-committal in his response. Zhao Wujie, regaining his composure, scrutinized Yun Zheng closely before asking with a hearty laugh, "What? Are you feeling assertive?" Confronted with Zhao Wujie's teasing inquiry, Yun Zheng did not retreat an inch. His gaze remained fixed on Zhao Wujie, his eyes burning with intensity as he pronounced each word deliberately. In all matters, one observes the outcome without questioning the cause, whether it was intentional or accidental. You have harmed Qing'er, and that is an undeniable fact. You have wounded Qing'er, hence I shall retaliate. At this proclamation, a ripple of shock coursed through the gathered crowd. Zhao Wujie's eyes narrowed, his voice growing colder as he asked, "Can you truly accomplish that?" "Let us see," Yun Zheng declared, assuming a combat stance, his yellow and purple soul rings hovering ominously in the air. Simultaneously, the sinister bone tail extended, its inky blackness resembling polished jade, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. They understood that this was not the moment for inquiries and suppressed their questions, awaiting Yun Zheng's next move. "Humph. You are merely courting disaster," Zhao Wujie bellowed, disregarding Yun Zheng's intentions as he unleashed a powerful punch, a force capable of shattering myriad defenses. Surely, Yun Zheng, a mere soul master, could not withstand a blow from a soul sage. Yet, in the next moment, the protrusion on Yun Zheng's tail glimmered with a captivating crimson hue. And as the tale swept before Zhao Wujie, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhao Wujie appeared as though he had been ensnared by a spell, frozen in place. His raised fist refusing to descend. This moment was fleeting, lasting but an instant. However, when Zhao Wujie's attention returned to Yun Zheng's position, he was bewildered to find that Yun Zheng had vanished without a trace, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. First soul skill, armament modification. Immediately after, Yun Zheng's voice resonated from above Zhao Wujie's head. The frost sky bow disassembled in midair, its icy petals refracting resplendent light under the sun, with a resonant hum. A similarly exquisite frost great halberd gradually materialized, accompanied by Yun Zheng's gentle chant. True name liberation. Frost whisper halberd. When did he ascend to the sky? Zhao Wujie's pupils constricted sharply, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment. Not only Zhao Wujie, but also Dai Mubai and the others were eager to understand how Yun Zheng had managed to ascend into the heavens so swiftly. Even Yu Qing'er shared their intrigue. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first, strength. The second, speed. Fortunately, at this moment, Ning Rongrong, hailing from a prestigious family of support, did not falter. Witnessing Yun Zheng's decisive action, she promptly unleashed her first and second soul skills, enveloping him in 2 radiant auras of enhancement, elevating his explosive power to an entirely new echelon. TSK. Zhao Wujie clicked his tongue, neither dodging nor evading, and struck out with a single palm. Though it was not a soul skill, it was imbued with immense force. While Zhao Wujie was indeed an examiner, he was also a man of temperament. The provocation from a formidable soul master stirred a flicker of indignation within him. Zhao Wujie did not harbor intentions of harming Yun Zheng. Rather, he sought to impart the lesson of respecting one's teachers and valuing the path of learning. With a resounding clash, the impact of their strikes reverberated through the air, causing the ground beneath Zhao Wujie's feet to crumble. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes, as the mockery and disdain he previously harbored vanished in that instant, replaced solely by sheer awe. Yun Zheng, endowed with innate strength, once hesitated to unleash his full power due to his physical limitations. However, after training his body under the guidance of Yu Zhengbai, he has made considerable progress in his vitality and blood energy, although he still cannot recklessly unleash his strength. A single swing of his arm carries immense force, amounting to 1,000 jin. When both arms are combined, it reaches 2 to 3,000 jin. With the amplification from the 7 treasure glazed tower, Yun Zheng's strike could make even many high-ranking soul masters lament their defeat on the spot. Moreover, with the ice attribute enhancement and armor-piercing effect bestowed by his first soul ring, under the extreme cold of his ice martial soul, even Zhao Wujie, who had manifested his martial soul and was in the state of the unmoved king, could only feel his internal organs tremble, his blood flow impeded. He even felt a sweetness in his throat. Had he not forced it down, his illustrious reputation as the unmoved king might have been tarnished in that moment. It is worth noting that even many soul emperors would struggle to endure such injuries as Zhao Wujie had sustained. The force was commendable, yet it lacked a touch of refinement. Although he was startled within, Zhao Wujie would never reveal it externally. With a booming voice, he shouted. Seizing the opportunity while Yun Zheng's previous strength had not yet dissipated and his new strength had not yet fully manifested, he unleashed another palm strike. Having witnessed Yun Zheng's power, Zhao Wujie increased his strength slightly, wary of overestimating himself. However, just as Zhao Wujie's palm was about to strike Yun Zheng, the latter's tail glimmered with an enigmatic light. Zhao Wujie found himself momentarily blinded, and the strike missed its target. Intrigued, Zhao Wujie's gaze sharpened. And in that instant of clarity, he located Yun Zheng once more. Looking in his direction, he remarked with approval. The combination of illusion and rapid movement creates a remarkable synergy in your soul technique. At this moment, Yun Zheng's left arm trembled slightly as he forced a smile and said, "Senior, you flatter me. However, you were still a tad slow." Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted to Yun Zheng's left arm, and he remarked with a hint of regret, "Your skills are lacking, allowing me to witness your folly." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng let out a bitter laugh, not denying his mistake. Indeed, as Zhao Wujie pointed out, in that fleeting moment, Yun Zheng had been a fraction too slow, resulting in the airwave Zhao Wujie unleashed impacting his left arm, which had now dislocated. Yet, this could hardly be blamed on Yun Zheng. The illusionary soul skill was bestowed upon him by an external soul bone, while the rapid movement technique was a gift from Grandpa Zhuzi when Yun Zheng was 12. Known as Instant Step, he had only acquired this soul skill a mere few months ago, and expecting him to seamlessly integrate it into his combat strategy in such a short time was somewhat unreasonable. It is worth mentioning that when Yun Zheng was 12, Grandpa Juzi provided him not only with instant step, but also with an unnamed technique that accelerated his cultivation speed. But that shall remain unspoken for now. What's there to laugh about? You are quite impressive. At your age, Xiaobai was being chased and beaten by me. Yet he could contend with soul saints at the great soul master level. You are truly exceptional. Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively at Yun Zheng's modesty, offering his praise without reservation. Chapter 44. About you are indeed remarkable, but have you considered that in your haste, your soul power will deplete too quickly? How do you intend to last through this incense stick's duration? Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Yun Zheng as he posed another question. Or do you genuinely plan to defeat me? The recent strike had garnered Zhao Wuji's admiration for Yun Zheng, and he was eager to understand his intentions. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yun Zheng could only manage a helpless smile. He too wished to prolong the battle. Yet circumstances did not permit it. The active duration of his first soul skill was merely 54 seconds. If he did not seize the moment, he would likely revert to the state of Frost Sky Feather Bow before he could unleash several attacks. To be frank, Frost Sky Feather Bow was not without its offensive capabilities. Combined with the effects of Air Leap, Killing Arrow, and Instant Step, Yun Zheng could certainly vex Zhao Wuji. However, that would merely be a superficial annoyance, not the outcome he sought. Of course, under the current circumstances, Yun Zheng would certainly refrain from exposing his weaknesses. In response to Zhao Wuji's inquiry, Yun Zheng simply shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "If the senior so desires, you may eliminate us all." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but Yun Zheng quickly added with a playful tone, "Of course, this is contingent upon you passing the test of Dean Flinder." This statement caused Zhao Wuji's expression to stiffen, and after a few breaths, he shot Yun Zheng a fierce glare, scolding, "You rascal. Do you not realize that being too clever can leave you friendless?" Peering beyond the surface reveals the essence of the matter, indeed. By the time Zhao Waoqi arrived to serve as the examiner for the fourth round, Yun Zheng and his companions had already successfully navigated the entrance examination of Shrek Academy. The reason Flander summoned Zhao Waoqi was twofold. Firstly, to ensure a semblance of formality, as he feared that Dai Mubai might struggle to maintain control over this group of prodigies, potentially bringing disgrace to Shrek Academy. Secondly, to showcase the formidable strength of the academy, instilling confidence in Yun Zheng and his peers. Zhao Waoqi was well aware of these motivations. Yet upon being exposed by Yun Zheng, he found himself somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing Zhao Waoqi's teasing, Yun Zheng merely smiled wryly, choosing not to respond. Observing Yun Zheng's relaxed demeanor, Zhao Waoqi felt a surge of irritation, snorting in response and jestingly remarking, "Given your impressive talents, I initially intended to allow you to pass the fourth round effortlessly. However, now that you dare to mock me, I am quite displeased, and thus I shall alter my approach." With that, Zhao Waoqi summoned his 7 spirit rings, his voice resonating with gravity. "Aren't you quite the runner? And don't you seek vengeance for that girl? I am eager to see how you will navigate this predicament now." Following his declaration, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spirit rings behind him illuminated, amplifying gravity while layering tracking with gravitational compression. Yun Zheng felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him, as if his legs were laden with lead. Centered around Zhao Wuji, the ground within a radius of several tens of meters sank downwards. An irresistible force enveloped Yun Zheng, inexorably drawing him towards Zhao Wuji's direction. Instinctively, Yun Zheng utilized his instant step to evade, only to discover that Zhao Wuji seemed to have anticipated his movement, swiftly altering his trajectory. The oppressive force of gravity descended upon him once more, rendering any escape futile. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wuji erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha. The fact that I can unleash 5 soul techniques in succession against you is a testament to your prowess." With those words, he unleashed his 2nd soul technique, the mighty Vajra Palm. As he spoke, a colossal bear paw surged forth, crashing towards Yun Zheng like a mountain being toppled. Empowered by the gravitational pressure and the tracking capabilities of his soul techniques, evasion was utterly impossible for Yun Zheng. The mighty Vajra bear specializes in dismantling ostentation. Yet, Zhao Wuji exercised restraint. This strike was merely at the level of a soul king, not his full strength. Given Yun Zheng's prior performance, it was clear that he would be unable to withstand the blow, but serious injury was unlikely. At most, he would suffer a bit of blood loss. Upon witnessing the scene, Yun Zheng's gaze sharpened. Realizing evasion was futile, he resolutely decided to confront the challenge head-on. With a fierce determination, he rejoined his dislocated left arm and grasped the Frost Whisper Spear with both hands. The 2nd soul ring behind him illuminated as he proclaimed, "2nd soul skill, strike from the abyss." With a resonating hum, the spear blade of Frost Whisper expanded dramatically, swelling to tenfold its original size within the blink of an eye. The spearhead, glistening under the sunlight, radiated a chilling brilliance from 3 meters away. Yun Zheng leaped high, harnessing the gravitational force to propel himself toward Zhao Wujie. Could it be that not only do martial souls possess dual forms, but soul skills also undergo transformations? Zhao Wujie marveled inwardly, astonished by the spectacle. Just as he absorbed the shocking sight, the Frost Whisper spear collided with the great strength Vajrapalm. The impact erupted like a sudden thunderclap, unleashing a terrifying explosion that sent shockwaves, forcing Ning Rongrong and the others to retreat, shielding their faces from the swirling dust. Amidst the chaos, icy blue and golden beams of energy intertwined and clashed, ultimately fading into oblivion. In the next moment, Yun Zheng's battered figure was propelled from the dust cloud. Observing this, Yu Qing swiftly broke free from Ning Rongrong's assistance and, disregarding her weakened state, summoned her vitality to catch Yun Zheng midfall. Though blood trickled from the corner of Yun Zheng's mouth, his appearance was not overly tragic. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he managed to stand with some effort in Yu Qing's embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy." At that moment, a frustrated voice emerged from the dust, belonging to Zhao Wujie. "You scoundrel!" Taking advantage and then feigning innocence. Only then did the crowd notice Zhao Wujie's figure, revealing with astonishment 5 distinct footprints imprinted clearly beneath his feet. Yun Zheng astonishingly forced Zhao Wujie to retreat several steps. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that there were traces of already congealed blood at the corner of Zhao Wujie's mouth. Dai Mubai and the others gazed at Yun Zheng in shock. Yet he remained unfazed, smiling enigmatically. Emerging from the dust, Zhao Wujie shot a glance at Yun Zheng, scratching his head in frustration, muttering to himself, "How powerful! If only he were a bit softer with his words, I could have prevented you from moving forward." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately grasped the implication and eagerly pressed on with her inquiry. "All right, wait a moment." Zhao Wujie grunted irritably, intending to declare the passage, when suddenly Tang Sect called out to him. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow in confusion, looking toward Tang Sect, who mimicked Yun Zheng's earlier gesture. Staring intently at Zhao Wujie and stating emphatically, "Please, senior, impart your wisdom." "What?" Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, blinking in bewilderment. "But you have already passed. This matter is unrelated to the assessment. It is merely a personal request. Please, senior, impart your wisdom." Tang Sect's voice was resolute. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie was momentarily stunned. Then his attention was drawn to Xiao Wu, who lay in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. Suddenly enlightened, he slapped his forehead in exasperation and scolded Dai Mubai, "For heaven's sake. Young ones these days are so mature. Teacher Zhao, such remarks should not be made lightly. How would I know about such matters?" Dai Mubai, usually self-assured, was now unusually tense, his gaze wandering, speech faltering, and he instinctively denied the accusation. "Humph." Zhao Wujie, unaware of Dai Mubai's antics, dismissed him with a cold snort and turned his attention back to Tang Sect. Noticing the frostiness and determination on Tang Sect's face, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but laugh in anger, bellowing, "Fine. I shall grant you your wish. If you lack true skill, you might as well leave Shrek." That was the very declaration Tang Sect had awaited. A glimmer of purple flashed in his eyes as countless hidden weapons erupted from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, soaring toward Zhao Wujie like a great dragon. The battle between Tang Sect and Zhao Wujie stood in stark contrast to that of Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng relied solely on brute strength to confront Zhao Wujie, epitomizing the essence of a fierce assault, while Tang Sect adopted a more cunning approach, deploying an array of treacherous hidden weapons, augmented by his mastery of techniques such as Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps and Control Crane Seizing Dragon. Though lacking the sheer shock value of Yun Zheng's display, his tactics were equally disquieting. Indeed, one might argue that Tang Sect was even more formidable than Yun Zheng. After all, the thought of someone wielding hidden weapons and poisons is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Ultimately, the battle between Tang Sect and Zhao Wujie yielded no significant change. Tang Sect brandished the dragon whisker needle, catching Zhao Wujie off guard and leaving him with numerous bruises, marking a truly humiliating defeat. As Zhao Wujie departed, Yun Zheng bowed deeply to his retreating figure. Tang Sect and the others mistakenly interpreted this gesture as a sign of respect towards Zhao Wujie, and they followed suit, including Dai Mubai and the subsequently arriving Oscar, resulting in a collective bow from all 8 individuals. However, only Yun Zheng understood the true meaning behind his bow. Chapter 45, Two Old Fathers. Please, I desire everything. As Yun Zheng and his companions recently commenced their studies, Flanders, the dean, abruptly rose from his seat in the office, his expression one of grave astonishment. His eyes behind the lenses filled with an intense seriousness. Just moments ago, he had sensed a formidable and terrifying aura of murderous intent. Deeply concealed and certainly beyond the capabilities of Zhao Wuji or Xiao Xian. Flanders understood that someone had infiltrated Shrek Academy, possessing not only immense strength but also malevolent intentions. With this realization, he inhaled deeply, unfurling a pair of obsidian wings from his back, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. As the head of Shrek Academy, regardless of the identity of this hidden intruder, be it benevolent or malevolent, whether intentional or accidental, he felt compelled to investigate. Shrek Academy was Flanders' dream, and he could not allow it to be jeopardized. Meanwhile, on the rear mountain of Shrek Academy, Yu Zhongbai, concealed within the forest, also sensed the fleeting yet potent killing intent. His brow furrowed deeply as he gathered the surging soul power within him, revealing his presence and intoning. Will you not reveal yourself? From that aura of malice, Yu Zhongbai discerned much more. Most critically, he realized that the individual was also a titled Douluo. It was futile to remain hidden any longer, especially since his daughter and disciple were about to enter Shrek Academy for their studies. Yu Zhongbai needed to ascertain who else was observing Shrek Academy. This sudden wave of killing intent did not belong to Chun Xian or Gu Rong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, indicating that a fourth titled Douluo was indeed watching. The titled Douluo lurking in the shadows was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yu Zhongbai's voice, seemingly surprised that another titled Douluo was present. However, aware of his exposure, he had no intention of retreating into the shadows. He stepped forward. Clad in a gray robe that enveloped his imposing figure, his weathered face etched with the marks of time, he was none other than Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Yu Zhongbai was momentarily stunned, just as Tang Hao had been. Yu Zhongbai recognized Tang Hao but had not anticipated his presence here. After several breaths, Yu Zhongbai finally inhaled deeply, gazing at Tang Hao with interest, and remarked, I never expected the Haotian Douluo, who has been absent for 12 years, to appear here. I too did not foresee the illustrious Lei Yu Douluo gracing a humble village with his presence, Tang Hao replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Zhongbai. The veins in his arms bulging beneath the gray robe, his soul power surging and ready for action. Despite their seemingly cordial exchange, both were secretly on high alert. For this was the most perilous moment. Any slight misstep could trigger a fierce battle. In response to Tang Hao's inquiry, Yu Zhongbai revealed no intention of concealment, stating directly, There is little I can do. A brazen individual has been bullying my precious daughter and has even harmed my disciple. Perhaps I should also mention a niece. Yu Zhongbai's statement is quite intriguing. It appears to be a self-revelation, exposing his relationship with Yun Zheng and the other two. Yet, in truth, he is also issuing a warning to Tang Hao. Yu Zhongbai aims to convey to Tang Hao that, regardless of his intentions, he should maintain a considerable distance from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he, along with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, would not hesitate to stand against him. Moreover, Tang Hao is currently a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall, and Yu Zhongbai possesses numerous cards that could threaten him. In conversations among adults, words carry profound implications. Tang Hao undoubtedly comprehended Yu Zhongbai's intent. Yet what surprised Yu Zhongbai was that after hearing this, Tang Hao paused momentarily before. As if understanding Yu Zhongbai, he relinquished the hostility that was on the verge of erupting, and with a deep, resonant voice, he stated, Someone has harmed my son. Your son? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongbai's immediate reaction was one of bewilderment. However, he soon regained his composure, gazing at Tang Hao with profound meaning, and remarked with a smile, Tang-san. Tang Hao, blue silver grass. How enlightening. It seems we have arrived here with a shared purpose. Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, neither denied nor affirmed it. He did not request Yu Zhongbai to conceal his whereabouts. There was no necessity for such a plea, as astute individuals inherently understand the appropriate course of action. From Yu Zhongbai's perspective, he would certainly not disclose Tang Hao's location to the Spirit Hall, as it would yield no benefit for him. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is inherently adversarial to the Spirit Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a notion that Yu Zhongbai cannot overlook. Furthermore, it appears that Tang San and Yun Zheng are destined to be classmates for several years. Even considering the welfare of his disciples and daughter, Yu Zhongbai would not proactively seek to trouble Tang Hao. Both Tang Hao and Yu Zhongbai understood this unspoken agreement, rendering further discussion unnecessary. However, upon discovering that Tang San is indeed Tang Hao's son, a peculiar smile crept upon Yu Zhengbai's lips, and with a playful tone, he inquired, "I am curious, what does the esteemed Haotian think of that little rabbit beside his legitimate son?" Boom. As Yu Zhengbai's words fell, so did the Haotian hammer. Weighing over 1,000 pounds, the Haotian hammer struck the ground, causing the entire back mountain of Shrek Academy to tremble violently, creating a bottomless pit, which altered the aura surrounding Tang Hao. The crimson glow ignited in Tang Hao's eyes beneath his gray robe. An overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth, accompanied by a ghastly roar that echoed in Yu Zhengbai's ears. A palpable mist of blood red enveloped the surroundings. In that moment, Tang Hao resembled a Shura returned from the depths of hell, ravenous for flesh. It is widely believed that Tang Hao has passed the trials of the City of Slaughter, and it appears to be true. Yu Zhengbai's pupils constricted, and he inwardly sighed. "I am capable of slaying Qian Xuanji, thus I can also vanquish you." Tang Hao's eyes glinted with ferocity as he warned Yu Zhengbai, enunciating each word, "Do not test my limits." With arcs of electricity crackling around him, Yu Zhengbai's eyes transformed into silver lightning, equally fixated on Tang Hao, and he slowly replied, "Relax. I harbor no prejudice against the marriage ideals of the Tang family. However, one must acknowledge that it pertains to a soul beast of 100,000 years. Should her existence pose a threat to my daughter or disciple, my demeanor would no longer be so accommodating. Heroes do not dwell on past glories. You are well aware of how you escaped the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, and I shall not unearth your wounds. Nevertheless, you must understand that the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect has ascended to the ranks of the top 3 sects through sheer force. Do not say I did not forewarn you." With a thunderous roar, as Yu Zhengbei concluded his words, 2 titled Douluos summoned their martial spirits. The magnificent Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sword from the Tempest, letting out a resounding cry, while the Haotian hammer descended with immense power. The collision of these 2 forces resulted in a dazzling spectacle as silver lightning intertwined with blood-red malevolence, cleaving the heavens asunder. The entire back mountain began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. In that fleeting moment, 18 soul rings suspended in the firmament, with the scarlet 100,000-year soul ring shining like a moon surrounded by stars. Of course, both combatants exhibited restraint, merely contending within their respective domains, sparing the Shrek Academy from disturbance. Tang Hao's form, shrouded in a gray robe, obscured his expression, while Yu Zhengbei felt an undeniable tension. Ultimately, Yu Zhengbei had only achieved the rank of title Douluo 3 years prior. Even with the benefits of soul rings, he was merely at level 90. In contrast, Tang Hao had already ascended to the realm of Super Douluo. As fellow possessors of the continent's elite martial spirits, should a conflict arise, it was evident that Yu Zhengbei would not fare well. Yet, he remained untroubled. If he could not prevail, he could always withdraw. For he had the entirety of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect and a significant portion of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect backing him. Tang Hao would not dare to let the Haotian sect discover his whereabouts. Both Yu Zhengbei and Tang Hao were proud individuals, locked in a stalemate, awaiting one side to yield or the emergence of a fierce battle. However, fate did not grant them the opportunity to determine a victor. Just as they were poised to strike, a figure suddenly intruded upon the scene. Upon witnessing Yu Zhengbei and Tang Hao, particularly the sight of the 18 soul rings, the figure was instantly taken aback, hastily clasping his fists and respectfully stating, "Flander pays his respects to both esteemed title Douluos. I am unaware of your purpose in visiting Shrek, but if it is within my capacity, I shall offer my utmost assistance." Flander's abrupt entrance interrupted the tense standoff between Yu Zhengbei and Tang Hao. Both combatants exchanged a glance, instinctively retracting their unleashed energies, and turned their attention to Flander. In that moment, Flander felt an overwhelming surge of thunderous pressure, as if a myriad of blades were poised at his back. The piercing silver gaze and the menacing crimson stare fixed upon him caused cold sweat to cascade down his spine, soaking his back in an instant. Flander had encountered only a handful of title Douluos in his lifetime, and facing them directly was an unprecedented experience. Now, before him stood 2 title Douluos, one being the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon and the other the Haotian Hammer, with one bearing a 100,000-year soul ring. Flander dared not even breathe. Indeed, Flander had likely surmised the identities of Yu Zhengbei and Tang Hao, yet he dared not voice his suspicions. Fortunately, neither Yu Zhengbei nor Tang Hao seemed inclined to intimidate Flander. Tang Hao straightforwardly declared, "The unmoved king bullies the weak, striking down the youth. And now I have arrived. Do you have an issue with that? Zhao Wujie's transgressions against my legitimate daughter and the harm inflicted upon my disciple. What do you suppose brings me here?" Yu Zhengbei, with a playful smirk, added, "Indeed, Flinder." Upon hearing this, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. To his astonishment, he had initially believed that Ning Rongrong was the student to be most wary of, only to discover that he was surrounded by a cadre of aristocrats. Even Zhu Zhuqing was a member of the esteemed nobility of the Star Luo Empire. "Your Excellencies," he began, "Old Zhao is merely fulfilling his duties, harboring no intention of oppression. Given your esteemed statuses, might it be excessive to engage in a two-on-one encounter? After all, Zhao Wujie was Flinder's friend, and it was Flinder who had appointed him as an examiner. In the presence of Yu Zhengbai and Tang Hao, Flinder still took the risk of interceding on Zhao Wujie's behalf. The essence of his plea was clear. He did not recommend a two-on-one confrontation. A two-on-one? Tang Hao snorted derisively, retorting, "Isn't Zhao Wujie fond of facing multiple opponents? Today, I shall grant him the opportunity to make a name for himself." Such words were definitive. Should Zhao Wujie manage to defeat both Tang Hao and Yu Zhengbai, he would undoubtedly achieve unparalleled fame. Yet, the reality remained, Zhao Wujie was simply not capable of such a feat. Nevertheless, the very prospect of facing both Yu Zhengbai and Tang Hao placed him in a unique position. Did it not? Sighing inwardly, Flinder turned his gaze towards Yu Zhengbai, hoping he would show leniency towards Zhao Wujie. However, he found Yu Zhengbai arching an eyebrow with a teasing expression, retorting, "Not fond of a two-on-one? Old Zhao is truly unworthy of the personal guidance from both your excellencies." Flinder offered an awkward chuckle and nodded in agreement. "Very well." Yu Zhengbai laughed. "If you dislike a two-on-one, then let it be a two-on-two. You shall join in as well, lest outsiders claim we are ganging up on the less fortunate." Flinder's smile had just begun to bloom at Yu Zhengbai's initial words. But by the time the latter completed his statement, his countenance had turned pale with dismay. Chapter 46. Break through the first order of business after enrollment, naturally, was the allocation of dormitories. Like in the original narrative, Tang San shared a room with Oscar, while Yun Zheng was inevitably paired with Daimubai. Ma Hongjun, being rather unconventional, typically refrained from spending nights in the academy dormitory. However, to be fair, even if Ma Hongjun did choose to stay overnight, no one would dare share a room with him. Who could predict when this fellow might unleash his chaotic flames? Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that prior to the enrollment of Yun Zheng and his companions, the entire academy boasted merely 3 students. Daimubai possessed formidable strength, and should Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire indeed spiral out of control, he would not stand as a match for Daimubai. In contrast, Oscar, lacking any significant prowess, would undoubtedly falter against Ma Hongjun, compounded by Oscar's strikingly handsome visage. Thus, one might ponder whether Oscar's decision to maintain a bushy beard stems from mere laziness and grooming. Of course, this is merely a jest. Had Ma Hongjun truly unleashed his fury within the confines of Shrek Academy, the first to be alerted would certainly not be Daimubai or Oscar, but rather Flinder. After all, Ma Hongjun is Flinder's most cherished disciple. Akin to the bond shared between Yun Zheng and Yu Zhengbai, more profound than that of mere father and son. The dedication Flinder has invested in Ma Hongjun surpasses that which he has bestowed upon others. Returning to the matter at hand, the arrival of Yuqingyo has rendered accommodations for the 4 girls somewhat strained, necessitating a division into pairs, much like Yun Zheng and his group. Given their prior acquaintance, Yuqingyo and Ning Rongrong naturally opted to share a room, while Zhu Zhuqing paired with Xiao Wu. As the day drew to a close, fatigue enveloped them, and after hastily concluding their dinner following the assessments of the 4th round, they each retreated to their respective quarters for rest. The liveliest atmosphere resided in the room shared by Ning Rongrong and Yuqingyo, as the 2 friends, having reunited after a long separation, were eager to exchange a multitude of stories, their voices a harmonious melody. In contrast, the other rooms appeared rather desolate, being strangers at this juncture. No matter how adept one may be at socializing, immediate familiarity seemed an improbable endeavor. As the saying goes, engaging in profound conversations with those of shallow acquaintance can lead to a rather awkward situation. Yun Zheng and Daimubai exchanged no superfluous words. After a brief greeting, they each retired to their respective beds. Yun Zheng was certainly not indulging in slumber. Strictly speaking, he had not experienced the solace of sleep for nearly 6 years. Since the awakening of his martial soul, he had endeavored to substitute sleep with cultivation. Initially, this adjustment proved somewhat challenging, yet as he acclimatized, he found himself increasingly drawn to the practice of cultivation. After all, burdened with an extraordinary martial soul, Yun Zheng was not endowed with innate soul power. He could only rely on diligence to compensate for his shortcomings. It is noteworthy that upon reaching his 12th birthday, Grandpa Zhu presented him with the fourth installment of the external skill, Instant Step, accompanied by an unnamed technique. In truth, Instant Step was devoid of a name at first. Grandpa Zhu merely provided him with a method for cultivating a self-created soul skill and a technique for enhancing soul power. The name Instant Step was one that Yun Zheng himself devised. This soul skill, as its name implies, is a form of high-speed movement, akin to teleportation. Unfortunately, having possessed it for a limited time, Yun Zheng had yet to master it proficiently, with true mastery still a distant goal. However, in comparison, the unnamed technique proved to be of even greater assistance to Yun Zheng. While the effects of Instant Step were indeed formidable, compensating for Yun Zheng's greatest deficiency, mobility, the unnamed technique significantly accelerated his cultivation pace. Prior to this, Yun Zheng lacked for nothing. Talent, strength, and resources were all at his disposal, with the sole exception being the speed of his cultivation. This was evident when one observed his progress, while Yu Qingyo had ascended to the 29th level. Mere inches away from the pivotal 30th, Yun Zheng remained at only the 27th level. It is worth noting that over the past 6 years, Yun Zheng had even exerted more effort than Yu Qingyo, bolstered by the divine soul rings and the nurturing power of external soul bones, which illustrates the sluggishness of his cultivation speed. This predicament was unavoidable years ago. Grandpa Zhu had bestowed upon Yun Zheng an extraordinary martial soul but had not granted him the accompanying talent, a mere innate soul power of 8.5, making the cultivation of such a remarkable martial soul somewhat arduous. Yun Zheng could only strive to maintain his cultivation level. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that, over time, he would inevitably lag behind Yu Qingyo in her progression. Perhaps in a few years, she would ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor, while he would still be grappling with the challenges of the Soul King realm within the Soul Sect. Fortunately, Lord Zhu did not disappoint Yun Zheng when he turned 12. He bestowed upon him a mysterious technique. With the acquisition of this technique, combined with the nurturing power of the Heavenly Soul Ring, Yun Zheng's cultivation pace may not rival that of innate full soul power individuals like Xiao Wu and Tang Sect. Yet it certainly lived up to his innate soul power of 8.5. Yun Zheng estimated that his cultivation speed now was likely comparable to that of Daimu Bai, a significant improvement from before. Unfortunately, whether it was the Instant Step or the Nameless technique, Yun Zheng could grasp their essence only superficially. In simpler terms, he could wield them but was unable to impart their teachings. Initially, he had intended to teach Yu Qingyo. To return to the main topic, today's battle with Zhao Wujia proved to be quite fruitful for Yun Zheng. Furthermore, as his own cultivation approached the 28th level, he resolved to seize the moment and break through today. The process of breaking through was remarkably smooth, given that Yun Zheng's foundation was already solid. Thus, the breakthrough was merely a natural progression. With a sigh of relief, after the breakthrough, Yun Zheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, regulated his energy, and slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found Daimu Bai, with his golden hair, staring intently at him, almost as if he were about to lean in. Startled, Yun Zheng instinctively let out a cry. The sudden exclamation from Yun Zheng startled Daimu Bai, who also shivered and realized his own lapse in composure. After a couple of awkward chuckles and taking a few steps back, he remarked, "It's nothing, I was merely curious. As it seemed you were on the verge of a breakthrough. Do you have any idea that just moments ago, I almost slapped you across the face?" Yun Zheng rolled his eyes and dryly responded, "What is so remarkable about a breakthrough? You've experienced it yourself." Upon hearing Yun Zheng's words and recalling his earlier demeanor, Daimu Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Yun Zheng possessed the strength to contend with Zhao Wuji, while Daimu Bai was confident in his abilities. A slap from Yun Zheng would undoubtedly sting. "I have indeed had breakthroughs, but never have I witnessed one quite like yours." Steadying his thoughts, Daimu Bai's expression grew serious as he gazed intently at Yun Zheng, earnestly stating, "Did you not notice? When you were cultivating just now, it felt as if you were completely isolated. Moreover, the flow of your soul power was extraordinarily swift. Had your expression not remained unchanged, I might have thought you were succumbing to madness. This sensation was particularly pronounced during your breakthrough." Seeing that Daimu Bai appeared sincere, Yun Zheng furrowed his brow. "Is that true? Would I deceive you?" Daimu Bai asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng squinted his eyes, pondering the situation described by Daimu Bai, of which he was quite unaware. After all, during his cultivation, it was impossible for him to see his own appearance. Perhaps it was due to the nature of my cultivation technique? Yun Zheng could only respond ambiguously, uncertain of the circumstances. "I see." Upon hearing the mention of a technique, Daimu Bai immediately fell silent. Coming from the Star Luo royal family, he understood that many opportunities among soul masters were shrouded in secrecy. Although cultivation techniques were rare on the Douluo Continent, nearly all soul masters possessing such techniques would regard them as sacred treasures. Even more confidential than their own martial spirits and soul skills, as rarity breeds value. To directly inquire about the details of a technique was not only considered extremely impolite on the Douluo Continent, but could also easily lead to misunderstandings. Clearly, Dai Mubai did not wish for Yun Zheng to misinterpret his intentions, which is why he chose to remain silent. By the way, what about the tail on your back during the day? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Dai Mubai inquired about Yun Zheng's tail. Are you referring to this? Yun Zheng responded, generously revealing his evil spirit bone tail. Since it was already exposed, and knowing that he and Dai Mubai would be sharing a dormitory for at least half a year, it was only a matter of time before Dai Mubai discovered it. Moreover, Yun Zheng had no intention of concealing it. Indeed, what exactly is this? The moment Dai Mubai beheld the evil spirit bone tail, his peculiar eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed for clarification. It's an external soul bone. Yun Zheng shrugged and replied candidly. Although Dai Mubai had his suspicions, hearing the confirmation from Yun Zheng caused him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. After all, Dai Mubai was the prince of Star Luo. Despite his unfavorable standing, he was certainly aware of what an external soul bone entailed. Are you not afraid I might become envious? Dai Mubai took a deep breath, asking Yun Zheng with a meaningful glance. Dai Mubai was perplexed as to whether Yun Zheng was truly devoid of ulterior motives or if he simply had faith in him. Although Yun Zheng appeared to be innocent and harmless, judging by his demeanor during the day, he was certainly not a Na'vi individual. Yet, how could Yun Zheng trust him so readily, considering it was only their first meeting? In response to Dai Mubai's question, Yun Zheng merely chuckled lightly and countered. If you were to feel envy, then why ask in the first place? Yun Zheng's trust in Dai Mubai stemmed from two sources, his own confidence and the knowledge he had gleaned from the original work. Of course, Dai Mubai was completely unaware of Yun Zheng's thoughts. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's reply, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. After a few breaths, he regained his composure, letting out a wry smile as he sighed, their essay saying that teacher Zhao did not utter an error. Sometimes being too clever indeed makes it difficult to find friends. To this, Yun Zheng simply offered a non-committal smile. Perhaps it was Yun Zheng's trust in himself. Or perhaps it was simply an instant connection. Dai Mubai nevertheless cautioned Yun Zheng, you should be more careful. External soul bones tend to attract misfortune. Then let them come. Yun Zheng paid no heed to Dai Mubai's caution, stretching languidly and remarking with a carefree demeanor. He was acutely aware of the adage that possessing a precious gem could invite misfortune, yet the reality was that he had Yu Zhongbai, the illustrious Thunder Prison Douluo, backing him. Could he possibly be daunted? Unlike those of lesser strength, Yun Zheng regarded encounters with them as mere opportunities for self-improvement. As for those significantly more powerful than himself, they would need to carefully weigh whether they could withstand the wrath of the Thunder Prison Douluo before daring to confront him. Chapter 47. Yun Zheng's Quirks. P.S. In light of the forthcoming chapter containing substantial excerpts from the original narrative, I shall provide an additional update today. Yun Zheng responded with remarkable ease, yet his words stirred a tempest within Dai Mubai's heart. In Yun Zheng, Dai Mubai perceived a resolute confidence and composure that he had long since lost. He was bewildered by the source of Yun Zheng's self-assurance, acutely aware that it mirrored the very essence he had once abandoned. Driven away from the Star Luo Empire by Davis, Dai Mubai had convinced himself that he was merely avoiding confrontation to await a more auspicious time, yet deep down, he recognized the truth. He was afraid. The crushing defeat inflicted by Davis had obliterated his confidence, leaving him unable to hold his head high or face Davis directly, compelling him to depart from the empire. Though their circumstances were not directly comparable, Dai Mubai found himself profoundly impacted by Yun Zheng's spirited demeanor. He opened his mouth, eager to articulate his thoughts, but was suddenly interrupted by the vibrant voice of Yu Qing'er from outside. Yun Zheng, it's time to rise. The sun is already shining. Taken aback by her call, Yun Zheng turned towards the window, and upon seeing the bright sunlight, he murmured, is it already this late? Realizing that Yu Qing'er was still waiting for him outside, he hurriedly called back, coming. After a brief moment of tidying up, he dashed out. Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong awaited Yun Zheng outside, while Dai Mubai, observing Yun Zheng's departing figure, pondered what choices Yun Zheng might have made had he taken his place. A shrewd individual seemingly capable of discerning the depths of human emotion. He appeared aloof, yet harbored a dominating spirit within. For a moment, Dai Mubai was lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, an idea struck him, and he suddenly shouted, "Damn it, that fatso!" Hardly pausing for breath, he sprinted towards the dining hall. As he passed by Yun Zheng, he couldn't help but advise, "If you don't want to be hungry this morning, you'd best hurry to the dining hall." Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er exchanged bewildered glances, clearly confused by Dai Mubai's cryptic remark, while Yun Zheng remained unfazed, leisurely continuing his morning routine. A quarter of an hour later, the trio finally arrived at the dining hall, their pace having been slowed largely due to Yun Zheng's leisurely wash-up. "How many times must I say it? You are not allowed in the dining hall before everyone has eaten. Who told you to arrive so late?" As Yun Zheng and his companions approached the dining hall, they were met with the exasperated roar of Dai Mubai, accompanied by a voice that was both unfamiliar and audaciously self-assured. At that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also arrived, forming a row of 6, all bewildered by the commotion emanating from the dining hall. It was only upon entering that they grasped the situation fully, prior to their arrival. The breakfast prepared by the academy had been entirely consumed by none other than Ma Hongjun. Tang San and the others gazed at the chaos strewn about. Marveling at the sight, those unaware of the circumstances might have thought a soul beast had invaded the academy. Such an insatiable appetite. This could, however, be understood. For Ma Hongjun's martial soul had side effects that, whenever he practiced, would unleash a fiery vigor, leading to an immense consumption of energy, without adequate nourishment. Even the robust essence of his phoenix martial soul would leave him utterly drained. Nonetheless, it must be noted that despite his voraciousness, Ma Hongjun was not wasteful. Each porcelain bowl was licked clean to the point of brilliance, requiring no further washing if one could overlook the slight discomfort. In that moment, Tang San and his companions could not help but reflect on the veracity of the adage surrounding Shrek Academy. Indeed, there was not a single ordinary individual among those who studied there. A 15-year-old flamboyant young man, a 14-year-old with a beard, and an insatiable appetite. Initially, Tang San had assumed that Dai Mubai was the most eccentric of them all, but it now appeared that prior to their enrollment, Dai Mubai might have been the most normal among them. Yun Zheng, having read the original work, was not the least bit surprised by Ma Hongjun's remarkable appetite. Rather, his gaze was predominantly fixed upon Ma Hongjun himself. Yun Zheng was deeply intrigued by this remarkable individual, who had undergone a transformation from boyhood to manhood at the tender age of 6. What could possibly set him apart? It must be said, while the name may be misgiven, the nickname was indeed apt. Ma Hongjun was undeniably rotund. What made him even more admirable was the delightful roundness of his physique, with not a hint of sagging flesh. In Yun Zheng's previous school, he would have undoubtedly drawn a throng of male admirers, not for any other reason than to fondle that rare and splendid belly. It was said that its tactile sensation was superb, and one need not fear being labeled a rogue for such indulgence. However, Yun Zheng found himself unable to comprehend this fascination. To put it plainly, he had a penchant for legs. For him, the allure of black and white stockings was far more enticing, along with fishnet tights and pantyhose. Just as Yun Zheng was lost in his thoughts, Dai Mubai had already introduced Ma Hongjun to the others and was preparing to lead them in assembly. Noticing Yun Zheng still frozen in place, he furrowed his brow and approached him, waving a hand in front of his face. When Yun Zheng remained unresponsive, he resorted to giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Huh? What is the matter?" Startled by Dai Mubai's touch, Yun Zheng snapped back to reality, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth only to find no drool had escaped, which brought him a sense of relief. Dai Mubai, oblivious to his musings, explained anew. "Class is about to start. The first lesson of the semester will be delivered by the dean. We should hasten our steps." "Ah yes, let us go." Yun Zheng nodded, still somewhat dazed, and turned to head towards the cafeteria. Dai Mubai followed closely behind, observing his somewhat rigid gait and recalling Yun Zheng's earlier gesture of wiping his mouth. Assuming that Yun Zheng was merely hungry, he added, "Don't worry. The first class usually lacks substance, given the dean's character. It's likely just a matter of collecting tuition fees. If you are indeed hungry, we can dine at Suatua City afterward, and the chubby one will prepare the meal." "Huh?" Yun Zheng was evidently puzzled by Dai Mubai's sudden mention of food, yet seeing the goodwill in his expression, he nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand. Thank you. All right." Dai Mubai acknowledged with a nod and left Yun Zheng to approach Zhu Zhuqing, eager to curry favor. Although Zhu Zhuqing currently displayed a frosty demeanor towards him, Dai Mubai was resolute, believing that a persistent suitor could eventually win her heart through a blend of tenacity, shamelessness, and unwavering persistence. Meanwhile, beside Ning Rongrong, Yuqing'er could hardly contain her irritation and muttered under her breath. While Dai Mubai remained oblivious to Yun Zheng's thoughts, Yuqing'er was quite perceptive. The ghostly tale behind Yun Zheng was a clear indication of his ruminations, floating and soft, leaving little doubt about his more salacious thoughts. At that moment, Yun Zheng approached Yuqing'er, who admonished him, "You pervert, put that tale away." As Yun Zheng approached, Yuqing'er blushed and playfully chided him. Startled by her admonition, Yun Zheng quickly turned to face her, only to be taken aback by the sight of the malevolent spirit's bony tail, which made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He feigned a cough, nonchalantly concealing the sinister appendage as if nothing had transpired. Observing this, Yuqing'er, in an effort to preserve Yun Zheng's dignity in front of others, shot him a mock-fierce glare and ominously warned, "I shall settle the score with you later." Yuqing'er was not bothered by the inappropriate thoughts that lingered in Yun Zheng's mind, for she herself was not entirely innocent either. The grievances she intended to address with him stemmed from the peculiar notions that had arisen in such a public place as the cafeteria. Ahem. At this remark, Yun Zheng coughed abruptly, refraining from offering any defense. The conversation between Yun Zheng and Yuqing'er left Ning Rongrong utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend the dynamic between the couple, and when she glanced over at Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, who shared mutual affection yet continued to refer to each other as siblings, she felt distinctly out of touch. As stated by Dai Mubai, the first class of the new term indeed lacked substantial content. Flanders merely instructed Yun Zheng and the others to settle their tuition fees and announced a gathering for the afternoon before dismissing them. The casualness of the class schedule nearly prompted Tang Sect to voice his discontent. However, before the dismissal, Flanders did request Oscar to take Ning Rongrong for a run. It was only at this moment that Yun Zheng noticed Oscar had shaved off his beard. It must be said that Oscar truly deserved the title of the most handsome man in the Douluo realm. His features were so exquisitely refined that they inspired no feelings of jealousy, even from Yun Zheng. Particularly, his captivating peach blossom eyes, which, when encountered by any brooding woman, would likely have an enchanting effect rivaling that of a soul skill. Of course, Oscar's striking appearance was of no concern to Yun Zheng, who believed a man should focus his attention on women, not on the looks of another man. Moreover, Yun Zheng harbored a preference for legs. He was hardly concerned with facial aesthetics, and even found himself somewhat face-blind. Returning to the matter at hand, after Yun Zheng and Yuqing'er had paid their tuition fees, they decided to venture to Soto City in search of a meal. Although Ma Hongjun offered to prepare breakfast for everyone again, Yun Zheng and Yuqing'er declined his kind offer. Their refusal was not due to a lack of trust in Ma Hongjun, especially with Dai Mubai's endorsement ensuring the quality of his culinary skills. Instead, they simply wished to avoid inconveniencing him. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ma Hongjun were to ensure Yun Zheng and Yuqing'er were well fed, he would have no time for anything else that morning. Yun Zheng and Yuqing'er, being practitioners of body refinement, possess an enormous appetite. Even without engaging in cultivation, one of them could consume the equivalent of 4 individuals' meals, resulting in a combined intake of 8 meals for the two. Excluding Ma Hongjun, the quantity of food required by them both surpasses that of the remaining few. After bidding farewell to their companions, Yun Zheng and Yuqing'er set their course towards Sotuo City. However, before they could exit the village, an unexpected figure caught their attention. "Ah, Ching, Yun Zheng, what brings you here?" Ning Rongrong, who had just stealthily slipped away, exclaimed with a look of surprise gracing her delicate features as she waved her hand and hurried towards the two. Upon witnessing this, Yun Zheng's gaze darkened, clearly aware of Ning Rongrong's intentions. However, he uttered not a single word. To be fair, Yun Zheng did not perceive anything amiss with Ning Rongrong's princess complex, for she was indeed of royal lineage. As the legitimate daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's patriarch, cherished by 2 formidable super Douluos, and the young master of the entire sect, her innate talents were unparalleled. In the realm of Douluo Continent, few could rival her status and position. Nonetheless, coexisting within the same team, Ning Rongrong's arrogance and capriciousness were unacceptable. The essence of a team does not solely lie in unity, but rather in equality. Only under the premise of equality can true solidarity be achieved. If one person holds themselves above others, looking down upon their teammates, unity becomes unattainable. This would be tolerable in other teams, but as soul masters, they occupy the highest and most perilous profession in the Douluo Continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that they tread the fine line between life and death. Given Ning Rongrong's current mindset, she evidently could not assimilate into the team. Dai Mubai and the others could not cater to her whims. She must learn to adapt. Reflecting on this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but sigh. What was to come was a challenge Ning Rongrong must face, regardless of how mortifying it might be. If she wished to integrate into Shrek Academy, transformation was imperative, a change her father, Ning Fengji, longed to witness. As the saying goes, a short pain is preferable to a prolonged suffering. It was better for her to be chastised by Flanders now than to clash with her teammates in the future. Yuqing and Ning Rongrong were oblivious to Yun Zheng's contemplations. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Yuqing was momentarily taken aback before smiling lightly and saying, "Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? Didn't the dean instruct you to run laps? How did you end up here?" "Humph, don't mention it." Ning Rongrong clearly wished to avoid the topic, scrunching her nose and eagerly grasping Yuqing's hand, exclaiming, "Are you all heading to Soto City? Perfect. I want to go too. Let us go together." "That might not be appropriate." Yuqing hesitated, contemplating whether to decline. "Ching, are you going to turn me down as well?" Upon seeing Yuqing's indecisive expression, Ning Rongrong instantly adopted a pitiful look, evoking sympathy that made it difficult for anyone to refuse her. Yuqing, too, felt helpless and sighed. "All right then. But upon your return, you must make up the remaining laps. I can accompany you." Got it. Ning Rongrong appeared not to have absorbed this advice, simply linking her arm with Yuqing's and joyfully sprinting towards the academy's exit. As she ran, she turned back to Yun Zheng, sticking out her tongue and cheerfully declaring, "Sorry, Yun Zheng. This morning, you must put up with me as your third wheel." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. By the time Yun Zheng and his two companions returned to the village, it was already afternoon. Even at this moment, Ning Rongrong cast a gaze filled with a mix of astonishment and suspicion towards Yun Zheng and Yuqing. She simply could not fathom how these two individuals managed to consume such an extraordinary amount of food. Were their stomachs soul-guiding devices? Furthermore, how could they indulge so freely without gaining weight? Under Ning Rongrong's scrutinizing gaze, Yuqing bashfully nudged her and teased, "Oh dear. Rongrong, you've been staring the entire way. If you keep this up, I might just get annoyed." "I'm just curious." Ning Rongrong replied with a coy smile, her words trailing off. "What is there to be curious about?" Yuqing shot her a look, then added, "Don't forget, you still owe the dean several laps." The mention of this caused Ning Rongrong's fair complexion to darken with reluctance, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. "I'm afraid we might be out of time." At that moment, Yun Zheng's nonchalant voice rang out ahead. Yuqing and Ning Rongrong instinctively turned their attention towards him. Yun Zheng chuckled softly and stepped aside, revealing that Dai Mubai and the others had already gathered. Upon seeing this, Yuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged an awkward glance and steeled themselves to approach the group. Dai Mubai and the others nodded in acknowledgement, while Flander merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction. At the same time, Oscar came running from outside the village, appearing utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, a stark contrast to Ning Rongrong, who seemed relaxed and carefree beside Yuqing. "Oscar, have you finished your run?" Flander inquired, his tone neutral yet piercing. Oscar, taken aback by the question, instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong, clenched his teeth, and lowered his head slightly, responding resolutely, "Yes, I have completed it. I was asking about your group, not you." Flander, as if anticipating Oscar's response, placed a hand on his shoulder and, after sealing Oscar's soul power, reiterated, "Let me ask you once more, have your companions finished their run?" This time, Flander's tone had shifted noticeably, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to straighten up, instinctively lowering their breathing. Oscar, not lacking in intelligence, clearly grasped Flander's intent. However, he stubbornly replied, "Yes, we have finished." Such team spirit. Upon hearing Oscar's answer, Flander inexplicably smiled slightly, patted Oscar's shoulder with a knowing look, and coldly remarked, "Regardless, a lie is still a lie, especially one so clumsily constructed. I have sealed your soul power. You are to run another 20 laps, and you shall not rest until you complete them." Oscar was not at all surprised by Flander's reprimand. He merely cast a glance at Ning Rongrong before silently fleeing the scene. Flander paid no further attention to Oscar and instead turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, inquiring coolly, "Pray tell, have you completed today's lesson?" Faced with Flander's inquiry, Ning Rongrong adeptly assumed a timid demeanor, speaking in a soft voice. "The distance was too great, and I hadn't tea at breakfast, so I couldn't persevere." "So you chose to accompany Yun Zheng and Yuqing to Soto City for a grand feast, returning only moments ago, correct?" Flander was unimpressed by Ning Rongrong's excuse. His expression hardened as he glared at her, raising his voice in indignation. "Are you spying on me?" Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed, anger flaring as she ceased her pretense. retorting sharply. I am merely fulfilling my duty as an educator, ensuring my students complete their assignments. Flander narrowed his eyes, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Beside him, Ma Hongjun fell silent, not daring to utter a word. To Ma Hongjun, Flander was akin to a father when a father is enraged. How could a son dare to interject? Dean, Rongrong did not act with malice. She assured me that she would make up the remaining lapse. At that moment, Yuqing Earth, a close friend of Ning Rongrong, could no longer remain silent and spoke anxiously. If the dean insists on punishment, I am willing to take Rongrong's place. Silence. As soon as Yuqing finished her sentence, Flander barked in a harsh tone, releasing a fraction of his soul sage level pressure. Yuqing felt her entire body stiffen. She sensed a pair of piercing eyes scrutinizing her, sending chills down her spine. Just as Flander was about to address Yuqing further, he suddenly caught sight of Yun Zheng's gaze behind her. From the look in Yun Zheng's eyes, Flander was certain that the young man understood the intent behind his actions and seemed to approve. However, this young man was known for his obstinate nature. Flander vividly recalled Yun Zheng's remark to Zhao Wujie yesterday about not inquiring into the cause after witnessing the effect. Flander was not mistaken, and Yun Zheng shared this belief. Yet in Yun Zheng's perspective, any provocation of Yuqing, whether by force of circumstance or unintentional, would lead him to harbor a grudge. The reasons were inconsequential. The outcomes were the sole standard by which Yun Zheng judged right from wrong. This was one of the few stubborn traits within Yun Zheng's character. Flander was not intimidated by Yun Zheng. His concern lay elsewhere. Zhao Wujie had yet to rise. With that thought in mind, Flander merely shot Yuqing a glare, refraining from further comment. Observing this exchange, Yun Zheng grasped Flander's intent and discreetly nodded in acknowledgement, pulling Yuqing back. Chapter 49. A Heart Like a Clear Mirror. After Yun Zheng pulled Yuqing back, Flander turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, letting out a cold snort, and declared, Oscar's fault lies in his attempt to excuse you. Which is understandable, but your unilateral departure from the academy, disregarding its arrangements, is utterly unforgivable. Exaggerated, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unafraid of the soul saint aura emanating from Flander. It's merely an academy. Indeed, this is Shrek Academy. If you dislike it, you may leave. Prior to this, Flander may have been somewhat deliberate in his demeanor. But upon hearing Ning Rongrong's disdainful words about Shrek Academy, he was genuinely enraged. His voice grew subdued, and a flicker of concealed fury danced in his eyes, as if it were on the verge of erupting. Do you dare to expel me? Ning Rongrong was incredulous, casting a sharp glance at Flander, her voice piercing. Humph. Flander narrowed his eyes, refusing to answer her, instead turning to Dai Mubai and commanding, Mubai, go pack Miss Ning's belongings. Flander's actions spoke volumes. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. On one hand, he found it hard to defy his teacher's command, yet on the other, he felt Flander would not be so heartless. However, the anger on Flander's face appeared genuine, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of indecision, frozen in place. His expression conflicted, neither complying nor resisting. If he truly went to pack her belongings, it would leave no opportunity for Ning Rongrong whatsoever. Fortunately, just as Dai Mubai was caught in his dilemma, Yun Zheng suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Out of the corner of his eye, Dai Mubai saw Yun Zheng shaking his head. Understanding immediately, Dai Mubai respectfully acknowledged Flander's command, yet his feet remained motionless. Flander, you are merely a soul saint. Ning Rongrong bit her lip tightly, letting out a fierce shriek. True, I am a soul saint. Flander looked down at Ning Rongrong, then spoke with a hint of sarcasm, but in my eyes, every student in this academy surpasses you. I am the sole direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the future Vice Master. I broke through to level 20 before the age of 12. A once-in-a-century genius of the sect. You dare to look down on me? Ning Rongrong's expression twisted as she shouted defiantly. Humph. Flander scoffed, pointing at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, a 37 level at the age of 15, having broken through the Soul Master realm at 13, the youngest student in our history to exceed level 30. As he spoke, Flander proceeded to point out the others. Xiaowu and Tang Sect were already powerful Great Soul Masters at level 29, fully capable of surpassing Mubai's record. Yuqing was also a level 29 Great Soul Master, additionally practicing the secret arts of the body. Despite the deficiencies of his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun possesses an exceptionally rare and formidable beast martial spirit. In terms of martial spirits, there are scarcely a handful across the continent that could surpass him. Yun Zheng, embodying the stature of a great soul master, boldly confronted Zhao Wujie, wielding a soul power that not only solidified his prowess but also surpassed yours. further enhanced by a millennium-level first soul ring, unleashing a staggering force with a mere push of his hand. After addressing these individuals, Flander turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhiqing and inquired, "What is your purpose for coming to the academy?" "To grow stronger," Zhu Zhiqing replied succinctly, her eyes narrowing with determination. Upon hearing her response, Flander nodded in satisfaction and then directed his attention to Ning Rongrong, bluntly stating, "Zhu Zhiqing's cultivation is on par with yours. Yet she possesses an unwavering heart, while you do not." As for Oscar, a distinct pride illuminated Flander's countenance, tinged with a hint of mockery as he looked at Ning Rongrong and retorted, "Have you ever encountered a food system support soul master with innate full soul power? Impossible." Ning Rongrong instinctively countered, "How could a support soul master possibly possess innate full soul power?" Not only Ning Rongrong, but Tang Sect and the others also displayed expressions of astonishment, struggling to comprehend. Oscar is unprecedented. His achievements are limitless. If you aspire to be the strongest within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, then he shall eclipse it, emerging as the continent's mightiest support soul master. Flander, acknowledging the balance of moderation, tempered his exuberance slightly, diverting his gaze to the distant floating clouds, speaking dreamily. After a few breaths, once Ning Rongrong had come to terms with this reality, Flander looked at her again, this time devoid of anger or reprimand. Instead adopting a serious tone of earnest guidance, without the protection of companions, a support soul master becomes mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even your father would not dare to claim supremacy over the world, let alone you, a mere child. With Flander's words, Ning Rongrong's defenses crumbled completely. Tears streamed down her face as she ran away, sobbing without looking back. Yuqing, witnessing this, felt a desire to chase after and comfort Ning Rongrong. Yet the stark contrast between Ning Rongrong's previous demeanor and her current state left her uncertain of how to approach. Seeing this, Flander felt a sense of relief as his dark wings unfurled, soaring off to inform Oscar that he need not flee but should instead offer solace to Ning Rongrong. Before departing, Flander cast a deep glance at Yun Zheng, realizing that without his cooperation, today's events might have ended in disarray. Once Flander and Ning Rongrong had left, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, with Xiaowu muttering in disbelief, "I never imagined Rongrong could be so fierce." "Yun Zheng, why did you stop me just now?" Daimubai finally posed the question that had lingered in his mind. Yun Zheng cast an exasperated glance at Daimubai and retorted, "You are nothing but a simpleton. If the dean truly intended to expel Miss Ning, there would be no need for such elaborate discourse. He could simply dismiss her outright." "Are you suggesting that the dean does not wish to see Ning Rongrong leave?" Daimubai inquired, raising an eyebrow, skepticism lacing his tone. "Is there any other possibility?" Yun Zheng shrugged, replying with a sense of inevitability. "What shall we do then?" interjected Ma Hongjun, who had overheard their exchange. A look of discontent flickered across his round face as he lamented, "This time it's that wretched person, if she stirs trouble again. Will the dean not flay my skin off?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's lament, the others were at a loss for words and could only offer a few awkward chuckles. "Fear not. Do you not realize what the dean was just doing? He was merely correcting Miss Ning." Yun Zheng continued. "First, he deliberately baited her. Then he magnified the issue, ultimately shattering her pride, only to rebuild the foundations of friendship in her heart once she was vulnerable. His proficiency in this matter is rather alarming. It seems the dean has engaged in such tactics before." "Will Rongrong truly change?" Xiaowu asked, her expression one of bewilderment. "Most likely, for it is certain that Miss Ning will not depart from the academy without a struggle." Yun Zheng spoke with confidence, presenting himself as if he held all the answers. Yuqing observed Yun Zheng with a heart brimming with emotion. She understood him well. He was not one to indulge in excessive talk, yet now he tirelessly elucidated matters for Daimubai and the others, likely in an effort to salvage some semblance of dignity for Ning Rongrong in their eyes. After all, if Ning Rongrong were to sever ties with the group, it would pose difficulties for Yuqing as a friend. Rongrong was not always like this. With this thought, Yuqing stepped forward to defend Ning Rongrong. "People can change, can't they?" Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the bond between Yuqing and Ning Rongrong, blurted out without a second thought. This left Yuqing momentarily flustered. She yearned to articulate her defense of Ning Rongrong, but found herself at a loss for words, her anxiety rendering her speechless. She turned to Yun Zheng, seeking his assistance. Sighing under Yuqing imploring gaze, Yun Zheng reluctantly spoke again, "It is unwise to frame it so. Miss Ning merely possesses a touch of the temperament typical of a young lady." Yun Zheng's statement evidently failed to convince the crowd, even causing Tang Sect's gaze to shift into something peculiar. After all, The image of Ning Rongrong passionately pointing at Flinder's nose and shouting had left an indelible impression on everyone. Yun Zheng was certainly aware of this and continued. A privileged family background, boundless tolerance and indulgence from elders, coupled with innate talent, these three factors combined have rendered achievements that seem unattainable to others within reach of Miss Ning. In such circumstances, it is understandable that one might develop a sense of arrogance. Furthermore, Miss Ning is also a pitiable soul. Pitiable soul. The moment Yun Zheng uttered these words, those around him widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that he could speak so absurdly. If Ning Rongrong were indeed a pitiable soul, would that not imply that the world is filled solely with the disabled and beggars? Yun Zheng chuckled softly and explained with measured calmness, in terms of identity, status, and wealth, Miss Ning is indeed among the rarest in the world. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that she has borne many burdens since her birth. The interests of her sect, the expectations of her elders, the fierce competition of power, and so forth. To put it bluntly, given Miss Ning's lineage, it is highly improbable that she will have the autonomy to choose her future husband. Imagine ending up with someone who is not the one you love. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, except for Ma Hongjun, stood frozen in place. Yun Zheng then delivered his concluding remarks. To speak candidly, if I were Miss Ning, I would be even more extravagant. At this moment, Xiaowu and the others could no longer contain themselves and began nodding in agreement, seemingly grasping the essence of Ning Rongrong's situation. Yu Qing'er also smiled sweetly, delighting in the moment as she planted a gentle kiss on Yun Zheng's forehead. Yun Zheng, why do I feel as though you possess an uncanny understanding of everything? Daimubai remarked, recalling Yun Zheng's previous displays of insight, coupled with his current words that shone with clarity akin to a polished mirror. Ma Hongju nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's lips curled slightly as he remarked, what is this so-called mind reading? It merely stems from an objective observation of body language. This assertion was not without merit. His ability to maintain a clear mind and calmly assess the unfolding events could be attributed to two factors. Firstly, he had perused the original text and possessed an understanding of the characters' personalities. Secondly, his innate talent for discerning subtle cues from a young age had indeed proven beneficial to him. However, this notion was somewhat unsettling. Despite this, Ma Hongjun still felt a lingering apprehension and instinctively retreated behind Daimubai, murmuring, it feels as though you know the color of my underwear today. Even if I could read minds, I would have no interest in your undergarments. Yun Zheng retorted, his eye twitching as he chided him in jest. Chapter 50, The Great Soul Arena. Today, upon reading the comments, I couldn't help but wonder about the peculiar demographics. Why is it that each of you seems to stand at a height of 1.67 m at the tender age of 11 or 12? After all, he is a formidable soul saint of the agility attack type. Flanders soon returned, and upon his arrival, he noted that Dai Mubai and the others had shed their previous reservations. A glance at Yun Zheng, who was surrounded by admirers, made Flander chuckle inwardly. Recalling Zhao Wujie's remark, this lad is so astute that he struggles to find companionship. Since Yun Zheng had already elucidated the matter, Flander felt no need for further elaboration. Stating directly, today's lesson will not take place at the academy. We shall gather in 1 hour at Soto City. Upon hearing the mention of Soto City, both Daimubai and Ma Hongjun appeared intrigued, their eyes widening as they contemplated speaking, only to find that Flander had already taken flight. Daimubai sighed, casting a sympathetic glance towards Yun Zheng and the others. What is it? Tang Sect inquired, curiosity piqued by Daimubai's sigh. The dean is quite formidable. Daimubai was about to elaborate when he was abruptly interrupted by Ma Hongjun. Wait a moment, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, covering Daimubai's mouth with his hand, squinting his already small eyes in a feigned contemplative manner as he directed his gaze at Yun Zheng. I refuse to believe you truly know everything, unless you can tell me why the dean has summoned us to Soto City. At this proclamation, Daimubai and Xiao turned their attention to Yun Zheng with keen interest, and even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing cast a curious glance his way. Only Tang San wore a bitter smile, offering Yun Zheng an apologetic expression for Xiao Wu's lapse in composure. Yun Zheng, initially reluctant to elaborate, found himself compelled to respond upon noticing the eager gaze of Yu Qing'er beside him. With a soft sigh, he remarked, the simplest form of logical reasoning dictates that since we are attending a class, it certainly cannot be for mere indulgence. Our destination must be Soto City, which implies that we are seeking something not available within the academy, likely pertaining to the training of soul masters. If I am not mistaken, it must be the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Goodness, Yun Zheng, it would be a pity if you did not pursue a career as a detective. As Yun Zheng concluded his statement, he was met with a simultaneous gasp from Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who gazed at him with expressions of disbelief. The reactions of the two were enough for the others to ascertain the answer, their incredulity directed towards Yun Zheng. Tang Sect steadied his thoughts and inquired of Dai Mubai. So, the principal truly intends for us to venture to the Soul Arena in Soto City? That seems to be the case. Dai Mubai affirmed with a nod. The principal has always adhered to the principle of better to have fewer than to have inadequate. Our academy practices elite education, which significantly diverges from the methods of other institutions. Thus, engaging in battles at the Soul Arena is merely a fundamental aspect of our educational curriculum. It is unexpected, however, that the principal would schedule such practical training for you on the very first day. What distinguishes it? Tang Sect, unfamiliar with the Soul Arena, probed further. Patiently, Dai Mubai elucidated everything from the regulations of the arena to the academy standards, detailing the arduous journey of advancing through the Soul Badge ranks and recounting his own past grievances, each point meticulously laid out. Observing the exchange, Yun Zheng recognized that Dai Mubai was not merely explaining to Tang Sect. He was subtly cautioning Zhu Zhuqing to remain vigilant. The others were merely incidental to this advisory. Yun Zheng, are you truly very clever? At that moment, Yu Qing'er, entirely oblivious to Dai Mubai's exposition, nestled closer to Yun Zheng and playfully poked his cheek. Her tone laced with skepticism. Yun Zheng initially failed to grasp her intent. After a moment, he shot her a bemused glance and retorted, "Do you consider me quite foolish?" "Somewhat." To his surprise, Yu Qing'er nodded earnestly, saying, "You can't even manage your own tail." Yun Zheng had prepared to feign indignation, but her remark extinguished his resolve. He awkwardly scratched his head, mustering, "That was an accident." You were never this clever before, right? Why is it that upon arriving at Shrek, you seem to possess all knowledge?" Without dwelling on Yun Zheng's response, Yu Qing'er leaned in, murmuring dreamily. "Because I have read the original story," Yun Zheng thought with a wry smile, silently lamenting. Yun Zheng remained silent, and Yu Qing'er merely mentioned it casually, not truly seeking his response. Inhaling the fragrance that enveloped Yun Zheng, she appeared to be lost in its essence, remaining silent for an extended period. "May I bring Rong Rong along to Suatua City?" After a while, Yu Qing'er finally whispered into Yun Zheng's ear, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, as if she feared he might decline her request. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback. After casting a surprised glance at Yu Qing'er, he swiftly comprehended her intention. Yu Qing'er wished for Ning Rongrong to integrate into the group promptly, facilitating a smoother acceptance by everyone. After all, Dai Mubai and the others had recently developed empathy for Ning Rongrong due to Yun Zheng's words. Now was indeed the most opportune moment. Yun Zheng, of course, would not refuse, for humans are inherently social beings, and he sincerely wished for Ning Rongrong to integrate seamlessly into their group. Although their search for Ning Rongrong and Oscar had caused a slight delay, they still had ample time, and with Oscar's sausages providing sustenance and Ning Rongrong's amplifying support, they progressed even more swiftly than Flinder had anticipated. Initially, Ning Rongrong found it difficult to lower her pride. Yet upon observing Yu Qing'er, awkward yet consistently advocating for her, combined with Yun Zheng's subtle encouragement, she eventually took action, with Yun Zheng defending her. While the group could not entirely dismiss the previous events, they made a conscious effort not to isolate Ning Rongrong. As the group approached Flinder, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had assumed that Oscar and Ning Rongrong would not attend, yet to his astonishment, they not only arrived but appeared to be quite harmonious. Nevertheless, Flinder discerned that Ning Rongrong was only able to join through Yu Qing'er as forceful assistance. Without her, Ning Rongrong would likely feel uncomfortable. Yet, this was already a significant improvement. As an educator, Flinder possessed the patience to guide his students. "Principal, is it really necessary to be so serious on the first day of class?" Dai Mubai chuckled nervously when he learned that Flinder intended to have Yun Zheng and the others engage in combat at the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Flinder merely cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai and replied, "Monsters must train in a manner befitting their nature." Furthermore, he surveyed the room with a serious demeanor, stating, "As I previously mentioned, you are the most exceptional cohort in Shrek Academy's history. I trust you do not wish to confine yourselves to the drudgery of textbooks." No sooner had Flinder concluded his statement than Xiao Wu and Yu Qing'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were not merely dissatisfied. They had no desire to engage with so-called books at all. Flinder's words struck a chord with them. Yu Qing'er was a princess of academic failure. Had it not been for Yun Zheng's tutoring and the indulgence of their mentors, her written exam scores would have reflected 6 years of failure. Xiaowu's situation was even more outrageous. While Yu Qing'er struggled with academics, Xiaowu had entirely forsaken them. For Xiaowu, poring over books was less appealing than gnawing on a carrot. With Tang San, the living encyclopedia of soul masters, by her side, she felt no inclination to learn anything. Observing the excitement radiating from Xiaowu and Yu Qing'er, Tang San and Yun Zheng exchanged knowing sighs, resting their hands on their foreheads with wry smiles. Yet, Daimu Bai remained somewhat uneasy. However, before he could voice his concerns, Flinder interrupted, "Enough. Xiao Bai, perhaps you should focus on your own matters instead." Yun Zheng and his companions are all high-ranking soul masters, boasting levels above 25, thus achieving victory in the Great Soul Arena is not particularly arduous for them. In contrast, you have been languishing in the arena for 2 to 3 years, yet you have only triumphed in 3 matches. Do you truly wish to graduate? Upon hearing this, Daimu Bai immediately wilted, nodding listlessly. The student understands. It is hardly surprising that Daimu Bai feels this way. The burden left by events 2 years prior is indeed substantial. At the age of 13, Daimu Bai broke through to the Soul Sage rank, and prior to this breakthrough, he was nearly invincible, commanding respect in the Great Soul Arena. However, this breakthrough rendered him somewhat deflated, as Flanders forbade any display of cowardice, compelling the newly minted Soul Sage Daimu Bai to engage in battles at the Great Soul Arena. At that time, Daimu Bai had just attained the Soul Sage rank, barely reaching level 30, while he faced opponents of levels 37 and 38, seasoned veterans in the art of combat. Under their tutelage, Daimu Bai scarcely claimed victory. During that period, his confidence was nearly shattered. Once Flanders had persuaded Daimu Bai, he hurriedly departed. Naturally, Flanders would not miss such a lucrative opportunity. In the Soto City Great Soul Arena, both Yun Zheng and Tang San were fresh faces. Others were unaware of their true combat prowess, but Flanders was well aware. He decided to stake all his possessions on the two of them. Flanders was convinced that among the high-ranking soul masters in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, no one could rival Tang San and Yun Zheng. This gamble was sure to yield favorable results. Chapter 51. Do you understand? Flanders left in haste. And while Tang San seemed to have more questions, Flanders had already vanished. Tang San appeared perplexed, while Daimu Bai and the other seasoned students exchanged knowing glances. They were already well aware of Flanders' character. Ma Hongjun, with his eyes darting about, began to ponder whether he should seize this opportunity for some profit. The reality was that financial constraints weighed heavily on him. Although he was not particularly greedy, he genuinely needed money. The Spirit Hall provided the high-ranking soul masters with 10 gold spirit coins each month, which should suffice even for Ma Hongjun's substantial appetite. Yet, he had other, less savory expenditures to consider. As a principled benefactor, Ma Hongjun also had his limits. While he could indulge in a free meal, engaging in illicit activities was a different matter entirely. With this thought in mind, he nodded in agreement, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, and quietly slipped away from the group. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had already taken Tang San to sign up for the doubles competition. Daimu Bai seemed inclined to partner with Zhu Zhuqing, but alas, as a soul sage, he was incompatible with Zhu Zhuqing, a high-ranking soul master, and thus he ventured alone to register for the singles competition. Yu Qing'er, wishing to care for Ning Rongrong, had no choice but to team up with her. Casting an apologetic glance towards Yun Zheng, Yun Zheng harbored no objections to the arrangement, as the individual in question had already been brought along. It would be unreasonable to leave them idle. However, given that Ning Rongrong was an auxiliary soul master, engaging in individual combat was out of the question, and thus she could only participate in a duet battle. Considering the current circumstances, the only individuals capable of partnering with Ning Rongrong were either Yu Qing'er or Yun Zheng. It was essential to ensure Ning Rongrong's well-being. After Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong departed, only Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yun Zheng remained. Zhu Zhuqing, as per her usual demeanor, maintained an air of aloofness and walked away alone. Damn it, where is that fatso? Oscar muttered, feeling somewhat awkward as he searched for Ma Hongjun's presence. For him, Ma Hongjun was more familiar than Yun Zheng, and standing in front of Yun Zheng filled Oscar with immense pressure. If you can't find Ma Hongjun, shall we form a team? Yun Zheng suggested, stepping forward with an invitation. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's voice, Oscar visibly stiffened and turned around awkwardly, responding, "Let's just forget it. You go ahead and enjoy the individual match. I'll wait for that fatso." Oscar's apparent distance from Yun Zheng was not so much a deliberate act of avoidance as it was rooted in fear. Oscar was a prodigy, yet he recognized the disparity between himself and Yun Zheng. A 12-year-old who could contend with Zhao Wujie was a formidable presence, possessing even greater talent than his own. Although Oscar was unaware of Yu Zhengbai, he could subtly discern the extraordinary nature of Yun Zheng's identity. After all, if he could engage in light-hearted banter with Ning Rongrong, his status must be remarkable. In the face of Yun Zheng, Oscar's only redeeming quality was his appearance. This sense of distance made Oscar feel constrained in Yun Zheng's presence. He preferred to seek out Ma Hongjun, someone with whom he shared a mutual understanding, both being underdogs, thus sparing himself from feelings of inferiority. Very well then. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng did not press the matter further. He nodded and made his way towards the individual arena. Oscar's reaction was entirely within Yun Zheng's expectations, after all. They had only known each other for a day and were still unfamiliar with one another. How could they possibly engage in camaraderie so soon? Moreover, the hesitance that emanated from Oscar was palpable, so there was no need for Yun Zheng to impose. The registration process was straightforward. One simply needed to provide their name and submit a gold soul coin to obtain an iron soul badge in the Grand Soul Arena. Due to the influx of participants signing up for the individual arena, Yun Zheng found himself waiting for a while. In his boredom, he approached Daimubai, who was also idling about. Daimubai had just come down from the Soul Venerable Arena, where the battles were far more exhilarating than in the Grand Master Arena, and the number of registrants was significantly lower. After all, those who had reached the Soul Venerable level were few, and it was rare for them to make public appearances in the Soul Arena. Daimubai was accompanied by Oscar. After exchanging brief pleasantries, the three settled down. While others busied themselves preparing for their battles, it was only the three of them, aside from the mysteriously absent Ma Hongjun, who remained leisurely. What do three men do when they gather? Watch battles? How mundane. Of course, they discussed women. With Zhu Zhuqing absent, Daimubai felt no need to maintain an air of innocence, and he and Oscar began to critique the young ladies in the arena. While such behavior might be deemed somewhat vulgar, it was one of life's simple pleasures. Just as girls might gather to discuss which young man was more appealing. This banter allowed friends to tease one another and pass the time. On the other hand, Yun Zheng found himself at a loss for words. Since they were still strangers, Daimubai and Oscar were unaware of his character and Yun Zheng's demeanor, which mirrored Tang Sec's calm yet mature beyond his years, caused them to unconsciously steer clear of him during their discussions. Look, that girl is unbelievably stunning. I feel like her head is bigger than mine, Daimubai exclaimed excitedly, nudging Oscar. However, Oscar paid him no mind and shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, Dai. How many years has it been, and you're still like this? Aside from her figure, don't you care about looks at all? Look at the girl opposite us. She is truly breathtaking. Though, I suppose she pales in comparison to Ning Rongrong. You can see her from over there. Sharp eyes. Daimubai, upon hearing this, was left speechless. He huffed in defiance. What good is a pretty face if the figure is lacking? It's all for naught. Get lost. You and your obsession with figures. Get lost. You and your fixation on appearances. At this point, Yun Zheng could no longer hold his tongue. He let out a soft click of his tongue and remarked, Do you even understand? You sound like a toilet. Huh. Yun Zheng's voice was not loud. Yet Daimubai and Oscar still heard him. Their expressions froze momentarily, as they feared they had offended the seemingly serious individual. They exchanged awkward smiles, ready to offer explanations. When Yun Zheng spoke again, the true beauty is right before our eyes. Failing to appreciate it, and instead gazing at the mundane, is an utter waste. What did he mean by beauty? Daimubai and Oscar were momentarily taken aback, clearly puzzled by Yun Zheng's definition of beauty. Huh, Yun Zheng sneered, his gaze drifting towards the arena above, landing on the legs of the host. Slender, straight, smooth, and delicate, exquisite as jade, pure as silver. As he spoke, Yun Zheng abruptly turned his head towards Daimubai and Oscar, extending his thumb and narrowing his eyes, declaring earnestly, This is the profound essence of our generation. At first, Daimubai and Oscar were bewildered, but as they followed Yun Zheng's previous line of sight, realization dawned upon them. Goodness! Kindred spirits! Oscar exclaimed, seemingly surprised that Yun Zheng, with his youthful visage, possessed his own aesthetic sensibilities. Upon hearing Oscar's remark, Yun Zheng spat dismissively, retorting with conviction, I am not of your ilk. I have transcended your base tastes. What obsession with ferocity or appearance is merely heresy? Yun Zheng, the term ilk does not seem to carry a positive connotation. After Yun Zheng finished his statement, Oscar chuckled awkwardly and said, I know, right? Yun Zheng nodded assertively, responding, I never claimed we were virtuous individuals. Oscar was rendered speechless. To speak frankly, among the three present, Each was a serious person, yet none could truly be considered good individuals. At least, no young lady had ever told them, "You are a good person." Haha. At that moment, Dai Mubai burst into hearty laughter, his arm draping over Yun Zheng's shoulders. As he exclaimed, "Yun Zheng, I thought you were thick-headed, but it turns out you possess some wit. Desire is intrinsic to human nature. What man is devoid of carnal appreciation?" Yun Zheng shot a glare at Dai Mubai and replied matter-of-factly, "Well said. However, I still believe that obsession with ferocity is the ultimate truth." Nonsense. The majority of humanity is captivated by appearances. You are the true aberration. Yun Zheng, with an air of composure, casually brushed aside his bangs and flamboyantly proclaimed, "Leg control, the eternal deity." What eternal deity? As the three engaged in a lively debate, Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong unexpectedly materialized behind them. Noticing the trio's animated conversation, Yu Qing'er, filled with curiosity, inquired about their discussion. Chapter 52. Old Friends of the Ancient City. The new month had begun, a plea for monthly votes. What eternal deity? So engrossed were Yun Zheng and his companions in their discourse that they failed to notice Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong's approach until Yu Qing'er spoke, startling them into awareness. Yun Zheng was so taken aback that he nearly revealed his sinister bone tail. The subject of their discussion was strictly to be exchanged amongst brothers. It was absolutely forbidden to share with the ladies. Absolutely forbidden. Not only Yun Zheng, but Oscar also instinctively tensed upon seeing Ning Rongrong approach, quickly realizing that he lacked even the right to feel anxious. His enthusiasm waned, and he forced a hollow chuckle, appearing rather desolate. However, Dai Mubai, unencumbered by such concerns, felt no trepidation since Zhu Zhiqing was absent, and neither Ning Rongrong nor Yu Qing'er were her roommates. Dai Mubai, with a teasing glance at Yun Zheng, feigned nonchalance and said, "Oh, it's nothing, just that Yun Zheng just said." Before Dai Mubai could finish his sentence, Yun Zheng swiftly covered his mouth. In a place where Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong could not see, Yun Zheng fixed Dai Mubai with a threatening glare and whispered in his ear, "We are in this together. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. I may endure a beating, but you will never get close to Miss Zhu. Choose wisely." Gulp. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. "What are you doing?" queried Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, increasingly perplexed as they hurried over to investigate. "Nothing." Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng exclaimed in unison, as if they had rehearsed the response. However, observing their conspicuously evasive demeanor, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, a hint of unnatural crimson gracing her cheeks as she softly murmured, "If it's nothing, then why are you embracing each other?" At this utterance, everyone present was taken aback. Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng exchanged glances, a wave of nausea washing over them at the realization, and they instinctively shoved each other away, muttering curses. "Get lost." After a bout of playful scuffling, Zhu Zhiqing returned. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect instigated by Yun Zheng, this time Zhu Zhiqing did not encounter Tang Sect. Instead, she successfully claimed her first victory in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu had yet to return, presumably intending to complete their doubles match before each embarking on individual battles. Upon Zhu Zhiqing's appearance, Dai Mubai straightened up, adopting a preposterous pose, prompting Yun Zheng and Oscar to exchange disdainful glances at him. "So, what now?" "Yun Zheng, what were you just discussing?" Initially, Yun Zheng believed that the matter had been deftly brushed aside, only to realize that Yu Qing'er was relentless in her pursuit. Drawing closer with her fair and rosy visage almost touching his, Yun Zheng could even sense the warmth of her breath. However, at that moment, his heart was devoid of any romantic notions. Yu Qing'er's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. Indeed, she was unaware of the previous conversation among Yun Zheng and his companions. Yet the expressions on their faces indicated that it was certainly no trivial matter. This, that. Under the relentless scrutiny of Yu Qing'er, Yun Zheng felt a surge of panic. His gaze began to wander as he desperately pondered how to evade the situation. Just then, he felt a chill behind him as Yu Qing'er seized his uneasy tail, gazing at him with a smile that was both sweet and mischievous. Her voice dripping with honeyed tones. "You must know, you cannot deceive me. One day, I shall ensnare you." Seeing his own unwieldy tail, Yun Zheng was furious, vowing silently in his heart, "Well." Meanwhile, observing the interaction between Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, Dai Mubai and the others erupted in a chorus of teasing shouts. To them, Yun Zheng appeared to possess an uncanny foresight, as if he was aware of events before they unfolded, while Yu Qing'er seemed to be the most tongue-tied among them. Yet, in front of Yu Qing'er, Yun Zheng seemed as innocent as a blank canvas, while she appeared to have an intimate understanding of him. This blatant contrast and favoritism was precisely what young hearts found most delightful. Now, let us welcome Yun Zheng and Long Tao to the stage. Fortunately, just as Yun Zheng was at a loss, the host's melodious voice rang out like a celestial melody. Both contestants, Yun Zheng and Long Tao, are newcomers. I wonder what splendid duel they shall present to us today. Let us await in anticipation. Yun Zheng, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly leapt from the observation stand and dashed towards the battle arena. Humph. Yu Qing'e let out a soft, resentful huff, seemingly contemplating how to settle scores with Yun Zheng upon his return. Once Yun Zheng had departed, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to sit beside Yu Qing'e again, gently linking her arm with Yu Qing'e's and inquiring with puzzlement, "Qing'e, how is it that Yun Zheng cannot deceive you?" "Because of his tail." Upon mentioning this, a proud expression involuntarily graced Yu Qing'e's face as she elaborated. "His evil spirit bone tail can speak, and it never lies. It's just that you all are unaware of this. Tail language." Oscar, perhaps sensing an opportunity to connect with Ning Rongrong or simply prompted by impulse, exclaimed in surprise, "What is tail language?" No sooner had Oscar spoken than another voice chimed in. Without a second thought, Oscar instinctively replied, "It's the language of the tail." "Tail language? Oh, you are referring to my brother Zheng." Upon the mention of the tail, the newcomer instantly comprehended, exclaiming in realization. Only then did Oscar turn to see the plump figure of Ma Hongjun approaching. "Goodness, where have you been, you fatso? I've been searching for you everywhere." Upon seeing Ma Hongjun, Oscar rushed over, scolding him while playfully slapping his belly. "I was just earning some extra cash," Ma Hongjun retorted, brushing off Oscar as playful swats. His excitement palpable as he announced, "Let me tell you, my brother Zheng's odds are 1 to 5. And he's up against a seasoned soul master at level 29. I've bet my entire fortune on him. Win, and we revel in music. Lose, and we leave with nothing." He paused, then inquired, "By the way, has my brother Zheng entered the arena yet?" At Ma Hongjun's words, the group fell silent, staring at him in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Oscar and Dai Mubai exchanged impressed glances, each giving him a thumbs up and saying, "You truly are something else. You never engage in anything that involves people." "What did I do wrong?" Ma Hongjun protested, feeling unjustly accused. "Why would I pass up free money?" The remaining 3 women, wearing expressions of disbelief, stood up and relocated to another spot, pretending not to know them. Not wanting to lose face, Ning Rongrong, once seated, turned back to Yu Qing'e, her curiosity piqued about the so-called tail language of Yun Zheng. In a sweet voice, she asked, "Qing'e, what did you mean when you said Yun Zheng's tail can speak?" Yu Qing'e hummed contentedly, clearly enjoying the attention, yet she shook her head, declaring, "I want to tell you, this was a secret shared only between her and Yun Zheng. How could she divulge it to anyone else? How stingy." Seeing that Yu Qing'e was unwilling to speak, Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose and playfully chided her. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng and his opponent had already arrived at the Soul Arena. The battle did not commence immediately. A deliberate pause was arranged to allow the contestants to engage in verbal sparring. This served to heighten the tension between competitors, ensuring that the ensuing battle would be more thrilling, while also allowing the host to warm up the atmosphere. A mere contest of strength is hardly captivating. What the audience desires to witness are the intricate rivalries and vendettas among the contestants, a tapestry woven with deceit and ambition. Some rise to prominence, while others fade into obscurity. Some achieve fame overnight, while others toil for a decade in silence. It is only through such narratives that the Soul Arena is imbued with a sense of legend. Long Tao, his name suggests a rather short-lived existence. Yun Zheng silently mocked as he surveyed his unimpressive opponent. Just as he was indulging in his thoughts, Long Tao cast a glance at Yun Zheng, smirking mischievously, and taunted. "Yun Zheng, I know you. You're that little beggar. Who would have thought you'd make it big?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng instinctively felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Only those from the city of Aogu could possibly know of his past as a beggar. It was astonishing to encounter someone from Aogu in the Grand Soul Arena of Sotawa City. Chapter 53, most likely belongs to them. As the Soul Arena system has gradually matured, it has become increasingly rare for Soul Masters to engage in excessive verbal provocation. Few who ascend to the rank of Soul Master are foolish. Such antics not only offend others but also leave them vulnerable to being manipulated by the arena, turning them into mere pawns for the collection of soul coins. It is akin to selling oneself and handing over the profits. Nonetheless, there are exceptions. Under certain circumstances, Soul Masters can still be quite eager to engage in banter. Particularly seasoned veterans relish in provoking newcomers during these exchanges, aiming to rattle their composure and thus increase their own chances of victory. In the realm of soul battles, sheer strength does not guarantee success. Numerous objective factors come into play, such as the interrelations of soul master abilities, the constraints imposed by the arena, and, crucially, personal mindset. A resilient mindset allows one to remain steadfast amidst adversity. Regardless of how much one talks, if their opponent remains unfazed, they will simply dismiss it as meaningless bluster. However, newcomers to the soul arena are often spirited youths, untouched by the harsh realities of life, brimming with pride and easily provoked into frustration. This is precisely what the veterans exploit. In the Grand Soul Arena of Suotua City, Long Tao is also a newcomer, yet at the Soul Arena of Aogu City. He is a seasoned veteran, well-versed in these unspoken rules. Initially, Long Tao held disdain for such despicable tactics, considering Yun Zheng merely a child of limited capability, far inferior to himself, and not a worthy opponent. However, upon recognizing Yun Zheng, his perspective shifted dramatically. 12 years prior, in the city of Aogu, Long Tao had already established himself as a soul master, and he was familiar with Yun Zheng's story of begging alongside an old beggar. This knowledge instilled in Long Tao a bitter realization: Yun Zheng was not a scion of any noble clan. In just 12 years, he had transformed from a destitute beggar into a prodigious talent, breaking through to level 28 at the tender age of 12, with a future brimming with potential. This revelation filled Long Tao with seething resentment. How profoundly unfair it seemed. Why should a beggar raised by an old vagabond possess unparalleled talent and achieve such heights at such a young age, while he, now in his 30s, remained stagnant at level 29? How could someone he had once dismissed as insignificant now stand on equal footing with him? In the near future, would he even find himself looking up to this once inconsequential wretch? In this twisted state of mind, Long Tao glared menacingly at Yun Zheng, sneering. "You are that little beggar from years ago, aren't you? What happened? Did you shrink into a dwarf? Ah, I see now. You must not have had much to eat with that old beggar. How foolish of him to take you in when he could barely sustain himself. Whatever became of that old beggar? Let me think. Oh, I remember. He must have died, right? I saw him once before his demise. A mere husk of a man, utterly repulsive. But that means you are now without parents, aren't you? How pitiful. Oh, how could I forget? You're an abandoned child. Your parents rejected you from the moment of your birth." Long Tao spared no effort in hurling these cruel words, both to provoke a crack in Yun Zheng's composure and to vent his own raw jealousy. He would rather face a young master from a grand clan than contend with this former insect. "What a loathsome individual!" cried Oscar from the audience, his indignation palpable. Ma Hongjun echoed this sentiment, exclaiming, "Brother Zheng, this kind of person deserves a proper reckoning. Show him the skills you used against Teacher Zhao, and let him understand the malice of human hearts." Dai Mubai also stood resolutely, succinctly declaring, "Teach him a lesson," though they were unaware of Yun Zheng's past. The contemptuous demeanor of Long Tao was enough to reveal that he was merely spewing vile insults toward Yun Zheng, purely for the sake of irritation. If it were anyone else, Dai Mubai and the others might have merely observed the spectacle, but given that it was Yun Zheng fighting in the arena, they felt compelled to act. Their recent debate in the audience had unwittingly forged a bond between them. While they may not yet be brothers, they were undoubtedly kindred spirits. How could they stand idly by while one of their own was belittled? As for Ma Hongjun, his fortunes were intricately tied to Yun Zheng, leaving him in a state of urgency. Yet, Yun Zheng appeared oblivious to their voices, standing resolutely in place and refraining from rebutting Long Tao. This perplexed Oscar and the others, prompting Ma Hongjun to directly inquire, "Why isn't Brother Zheng speaking? Is he merely pretending to be skilled?" Oscar voiced his uncertainty. "Yun Zheng is angry." At that moment, Yuqing's concerned voice broke through. Her keen eyes were fixed on Yun Zheng's silhouette, brimming with care and tenderness. The battle spirit commenced. Simultaneously, the host announced the beginning of the contest. Long Tao, with evident disdain, scoffed at the notion that a person who had been ridiculed to the point of silence could possess any genuine skill. Considering the circumstances, a 12-year-old with the rank of a 28th level soul master, how much time could Yun Zheng possibly dedicate to honing his mindset and practical skills? He was merely a flickering candle in the wind. However, just as Long Tao entertained such thoughts, Yun Zheng had already activated his martial spirit. The resplendent and intricate frost sky feather bow dazzled all present, and the purple thousand-year soul ring rendered the entire battle arena silent. A pin drop could be heard. A thousand-year soul ring. Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yun Zheng, his jealousy intensifying. Second soul skill, Sky Leap Arrow. Yun Zheng remained unfazed by the surrounding environment. As the second soul ring illuminated, he raised his hand, drew the bow, and released the arrow in one fluid motion. A shimmering ice-blue light flashed through the air, vanishing in an instant. Long Tao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively murmuring, "Did I miss?" Whoosh. In the next moment, an ice arrow pierced through the air, leaving Long Tao no time to react. The arrow struck him in the abdomen, and an intense wave of pain engulfed him. Yet not a drop of blood escaped. The frigid air rampaged within Long Tao's body, freezing his blood before it could even flow. Long Tao's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, the coldness surging to his heart. The piercing frostbite and suffocating numbness filled him with terror, rendering him incapable of uttering a single coherent word. At that moment, he felt a blur before him, and Yun Zheng appeared right before him, softly stating, "To seek death is as effortless as flipping one's hand." Without delay, Yun Zheng grasped Long Tao's legs, now encased in ice, and unleashed a tremendous force, hurling him down onto the arena with a resounding crash. Boom! The ground trembled as a thunderous sound erupted, causing a significant portion of the arena to collapse. Everything transpired too swiftly for Long Tao to summon his martial spirit. The duel was already over. Many spectators merely turned around to witness Yun Zheng standing proudly amidst the ruins, still clutching a half-frozen leg, while fragments of ice lay scattered among the debris. My goodness! In the audience, Oscar, who had witnessed the entire event, could not help but exclaim, standing transfixed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The act of killing was not something Oscar and his companions feared. They were all soul masters, although none had taken a life yet. They understood that death was an unavoidable fate for soul masters. They simply did not anticipate Yun Zheng's decisive and ruthless demeanor. Gulp. Ma Hongjun found it difficult to swallow, nervously murmuring, "If Zheng Ge knew I placed a bet on him, would he seek retribution?" Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun, nodding seriously. "It is quite possible." "What?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, panic rising within him. He hastily inquired, "Then tell me, if I were to face Zheng Ge, what are my chances of winning?" 70-30, Oscar replied, looking at Ma Hongjun's pitiful expression, offering a comforting yet disingenuous response. "You scoundrel! Though we are brothers, you really need to deceive me so. Granting me a 70% chance is far too unrealistic." Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun was not consoled, his face still drawn in despair. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's lament, Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at him with disdain. 70%? That belongs to him. The 30% is what I generously offered out of brotherly affection. That's an exaggeration. I would say it's 50-50. At this moment, the previously silent Dai Mubai spoke up. He shook his head and gazed deeply at Ma Hongjun, his demeanor exceedingly serious as he said, "What I mean is not a probability of victory, but a chance of survival. When I say 50-50, it implies a 50% chance that Yun Zheng may show you mercy and spare your life. Conversely, there remains another 50%, and we may never see you again. What kind of 50-50 chance is this?" Chapter 54. The Dream of Homecoming in Both Past and Present. This marks Yun Zheng's first experience of taking a life with his own hands. It would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no peculiar sensations, however. He remained remarkably composed. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Long Tao's body had become a mere block of ice, devoid of any gruesome display, with only a few fragmented, bloody remains left behind, rendering the impact less severe than anticipated. Surprisingly, he felt no guilt. Instead, there was a liberating exhilaration, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Yun Zheng had always considered himself to possess a certain clarity in life. Although he had never particularly cared about the opinions of others, he consistently approached matters from an observer's perspective, which allowed him to comprehend actions that might seem incomprehensible to many. By empathizing with others' emotions and momentarily adopting their thought processes, he realized that the world was not filled with bizarre occurrences. Today was no different. He understood Long Tao's thoughts clearly, rooted in jealousy and insecurity. However, understanding did not equate to forgiveness. These are two distinct matters. If one were to relinquish their own emotions merely because they could comprehend another's perspective, what would become of Yun Zheng? In truth, even when Long Tao referred to him as a dwarf, Yun Zheng felt little anger. He often jested about his own stature, well aware that he would eventually grow taller. There was no need to become agitated over such trivialities. Yet, Long Tao had crossed a line he should never have approached. He should not have referred to the old beggar, nor should he have spoken of Yun Zheng's parents. The old beggar had granted Yun Zheng the gift of life, while his parents represented the deepest longings within his heart. Anyone who dared to touch upon that would face dire consequences. Yun Zheng did not traverse willingly. Prior to his journey, he was not an orphan. Although he had a home in the Douluo Continent, it did not hold the essence of his homeland. Deep within Yun Zheng's heart lingered a dream of returning home. He envisioned a day when he could once again set foot on Earth, introducing Yu Qing'er to his parents, revealing to them that their son had achieved success, and bringing joy to their hearts. Yun Zheng was acutely aware that this dream was a distant one, and it was entirely possible that even after he attained unparalleled strength and ascended to the status of a god, capable of observing immortality, he might still be unable to realize it. Yet, one must always harbor dreams. Moreover, since Master Zhu could bring him here, there must indeed be a way for him to return. At the very least, Master Zhu had already demonstrated that a passage existed between Earth and the Douluo Continent. Even if Master Zhu could only traverse in one direction, Yun Zheng was determined to forge a path back from the Douluo Continent to Earth. Should his return be hastened, Yun Zheng would bide his time. Should it be delayed, he would manipulate the fabric of time itself. Ultimately, it is within human endeavor, and Yun Zheng had yet to reach a level of nonchalance where, upon crossing into another realm, he could simply accept his fate, dismissing all that transpired in his previous life. Yun Zheng is not a mere spirit traversing after death. Rather, he is a living soul bound by the memories of his past life, with numerous unresolved matters that linger in his heart. Naturally, Yun Zheng understands that these concerns belong to a future yet to unfold. At present, he is but an inconspicuous figure, far from even being a soul master. The concept of time travel feels distant and unrealistic, a lofty ambition that only invites unnecessary troubles. Had it not been for Long Tao's insult towards the old beggar and Yun Zheng's parents, he might never have unearthed the buried dreams within him. With a disdainful scoff, Yun Zheng reined in his ethereal thoughts as he gazed at the severed limb in his hand. He discarded it carelessly and turned to leave the soul arena. The outcome of the battle was evident. After a brief moment of silence, the arena erupted into the most fervent cheers of the day. Long Tao's demise hardly qualifies as noteworthy. In the grand arena, the death of a soul master is a common occurrence, with other cities even establishing arenas specifically for life and death battles. Thus, in the grand arena, death is merely an ordinary event. Long Tao's passing will only add another name to the monument before the Soto City Soul Arena. However, the audience had never before witnessed someone as ruthless and decisive as Yun Zheng, who could shatter a significant portion of the arena with a single blow. Is it not the thrill of such spectacle that draws one to the grand arena? What could possibly be more exhilarating than this sheer display of brutal dominance? Yun Zheng paid no heed to the exuberant cheers that surged towards him, instead making his way toward Yu Qing'er and her companions. At that moment, Yu Qing'er leaped down from the audience and rushed towards him, concern etched upon her face as she inquired, "Yun Zheng, are you all right?" In comparison to Yun Zheng's act of taking a life, her primary concern at this juncture was his well-being. Yu Qing'er was no longer the innocent and unblemished girl she once was. The sole person who still believed in her naivety was her father, Yu Zhengbai. In her eyes, Long Tao deserved his fate and was worthy of death. Conversely, she did not wish for Yun Zheng to bear any psychological burden stemming from Long Tao's demise. Meanwhile, Damubai and the others hastened to join them. Yun Zheng first took hold of Yu Qing'er's delicate hand, then glanced around the surroundings with a faint smile, saying, "Rest assured, I am not so fragile." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed. What puzzled Yun Zheng was that Ma Hongjun seemed to be quite afraid of him, hiding at the back, appearing too timid to approach. Noticing Yun Zheng's expression, the others exchanged knowing smiles, with Oscar playfully nudging Yun Zheng and teasingly remarking, "Yun Zheng, aren't you supposed to be in tune with his heart? Just look at what the chubby one is thinking right now." "Don't," Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than sorrowful, squeezing his way to the front of Yun Zheng and obsequiously saying, "Stop looking. There's nothing to see. If you happen to offend Brother Zheng's eyes, that would be quite inappropriate. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. Please overlook this little incident." Ahem. Just as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Oscar pretended to cough a couple of times and meaningfully added, "Chubby, inviting Yun Zheng without including us would also be quite inappropriate. Wouldn't it?" "You." Ma Hongjun glared at the opportunistic Oscar, cursing him inwardly, yet he swallowed his pride and, gritting his teeth, managed to squeeze out, "Fine. I'll treat." Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh at the antics of the two. In truth, everyone understood that even if Yun Zheng was aware that Ma Hongjun was wagering on him, he wouldn't genuinely be angry. At most, he would seize the opportunity to take advantage of him. It was merely a jest between friends. Yun Zheng was unaware of what Ma Hongjun had done, nor did he feel the need to pry into the matter, for it was likely trivial and inconsequential. Had it been something that truly crossed Yun Zheng's boundaries, Yu Qing'er would have undoubtedly informed him. Nevertheless, it must be said that after the playful banter between Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the atmosphere had indeed lightened considerably. Subsequently, Tang Sect and Xiaowu returned as well. The achievements of the day were commendable. Both Yun Zheng and Zhu Qing had secured victories in their individual matches, while Xiaowu and Tang Sect triumphed in both their team and individual contests. Dai Mubai also emerged victorious in the Soul Master battle, and Yuqingyu alongside Ning Rongrong succeeded in their duet as well. Typically, including a support Soul Master in a duo battle is not considered a prudent strategy. After all, with only 2 participants, the distribution of combat power is limited. It is often more beneficial to have an additional battle Soul Master than to rely on a support Soul Master for enhancement. This was exemplified by Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who, when participating in a duel match, unfortunately faced defeat. In team battles, a support Soul Master can indeed play a crucial role, but in a duo, one cannot expect a support Soul Master to significantly amplify their partner's combat prowess. Yet, Yuqingyu and Ning Rongrong were fortunate, encountering 2 control-type Soul Masters. The control-type Soul Masters, lacking in offensive capabilities, posed little threat to Ning Rongrong, and upon recognizing Yuqingyu as a power-type Soul Master, they subconsciously lowered their guard, intending to incapacitate her directly, as it is widely known that control-type Soul Masters are effective against power-type Soul Masters. However, to their astonishment, Yuqingyu was immune to control. The 2 control Soul Masters had initially believed they had stumbled upon an easy target, only to realize they had encountered a formidable opponent instead. A power-type Soul Master unbound by control renders the efforts of control Soul Masters utterly futile. With her second soul skill activated, Yuqingyu, imbued with the essence of the Golden Dragon, charged forth relentlessly, dispatching the 2 control Soul Masters with a mere couple of punches, thus concluding the battle in an instant. The essence of this triumph can be summed up in 4 words: utterly unreasonable. Chapter 55. Yin Banshing. The first day at Shrek Academy for Yun Zheng and his companions passed with remarkable success. In general, it was a gratifying experience, except for the unfortunate duo of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. The others emerged victorious, and Yun Zheng, in particular, gained instant fame. The supervisor of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena personally approached Yun Zheng, expressing a desire for collaboration in exhibition matches. These so-called exhibition matches were, in essence, stage contests. The supervisor recognized in Yun Zheng a potential key to wealth. After years of navigating the intricacies of the arena, he could easily discern which Soul Masters possessed an innate charisma. With Yun Zheng's youthful stature, striking appearance, magnificent martial spirit, exceptional talent, and fierce combat style, the combination promised an unending audience for any match featuring him. If Yun Zheng were to consent, the supervisor could leverage his authority within the arena to promote Yun Zheng both overtly and covertly. With a few impressive victories under his belt, Yun Zheng would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a star competitor at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. This phenomenon is what some refer to as the creation of a legend. Subsequently, the supervisor could orchestrate a few intentional losses for Yun Zheng, ensuring that both spectator turnout and underground betting would yield substantial profits. The means of achieving such ends are of little concern to the supervisor. For him, profit is paramount. However, Yun Zheng's circumstances diverged significantly. Firstly, he had no need for money, as the soul coins gifted by Ning Foqing were more than sufficient for his indulgences. Secondly, Yun Zheng's purpose for being at the Great Spirit Arena was not to pursue wealth. Thirdly, even if he were in need of funds, he would never demean himself by earning through such devious methods. The process described by the supervisor was all too familiar to Yun Zheng. Consequently, Yun Zheng candidly rejected Supervisor Ao, leaving the latter in a state of regret for quite some time. However, Yun Zheng remained indifferent to Ao's thoughts. Even if, in the future, Supervisor Ao were to find someone willing to earn a living by humbling themselves, Yun Zheng would not expose it. After all, severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to committing a grave offense. Moreover, in the culturally stagnant Douluo Continent, exhibition matches indeed hold their own significance. By the time Yun Zheng and his companions returned to the academy, twilight had already descended. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each retired for the night. Ma Hongjun and Flander did not accompany the others back to the academy, and their purpose was quite evident. Notably, aside from Ma Hongjun, who was occupied with resolving his fiery predicament, among the returning 8 students, only Xiaowu genuinely sought rest. The others seized the opportunity of the night to diligently cultivate. Before Yun Zheng and Tang Sect's arrival, Dai Mubai and Oscar had not been particularly industrious. However, now that Yun Zheng and Tang Sect were present, Witnessing their roommate's fervent training made it impossible for them to fall asleep, prompting them to join in the cultivation. Ning Rongrong, too, inspired by Oscar's innate talent and Yu Qing'er's enthusiasm, began to train earnestly. As for Zhu Zhiqing, it goes without saying that her self-discipline rendered her the most stringent of the group. Only Xiaowu remained blissfully unaware, indulging in a deep slumber. While the others were enhancing their abilities, Xiaowu was merely recuperating. What is cultivation? Xiaowu had already engaged in it for thousands of years. What harm is there in enjoying a little rest? For her, as long as she remains alive. Attaining the title of Douluo is merely a matter of time. The night passed without incident. On the following day, the group gathered as usual, as Yun Zheng had anticipated. The second lesson after their enrollment revolved around Oscar's sausages. Yet Oscar was late, not out of intention, but rather because he had experienced a breakthrough upon confronting the 30-level bottleneck the previous night, which delayed his arrival, unbeknownst to Flander, who scolded him before commanding Oscar to produce sausages for everyone to consume in his presence. Oscar's soul skills, albeit somewhat questionable, resulted in sausages that were both delectable and effective. After overcoming his initial reservations, they no longer seemed so unpalatable. However, upon hearing Oscar's incantation regarding his large sausage and small sausage, Yun Zheng couldn't help but nostalgically reminisce about his lost innocence. In the past, he had naively believed that the reason people deemed Oscar's soul skills inappropriate was solely due to the phrase "my son." In Yun Zheng's mind, the term "old master" had already become a most egregious curse. With this thought, Yun Zheng could not help but let out a sigh. What transpired thereafter was rather unremarkable. Flander consumed an Oscar sausage and, to his astonishment, discovered that Oscar had surpassed level 30. His mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. At the tender age of 14, Oscar, a food-type auxiliary spirit master, held a greater significance than Daimu Bai, who was a 13-year-old assault-type spirit master. The others congratulated Oscar, greatly satisfying his vanity. Now that Oscar had achieved this milestone, it was only natural to procure a third spirit ring for him. As Shrek Academy prided itself on its monstrous students, it could not adhere to conventional methods. At Shrek Academy, students were required to hunt for their spirit rings collaboratively, with instructors only responsible for ensuring their safety, not for assisting in the spirit hunting itself. Nonetheless, when the moment arrived, they would certainly intervene. This was merely a pretext to cultivate the students' teamwork skills. Flander had other pressing matters to attend to, and could only assign Zhao Wujing to lead the expedition, though Flander did not explicitly state it. It was clear that Zhao Wujing was the only viable option, with only 3 spirit saints at Shrek Academy and Flander occupied. Xiaoxin, being an auxiliary spirit saint, left Zhao Wujing as the sole choice. The destination for this spirit hunt was the Douluo Forest, and entrusting Li Yusong and his group to lead would be somewhat dubious should they encounter a formidable 10,000-year spirit beast. It was uncertain whether they could withstand such a challenge. Flander instructed Yun Zheng and the others to head directly to the spirit-hunting town outside the Douluo Forest, where the lead instructor would await their arrival. Shrek Academy was quite distant from the Douluo Forest. Even if the group pressed on without pause, they would not reach their destination until evening. Brother Zhang, are you truly certain that the instructor leading us this time will be old Zhao? Upon their arrival at the spirit-hunting forest, Ma Hongjun could not restrain his curiosity and posed the question to Yun Zheng. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng shrugged and remarked, "Let us await the outcome with bated breath." After Yun Zheng finished speaking, Ma Hongjun remained somewhat skeptical. Although everyone had been jokingly saying that Yun Zheng possessed a unique telepathic ability, it was merely a jest. Could it be that someone could truly foresee every outcome? However, this leading teacher was rather unreliable. At that moment, Oscar, observing the bustling soul-hunting town, suddenly chuckled and said to Daimu Bai, "The Douluo Forest is so vast. Big brother Dai, you wouldn't have taken a wrong turn, would you? Do you think I'm a fool?" Daimu Bai shot a disgruntled glare at Oscar and retorted, "Use that extravagant brain of yours. Do you really think I would make such a trivial mistake? Big brother Dai, I suspect you're insulting me." Ma Hongjun exclaimed indignantly upon hearing this. Daimu Bai chose to ignore him, repeatedly glancing toward the girls, seemingly curious about what Zhu Zhiqing preferred. Per Daimu Bai, ever since Zhu Zhiqing arrived at Shrek Academy, he had transformed entirely from a once charming young master to a lovesick admirer overnight. If Yun Zheng were to comment, he would say that Daimu Bai deserved it. The romantic debts from his past were now due. Stop dawdling. We're already 5 minutes late, and you still have the leisure to chatter. A rugged, displeased voice boomed from behind them. Everyone was taken aback, and without even needing to turn around, they already knew who it was, the unmistakable voice of Zhao Wujing. However, to Zhao Wujin's surprise, not a single one of these young rascals looked his way. They were all fixated on Yun Zheng instead. Brother Zheng. No. Yun Xian, why are you hiding such remarkable abilities from us? Do you consider us outsiders? The most excited was Ma Hongjun, who rushed over, eager to flatter Yun Zheng, saying, Yun Xian, let us make a deal. I'll treat you to a meal. And you help me predict where my romantic destiny lies. What the? Zhao Wujin's face darkened upon witnessing this scene. Did his authority as a teacher mean so little? Fortunately, he found some solace in the fact that at least one person was looking in his direction, Yun Zheng. Zhao Wujin nodded inwardly, thinking, this kid, despite his dubious character, knows how to respect his teacher. In truth, Zhao Wujin was mistaken. Yun Zheng had merely glanced at him out of curiosity regarding how severe Tang Sect's actions had been. Yet, upon closer inspection, Yun Zheng was astonished to discover that Zhao Wujin bore not only some bruises but also marks from electric burns. What on earth? Had the master also been here? At this moment, Yun Zheng's mind raced, pondering whether he had done anything inappropriate towards Yu Qing'er during this time. What if he were caught red-handed? Would Yu Zhongbai not turn him to ashes? Chapter 56. Songhui. Yun Zheng. What are you still dawdling for? Teacher Zhao has already secured our accommodations. We should hurry along. Just as Yun Zheng was lost in thought, Yu Qing'er tugged at his sleeve, playfully chiding him. It was only at that moment that Yun Zheng snapped back to reality, nodding vacantly before following Yu Qing'er to rejoin the group. After a long day of travel, the group was famished, having consumed nothing but sausages. Although night had fallen, they unanimously decided to address their hunger before discussing Oscar's sausages, which, while palatable, could become tiresome with repeated enjoyment. Hey, is Teacher Zhao not joining us? Upon arriving at the dining area of the inn, Tang San noticed Zhao Wujie heading straight upstairs and inquired of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, appearing unfazed, replied candidly, no need. Our academy has a policy. Travel expenses are borne individually by students and teachers alike. This is one of the merits of our institution, clear and straightforward, unlike those aristocratic academies where it's all about who treats whom today and tomorrow, exchanging favors that ultimately lead to nothing but a stench of copper. Tang San was initially taken aback but then smiled in understanding, sincerely agreeing, indeed. As everyone settled down, a young waitress skillfully approached, presenting the menu to Dai Mubai. It was evident that he was the leader among them, and Tang San had just referred to him as boss, making it reasonable for the menu to be offered to him. However, Dai Mubai did not even glance at it. He simply pointed to Ma Hongjun and said, no need to show it to me, just give it to him. When it came to dining, Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly the strongest among Shrek. The waitress hesitated, and before she could process his words, Ma Hongjun excitedly snatched the menu from her hands. Although Dai Mubai had previously stated that travel costs were to be self-managed, since they were dining together, the expenses would naturally be shared. At that moment, it was clear who would eat the most. Without exaggeration, Ma Hongjun had yet to meet anyone in the entire Shrek Academy who could outdo him in this regard. In the past, Ma Hongjun had chosen to dine at the academy to save a few soul coins, but today, having finally ventured out to a restaurant with several affluent companions, he felt compelled to indulge thoroughly. The thought of not treating them well would weigh heavily on his conscience. With that in mind, Ma Hongjun's eyes gleamed with excitement. He no longer bothered to scan the menu, fixating intently on the waitress. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, no need to look. Bring me 2 of everything you have. The waitress was momentarily stunned. 2 of everything? How much would that cost? Don't just stand there. Hurry, Ma Hongjun urged, anxious that Dai Mubai and the others might suspect something. The waitress quickly nodded and dashed toward the kitchen. Once the waitress was out of sight, Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secure that even if Dai Mubai and the others wished to backtrack, it was too late now. With this thought, he cast a triumphant glance towards Yun Zheng. What of the semi-saint? What of the fortune-teller? Today, I, Ma Hongjun, shall triumph over fate. Noticing Ma Hongjun's gaze, Yun Zheng couldn't help but smirk, teasingly remarking, don't look at me like that. After all, you are the one footing the bill. Order as you please. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun was left dumbfounded, his round face etched with astonishment and bewilderment. Dai Mubai, ever the instigator, added fuel to the fire, indeed. Just yesterday, at the Grand Spirit Arena, did you not proclaim your intention to treat us? What is this? Are you not a man of your word? Exactly. You must understand, my plump friend, your reputation is but a fragile thing. Do you truly wish to be regarded as untrustworthy? Oscar chimed in with a mischievous grin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I can't believe this. As the trio exchanged banter, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. Yet, under the scrutinizing eyes of his companions. Whether threatening or mocking, he realized he had fallen victim to his own folly. Had he known better than to aim for the affluent from the start? Now, he found himself caught in a self-inflicted predicament. The jester is indeed myself. Alas. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun let out a weary sigh, slumping into his seat, resigned to this harsh reality. Fortunately, Yun Zheng and the others did not press too hard. After a modest meal, they ceased their playful taunts. Otherwise, given the appetites of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, even these two portions may not have sufficed. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun showed no restraint, channeling his frustration into a ravenous appetite, devouring his food with a ferocity that left him no time to utter a single word. In a mere quarter of an hour, Yun Zheng and his companions indulged in delightful conversations and playfully entertained Ma Hongjun, basking in the ease of the moment. Bang! Owner, bring forth the delectable dishes and drinks promptly. Delay could result in the demolition of your establishment. Amidst their jovial banter, the inn's door was abruptly thrust open, revealing an arrogant youth who strode in with an air of superiority, bellowing with audacity. Following him were 7 or 8 equally haughty companions, and trailing behind was a middle-aged man who regarded others with disdain. The innkeeper and staff hurried to greet them, fearful of incurring the wrath of such distinguished guests. The reason was evident. All were donned in silk robes emblazoned with the characters Sanghui. Though Sanghui Academy may not be the pinnacle of institutions, it is nonetheless a school for soul masters, and anyone clad in its uniform must certainly possess that status. The innkeeper and attendants were but ordinary individuals. Who would dare not provoke such lofty soul masters? What audacity! Who are they? Xiao murmured, her tongue flicking out in disbelief at the ostentation of the newcomers. TCH. At her words, Dai Mubai scoffed, lifting his chair in preparation to speak, but was interrupted by Yun Zheng. This exchange did not go unnoticed by the Sanghui Academy members, who narrowed their eyes, interpreting Dai Mubai's actions as a challenge. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng's voice whispered in Dai Mubai's ear, "There's no need. When the city gate catches fire, the innocent fish in the moat suffer. If a conflict arises, it is the innkeeper, the staff, and the kitchen workers who will bear the brunt of it. We are not afraid of trouble, but neither should we seek it out. Furthermore, when a dog barks at you, you cannot stoop to quarrel with it, especially when it is not barking at us." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai turned to glance at Yun Zheng, only to find that Yun Zheng did not even raise his eyelids, seemingly indifferent to the commotion from the Sanghui Academy. Observing this, Dai Mubai contemplated and returned to his seat, acknowledging that Yun Zheng's assertion was indeed accurate. When spirit masters stir trouble, the shopkeeper bears the consequences. Even if they were to teach the Sanghui Academy members a lesson, once they departed, the establishment would still be unable to withstand the wrath of Sanghui Academy. Dai Mubai chose not to voice his thoughts, and naturally, Oscar and Ma Hongjun would not act rashly. Tang San, being composed, remained steadfast in his seat, while only Xiao exhibited a look of indignation, though she was restrained by Tang San. However, perhaps due to Yun Zheng and the others' silence, which the Sanghui Academy members misinterpreted as cowardice, combined with the stunning beauty of Yu Qing'er and the other girls. The haughty youth leading the Sanghui Academy smirked and approached them. Some individuals possess an arrogance that suggests the world revolves solely around them. The reasons the students sought trouble with Yun Zheng and his companions were straightforward. Firstly, the allure of Yu Qing'er and the other girls ignited a desire to tease them. Secondly, upon witnessing Yun Zheng and his group remain seated with an air of nonchalance, it was evident they held no regard for him. Thirdly, having observed their whispered exchange, he was convinced they were discussing Sanghui Academy. The arrogant youth completely disregarded Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng, striding directly toward the nearest Yu Qing'er. Upon seeing her up close, the malevolence in his eyes intensified as he provocatively inquired, "Little girl, would you care to play with me?" As he spoke, the haughty youth extended his hand beneath the table, reaching for Yu Qing'er's thigh. In that instant, Yu Qing'er's gaze sharpened, ready to retaliate. But someone was swifter than her. Bang! The arrogant youth felt a sudden blur before his eyes as Yun Zheng abruptly seized a nearby porcelain bowl and hurled it at the youth's face. The impact sent the youth reeling backward, pain coursing through his visage as the force shattered the bones in his face. The porcelain bowl, shielded by Yun Zheng's spirit power, embedded itself into his cheek, blood gushing forth. Did I not grant you enough respect? At this moment, Yun Zheng had risen, an aura of coldness radiating from him, his eyes nearly crystallizing with frost. The chilling power of ice spread outward, causing the temperature around them to plummet significantly. Chapter 57. 9 against 1 Dai Mubai, and the others witnessed the haughty youth approach, curious to see how Yun Zheng would respond. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, the youth was already sent flying. In that instant, not only were the Tsanghui Academy members stunned, but Dai Mubai and his companions were equally bewildered. Dai Mubai stared at Yun Zheng in shock, murmuring, "Did you not say? If a dog does not bark at me, I can choose to ignore it. But if it dares to bark, I shall not argue with it. I will simply break its legs." Upon hearing the voice of Dai Mubai, Yun Zheng did not turn his head but fixed his gaze intently on the group from Tsanghui Academy, articulating each word with precision. Moreover, this mutt not only barks at me but also seeks to bite. Thus, I shall have no choice but to slay it and prepare a stew. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback by Yun Zheng's audacious reasoning, recalling the demise of Long Tao at Yun Zheng's hands just the day before. At that time, Long Tao had raged at Yun Zheng, who remained silent. Yet, at the very instant the duel commenced, Yun Zheng had dispatched Long Tao with unyielding force. Should one mistake Yun Zheng's youthful appearance as an indication of harmlessness, they would be gravely mistaken. He was a person of few words but immense resolve. What about the shopkeeper? But soon, Dai Mubai remembered Yun Zheng's earlier words and asked in confusion. Simple. Yun Zheng commanded with his right hand. And the frost skybow manifested, releasing an aura of frigid cold that permeated the air. Even his breath exhaled frost. He then drew the bow to its full crescent, knocking an ice arrow, and declared, "Let us first obliterate them." Simultaneously, the proud youth who had been struck by Yun Zheng seemed to regain his senses. Racked by intense pain that elicited piercing cries as he writhed upon the ground, blood streaming from his face, creating a gruesome pool, his companions rushed to assist him, cautiously removing the white porcelain bowl embedded in his visage. Upon closer inspection, they were met with shock. There was scarcely any semblance of humanity left. His entire face had caved in, with the clear imprint of an inverted bowl at the center, his bones shattered beyond recognition. His jaw was completely dislocated, and the few teeth that remained could be seen scattered on the ground nearby, which the members of Tsanghui Academy could only gather up one by one. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy glared at Yun Zheng and his companions, fury nearly erupting from his eyes, his gaze as frigid as ice. At that moment, Ma Hongjun realized that this matter could not be resolved lightly. He hastily swallowed the morsel in his mouth, clutching a chicken leg, and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Isn't this just a case of being beaten to the ground searching for teeth? Nonsense." At Ma Hongjun's words, Yushichio could no longer contain his fury. Bellowing at Yun Zheng and the others, "Which sect do you belong to? Do you wish to stand against Tsanghui? Stand against Tsanghui?" Yun Zheng scoffed disdainfully and replied, "Tsanghui is unworthy." Yun Zheng's words caused Yi Zhichio's pupils to constrict sharply, a mix of astonishment and fury coursing through him. He was enraged that Yun Zheng had the audacity to mock Tsanghui Academy, yet he was equally astonished by Yun Zheng's composed demeanor, suggesting a formidable backing. Caught in this dilemma, Yu Zhichio hesitated to act. "Humph, are you too cowardly to even reveal your title?" Uncertain of Yun Zheng and his companion's true capabilities, Yu Zhichio narrowed his eyes and provocatively declared, "I am Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy." Dai Mubai rose and confidently approached Yun Zheng, proclaiming proudly his affiliation. Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this name, Yu Zhichio squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment, only to realize he had never heard of such an institution. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. A nameless, third-rate academy daring to challenge Tsanghui. "It seems I must take it upon myself to administer a proper lesson to you." Coldly huffing, Yi Zhichio waved his hand, commanding, "Seize them." With Yi Zhichio's directive, the remaining students of Tsanghui Academy sprang into action. 8 individuals, all powerful soul masters, stood ready, their 16 soul rings, 8 white and 8 yellow, illuminating the air as their martial spirits manifested, whether in the form of deer or hyenas, all casting unfriendly glares towards Yun Zheng and his companions. The 8 from Tsanghui Academy dismissed Yun Zheng and his group, for the eldest among them looked no older than 15 or 16, the youngest barely 10. Moreover, they had never heard of the academy. Assuming there were no prodigies among them, what was there to fear? If only Yun Zheng had revealed his soul rings. The sight of that singular purple thousand-year soul ring would have been enough to terrify them. At this moment, Yu Zhichio maintained his aloof stance, unwilling to intervene personally. Yet the unfolding events soon widened his eyes in disbelief. Before the 8 Tsanghui students could close the distance, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself. Leaping from the crowd, she summoned the soft bone rabbit, her 2 yellow soul rings shimmering as Ning Rongrong's amplifying light enveloped her. In a flash, the pink figure darted back and forth, and after a few muffled thuds, the 8 members of Tsanghui Academy were sent flying from the inn. The entire exchange transpired in less than the blink of an eye. A fight? How delightful. As Xiaowu landed gracefully, she playfully struck a charming pose, her laughter echoing with unbridled joy. 100-year soul ring. Yujiqiu. Not even glancing at the 8 students who had just been sent soaring, fixated intently on the 2 yellow soul rings surrounding Xiaowu, his astonishment palpable. However, at this juncture, Yujiqiu felt compelled to act, for the reputation of Tsanghui Academy was at stake, regardless of the students involved. Talents were inconsequential. Tsanghui Academy had its own share of prodigies. With this thought, Yujiqiu emitted a cold chuckle. 5 soul rings. White, yellow, purple. And purple, materializing as he summoned his Xian Gui martial spirit. The Xian Shui surged through the air, emanating a formidable pressure befitting a soul king. With a sinister grin, Yujiqiu coldly proclaimed, "Today, I shall take on the role of your instructor and impart a thorough lesson." A soul king. As the 5 soul rings materialized around Yujiqiu, Tang San and his companions, who initially had no intention of intervening, rose to their feet. If Yujiqiu were merely a soul master, there would be no cause for concern. Either Yun Zheng or Dai Mubai could effortlessly handle him. Even if Yujiqiu were a soul sect, the combined strength of Yun Zheng, Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong would be more than sufficient. However, if he were a soul king, then he would undoubtedly command the respect he deserved. Soul king, I shall strike you down. Yu Qing'er was the first to exclaim defiantly, summoning the spirit of the giant spirit golden dragon. With golden-scaled armors enveloping her, she unleashed a tremendous blow infused with the might of the giant spirit, enhanced by the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, launching a fierce punch toward Yujiqiu. The sight of Yu Qing'er's 200-year soul ring startled Yujiqiu, yet he remained composed, exuding an air of disdain. Nonchalantly, he activated his first soul skill, summoning a series of tortoise shells that coalesced into an impenetrable round shield around him, waiting contemptuously for Yu Qing'er to strike. A grand defensive soul king could hardly be breached by a formidable assault soul master, could he? Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, support me. At this moment, the quick-witted Tang San revealed his martial spirit. The blue silvergrass ensnared Yujiqiu's legs like binding ropes. As he unleashed his first and second soul skills, he called out to Zhu Shuqing and Xiaowu. Understanding his command, Zhu Shuqing and Xiaowu swiftly followed Yu Qing'er's lead. The 3 women, 1 powerful attacker and 2 agile assailants, launched a flurry of strikes, causing the tortoise-shell shield to crack under their relentless assault. Yujiqiu's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the trio's attack. In haste, he activated his second soul skill, Mysterious Water Ice Seal, with a resounding crack. As Yujiqiu's second soul ring illuminated, the moisture in the air instantly crystallized into solid ice, enveloping his tortoise-shell shield. This not only augmented its defensive capabilities, but also imbued the shell with a frost retaliation effect. What a formidable shell! Under the assault of the frost, the 3 women were compelled to retreat, with Xiaowu frowning in dismay. Suddenly, just as Yu Qing'er and the others distanced themselves, an ice arrow shot forth from the shadows. Yun Zheng's arrow was launched without the use of his second soul skill, shot forth with utmost clarity and boldness. As a soul king, Yujiqiu could not possibly remain unaware of it. However, he was hindered in his movements by the restraints of the blue silvergrass, and moreover, he held Yun Zheng's attack in contempt. It was a well-known fact that the power of arrows was feeble. After all, even Yu Qing'er's fist, imbued with the radiant essence of the giant spirit, had failed to breach Yujiqiu's defenses. What miraculous effect could Yun Zheng's arrow possibly possess? Yet, as it turned out, it did indeed possess something extraordinary. Although Yun Zheng's arrow failed to pierce through Yujiqiu's defenses, the frigid aura enveloping the ice arrow, bolstered by a 28% increase in armor penetration and damage, decisively infiltrated Yujiqiu's sturdy tortoiseshell shield and struck deep into his veins. Yujiqiu, wielding the Xian Gui martial spirit, is indeed a defense-oriented soul master. However, his soul power is imbued with moisture and frost, elements that are exquisitely countered by Yun Zheng's ultimate ice. Furthermore, Yun Zheng's first soul skill is particularly effective against all defensive soul masters, making Yujiqiu's encounter with him nothing short of a misfortune. To speak candidly, even in a one-on-one confrontation, Yun Zheng could effortlessly wear him down like a kite. Yet, Yun Zheng harbored no desire to act as a lone wolf with his teammates by his side. Under the impact of this arrow, Yujiqiu experienced cold for the first time. A creeping numbness began to pervade his entire body, dulling his thoughts in the process. Yun Zheng appeared to have anticipated the outcome, releasing another arrow while commanding, attack. Among the crowd, the first to respond was Yuqinger, who without a moment's hesitation turned and charged back, unleashing a powerful breath akin to that of a giant, leaving herself no avenue for retreat. For Yuqinger, as long as Yun Zheng was by her side, there was no need to overthink during battle. She would follow his every directive, trusting that even in the event of a mishap, Yun Zheng would find a way to rectify it. Following her lead, Dai Mubai, Tang Sect, and Xiao Wu quickly caught on, their eyes gleaming with determination as they unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. In a harmonious display, they exchanged blows with fervor, ice arrows, dragon roars, tiger howls, and the swift shadows of red and black converged into a cacophony of assaults that left Yujiqiu in a precarious position. Under the dual constraints of frost and blue silvergrass, her reaction time and mobility plummeted, forcing her to endure the onslaught from Yun Zheng and the others without the ability to mount a significant counterattack. Fortunately for Yujiqiu, as a defensive Soul King, she could withstand the barrage. Had it been another type of Soul King, they might not have endured. In truth, only Yuqinger, Yun Zheng, and Dai Mubai managed to inflict real damage, with Ning Rongrong's amplification shining most brightly upon them. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu primarily served to distract their opponent. Xiao Wu was somewhat restrained, and Tang San refrained from using hidden weapons. Otherwise, even with Yujiqiu's formidable defenses, she would not have been able to hold out for so long. Meanwhile, Oscar watched with fervor, though as a food-type soul master, he found himself powerless, confined to a safe distance as a mere spectator. At this stage, Yun Zheng and the others had yet to exhaust their soul power, rendering Oscar's sausage supplies unnecessary. And he could do little more than observe. "You scoundrel! Hand over the sausages." At that moment, the typically sluggish Ma Hongjun was also stirred, discarding his chicken leg and rushing to Oscar's side, demanding sausages. "Huh?" Oscar shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "You haven't even used a single soul skill. What? Have you exhausted your soul power from merely eating? Enough chatter. Hurry up." Ma Hongjun dismissed Oscar's words, glancing anxiously at the besieged Yujiqiu. "If we don't act fast, she might be done for." TSK. Oscar clicked his tongue, grasping Ma Hongjun's thoughts, and feeling a mix of envy and urgency. He produced a dozen sausages and tossed them to him. With both hands, Ma Hongjun seized the sausages, shoving them into his mouth. Chewing hastily before summoning the fiery essence of his phoenix martial soul, 2 yellow soul rings glowing brilliantly around him. With the enhancement of the sausages, Ma Hongjun's soul power surged to its peak, and the blazing flames of the phoenix erupted, enveloping him in waves of heat. Phoenix fire line. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun let out a piercing howl, and a pillar of fire, as thick as a human, surged forth. The scorching heat of the flames captured the attention of Dai Mubai and others. The instant Ma Hongjun's voice echoed, both Tang San and Dai Mubai were startled. "Stop!" Tang San cried out, but there was no retreat for Ma Hongjun. He could only drag Yuqinger and the others away with his blue silvergrass. "Fool!" Dai Mubai cursed vehemently, wishing he could strike Ma Hongjun with a heavy blow. Ma Hongjun, however, was oblivious to the voices of Tang San and Dai Mubai. All he could hear was the roaring of the flames. At that moment, Yun Zheng's gaze flickered, and the purple Millennium Spirit ring behind him quietly illuminated. Boom! The flames cascaded like a column towards Yujiqiu, whose protective turtle shell shield had already been rendered nearly useless. The fire was akin to the final straw that would break the camel's back. With just a fleeting touch, the shield protecting Yujiqiu crumbled, leaving him to confront the flames with the turtle shell that came from his spirit. Yet, the phoenix fire was not to be underestimated. Even though Yujiqiu was a soul king, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. The turtle shell behind him blackened and dried at a visible rate, a faint aroma of scorched flesh wafting through the air, while his soul power rapidly diminished. Simultaneously, the ultimate ice that had affected Yujiqiu began to dissolve under the scorching flames. The blue silvergrass that had entwined him had long since turned to ashes. At this moment, Tang San's blue silvergrass was incapable of providing fire immunity. Yujiqiu remained composed. The ultimate ice that had invaded his body was minimal, and with the assistance of the flames, the cold numbness affecting him was swiftly suppressed. Mysterious water surge. In an instant of recovery, Yujiqiu let out a sharp cry, and his 5th spirit ring illuminated, releasing a torrent of frosty water that surged directly toward Ma Hongjun. The water clashed with the pillar of fire, dense steam enveloping the entire first floor of the inn like a thick mist. "Foolish fatty!" Dai Mubai, witnessing this scene, immediately roared in fury and charged toward Yujiqiu. However, Before Daimubai could close the distance, Yu Zhiqiu summoned the water surge to force him back. From the very beginning, Yu Zhiqiu had underestimated Yun Zheng and the others, considering them merely a few great spirit masters. At most, there was only Daimubai, a soul sovereign, while he, a dignified soul king, could not possibly be defeated in such a manner. Yet, after experiencing setbacks, Yu Zhiqiu realized that Yun Zheng and the others could indeed pose a threat to him. Fueled by humiliation and anger, Yu Zhiqiu was now fighting with all his might. A serious soul king, even when wounded, is not someone a mere soul sovereign like Daimubai can approach. Realizing the folly of his actions, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of panic, yet he found himself in a dilemma. Yu Zhiqiu, being a soul king, rendered any comparison of soul power between him and Ma Hongjun a futile dream. However, retreating was not an option, as Yu Zhiqiu's waves would swiftly engulf Ma Hongjun, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Rong, boost me. At that moment, Yun Zheng, who had been standing at the rear of the formation, suddenly let out a piercing cry. Wielding his frost speech halberd, like a dragon in flight, he executed a momentary step, arriving before Yu Zhiqiu in an instant. Ning Rong was quick to respond, sending forth two beams of amplifying light that enveloped Yun Zheng. Yu Zhiqiu was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yun Zheng's teleportation soul skill. The halberd radiated an intimidating chill. Yet, pressed by the circumstances, Yu Zhiqiu had no time for further contemplation. With a cold grunt, he thrust his palm forward, intending to unleash the surging waves of water to force Yun Zheng back. But before Yu Zhiqiu could summon the waves, a pitch-black tail, as dark as obsidian, suddenly emerged behind Yun Zheng. The arrowhead at the tail's tip glowed with a sinister crimson light, and an ethereal whisper echoed in Yu Zhiqiu's ears. He was confronted by a pair of penetrating eyes that seemed to gaze into his very soul, drawing him in. Realizing he had fallen into an illusion, Yu Zhiqiu, ever the seasoned veteran, bit down on his tongue, using the pain to jolt his senses and wrench himself free from the phantasm. As the headmaster of Songhui Academy, he was well-versed in illusion techniques, having trained alongside the most gifted students in the craft, thus he was no stranger to such tricks. But as Yu Zhiqiu's consciousness returned to reality, Yun Zheng was already upon him, the massive blade of the halberd descending from 3 meters above. While flames surged back toward him, there was no time for further action, and instinctively, he drew himself into a protective shell to shield against the impending impact. With a thunderous roar, the blade and flames struck together, shaking the very foundations of the inn under Yun Zheng's immense power. Yu Zhiqiu could hardly be blamed. Previously, Zhao Wuji had also faltered under Yun Zheng's relentless assault, so it was not surprising that a Soul King would fall prey to the same fate. In truth, Yun Zheng himself was uncertain whether this strike would defeat Yu Zhiqiu, but it was undoubtedly the most formidable blow he could deliver. Regardless, even if he could not breach Yu Zhiqiu's defenses, the dual onslaught of Phoenix Fire and Extreme Ice would surely take its toll. Gradually, the steam dissipated, and Dai Mubai and the others swallowed hard, anxiously awaiting the outcome. What on earth is happening at this late hour? At that moment, Zhao Wujie unexpectedly descended the staircase, his robust voice successfully capturing the attention of Dai Mubai and the others. With a grunt, Zhao Wujie made his way down, indignantly exclaiming, "Eating is eating, sleeping is sleeping. How can 8 or 9 individuals bully an old turtle like this?" However, mid-sentence, Zhao Wujie abruptly froze. At the edge of his vision, he beheld Yun Zheng, 1 foot planted upon Yu Zhiqiu's shell, hand entwined with the ethereal moonlight frost, an icy arrow poised against Yu Zhiqiu's brow, the frigid gleam causing beads of sweat to form on Yu Zhiqiu's forehead. They had actually managed to defeat a Soul King. To be candid, Zhao Wujie had been aware of their actions from the moment Yun Zheng and his companions engaged, yet he refrained from intervening immediately. His intention was twofold: to assess Yun Zheng and his friends' capabilities and to emerge as a mentor when they faltered, relishing the admiration in their eyes. However, it now appeared that he might not have a role to play in this affair. At this moment, Yun Zheng also caught sight of Zhao Wuji and let out a long sigh of relief. He retrieved a soul-guiding device from Yu Zhiqiu, kicking him towards Zhao Wuji, and said, "Teacher Zhao, I leave the rest to you." After that, Yun Zheng approached the store manager and the attendant, extracting the soul coins from Yu Zhiqiu's device, dividing them into 3 portions, and handing them to the 2 individuals. "Consider this compensation. You both can share it with the kitchen. If you're concerned about Songhui Academy causing you trouble, this money is more than sufficient for you to relocate to another city and live comfortably for the rest of your lives." This was the best solution Yun Zheng could conceive. You are their teacher. On the other side, Yu Zhiqiu, who had been kicked in front of Zhao Wuji, looked at him as if he were a savior, speaking in a state of panic, hoping that Zhao Wuji would deliver justice. However, Zhao Wuji merely cast him a disdainful glance before swatting him away with a single palm, just before losing his balance. Yu Zhiqiu faintly heard Zhao Wuji's voice dripping with contempt. If my students cannot even handle you, what would it say about my skills if I were to practice on you? Chapter 59. The Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The next day arrived. The incident involving Songhui Academy was merely a trivial episode for Yun Zheng and his companions. They had not escalated matters to the point of causing any fatalities. Yun Zheng was not a bloodthirsty individual. After administering a lesson, he had simply sent the personnel from Songhui Academy away. The most unfortunate was likely the arrogant young man who had attempted to flirt with Yu Qinger, for he would probably find it difficult to face anyone for the rest of his life. Early the following morning, they ventured into the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest was vast, straddling the two great empires of Tiandou and Xinglua, and was one of the three major habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, compared to the other soul beast habitats, the Sunset Forest and the extreme north, the Stardow Forest surpassed them both in terms of the quantity and overall strength of soul beasts. It is widely said that as long as one does not provoke the legendary Ice Emperor within the extreme north, the Stardow Forest undoubtedly remains a forbidden ground for humans. In short, one should refrain from venturing into the Stardow Forest recklessly, for even a titled Douluo could face peril there. Of course, this is relative. The danger level in the outer regions and mixed zones of the Stardow Forest is considerably lower. Yun Zheng and his companions sought to procure a third soul ring for Oscar, specifically a soul beast of 1,000 years of cultivation, which did not necessitate an extensive expedition. The periphery of the Stardow Forest sufficed. Within this outer realm of the forest, the most formidable soul beasts were merely 3,000 to 4,000 years old. Even a coalition of 5 or 6 seasoned soul emperors would likely encounter no perilous threats, especially with Zhao Wuji accompanying Yun Zheng and his group. As they journeyed onward, Tang Sect gradually emerged as the leader of their band, with everyone looking to him for guidance. This was met with universal respect, for Tang Sect's breadth of knowledge was indeed profound. He could articulate with ease the habitats of various soul beasts, the distribution of flora, and the intricacies of each creature's habits, toxicity of plants, and their interrelations. Akin to a living encyclopedia of the Soul Master realm. Even matters that eluded Zhao Wuji were readily grasped by Tang Sect, which undeniably fostered a sense of security among them. The wealth of knowledge Tang Sect possessed was imparted by the master. Given the close rapport between Yu Zhongbai and the master, it was evident that if Yu Qinger and Yun Zheng were willing, the master would readily share his wisdom. However, the crux of the matter lay in the difficulty of truly assimilating such knowledge. As for Yu Qinger, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Compelling her to study was akin to a torment, as the vast ocean of eclectic knowledge appeared to her as an inscrutable tome. As for Yun Zheng indeed wishes to learn, yet, to be perfectly honest, he simply lacks the time. After an entire day filled with essential studies, cultivation, accompanying Yu Qinger, practicing archery and spear techniques, and honing his physique, Yun Zheng found little time to delve into miscellaneous knowledge. Indeed, if pressed, he could carve out some spare moments. But he is no automaton, incapable of enduring 12 continuous hours of toil. To return to the matter at hand, the transition from summer to autumn is upon us. And in anticipation of the forthcoming hibernation period, the soul beasts remain notably active. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, the group encountered a soul beast over a millennium old. Regrettably, its attributes and abilities did not align with Oscar's, leaving them no choice but to forego the pursuit. Subsequently, they encountered numerous soul beasts, ranging from 10 to 100 years old. Adhering to principles of sustainable development and refraining from unnecessary slaughter, Yun Zheng and his companions spared these creatures. As noon approached, Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned against Yu Qinger's shoulder and softly remarked, "Qinger, I never realized hunting soul beasts could be so exhausting. Hunting for souls as a soul master is inherently a matter of chance. Patience is essential." Yu Qinger offered a gentle smile and whispered words of comfort. Coming from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was accustomed to having her soul rings prepared by the sect, and never before had she needed to hunt for herself. This expedition into the Stardow Forest was indeed a novel experience for her. "Oh," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, and refrained from further complaints. Deep down, she understood that her words were merely a momentary indulgence. After being chastised by Flender, she recognized that at Shrek Academy, she could not maintain the demeanor of a spoiled heiress. Certain challenges must be surmounted. However, The exchange of whispers between Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er did not escape the observant eyes of Yun Zheng. After a brief contemplation, he surmised the nature of their conversation. Turning to Oscar and Ma Hongjun, he noted their weariness and suggested to Tang San, "Brother San, shall we take a moment to rest?" It is noteworthy that among the 9 students of Shrek, the 3 eldest are still Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San, with Yu Qing'er now ranking 4th. Followed by Ma Hongjun. Yun Zheng occupies the 6th position, succeeded by Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing in that order. Of course, this ranking reflects their apparent ages. In terms of actual age, Xiao Wu could be considered the ancestral figure among them. Thus, Ma Hongjun's calling Yun Zheng brother seems somewhat misplaced. Yet, as Ma Hongjun puts it, in the realm of expertise, the adept may serve as a teacher, and given Yun Zheng's prowess in the battle arena, he certainly would not dare to have Yun Zheng address him as such. Something approaches. Just as Yun Zheng finished his sentence, Zhao Wujie suddenly shouted with urgency. The group collectively perked up, and Tang San called out, "Zhu Qing, investigate what it is." Understood. Zhu Qing, grasping the situation, summoned the phantom cat spirit. Darting among the treetops to survey the surroundings. "It's a soul beast," she declared. A red, elongated creature, appearing to be 6 to 8 meters in length. Flew 3 to 4 meters above the ground at an astonishing speed. Could it be a bird or a spirit beast? Upon hearing Zhu Qing's feedback, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but speculate. Tang San furrowed his brow, already harboring some suspicions, and inquired once more, "Zhu Qing, please observe again. This spirit beast may not simply possess a red head, but rather a red comb atop its head, accompanied by pink wings. It's coming." Yun Zheng, overhearing the conversation between Tang San and Zhu Shiqing, realized the nature of the approaching spirit beast. His gaze sharpened as he prepared his frost sky feather bow, readying an ice arrow, awaiting the foul-tailed comb snake. Indeed, it has a red comb. Zhu Qing's response confirmed his thoughts. Zhao Wujie and Tang San's eyes brightened in unison as they exclaimed, "Foul-tailed comb snake." Based on Zhu Qing's description, this spirit beast was likely around 1800 years old, making it perfectly suited for Oscar in both attributes and age. A smile grazed Tang San's face as he spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, Oscar was overjoyed. "Tang San, since you possess such knowledge of the spirit beast, you shall lead the way." Zhao Wujie regarded Tang San thoughtfully. Tang San nodded and addressed Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, your martial soul has a suppressive effect on the foul-tailed comb snake. When it approaches, summon your martial soul." Turning to Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, and Dai Mubai, he noticed they were all prepared and could only chuckle, saying, "Firepower suppression." Understood. Dai Mubai grinned, nodding resolutely. Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, the foul-tailed comb snake emerged from the thicket. Tang San's gaze sharpened as he shouted, "Fatty." Now, as Tang San's words fell, Ma Hongjun had already activated his martial soul. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, the blazing might of the phoenix enveloped the foul-tailed comb snake, causing it to stiffen momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San launched his blue-silver grass, expertly ensnaring the snake's tail. Simultaneously, Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, and Dai Mubai unleashed their attacks. The chilling ice arrows, infused with the might of the giant spirit and the blazing light of the white tiger, shot forth. Yet the ice arrows vanished midway. The foul-tailed comb snake, not lacking in intelligence, instinctively sensed the impending danger, relinquishing its fear of the phoenix. It coiled its body, breaking free from Tang San's barbed and parasitic blue-silver grass. The dual beams of the giant spirit's golden light and the white tiger's blazing light surged forward. But the foul-tailed comb snake twisted its body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading the dual attacks. At that moment, Tang San seemed to perceive a mocking glint in the depths of the snake's eyes. However, just then, an ice arrow shot forth from beneath the foul-tailed comb snake, piercing through its abdomen. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake emitted a mournful roar, its wings frantically flapping in a desperate bid for survival. It was indeed unfortunate for the creature, having barely escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's jaws, a truly dismal fate. "Don't let it escape." As the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake attempted to flee, Tang San shouted urgently, prompting Zhu Shiqing to charge forward without hesitation. Having already been severely weakened by the chilling ice, the snake's speed had diminished, allowing Zhu Shiqing to swiftly catch up. In the grip of fear, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, heedless of its pursuer's identity, released a vibrant mist from its mouth. Enveloped by the mist, Zhu Shiqing felt a sudden numbness spread throughout her body, rendering her unable to maintain control and causing her to plummet from the sky. "Damn it!" In a moment of panic, Dai Mubai, witnessing this scene, assumed Zhu Zhuqing had been poisoned by the snake and was consumed by rage. With his first and third soul rings glowing simultaneously, he stomped the ground and leaped before the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, seizing Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. In his fury, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 60. No? Mubai? Wait. Tang San, seeing Dai Mubai lose his composure, shouted desperately, "That mist isn't poisonous." However, Dai Mubai was oblivious to Tang San's words, driven solely by the desire for vengeance for Zhu Zhuqing. With a resounding impact, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake crashed to the ground. Tang San rushed forward to assess the situation, relieved to find that Dai Mubai's blow had not claimed the snake's life, but only rendered it unconscious. Had that punch been fatal, Oscar would have been inconsolable. Fortunately, the snake's scales were tough and smooth, absorbing a significant portion of Dai Mubai's strength. Moreover, at that moment, Ning Rongrong was preoccupied and had already distributed all her enhancement light, failing to bolster Dai Mubai's power. Otherwise, the snake's fate would have been uncertain. Seeing that the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was still alive, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief and promptly called for Oscar. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had gently lowered Zhu Zhuqing to the ground. At this point, he had regained his senses, and the paralyzing effect on Zhu Zhuqing had dissipated. Yet, both seemed oblivious to their surroundings, with Dai Mubai holding Zhu Zhuqing in a daze, and she gazing blankly at him, each lost in their own thoughts. Cough. Just as the two shared a moment of profound connection, an awkward cough from Yun Zheng disrupted the atmosphere. The moment Yun Zheng's voice resonated, Dai Mubai noticeably stiffened. While Zhu Zhuqing hastily leaped from his embrace, fleeing towards the direction of Yuqing and the others, as the soft jade slipped from his grasp. Dai Mubai regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat and feigning nonchalance as he approached Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng distinctly perceived the subtle resentment in Dai Mubai's eyes as he approached. In response, Yun Zheng simply shrugged. Fully aware that Zhu Zhuqing would not allow Dai Mubai to hold on to him indefinitely, especially with everyone else watching, the situation was rather inappropriate. Haha, consider yourself fortunate. You've encountered such a remarkable soul ring. On the other side, Zhao Wujie was fervently rubbing Oscar's head, his expression brimming with excitement. For Zhao Wujie, there was no greater joy than witnessing the gradual growth of each student. The sight of Oscar acquiring an extraordinary soul ring brought him more delight than if he himself had obtained a soul bone. However, Oscar found it difficult to endure Zhao Wujie's affectionate gestures. His handsome face wore a forced smile. Tang San and Ma Hongjun, lacking in loyalty, merely observed, with Ma Hongjun reveling in Oscar's predicament, while Tang San let his inner cunning surface, both pleased to see Oscar in distress. After a considerable time, when Zhao Wujie's excitement finally subsided, he released Oscar. Yet, before Oscar could catch his breath, Zhao Wujie presented him with a dagger, instructing, "Pierce through its crest, and this soul ring shall be yours." Oscar hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. As a soul master, slaying soul beasts was an unspoken obligation. Even though he felt a pang of reluctance, he understood it was a necessary task, having already faced this situation thrice before. There was no room for pity. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had clearly turned her head away. Stop. Oscar took a deep breath, preparing to deliver a swift end to the phoenix-tailed chicken-crest snake, when suddenly a sharp voice rang out, accompanied by a pink serpent's tongue darting toward him like lightning. Startled, Oscar, being as fragile as a fledgling, was unable to evade such a rapid strike. However, Zhao Wujie would not stand idly by, with a cold expression. He swiftly struck out, severing the serpent's tongue. The figure concealed within the foliage let out a muffled groan, evidently injured by Zhao Wujie's hidden force. What is this? How dare you launch a sneak attack in my presence? Zhao Wujie scoffed, unleashing his soul sage-level power like a surging tide toward the direction of the serpent's tongue. The shadowy figure, caught off guard by Zhao Wujie's brazen response, hastily retreated 2 steps. Fortunately, another force arose to create a barrier, shielding her from Zhao Wujie's overwhelming pressure. Steady now. Soon after, a stooped figure emerged from the shadows, first offering words of comfort to her granddaughter before turning to Zhao Wujie, nodding meaningfully. I did not expect to encounter the renowned immovable king here. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you. Simultaneously, the stooped figure calmly revealed her 6 soul rings. The brilliance of her soul power illuminating her vicinity, allowing Zhao Wujie to clearly discern her appearance. Yar, isn't he merely a soul emperor? Why act like a formidable wolf? Teacher Zhao. Upon seeing the 6 soul rings, Ma Hongjun disdainfully scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wujie delivered a sharp rebuke, interrupting Ma Hongjun while cheerfully addressing the elderly woman. It is the esteemed elder Chao Tianxiang. What a pleasure to meet you. To speak candidly, Zhao Wujie was not particularly intimidated by the combat prowess of the sole Douluo level Long Gong. While he acknowledged that he could not contend with the renowned Long Gong, he was supremely confident that his own background far surpassed that of Long Gong's. This confidence stemmed from the support of Yun Zheng and the others. Just consider the illustrious lineage of the current Shrek Academy students. The sole son of the Haoyin Douluo, the daughter and disciple of the Lei Yu Douluo, and the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even the seemingly less favored Xing Luo prince was not someone Long Gong could easily provoke. Moreover, after being taught a lesson by Yu Zhengbai and Tang Hao that fateful night, Zhao Wujie was confident he could break through to the Sole Douluo realm within 3 years. Why then should he fear someone like Long Gong? However, it was often wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Although it was evident that the other party harbored malicious intent, Zhao Wujie was still inclined to engage in a cordial pretense with Elder Chao Tianxiang before any open hostility. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Esteemed Elder Chao Tianxiang? Zhao Wujie inquired with a pleasant smile, feigning ignorance. Observing Zhao Wujie's shameless demeanor, Chao Tianxiang inwardly cursed, yet managed a forced smile as she replied. My granddaughter has reached the 30th level. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was originally discovered by us first, but this wretched creature proved cunning enough to escape. If the esteemed king does not believe me, you may inspect the creature's abdomen for the injuries I inflicted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's expression darkened slightly as he exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Mubai, who understood the silent cue and approached the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to investigate. Chao Tianxiang awaited the outcome with an air of indifference, her confidence making Zhao Wujie realize that her claims were likely true. If what she said was accurate, the situation could become rather troublesome, as the opposing party was not merely engaging in a forceful robbery, but was justified in their claims. Teacher Zhao, there are no signs. Just as Zhao Wujie pondered how to assist Oscar in securing this soul ring, Dai Mubai's hesitant voice rang in his ears. This complicates matters. Zhao Wujie's initial reaction was to click his tongue, dismissing Dai Mubai's statement as a mere coincidence, but soon his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he retorted. None. Indeed. Dai Mubai earnestly nodded in response, stating, the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake bears only the arrow wound and frostbite left by Yun Zheng. There are no other marks. None. How is that possible? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's response, Zhao Wujie's reaction was momentarily absent. Ko Xiangxiang, in disbelief, let out a sharp cry, disregarding Dai Mubai's attempts to restrain her, and rushed towards the crowning snake. She seized the creature to inspect it. To her astonishment, the belly of the snake bore only a single arrow wound and signs of frostbite. There were no traces of her previous injuries, or perhaps they had been obscured. Yet, none of this was of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that Ko Xiangxiang could no longer substantiate that this snake was the same one encountered by her and her granddaughter. Zhao Wujie, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter, feigning regret as he remarked, what a pity, esteemed Ko Xiangxiang. It appears that this crowning snake is not the one you previously encountered. You claimed that the snake you encountered bore your wounds, yet this one does not. It is abundantly clear that this snake is not the one you originally came across. His reasoning was lucid and sound. Ko Xiangxiang trembled with indignation at Zhao Wujie's words, directing an enraged glare towards him. However, upon meeting his audacious gaze, she regained her composure. In truth, this time she had ventured to hunt souls with her granddaughter without the accompaniment of Long Gong. Should matters escalate into a confrontation with Zhao Wujie, she would be the one to suffer. With the evidence now absent, it was nothing short of fanciful to attempt to reclaim the soul beast from this incorrigible rogue. After careful consideration, Ko Xiangxiang managed a sardonic smile, gritting her teeth as she addressed Zhao Wujie. It indeed seems that way. Since this is the case, we shall not disturb the Ming Wang any further. Grandma, Meng Yiran protested, yet this time Ko Xiangxiang would not relent, firmly pulling her away. As Zhao Wujie observed Ko Xiangxiang's retreating figure, a fleeting sense of vulnerability washed over him. Had she stood her ground, it would have indicated that there remained a possibility for resolution. However, her decisive departure suggested that she was genuinely incensed. It was likely that their next encounter would involve Long Gong personally visiting Shrek Academy. Yet, Zhao Wujie remained unperturbed, as he had stated before. Let them see if they could offend each of his little ancestors, and then witness who would ultimately suffer. Chapter 61. Human schemes cannot compare to heaven's designs. How could Ko Xiangxiang, a dignified soul emperor, possibly lose track of a millennium-old soul beast? In truth, Zhao Wujie understood well that this crowning snake was indeed the one previously encountered by Ko Xiangxiang. She was equally aware of this fact, yet in the absence of evidence, the truth could easily be obscured. The root of all this lies in Yun Zheng's arrow. Had it not been for Yun Zheng's shot, which fortuitously concealed the wounds left by Chao Tianxiang, it is likely that Zhao Wujie would have been entangled with Chao Tianxiang a while longer, and retrieving what he had acquired would have been an impossibility. However, without this fortuitous arrow from Yun Zheng, the situation could not have been resolved so effortlessly, and Zhao Wujie would not have had the audacity to ask Chao Tianxiang to leave. Contemplating this, Zhao Wujie cast a glance at Yun Zheng. Noticing Zhao Wujie's gaze, Yun Zheng merely shrugged innocently. Zhao Wujie did not overthink it. He did not believe Yun Zheng acted with intent, viewing it merely as a coincidence. After all, in Zhao Wujie's eyes, no matter how astute Yun Zheng might be, it was inconceivable that he could foresee the future. It was merely a stroke of misfortune for Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter. Yet, in truth, Yun Zheng had orchestrated it all deliberately. Yun Zheng did not intentionally target Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. He simply wished to prevent Tang Sect and Meng Yiran from engaging in a duel. Yun Zheng was undoubtedly aware that such actions might offend the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. However, when faced with the straightforward dilemma of an 80-level Dragon Lord and a nearly 10,000-year-old Titan giant ape, he would still make his choice. In comparison, Yun Zheng would rather incur the wrath of the former than confront the latter. Yun Zheng will not forget that in the original work, Tang Sect achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level through his sparring with Meng Yiran. Subsequently, in the quest to find Tang Sect's third spirit ring, the group delayed until nightfall, leading them to encounter the Titan giant ape. While it is true that the fundamental reason for Shrek's encounter with the Titan giant ape lies with Xiao Wu, the immediate cause was indeed Tang Sect's ascension to the 30th level. Had it not been for the purpose of procuring Tang Sect's third spirit ring, the group may not have crossed paths with the Titan giant ape at all. Yun Zheng had to admit that he was selfish. His actions not only deprived Tang Sect of the opportunity to break through the 30th level, but also caused him to lose the formidable 8 spider lances. However, facing the Titan giant ape, Yun Zheng was unwilling to take that gamble. Although the original narrative did not depict any casualties, what if the Titan giant ape, as a soul beast, could effortlessly obliterate mountains with its movements? Who could withstand such might? As for Tang Sect, he could always compensate him later. After 5 years, when Yun Zheng helped Xiao Wu survive the soul-hunting mission from the Spirit Hall, he would surely atone for his selfishness today. Impudent fool, if you do not act soon, this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake will soon be frozen to death. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai urged Oscar, who had been dawdling. The encroachment of extreme ice was not to be taken lightly. Oh. Oscar, as if awakened from a dream, nodded and, without further hesitation, swiftly dispatched the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Just moments earlier, he had feared for the survival of his third soul ring, but to his surprise, in the span of a few exchanged words, Zhao Tianxiang had departed with her granddaughter. Now, Oscar feared that Zhao Tianxiang might change her mind, leaving no room for doubt. A purple soul ring ascended from the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Oscar took a deep breath, seated himself on the ground, summoned his sausage spirit, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Zhao Wujie stood guard for Oscar, while Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng remained vigilant. And the 4 young women along with Ma Hongjun prepared provisions. To speak frankly, Ma Hongjun indeed possessed a gift for culinary endeavors. Not only could he eat, but he could also cook. Dai Mubai and Oscar often jested that if he were not a soul master, he could easily amass wealth as a chef. Similarly, Ma Hongjun believed that if Yun Zheng were not a soul master, he could thrive as a fortune teller. Returning to the matter at hand, they all understood that absorbing a soul ring was a painstaking process, especially for an auxiliary soul master like Oscar. Absorbing a millennium soul ring would require at least 1 or 2 hours, and during that time, they could not simply wait idly. They needed to satiate their hunger. Frankly speaking, even in the face of death, one must not suffer from hunger while away from home. As for Tang Sect, he had been on high alert, and, having expended considerable soul power in dealing with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, decided to recuperate. An hour and a half later, Oscar finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring and opened his eyes, only to find everyone surrounding him, eagerly questioning, "How do you feel? What abilities did you gain? What kind of sausage is it? Is it delicious?" It was needless to say that the last question was undoubtedly posed by Ma Hongjun. In response to their inquiries, Oscar did not reply but instead chuckled to himself, appearing quite exhilarated. "TSK, has this impertinent fool's condition worsened? Dai Mubai observed Oscar's playful demeanor, clicking his tongue in exasperation. I am simply curious about whether this fellow's third soul skill is delectable. Ma Hongjun licked his lips and turned to Yun Zheng beside him, earnestly asking, half-sage, could you perhaps divine that for us? Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng rolled his eyes in annoyance and retorted, do you truly consider me a fortune-teller? Dai Mubai and the others engaged in a lively exchange, seemingly oblivious to Oscar, the central figure in their conversation. You oaf, all you know is how to eat. My third soul skill is flight. Oscar huffed, visibly displeased yet brimming with pride. Flight. At the mention of this word, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Oscar as if to confirm he had not misheard. As a terrestrial being, who wouldn't yearn to soar freely like a bird amidst the clouds? Moreover, it is commonly said that such an ability would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. It was evident that if he could fly, Dai Mubai's agility in combat would undergo a remarkable transformation. Perhaps it's best to first savor the experience. However, Ma Hongjun showed little enthusiasm for flight. He was far more intrigued by the flavor of Oscar's third soul skill. As a member of the evil fire phoenix lineage, he was currently constrained by his soul power, rendering him incapable of flight, yet he knew that one day he would soar through the skies like Flanders. Oscar shot Ma Hongjun an irritated glance, disregarding him, and turned to Dai Mubai, stating, indeed, it is flight, for a duration of 1 minute. A minute? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression visibly soured, and he forced a chuckle. A minute. If we encounter a wider canyon, we may not even make it across. In response to Dai Mubai's skepticism, Oscar appeared to have anticipated this reaction, grinning slyly as he posed a mysterious counter-question. But what if we flew at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute? The speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Oscar's audacious claim stunned everyone, including Yu Qing'er and the rest, while even the initially dismissive Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment at Oscar. To fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute would cover at least 2 kilometers. Even Zhu Zhuqing, the fastest among them, could scarcely match that. Haha. Finally, this journey has not been in vain. The most exuberant among them was Zhao Wuji, who clapped Oscar heartily on the back, his face alight with joy. For this soul skill alone, it would be worth offending the Dragon King. Once the excitement began to subside, Yun Zheng wisely suggested, since Oscar has successfully located his third spirit ring, our objective has been achieved. We should hasten our departure from here. Indeed, Zhao Wuji, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement, saying, let us return to the academy. This is, after all, the Stardow Forest, and even the outskirts are fraught with danger. Moreover, we have just incurred the wrath of the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress. Should they decide to retaliate, it would surely spell trouble. Teacher Zhao, I fear we may not be able to return just yet. Just as Zhao Wuji finished speaking, Tang Sect suddenly interjected. Smiled shyly, scratching his head as he said, I just broke through the 30th level while adjusting my breathing. What? In that instant, Yun Zheng was utterly taken aback. Chapter 62, The Titan Great Ape. Although Yun Zheng exclaimed, the others did not find it strange, as they too were astonished. A 12-year-old soul master was a rarity across the continent. Indeed, among them, Yu Qing'er and Xiao might also achieve the rank of soul master by the age of 12, potentially even surpassing Tang Sect's record. Yet, at this moment, Tang Sect was the earliest among them to break through to that esteemed level. Third brother, you are amazing. Little San, rest assured, we will handle the matters regarding soul beasts. The group showered Tang Sect with blessings and compliments, and a genuine smile graced his face. Yun Zheng managed to force a smile. After all, Tang Sect's breakthrough to Soul Master was a joyous occasion, and it wouldn't do to have Yun Zheng appear despondent. After a brief bout of playful banter, Zhao Wujie spoke up. Young ones, let us proceed south for another 10 miles to set up camp. Tomorrow, we shall find a splendid soul ring for little San. Yes. As Oscar began to absorb the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, it was already noon. After spending an hour and a half absorbing the soul ring, it was now the late afternoon. Although the sun still hung in the sky, dusk was not far off. Once the golden crow dipped in the west, countless spirits would emerge from the Stardow Forest. Even the peripheral areas posed extreme danger for humans. For soul masters, the best strategy when faced with the forest night was to find a relatively safe spot and remain there, rather than attempting to compete with the night vision-capable soul beast in their knowledge of the woods. After a short while, Zhao Wujie led the group to a relatively safe hillside, where they would spend the night, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You, prepare dinner with the girls, the rest of you, set up the tents. As the eldest, Dai Mubai naturally assumed the role of captain, methodically assigning tasks to everyone. However, Oscar clearly struggled to accept Dai Mubai's orders. Indignantly rushing to confront him, "Why must I cook with the girls?" Dai Mubai cast a disdainful glance at Oscar. If he weren't so prideful, he would have relished the opportunity to prepare dinner alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Yet this fellow seemed unappreciative. As the older brother, Dai Mubai had intentionally created chances for Oscar to get closer to Ning Rongrong, and now this guy was turning the tables. "Make the most of your resources." Ma Hongjun chuckled, draping an arm around Oscar's shoulders. "Cooking dinner? Isn't that your forte? It's called working in your field of expertise. By the way, what exactly is your third soul skill, sausage? Can you add a little flavor to our meal?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Dai Mubai and Oscar fell silent. Ma Hongjun refrained from mentioning the effects of Oscar's third soul skill, yet he could not help but reminisce about its delightful taste. This fellow was merely indulging in his cravings. Sighing helplessly, Dai Mubai turned to Oscar and remarked, "Even if we aren't eating, we must at least take a look. You rascal, what does your third soul skill truly entail? It will be dark soon. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously enlighten you." After Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun pressed him repeatedly, Oscar proudly hummed and pointed skyward, theatrically declaring, "Allow me to showcase my splendid third soul skill that enables one to soar upon consumption." Immediately following, Oscar flamboyantly recited, "I possess a mushroom sausage." I knew it. The absurdity of this rascal's soul chant grows increasingly appalling. At the instant Oscar's words fell, Dai Mubai facepalmed, muttering under his breath, while Ma Hongjun could only click his tongue. Although Oscar's sausage had a decent flavor, the chant was indeed quite off-putting. Nonetheless, one must commend Oscar for his audacity in boldly proclaiming his soul chant. Simultaneously, a sausage crowned with a mushroom cap materialized at Oscar's fingertips. This sausage, topped with a plump mushroom hat, could only be described as grotesque. While Oscar's first and second soul skills were indeed sausages, at least they lacked the mushroom cap. As this peculiar sausage emerged, Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls blushed, while Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I've suddenly realized that I'm not so curious about the taste of that sausage after all. Humph. If you won't eat it, I shall." Oscar, though slightly embarrassed, feigned indifference with a snort and tilted his head back to consume his uniquely shaped third soul skill. As Oscar swallowed the mushroom sausage, a fierce wind howled, and the once dim sky turned pitch black. Ma Hongjun, gazing upwards with a perplexed expression, murmured, "Didn't they say something about flying? Why has it turned dark instead?" Gulping nervously, Oscar stammered, "It wasn't Timmy." Boom. The next moment, a massive boulder hurtled toward him, leaving Oscar frozen in shock, unable to react. At that instant, Yun Zheng, who had been on high alert, instantly appeared beside Oscar, whisking him away and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Run! Roar!" Just as Yun Zheng's words echoed, a deafening roar reverberated, and chaos ensued with flying dust and howling winds, while ominous beastly eyes glowed ominously in the sky. The Titan giant ape? At this moment, Tang Sect and Zhao Wujin recognized the colossal beast obscuring the sun, their pupils contracting in unison, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The king of the forest, the Titan great ape, stands as a pinnacle among soul beasts, its power, speed, and defense nearly flawless. With merely a century of cultivation, it can rival a soul beast of 10,000 years. The Titan great ape before them possesses at least 50,000 years of cultivation, equivalent to a title Douluo among soul masters. Zhao Wujie comprehended almost instantly that their escape today was nearly impossible. "Mubai," Zhao Wujie exclaimed sternly, his voice leaving no room for debate. "You must lead everyone away when the time comes, and do not concern yourself with me. While I am absent, you must ensure everyone's safety." Having said this, Zhao Wujie did not wait for Mubai's reaction. He stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and feigned ease as he addressed the Titan great ape. "Esteemed king of the forest, we harbor no intentions of offense. If we have inadvertently trespassed upon your territory, we shall depart immediately." Boom. Before Zhao Wujie could finish his words, the Titan great ape displayed a mocking expression, striking the ground with a fist, creating a deep pit mere inches from Zhao Wujie's feet. Stunned, Zhao Wujie's fury surged, and he roared, summoning the spirit of the mighty golden bear. He leaped high, and the first, third, and fifth spirit rings illuminated simultaneously as he charged towards the Titan great ape, shouting towards Mubai, "Get them out of here." The Titan great ape understood Zhao Wujie's words, but paid no heed. Its sole intent was to see Xiao Wu. Had it not been for her presence alongside Zhao Wujie and the others, the Titan great ape would have effortlessly annihilated them. as a soul beast. How could it harbor any fondness for human soul masters? However, since Zhao Wujie dared to strike, the Titan Great Ape was more than willing to teach this reckless human a lesson, with a mere extension of a finger. The Titan Great Ape sent the advancing Zhao Wujie reeling. Subsequently, it casually hurled a boulder, startling Zhao Wujie, who prepared to defend himself. Yet, Mu Bai suddenly dashed forward, intercepting the massive stone. Mu Bai, have you lost your mind? Did I not instruct you to lead them away? Seeing Mu Bai, Zhao Wujie felt a mix of gratitude and anger, shouting to mask his tumultuous emotions. You are the one who has lost your mind. Mu Bai gritted his teeth, bracing against the boulder, squeezing out a response. Such a repulsive task. I had Tang Sect and Yun Zheng do it. With that statement, Mu Bai's third spirit ring glowed, his strength and soul power doubling. With a mighty cry, he shattered the boulder. You. Zhao Wujie choked back his words, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. Whoosh. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to speak, an ice arrow suddenly flew between him and Mu Bai, followed closely by a flaming tree ignited by phoenix fire. At that moment, Tang Sect's clear voice rang out. Mu Bai, my apologies. Such a disgusting task, neither Yun Zheng nor I could undertake it. Chapter 63. Consider it a debt owed to me. Due to the intention to keep the protagonist uninvolved in Tang Sect's hunt for the man-faced demon spider, a brief mention suffices. Otherwise, it would require excessive elaboration. With the assistance of Ma Hongjun, Yu Qing'er, and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Sect cast aside a ferocious fire tree towards the Titan Great Ape. However, despite its formidable appearance, the force lacked sufficient strength. The Titan Great Ape merely let out a mighty roar, and the resulting shockwave extinguished the flames. The fire tree was utterly annihilated by the violent gust before it could even approach the Titan Great Ape. Although Yun Zheng's ice arrows possessed the ability to pierce armor, being merely a grand soul master, even the most exquisite ice, upon striking the mountainous form of the Titan giant ape, would vanish as if a drop in the ocean, never to return. Damn it! Zhao Wujie exclaimed furiously. When we return to the academy, I shall deal with you. Let us speak of that upon our return. Dai Mu Bai replied with a hearty laugh, unperturbed. The Titan giant ape, witnessing these two humans daring to jest in its presence, felt a surge of irritation. However, out of consideration for Xiao Wu, the Titan giant ape would refrain from delivering lethal blows, though a mild reprimand was certainly in order. With this thought, the Titan giant ape extended a finger towards Dai Mu Bai. Zhao Wujie might be a soul sage, but Dai Mu Bai, a mere soul master, was akin to an ant that could be squashed by a mere sneeze from the Titan giant ape, which was somewhat disrespectful. How dare you, beast? Zhao Wujie would not allow the Titan giant ape to have its way. Fueled by rage, he quickly activated his seventh soul rings, which shimmered with a mixed golden light against the night sky, summoning the formidable golden giant bear, whose immense paw intercepted the Titan giant ape's finger. In this state, the true martial spirit of a high-level soul master above level 70 allowed the unlimited use of the first 6 soul skills, amplifying their power by 150%. Ning Rongrong further expended all her soul power to bestow Zhao Wujie with enhancements in strength and speed, granting him attributes comparable to that of a soul Douluo. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School rightfully earned its reputation as the foremost auxiliary martial spirit on the continent, not only due to its powerful supportive effects but also because of its absolute amplification that disregarded differences in cultivation levels, drawing countless soul masters to its extraordinary prowess. Yet, despite these advantages, the Titan giant ape remained dismissive. To put it bluntly, the Titan giant ape had never taken the matter seriously. What did it matter if a martial spirit manifested? What significance did the enhancement of a soul Douluo's attributes hold? Even if a title Douluo descended, giving their all, it would be a mere 50-50 match against the Titan giant ape. Meanwhile, everyone was doing their utmost to assist Zhao Wujie in resisting the Titan giant ape. With the exception of Xiao Wu, who intentionally avoided the front lines, her expression filled with conflict. Behind her stood only 4 individuals: Oscar, supporting the exhausted Ning Rongrong, and Yun Zheng, whose gaze flickered as he swiftly approached Xiao Wu, whispering, "If I were you, I would leave with it." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu trembled. Looking at Yun Zheng in shock, her eyes filled with countless questions, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Yun Zheng effortlessly loosed an arrow, striking down a fragment of rock that threatened the forward-moving Yu Qing'er. His tone shifted to one of stern urgency as he continued. "If you wish to spare us all from peril, depart with this behemoth. Trust me, should any misfortune befall you, the weight of that responsibility would be unbearable." With that, Yun Zheng paid no heed to Xiao Wu's reaction and vanished in a flash, joining forces with Yu Qing'er in battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji's martial spirit was shattered by the Titan Great Ape, causing him to spit blood and plummet from the sky. This sight incited Xiao Wu, who, no longer hesitating, leaped toward the Titan Great Ape, using the airborne debris to propel herself forward, only to be pulled back by Tang Sect's control. Yet, just as one cannot rouse a person feigning sleep, no one could deter someone intent on risking their life. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid ensnared Tang Sect, sending him sprawling backward, while she fell directly into the clutches of the Titan Great Ape. With its target secured, the Titan Great Ape disregarded the remaining individuals, unleashing a deafening roar that sent them reeling before it departed. What followed was rather unremarkable. Ma Hongjun and his companions breathed sighs of relief, grateful for their survival. Indeed, they ought to be thankful that, amidst an encounter with the Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Forest, they had only lost one member, an unfortunate fate. Yet a stroke of fortune nonetheless. Though it pained them to think of Xiao Wu, the harsh reality was that encounters with such soul beasts typically resulted in total annihilation. Deep down, they all understood that once taken by the Titan Great Ape, the chances of survival dwindled to almost nothing. However, Tang Sect could not accept this fate. He needed to see Xiao Wu alive, or her lifeless body. Rationally, the prudent course would have been to regroup briefly and then vacate this perilous locations, returning later in search of Xiao Wu. Yet, Tang Sect disregarded this logic. He had long avoided confronting his feelings for Xiao Wu. But now he realized he had fallen deeply in love with her. Without her, his existence would be rendered meaningless. Even in death, he resolved to remain by her side. Underneath this almost twisted obsession, Tang Sect's crimson eyes fixated intently on Oscar, pleading for the flying mushroom sausage. If Oscar had experienced enough and possessed the wisdom, he ought to have refrained from assisting Tang Sect, allowing a person whose mental state was so precarious, one who seemingly sought death, to recklessly venture into the perilous Stardow Forest, in pursuit of the Titan Giant Ape, which was tantamount to sending him to his demise. Yet, the fervent emotions of youth often overshadow rational thought. Tang Sect's sincere and passionate feelings deeply moved Oscar, compelling him, against his better judgment, to hand over the flying mushroom sausage to Tang Sect. For the young man, kinship, love, and friendship often outweigh reason. Coincidentally, aside from Zhao Wujin, all present were young men. By the time Zhao Wujin realized the situation, Tang Sect had already consumed the flying mushroom sausage. Zhao Wujin attempted to intervene, only to find that not only had Oscar been swayed, but the others were equally touched. As Zhao Wujin reached out to grasp Tang Sect, Ning Rongrong cast a beam of amplification light upon him, causing Tang Sect to soar into the air. The others also implored Zhao Wujin to grant Tang Sect a chance. Zhao Wujin, already suffering from a splitting headache due to his martial spirit backlash, was rendered speechless with anger. Nevertheless, he could not allow Tang Sect to venture to his death. He had to retrieve him. When the group finally located Tang Sect, he was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. Observing this scene, Yun Zheng couldn't help but marvel at the powerful inertia of history. Tang Sect's absorption of this soul ring exceeded the age limit, and coupled with the poisonous nature of the faceless demon spider's ring, the others dared not disturb him and could only wait in silence, hoping for his success. Fortunately, the process of Tang Sect absorbing the soul ring progressed smoothly, leaving only the need for patience. Hours passed, and as dawn broke, even Xiao Wu had returned, yet Tang Sect remained unresponsive. While the return of Xiao Wu brought joy, it also bred confusion among the group. Xiao Wu explained that she herself was unclear. After being captured by the Titan Giant Ape, she had lost consciousness, and upon waking, the Titan Giant Ape had vanished. Serendipitously, she had broken through to the 30th level, and with the surrounding spirit beasts having been knocked unconscious by the Titan Giant Ape, she had taken the opportunity to hunt a suitable spirit beast, ultimately acquiring a 1000-year level 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu's account, however, failed to convince everyone. But since she had returned, it was deemed a good thing, and they did not dwell on it further. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not forget the words Yun Zheng had spoken to her earlier. In the stillness of the night, she intentionally kept vigil alongside Yun Zheng. Although the watchman ought to have been Zhao Wujin, who now, burdened by his martial spirit backlash, was in dire need of recuperation. "Do you know my identity?" Xiao Wu asked Yun Zheng, her expression laden with conflict. Yun Zheng noncommittally shrugged and remarked, "I happen to be aware of it. In fact, it's not just me. Third brother's father should have also discerned your true identity by now." Yun Zheng did not mention that Yu Zhengbai might already be aware of Xiao Wu's true identity, as he wished to spare her any undue fright. After all, there exists a clear distinction in kinship between Tang Sect's father and Yu Qing'er's father, which is significant for Xiao Wu. Although she had long been aware of this, hearing Yun Zheng's confirmation caused her expression to falter. The realization that Tang Sect's father was also cognizant of her true identity rendered her complexion pale. Xiao understood all too well the implications of a 10,000-year soul beast transforming and refining itself. If only Yun Zheng were privy to this knowledge, it would be bearable. But with Tang Sect's father also enlightened, her ability to remain by Tang Sect's side could be jeopardized. Observing the shift in Xiao Wu's demeanor, Yun Zheng chuckled softly and reassured her, "Do not fret unnecessarily. For the time being, no one is aware of your true identity. The fact that Sanji's father has not impeded your relationship with him speaks volumes about our stance. The reason I revealed your identity today was solely to prevent those two from the core area from approaching you without cause, both now and in the future. As for my brother and I, we are certainly not in a romantic relationship." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively denied the assertion. Yun Zheng chuckled lightly. "Say whatever you wish." Yun Zheng, disinclined to engage in a debate with Xiao Wu, understood that justice lies within the hearts of the people. It was merely Tang Sect and Xiao Wu themselves who were reluctant to acknowledge the truth. As for the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, Xiao Wu had already taught them a lesson. Without her permission, they would no longer intrude upon her life. Xiao Wu shot Yun Zheng an angry glare before sinking into silence. "Regardless, thank you." After a considerable pause, Xiao Wu finally spoke hesitantly, "But could you please continue to keep this secret for me, especially from my brother?" "I suppose so. But this means you owe me a favor." Yun Zheng mused, raising an eyebrow and responding casually. "Wow, how stingy of you." Hearing Yun Zheng's jesting tone, Xiao Wu's heart lightened, and she playfully chided him. "I'm not like Sange. Can I really work for you for free? My gentleness belongs to Qing Er. How can you even mention my brother when you and Qing Er are no different?" "Apologies, but Qing Er and I are not siblings." Chapter 64. An evening for the youths. Once Tang Sect awakened, Yun Zheng and the others departed from the Stardow forest. It is noteworthy that earlier, Oscar's phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake had stolen Meng Yiran's spirit beast, and this time, Tang Sect's faceless spider had once again pilfered her spirit beast. With Meng Yiran witnessing both incidents. This time, Meng Yiran had brought her grandfather, Long Gong, along, and after 2 consecutive instances of their prey being snatched away, both Meng Yiran and her grandfather were furious, clearly intent on seeking justice for her. However, when Ning Rongrong produced the command token of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the old man quickly backed down, which disappointed Zhao Wujie somewhat. After bidding farewell to Long Gong and the Snake Lady, Yun Zheng and the others prepared to return to the academy. By the time they arrived, the moon was bright, yet the stars were few. Zhao Wujie instructed the group, "Everyone, return to your quarters and rest. There will be a holiday tomorrow and the day after. Classes commence 3 days hence. Understood?" "Yes." Upon seeing Yun Zheng and the others nodding, Zhao Wujie, too weary to dwell on whether this energetic group of youngsters had absorbed his words, waved his hand dismissively and retreated to his room. The backlash from his martial spirit had persisted for 7 days, leaving Zhao Wujie not only fatigued but also dizzy. Now that they were back at the academy, he no longer needed to worry about Yun Zheng and the others' safety. All he desired was to collapse into bed. Even if they were to blow up the academy, he couldn't be bothered. Let Flender deal with it. Once Zhao Wujie departed, Ma Hongjun immediately revealed his true self, exclaiming with excitement, "There's nothing like the feeling of being home. Is anyone interested in joining me for a late-night snack? What time is it? All you think about is food." Oscar scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun and scolding him. "You know nothing. Being able to eat is a blessing." In the face of Oscar's ridicule, Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. To him, it was Oscar who had the problem, as he lacked enthusiasm even for something as fundamental as dining. With that thought, Ma Hongjun chose to redirect his gaze away from Oscar and his companions, instead focusing on Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Zhu Zhuqing did not spare him a glance and departed on her own, while Xiao Wu and Yu Qing playfully stuck out their tongues, remarking, "Apologies. Indulging in such greasy food at night will surely lead to breakouts." Ning Rongrong wore a pensive expression, entirely oblivious to Ma Hongjun's presence. After being dismissed by the girls, Ma Hongjun waved his hand nonchalantly and declared, "If you want to eat, I shall dine alone." His initial inquiry had merely been symbolic from the outset. Ma Hongjun had no intention of sharing a midnight snack with the girls. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. His brothers were all resolute in their pursuits, and he dared not undermine their ambitions. With that, Ma Hongjun joyfully dashed toward the kitchen. Daimobai watched Ma Hongjun's departing figure in silence, then suggested, Everyone has had a long day. Let us all return to rest." No sooner had he spoken than he hurriedly followed Zhu Zhuqing out. Although the hour was late, none of them felt inclined to sleep. Yun Zheng, too, after escorting Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong back to their dormitory, sought solitude beneath a serene tree. He gracefully leapt and reclined on a sturdy branch, gazing up at the luminous moon that adorned the night sky, a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance dancing in his eyes. One must concede that while the Douluo Continent may be technologically primitive and culturally lacking, it possesses an alluring environment free from the pollutants of industrial reform. The crisp air invigorated the spirit, the gentle night breeze caressed his cheeks, ethereal fireflies flitted among the underbrush, and the soothing sound of flowing water composed a transcendent melody. After the fresh rain in the empty mountains, the autumn air arrives in the evening. The bright moon illuminates the pines, and the clear spring flows over the stones. The verses of ancient poets are undeniably captivating. Regrettably, I did not memorize more in my youth, and now I can only recall this one. Yun Zheng rested his arms behind his head, murmuring with a sense of nostalgia. Calculating based on the calendar of his past life, today should be the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day of celebration complete with holidays and mooncakes. Alas, here, Yun Zheng could only celebrate in solitude. Indeed, the seasonal markers of the Douluo Continent do not align with those of Earth, yet the sight of the full moon stirred within him a deep yearning for the past. Humanity is often paradoxical, blind to the tangible joys at hand while perpetually longing for that which remains just beyond their grasp. Similarly, Yun Zheng, during his time on Earth, had once indulged in youthful fantasies of traversing to a new realm, ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Douluo Continent had been a splendid world in his imagination. Yet, upon actually crossing over, he found himself yearning for home. In his hometown, there were no extraordinary powers. Personal strength could not surpass that of the collective. Nor could one become an immortal deity watching over existence. However, at least there, a sense of harmony and stability prevailed. Ordinary individuals need not strive desperately to climb the social ladder. They could still enjoy equal treatment. This is a facet of life that Douluo Continent could never rival with Earth. Just as Yun Zheng's thoughts drifted into the ether, a playful voice snapped him back to reality. Yun Zheng gazed down and was momentarily taken aback. "Qing'er, what are you doing here?" Yu Qing'er, upon hearing this, let out an indignant huff, lightly tapping her toes to leap gracefully in front of Yun Zheng. With unwavering confidence, she declared, "Of course, I have come to find you. Every year, during the late autumn and year-end, do you not delight in gazing at the moon? You could spend the entire night doing so." Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback, as if a warm current had flowed through his heart. Immediately after, Yu Qing'er, not waiting for Yun Zheng's response, extended her delicate arms and sweetly exclaimed, "Hug me." Yun Zheng's heart fluttered, yet upon recalling the lightning scars on Zhao Wujie's body, he could only manage a dry chuckle and waved his hand, saying, "I am not that fragile just yet." Yun Zheng's refusal left Yu Qing'er somewhat displeased. With her delicate brows furrowed and her lips pursed, she seized Yun Zheng's arm and playfully commanded, "Come here." As she spoke, Yu Qing'er pulled Yun Zheng into her embrace, tightly holding him as her graceful head rested upon his shoulder. After affectionately nuzzling his cheek, she finally broke into a satisfied grin. Enveloped by the soft warmth of the young girl, Yun Zheng felt his face flush. After a token struggle, he acquiesced to her embrace. It seemed that no one intended to sleep that night. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er sat on a branch, gazing at the moon, while Ma Hongjun busied himself in the kitchen, and the others were equally occupied. At the other end of the village, Zhu Zhuqing stood atop an abandoned temple, quietly playing her ceramic sun. The serene melody spread through the night air, as the bright moon hung high, framing the girl's exquisite visage against the ethereal surroundings, creating a hauntingly beautiful tableau. Daimu Bai sat obediently on a tree stump beneath the temple, silent and lost in thought as he watched the girl who played the celestial melody. Tang Sect and Oscar were engaged in conversation about the events of the previous day. Even now, Oscar felt a lingering sense of trepidation. In fact, when Oscar handed the flying mushroom sausage to Tang Sect, he had already regretted it. The role of an auxiliary soul master is to assist others, not to lead them to peril. Had Tang Sect truly perished in the Stardow Forest, Oscar would have carried the guilt for a lifetime. Tang Sect, however, remained unfazed. He even felt unworthy to forgive Oscar, as he was genuinely grateful for Oscar's support. Upon hearing Tang Sec's words, Oscar felt a sense of relief, and thus, their friendship deepened. Among the youth, there exists no deceit or rivalry, only sincerity. This is precisely why friendships forged in youth are so invaluable. Before maturity, a bond of 3 months can be cherished for a lifetime, while after maturity, a friendship of 3 years may easily be forgotten. This distinction highlights the difference between heartfelt connections and utilitarian relationships. This was also the reason behind the restraint exhibited by Yun Zheng and Tang Hao. Typically, 12-year-old boys who study together for a year or two are likely to become friends. If Yun Zheng and Tang San were to grow close, their elders would surely wish to ease their children's paths. Had Yun Zheng and Tang San been 20 years old, perhaps Yun Zheng and Tang Hao would not have been so accommodating. Returning to the main narrative, while Tang San and Oscar were engaged in casual conversation, Ning Rongrong suddenly approached and called Tang San away. This scene was fortuitously observed by Xiao Wu from the dormitory. If all goes as expected, Tang San would owe Xiao Wu an explanation in the coming days. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhao Wujie heard the commotion outside and let out a grunt. Half envious and half disgruntled, muttering, "Young people have so much hair. The late nights they endure now will have to be paid back later." In the dean's office, Flinder smiled faintly and remarked, "The academy is about to buzz with activity once more." Chapter 65, The Master 2 Days Hints, as today marked the commencement of classes. Everyone rose early, save for Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had yet to arrive. In the past couple of days, Tang San had nearly ignited a conflagration in the courtyard. Although he had previously elucidated to Xiao Wu that his late-night discussions with Ning Rongrong had solely revolved around the transaction of concealed weaponry, his recent preoccupation with pricing negotiations had indeed caused him to neglect Xiao Wu, provoking a fit of jealousy within her. Under normal circumstances, one might expect that Tang San would now be engaged in the delicate task of soothing her feelings. It is a well-known truth that when a girl is displeased, reason often falls on deaf ears. First, one must utter the necessary sweet words to mend the rift. This is a truth even the most reserved and earnest, like Tang San, fully comprehends. However, the most unfortunate among them must surely be Oscar. While Xiao Wu had Tang San to placate her, Oscar's jealousy went unnoticed by Ning Rongrong, leaving him with only his brothers for consolation. On occasion, Oscar would voice his grievances to Yun Zheng, lamenting that with Yuqinger and Ning Rongrong in constant company, he found it nearly impossible to approach Ning Rongrong. Yet, what could Yun Zheng do? They were close friends, and it was only natural for them to share a bond. It can only be said that Oscar's quest for the favor of his goddess remains a daunting journey. By the way, have you noticed that today's breakfast is particularly sumptuous and quite filling? As Ma Hongjun devoured his meal with fervor, he mumbled indistinctly, "Has the dean struck it rich?" Alas, Oscar paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's words, lost in a sigh as he gazed absent-mindedly at Ning Rongrong, who was engaged in conversation with Zhu Xing, his expression betraying a hint of melancholy. Yun Zheng and Yuqing sat closely together, their sugary gestures igniting envy in those who beheld them. Only Dai Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Is there really that much fuss when you have food to enjoy?" Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and agreed. Regardless of whether Flinder had a sudden pang of conscience or had come into some fortune, it had nothing to do with them. The most blissful thing was to feast on meat until satiated. Suddenly, a deeply oppressive scream echoed from the back mountain of the academy, as if it were bearing the weight of some panic or enduring a profound agony. "Is that the voice of Xiao San?" Upon hearing the sound, Dai Bai furrowed his brow, contemplating in bewilderment. Indeed, it is Xiao San's voice. Oscar, emerging from his brooding, affirmed with certainty, "Let us go take a look." Yun Zheng decisively declared, leading Yuqing ahead towards the back mountain. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong did not hesitate, following closely behind. "Wait until I finish this bowl." As Dai Bai and Oscar were about to rush out, Ma Hongjun urgently called out to them, stuffing his mouth full of braised meat. Dai Bai, exasperated, clicked his tongue and dragged Ma Hongjun along, chiding, "Will skipping one bite make you perish?" A few minutes later, the group of 8 arrived at the back mountain, standing in a line as they beheld the blushing Xiao Wu and Tang San, who stood bare-chested with 8 spider-like legs protruding from his back. The expressions of the onlookers varied. Some were teasing, others were amused, while a few were simply embarrassed, creating a rather captivating scene. Just moments prior, Xiao Wu and Tang San were on the verge of a kiss, and it was evident that Yun Zheng and his companions had arrived at a most inopportune moment. Ma Hongjun, holding his bowl, stared blankly and muttered, "What is this? Role-playing?" It was unclear why Ma Hongjun had thought of role-playing. Perhaps his mind was simply unconventional. The others ignored his absurdity, with Dai Bai maintaining his composure. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the peculiar spear-like appendages on Tang San's back, and stated solemnly, "What an intriguing soul power fluctuation it resembles. It resembles Yun Zheng's external soul bone." Oscar, picking up on Dai Bai's train of thought, provided a confirming answer. The expressions of Yuqinger and the other girls grew serious. Being of distinguished backgrounds, they were no strangers to the concept of external soul bones. Ma Hongjuan's heart raced at the revelation, exclaiming in disbelief, 8 external soul bones. At this remark, the group fell silent, while Yun Zheng patted Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, earnestly advising, read more, think more, do not let your grand intellect become a mere ornamental facade. This way, you won't see enigmas everywhere. What's wrong? Is it a crime to ask when one is confused? Ma Hongjun protested, sensing the teasing undertone in Yun Zheng's words and feeling aggrieved. This is the external soul bone. Just as Yun Zheng was about to respond, a steady and solemn voice resonated from behind the group. Teacher. Tang San and Xiao were just in time to catch sight of the newcomer. Tang San's heart soared with joy as he strode forward, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng and the others also beheld the figure of the master. The initial impression he left was one of cleanliness and simplicity, from his attire to his hairstyle. There was not a trace of excess. Clad in shades of black and gray, he exuded an air of understated modesty. The stubble on his chin and the weathered lines on his face bore a hint of melancholy, and even upon seeing his beloved disciple, he could manage only a stiff smile, clearly a man with a tale to tell. Upon encountering the master, Dai Mubai and the others began to whisper among themselves. Yun Zheng. Who is this uncle? Yu Qinger inquired softly, leaning closer to Yun Zheng, a bit taken aback by the question. Yun Zheng awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth before replying, he is your third uncle. Indeed. While the master had been expelled from the family tree of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, he remained included in the lineage of Yu Zhangbai's family. Thus Yu Qinger's reference to him as third uncle was entirely appropriate. Ah, is he really? Upon hearing Yun Zheng's response, Yu Qinger instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yun Zheng nodded, offering Lu Yuqing a reassuring response. He is indeed the master of Shaosan. Oscar gazed at the master, hesitantly murmuring. The expressions of Dai Mubai and the others nearby reflected their disappointment. The group held high expectations for Tang San's teacher, believing that one capable of mentoring such an exceptional disciple must be a person of profound knowledge, immense strength, and remarkable presence. However, the master was evidently far removed from their imaginations. Sensing the disillusionment among Dai Mubai and the others, the master chuckled softly and introduced himself. Greetings. I am Shaosan's master, and I shall also be your instructor henceforth. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San and Xiao Wu were undeniably pleased. Yet Dai Mubai and his companions were less enthusiastic. In matters of qualifications, they were unfamiliar with the master. Thus, his sudden appointment as their teacher raised questions about his credentials. They believed that a teacher should either possess formidable strength or a unique skill, lacking any evidence of competence. The master appeared unable to win their respect. Although Dai Mubai and the others contemplated confronting the master, they refrained. Understanding that his presence here had likely received the endorsement of Flanders, and out of respect for Tang San, they chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, the master astutely sensed the discontent simmering within this group of prodigies. He recognized the necessity of demonstrating a skill that would earn their recognition. While he lacked strength indeed, he could not even rival Ma Hongjun. He possessed a unique expertise that spanned a considerable length of time. Haha, I understand your skepticism. It is perfectly natural to doubt. However, Flanders has entrusted you to me, and regardless of your beliefs, I am now your teacher. The master spoke gently. You may not believe in my capabilities, but I have confidence in myself. How about this? Let us make a wager. Grant me 1 week. During this week, you will strictly adhere to the teaching tasks I assign. If, after a week, you see no results, I shall depart immediately. However, should there be progress, you must acknowledge my authority. This way, even if I leave, you need not fear Flanders' reproach, and we can all maintain our dignity. What do you say? Initially, the master had not intended to be so forthright. His original plan was to undermine their pride and exploit the vulnerabilities of these geniuses, breaking them down one by one, akin to Flanders' approach with Ning Rongrong. However, prior to this, Flanders had informed the master of a perceptive individual among the group, Yun Banjian. If the master proceeded with his original strategy, Yun Zheng would undoubtedly see through it. Should Yun Zheng refuse to cooperate, the master would face complete failure, potentially leading to counterproductive outcomes. Thus, the master chose to engage in open dialogue with everyone. It can be said that this tactic was entirely directed at Yun Zheng. The master sought to convey to Yun Zheng his understanding of the latter's intelligence, eschewing frivolous games. He aimed to demonstrate his true abilities, urging Yun Zheng to reciprocate with sincerity. Chapter 66. The Master as Training Teacher. Seeing the master humble himself, Tang Sect could not bear it and hesitated. For like the master believed in him, he too held unwavering faith in the master. Tang Sect felt that the master need not establish this wager. Time would inevitably reveal all truths. However, before Tang Sect could articulate his thoughts, the master raised a hand to interrupt him. After signaling Tang Sect to silence, the master's gaze shifted to Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng. He discerned that while Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, his former students, inherently trusted him, the remaining 8 were largely influenced by the attitudes of Yun Zheng and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's stance reflected the sentiments of Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er looked to Yun Zheng as their leader. Dai Mubai had begun to waver. A week was neither too short nor too long, sufficient to ascertain whether this weathered man possessed genuine skill. Observing this, the master seized the moment, declaring, "Moreover, during my tenure as an instructor, I hold full authority over all matters at the academy, including finances. I shall provide you with the finest nutritional support for your training, and necessary medicinal baths will follow. This morning's breakfast is merely a prelude. Greater offerings are yet to come. Dilata, I believe this uncle is naturally suited to be our teacher." As the master concluded his statement, a spark ignited in Ma Hongjuan's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he aligned himself with the master, exuberantly proclaiming his support before Dai Mubai. Initially, Ma Hongjuan had pondered how Flander, with his miserly disposition, could arrange such a lavish breakfast. Upon realizing it was prepared by this very uncle, his allegiance shifted instantly. "You glutton! All you think about is food." Dai Mubai perceived Ma Hongjuan's intentions and, raising a hand, playfully chastised him. Yet, it was undeniable that with the master having stated his position so clearly, Dai Mubai found no grounds for refusal. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly addressed the master. "Very well. Within this week, we shall fully cooperate with you, but we also hope our efforts will be duly rewarded." "Of course." The master nodded confidently. With Dai Mubai's consent secured, the master turned his gaze towards Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng did not overshadow Dai Mubai. He merely nodded subtly in acknowledgement to the master. Yun Zheng undoubtedly believed in the master's capabilities. In truth, even without having read the original work, Yun Zheng had a certain understanding of the master's prowess. Over the past 6 years, although he had never met the master, he had, to some extent, been exposed to the master's knowledge through Yu Zhengbai, who occasionally sought the master's counsel on various matters. This alone was sufficient to attest to the master's genuine expertise. However, since the master wished to prove himself, Yun Zheng was more than willing to facilitate this endeavor. After earning the recognition of both Yun Zheng and Dai Mubai, the master felt a sense of relief. "Now, gather everyone at the village entrance." Taking a deep breath, the master retracted his previously gentle demeanor, his expression turning stern as he commanded with a sharp tone. The sudden shift in the master's aura sent a shiver through the crowd. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat discontent. Yet, recalling his earlier agreement with the master, he resolutely nodded and replied, "Understood." With that, Dai Mubai dashed toward the village entrance. The others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation as they followed suit. Ma Hongjun abruptly realized that his earlier defection had been somewhat rash. The master seemed far less amiable than he had anticipated. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they were taken aback to find an array of baskets prepared, each containing what appeared to be hefty stones, each labeled with their respective names, 1 basket per person, and none were overlooked. In that moment, an ominous premonition washed over them. "This will be your first lesson. You are to carry these stones and run 10 laps around the village without utilizing your soul power. If you do not return before dusk, none shall partake in dinner." The master's voice resonated behind them. As soon as the master's words fell, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong's faces blanched, while the others exhibited varying degrees of unease, with Oscar's complexion paling significantly. None had experienced this before, but Oscar had first-hand knowledge of the ordeal. Shrek Village was not overly large, yet it was not insignificant either. Previously, when Flander had instructed Oscar to run 10 laps around the village, even with the allowance of soul power, he had spent 2 to 3 hours completing the task. Now, with the master demanding they undertake the challenge while burdened and without the use of soul power, it felt as though their very lives were at stake. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er wore somewhat peculiar expressions, yet their thoughts diverged entirely from those of Oscar and his companions. While Oscar and his group perceived the task as exceedingly arduous, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er simply found the assignment to be remarkably straightforward. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had been cultivating their physiques since childhood. One possessed innate strength, while the other boasted an extraordinary constitution. The stones before them weighed no more than 30 or 40 kilograms, and to put it frankly, they were hardly a challenge for either of them. What is going on? Noticing the hesitation among the crowd, the master squinted his eyes and provocatively remarked, "Have the agreements made now lost their validity?" Under the master's instigation, Dai Mubai snorted dismissively and promptly shouldered the basket. Tang San, setting an example, joined Dai Mubai in dashing out, prompting the others to follow suit. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er exchanged a glance, both perceiving the peculiarities reflected in each other's eyes, yet they still hoisted the wicker basket onto their backs. Just as the two were about to rush outside, the master suddenly called out to them. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er turned back in confusion. As the master gestured for them to approach, once they stood before him, the master produced 2 pairs of bracelets from the soul guide device. Each set contained 4 pieces. The bracelets were not large, their design could even be described as exquisite, suitable for adornment. Yet, the moment the bracelets struck the ground, they caused a significant indentation in the surface. "These are prepared for both of you by your elder brother," the master explained. "The one on the left is for Yun Zheng, and the one on the right is for Qing'er. Your elder brother wishes for you to wear these bracelets at all times from this day forth." The master cast a brief glance at the two, a faint smile gracing his lips, and continued, "The training from your elder brother and I will proceed in tandem. I hope you both will persevere." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng blinked and picked up the 8 bracelets from the ground. In that instant, his expression changed dramatically. The bracelets given to Yu Qing'er by Yu Zhongbai weighed at least 300 jin, while Yun Zheng's bracelets weighed a staggering 1,000 jin. "Oh, master, you truly care for me," Yun Zheng inwardly lamented, both amused and exasperated. Third uncle, is there anything else?" On the other side, Yu Qing'er inquired somewhat shyly. Upon hearing Yu Qing'er call out to her third uncle, Yun Zheng noticed a distinct tremor pass through the master, whose previously rigid expression seemed to soften. After all, they were family. It was impossible for the master to harbor no affection for his niece, Yu Qing'er. Yet, he had refrained from acknowledging her for reasons known only to himself. Throughout the past 6 years, Yu Zhongbai had made countless attempts to introduce Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng to the master, all of which had been declined. Deep within the master lay a twisted pride, an almost crippling sense of self-respect. He wished to present a faude of competence to Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng, to stand before them only after achieving some semblance of success. Consequently, Yu Qing'er was left with only the name of Yu Xiaojang, unaware of the true identity of her uncle. Had it not been for this pride, the master could have simply revealed his status as Tang San's mentor and Yu Qing'er's third uncle, thereby avoiding all this confusion. However, now that Yu Qing'er had taken the initiative to address him as third uncle, the master felt a mix of trepidation and profound emotion. Flustered, he awkwardly turned away, appearing somewhat at a loss. Yu Qing'er, sensing his peculiar demeanor, inquired, "Shall we go now?" Upon receiving a nod from the master, she eagerly took Yun Zheng's hand and dashed outside. It must be noted that Yu Zhongbai had skillfully assessed the capabilities of both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, weighing them down with burdens of 300 and 1,000 pounds, respectively. This was just enough to render them akin to ordinary individuals, so that even a mere additional weight of several dozen kilograms from the master felt significantly burdensome. If they continued at this pace, it was likely that Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er would not perform much better than the others. All of them are good children. After they had exited, the master sighed with a hint of melancholy, only to quickly regain his composure. Though he had previously lacked opportunities, he was now the teacher of this group of prodigies. As the foremost authority in theory, he vowed to display his utmost abilities in the days to come, ensuring that these talented individuals would regard him with newfound respect. Just as the master was lost in his aspirations for the future, Flender stormed over, brandishing a bill with indignation. "Xiaogang, is this what you have prepared for a day's meals?" In the presence of Yu Qing'er and the other children, the master had exerted great effort and even displayed a hint of reticence. However, when confronted by Flender, his patience wore thin. He merely glanced at Flender before confidently retorting, "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Flender, infuriated by the master's demeanor, exclaimed, "You truly have no idea how precious resources are. Do you not realize that if you continue this way, the academy will soon face bankruptcy?" 2 months. The master, without even glancing at the bill in Flender's hand, provided a precise timeline. "The academy's funds are sufficient to sustain us for 2 months. If you are aware of this, why are you still so extravagant? 2 months hence, we shall be brought to ruin." Flander lamented, "Do you know that the medicinal baths you prepared for the children have completely depleted my savings? Do not concern yourself with that. I have my own arrangements." The master, exuding confidence, left those words behind, and proceeded to prepare the medicinal baths for Yun Zheng and the others. Chapter 67. The codename of the assembly. The wager between the master and the group was for a span of 1 week, yet by the third day, Dai Mubai and his companions were already thoroughly convinced of the master's capabilities. The master was indeed a stern instructor, but it must be acknowledged that he possessed a unique approach to education and training. His reputation as a theoretical mastermind was well-deserved. Ning Rongrong even confessed that within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one could rival the master in terms of theoretical knowledge. Although the master lacked innate talent and prowess, decades of relentless research into the Soul Master and Soul Beast systems had endowed him with wisdom and insight beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, regardless of his past experiences. The fact that he had dedicated himself to continuous learning and self-enrichment for decades was already more admirable than the majority of Soul Masters on the continent. What is even more commendable is that the Master's teaching often conveyed profound concepts in an accessible manner, guiding Yun Zheng and the others to their own realizations while elucidating the most intricate principles in the simplest of terms. Perhaps it was because the master understood that he might never have the opportunity to fully realize his life's teachings, which led him to contemplate the importance of imparting knowledge to his disciples early on. Furthermore, with the experience of teaching Tang Sect, instructing Yun Zheng and the others now came even more naturally to him. As for the training itself, the master was truly formidable. He had an uncanny ability to calculate the limits of each individual precisely, tailoring training methods that complemented their unique characteristics. At times, his methods were almost comical, such as instructing Tang Sect to construct a house with the 8 spider lances, or having Ma Hongjun cook with the phoenix fire, and even having Yun Zheng and Yu Qing engage in a game of dodgeball. Nevertheless, adhering to the master's requirements invariably yielded significant benefits, albeit at the cost of considerable exhaustion. Of course, the master would not neglect practical combat training. His approach to practical training was equally unconventional, sometimes pairing individuals for free-for-alls, or arranging scenarios such as 5 against 4, 6 against 3, or even 1 against 8. Occasionally, he would impose restrictions on Yun Zheng and the others, requiring them to refrain from utilizing certain abilities, thereby forcing them to engage in soul battles with their hands tied. Initially, the group struggled to comprehend these methods, but gradually they began to grasp the underlying principles. Combat for Soul Masters could not be as rigid as prescribed in textbooks. Various forms of battle such as group fights, chaotic skirmishes, and team confrontations were all possible. The opponents of Soul Masters would not be limited to a few fixed types. Take Dai Mubai as an example. Prior to meeting Tang Sect, he was entirely ignorant of hidden weapons. Before knowing Yun Zheng, he had never heard of dual system Soul Masters, and before encountering Yu Qing, he had never considered that a powerful assault-type Soul Master could disregard control. The vast expanse of the mainland is filled with wonders, where a myriad of adversaries may arise. The Master's task is to cultivate the ability of his disciples to confront various forms and contend with diverse foes. The pedagogical methods employed by the Master are manifold, with some training techniques previously unknown to Dai Mubai and his companions not only yielding remarkable results but also infusing a sense of enjoyment. By the end of the week, they had long since cast aside their prior wagers. It is no wonder that Tang Hao felt at ease allowing his only son to study under the master. However, after 2 months, the master's training is set to reach a temporary conclusion. This cessation is, alas, unavoidable. Under the master's guidance during these 2 months, Yun Zheng and his peers have indeed experienced comprehensive growth, marked by tangible enhancements in their strength and abstract insights into their martial souls, the integration of soul skills, and their combat awareness. Their progress is evident to the naked eye. Yet, behind these advancements lie the glimmering soul coins. Throughout these 2 months, Flinder has wept almost nightly. Each day's bill, thrust into his hands, felt like a death warrant, ravaging his spirit and rendering him a figure of lament. The master is unyielding in his expenditure, purchasing medicinal materials worth thousands of gold soul coins without a moment's hesitation, solely based on their potential benefit to Yun Zheng and his companions. 2 months prior, Flinder had experienced a period of unprecedented wealth. At that time, upon their enrollment, Yun Zheng and his peers not only received the financial aid of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also benefited from the support of 2 titled Douluo. In his lifetime, Flinder had never been so financially extravagant, even doubling the bonuses he awarded to Zhao Wuji. Yet, in the brief span of merely 2 months, 60 days, he now finds himself unable to produce even 1,000 gold soul coins. The lavish training that the master had previously orchestrated is now beyond Flinder's means to sustain for even a single day. Consequently, the training must transition into its second phase. On that day, the master summoned everyone into a room and, with solemnity, declared, after 2 months of training, the academy is out of funds. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback but not overly surprised, for the expenditures the academy had incurred on their behalf were evident, making the financial shortfall quite reasonable. Therefore, to repay the academy's fiscal deficit and to facilitate the upcoming training, I require you all to participate in the soul-fighting tournament beneath Soto City. The master disregarded the reactions of the crowd, his eyes half closed. As he continued, there are 2 objectives for this competition. The first, as I have stated, is to repay the academy's financial shortfall. The second is for each of you to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Soto City Great Soul Arena. At this juncture, the master abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his intense gaze upon them, and asked, enunciating each word, "Do you understand what this means?" Under the master's penetrating scrutiny, a palpable weight settled upon the hearts of the group as they collectively pondered, "Does this mean we may graduate?" At this moment, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and hesitantly spoke up. Flinder had previously mentioned that one of the prerequisites for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain a Silver Spirit Badge from the Great Spirit Arena. However, Ma Hongjun's sudden reference to this topic shifted the atmosphere in the room towards an oddly humorous direction, dissipating the originally serious ambience. The master, with a twitch at the corner of his eye, looked at Ma Hongjun with a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious, and said, "Ma, you are quite the comedian. Tonight, you shall be the first to engage in personal spirit battles. If you lose, you shall forfeit sleep and run 10 laps around the village." "Please, master, I was wrong." Ma Hongjun cried out in panic, hastily begging for mercy. The master, unfazed, turned his attention to Tang San and stated, "Little San, you are not permitted to use hidden weapons without my consent." Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart sank. But out of trust in the master, he nodded in agreement. Understood. The master, satisfied with his response, then glanced at Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, saying, "You two must not remove your bracelets either." "Very well." Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, having anticipated this, did not protest. Noticing their compliance, the master addressed everyone, producing 9 masks from within his robe, and declared, "There is one final stipulation. During the spirit battles, all participants must conceal their identities and names. Masks must be worn, and code names utilized." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, with a perplexed expression, spoke up, "Master, is this truly necessary? Our martial spirits are visible during the battles. For instance, Fatty, Yun Zheng, and Qing'er have unique martial spirits known throughout the continent. I have been mingling in the Soto Great Spirit Arena for several years. Anyone with a modicum of curiosity could easily uncover our true identities." After Dai Mubai spoke, Yun Zheng and the others exchanged glances, clearly resonating with his thoughts. "No, the use of codenames and masks is indeed essential," the master insisted, shaking his head gravely. "The arena is a battleground of life and death, fraught with power struggles and intricate schemes. Spirit battles, spirit coins, visibility, and influence are all integral components of the Great Spirit Arena. However, your purpose is to hone your skills, not to engage in their games or become celebrities. How can you afford to expose yourselves? The masks and codenames serve to shield you from the prying eyes of the uninitiated. I have faith in you. Your entrance into the Great Spirit Arena will be nothing short of unstoppable, and attracting the attention of the masses is inevitable. At that time, these masks and codenames will spare you from unnecessary troubles. As for those with ulterior motives," the master paused deliberately, a rare smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Flinder will handle it, even if I publicly announce that Yun Zheng and the others are from Shrek Academy. What of it? Would those so-called schemers dare to confront Shrek Academy? In Soto City, no one could easily provoke the 3 soul saints of Shrek Academy. Do they truly believe that anyone can be as formidable as Yu Zhongbai or Tang Hao?" Upon hearing the master's words, Dai Mubai suddenly comprehended and nodded in deep agreement. "So, what are our code names?" The master elaborated extensively, leaving Yun Zheng and the others deep in thought, while Yu Qing'er remained in a fog. She understood the master's points, yet her curiosity was predominantly about the code names they would use. At least that was something she could grasp. Upon hearing Yu Qing'er's inquiry, the master smiled gently and said, "The names of your pairs are entirely up to you, but I have already conceived each of your individual code names. Dai Mubai, Evil Eye White Tiger. Oscar, Sausage Specialist. Tang San, Thousand Hands Azura. Yuqing giant spirit dragon maiden. Ma Hongjun, evil fire phoenix. Yun Zheng, frost sky archer. Xiao Wu, gentle bone charm rabbit. Ning Rongrong, seven treasure glaze tile. Zhu Zhiqing, ethereal spirit cat. Chapter 68, the tricks of the frenzied battle team in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Yun Zheng and the others had already visited multiple times, yet as the master indicated, after 2 months of rigorous training, they could effortlessly defeat other soul masters of the same rank. Individuals like Yun Zheng, Yuqing, and Zhu Zhiqing achieved victories in both solo and duo battles with an overwhelming advantage. Their cultivation levels were already among the highest within their tier, even 2 months prior. They could easily secure triumphs. After the master's 2 months of guidance, it would indeed be remarkable if they were to falter. The more concerning cases were Tang Sect, Xiao Wu, Daimubai, and Oscar. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu had just recently broken through to Soul Master, with their cultivation levels only at 32. In the Great Soul Arena, Soul Masters typically ranged from 35 and above, which undeniably posed a significant challenge for the duo. However, Tang Sect and Xiao Wu possessed an array of strategies, and their strengths far surpassed their peers. Even with the master's restrictions on Tang Sect's hidden weapon techniques, they consistently emerged victorious in both individual and duo contests, boasting impressive records. As for Daimubai and Oscar, Daimubai's performance in solo matches was commendable. His cultivation level of 37 allowed him to dominate the Soul Master individual arena. The challenge arose in duo matches. Among the Shrek 9, only 4 were Soul Masters. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu formed one team, leaving Oscar, as a support Soul Master, to rely on Daimubai. The predicament lay in the fact that Oscar was merely at level 31 and, as a support character, could not deliver direct combat prowess. Consequently, Daimubai often found himself facing 2 adversaries alone. Fortunately, under the guidance of their master, the 2 of them learned to utilize Oscar's third soul skill to fly kites, and their performance began to improve significantly. Ultimately, it came down to the team battles. Organizing a team battle in the Grand Soul Arena is no easy feat, as the intricacies of interests involved are far more complex, and the number of soul masters entangled in these affairs is substantial. Most of the soul masters who frequent the Grand Soul Arena are solitary wanderers, and coupled with the arena's confidentiality protocols that disrupt the order of teams, the Shrek team found themselves unable to engage in any team battles for an entire week. However, they were finally scheduled to participate, with Yun Zheng and his companions set to embark on their first 7-person team battle in 3 days. It is worth noting that the Grand Soul Arena does not solely feature 7-person matches. There are also 8-person and 9-person formats. However, 10-person battles are non-existent, as managing such a large number of soul masters during a match would prove exceedingly challenging for the arena to accommodate. The first team battle for Yun Zheng and his companions is a 7-player format, which necessitates that the master must choose between Yun Zheng and Tang Sect. Both Yun Zheng and Tang Sect possess leadership qualities, prompting the master to establish a rotation system within the Shrek team. During the 7-player battles, Tang Sect and Xiao Wu will alternate with Yun Zheng and Yuqing, thus naturally bestowing command over the arena to Yun Zheng and Tang Sect. In the 8-player format, the rotation will be between Tang Sect and Yun Zheng, maintaining shared command. As for the 9-player battle, no rotation is required, and Yun Zheng graciously concedes leadership to Tang Sect, as even managing 6 individuals is taxing for him, let alone 8. Of course, specific circumstances will require specific analysis. The master is not one to rigidly adhere to rules. Returning to the matter at hand, with 3 days remaining, the master has yet to hastily decide who will initiate the Shrek team's first offensive. Neither Yun Zheng nor Tang Sect is anxious, spending their days honing their skills at the academy and their evenings refining their combat experience in the arena. However, their opponents are not as leisurely. It is crucial to note that nearly all teams participating in the arena battles are either financially supported by benefactors or rely on this endeavor for their livelihood. For both types, any unusual defeat in battle could carry significant repercussions. That evening, in the backstage area of the Soto City Arena responsible for recording battle sequences, a striking pair, a man and a woman, entered. The man was tall and robust, with dark skin and muscles resembling those of a bronze statue, merely standing still. He resembled an iron tower. The woman, in contrast, exuded an enchanting grace. Her skin as smooth as fine jade, her hands delicate, and her long, snow-white hair cascading down. Together, they formed a striking visual contrast. Disregarding the gazes around them, the burly man approached the backstage manager directly. placing a hefty bag upon the table with a resonant thud, and said, "Hello. Could you assist us in discovering who our opponents are in 3 days?" As soon as he finished speaking, the attention of the staff, who had been observing them, abruptly dissipated as they returned to their tasks, seemingly oblivious. The arena formally prohibits the disclosure of any participant information, yet everyone is acutely aware of the behind-the-scenes realities. It is also stipulated that internal personnel are forbidden from engaging in gambling. Yet, who leads the charge in betting if not Supervisor AO? Such corrupt dealings, where bribes are exchanged for opponent information, are all too common in the backstage, and the staff have long since grown accustomed to them. Moreover, the burly man's bag of gold soul coins, which he presented to the person in charge, surely contained at least 1/5 intended for these staff members to ensure their silence. In matters of profit, it is understood among them without the need for words. The backstage manager, upon glancing at the imposing figure and the alluring woman, instantly recognized their identities. Without uttering a word, he lowered his head and opened the bag on the table. A flash of golden light illuminated his face, causing him to break into a broad grin. And his demeanor shifted noticeably. He obsequiously addressed the burly man, saying, "Please hold on for a moment. I will look into this for you right away." Before long, the backstage manager presented 2 forms to the duo, stating, "Your opponents in 3 days will be the Shrek team. Here is their information." The burly man noticed there were only 2 sheets of paper and, with a barely perceptible frown, accepted them nonetheless. The Shrek team, a newly formed squad. Their dossier was scant. After reviewing the documents, the burly man narrowed his eyes, displaying some dissatisfaction, and casually handed the forms to the enchanting woman beside him. The backstage manager observed the burly man's discontent, but felt no trepidation. What did it matter? The goods had already been delivered. Would they dare to resort to violence? After perusing the forms, the alluring woman pondered aloud. "This new team comprises 9 members. It seems we require more information." The burly man shot a glare at the backstage manager, as if suspecting he was withholding additional details. However, before he could react further, the captivating woman pulled him away. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Grand Soul Arena, a young lady, seemingly from modest means, soared into the air with the assistance of her martial soul, exuberantly announcing, "Welcome everyone to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. The first match of the evening, a 2-on-2 soul battle, is about to commence. Please welcome the Blaze Explosion duo and the Frost Dragon duo." The Frost Dragon duo was indeed the combination of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, and it appeared fortune favored them tonight, as they were to compete in the opening battle. After this contest, they would be able to rest. "Yay, watch me defeat them," Yu Qing'er exclaimed, her petite fists clenched in excitement as she leaped from her spot in the waiting area. Yun Zheng chuckled alongside her. Just as they prepared to take the stage, their master suddenly called out to them, "Yun Zheng, Qing'er, I want you both to deliberately conceal your abilities in today's and tomorrow's battles, ensuring you do not lose while striving to hide your true strength. Can you manage that?" The master gazed earnestly at the 2 youngsters, his words laden with significance. Yu Qing'er hesitated, clearly catching the underlying message in the master's tone. Yun Zheng smiled knowingly, refraining from providing the master with a definitive answer, instead countering with a question, "Have you indeed decided that we shall take the stage in 3 days? You are astute." "Indeed." The master's lips curled into a rigid arc as he replied, 3 days hence will mark the Shrek team's inaugural group battle. Not only must you secure victory, but you must do so with flair. Do you comprehend what I mean?" "Understood." Yun Zheng confidently gestured, leading Yu Qing'er onto the arena, until they reached the stage. Yu Qing'er remained perplexed, arching her delicate brows and playfully chiding, "What riddle are you and Uncle Sam playing at?" "The master has instructed us to feign weakness and play the part of a pig to eat the tiger," Yun Zheng patiently elucidated. "But we still do not know who our opponents in the group battle are," Yu Qing'er persisted in her confusion. "Well, it's difficult for me to explain." Yun Zheng shrugged helplessly, conveying his own bewilderment. Soon, the soul battle commenced. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er stood at levels 28 and 29 respectively, both possessing top-tier martial souls. Truth be told, it felt somewhat unfair to face 2 white-ringed soul masters. Meanwhile, as Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er engaged in their battle, a captivating woman in the audience watched them intently, even more so than the host. On the other side, in the preparation area for the competing contestants, Dai Mubai and his companions paid no heed to Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's match. Instead, they focused on strategizing for their own inevitable victory, finding little amusement in the proceedings. At that moment, a burly man with dark skin suddenly appeared, swaggering up to Zhu Shiqing and jesting, "Hey there, lass. Nice figure you've got." Why hide your face? Let me have a look. As he spoke, the man reached out to remove the mask from Zhu Zhucheng's face. Dai Mubai, unable to tolerate such behavior, rushed forward, seizing the man's wrist and coldly commanding, "Get lost. You seeking death, pretty boy?" The burly man scoffed, unleashing his soul power and throwing a powerful punch. Dai Mubai, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, resulting in a stalemate. The force of their clash sending ripples through the air. The burly man took a step back, snorting, "So there is a protector of flowers here. How dull." With that, he turned to leave. Anger flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he prepared to pursue, but was halted by the staff of the Great Soul Arena. It was evident that the burly man was well aware of the arena's regulations and adept at exploiting them to bully others. Chapter 69. A single arrow seizes victory. What more is there to say? This week, I forgot to solicit recommendations. You understand my meaning, right? The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And soon it was time for the Shrek team's first group battle. Group battles have always been the most popular events at the Great Soul Arena, and today, an exceptionally large crowd had gathered, with cheers rising and falling in anticipation of the night's grand finale. Welcome, everyone, to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Meanwhile, the host, hailing from a modest background, gracefully took to the stage once more, exclaiming with a charming smile, "It appears that everyone's enthusiasm is soaring. I am aware of what you are all eagerly anticipating, and surely, the Soto City Combat Arena will not disappoint. Next up is the much-anticipated 7-person team battle. Without further ado, let us invite the competitors to enter the arena. Presenting the undisputed rookie champions of the Soto City Combat Arena, the Shrek team.